Chapter 1. The so-called moonwalk in the year 1506 of the Oceanic calendar at the naval headquarters within the elite training camp. Lynch found himself somewhat entranced by the vivid explanations of his instructor. Zephyr, is it truly possible for a human to soar through the air by merely stepping upon the wind? Having arrived in this world a decade ago, Lynch had transcended the ordinary ranks of new recruits, naturally earning his place in the elite training camp. However, the peculiar techniques like the moonwalk and life restoration, no matter how many times they were recounted, remained utterly astonishing to him. What perplexed him most was the realization that, after 10 years, the system had yet to activate. One must understand, in the world of One Piece, formidable monsters lurked at every corner. From the earthquake-inducing Whitebeard to the golden lion, capable of suspending dozens of islands high in the sky, to Kaido, the strongest creature in history when it came to ending lives, it was akin to a mother pig donning countless bras without possessing immense power. The safest choice would be to remain within the confines of the naval headquarters, leading a mundane and secure existence. Yet, Lynch was unwilling to accept such a fate. Having traversed into this grand era of piracy, he could not bear the thought of failing to make a name for himself upon the vast seas. However, he found himself lacking both a powerful devil fruit ability and extraordinary martial talent. The path to strength seemed insurmountable. Was he destined to remain an ordinary man, possessing nothing but good looks? As he contemplated whether to resort to questionable means to bolster his strength, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Loading complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the life choice system. Within 3 years, successfully become the king of a nation, and the Emperor's faith system will be activated. The life choice system has been successfully activated. Ding. The first life choice is now open. Task Option 1. Diligently memorize Zephyr's teachings on the moonwalk technique. Reward: comprehension of moonwalk beginner. Task Option 2. Establish authority within the elite camp by defeating Smoker. Reward: Zoan type, bird fruit, pigeon form. Task Option 3. As a traveler, fear nothing and charge towards Tina. Reward: moonwalk pinnacle. Awakening the system? In a duel system at that? After the initial shock, Lynch was engulfed in ecstasy. The system he had awaited for a decade had finally arrived. However, it appeared that this system was rather unconventional. Upon reading the third task option, the stunning visage of Tina flashed through Lynch's mind. With a supple waist, a perfectly rounded peach-like figure, and an impressive bust, her physique was nothing short of surreal. Conversely, unlike the typically unattractive men in this world, the women were generally of striking beauty. Even the young Big Mom had been an extraordinary beauty, though the subsequent 42 years of bearing 85 children had left her figure irrevocably altered. You recall the data presented by the Pirate King Gazette, which revealed that both Nami and Robin possess ample bosoms of size F, undeniably embodying the figure of a femme fatale. This revelation profoundly impacted young Lin Qi's psyche. However, Tina was unlike Lin Qi, an ordinary individual. She and Smoker triumphed over their peers with overwhelming superiority during the elite selection process. Together, they were heralded as the future hope of the Navy, with Tina emerging as a leading figure in the elite camp, a burgeoning star within the naval ranks. It is evident that Lin Qi and Tina inhabit entirely different realms. A glance at Tina, who stood beside him, enveloped him in a fragrant allure that quickened his heartbeat. Sensing the fiery gaze upon her, Tina furrowed her exquisite brow. This fellow had been stealing glances at her, perhaps contemplating something unsavory. As the goddess of the Navy, Tina was all too familiar with such attention. Yet, while most would furtively gaze from the shadows, pretending to maintain a virtuous demeanor upon being noticed, this individual exhibited no such pretense. Lin Qi's gaze gradually lingered on Tina's enticing crimson lips, his throat constricting. If I must perish, so be it. I shall take the plunge. With choice 1 being utterly unacceptable and choice 2 proving futile against Smoker, only choice 3 remained a fitting option. Seizing the moment while their instructor Zephyr captivated the class attention, and with Tina so near, Lin Qi knew this opportunity might never present itself again. Resolutely, he strode forward and, to Tina's astonishment, enveloped her in his arms and swiftly descended for a kiss. Hug. Tina's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. As if confronted with an unbelievable occurrence, her pupils dilated, momentarily forgetting to resist. Lin Qi, too, did not relinquish his hold. Uncertain of any time constraints imposed by this mission, better to err on the side of caution, a sensation of unparalleled softness emanated from their lips. And as Lin Qi beheld her stunning visage mere inches away, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. The Navy's flower, the goddess of countless men's fantasies, was now cradled in his embrace, allowing him to savor the essence of her scarlet lips. Meanwhile, Zephyr's lecture came to an abrupt halt. The multitude of trainees, absorbed in mastering the moonwalk technique, suddenly regained their senses, puzzled by the unexpected silence from their instructor. Hiss! Following Zephyr's gaze, the crowd collectively gasped, the atmosphere thickening with palpable tension. "Did someone just kiss Tina?" A young naval officer exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, mirrored by the astonished expressions of his comrades. "How dare that scoundrel kiss Miss Tina?" The military, already sparse in female presence, was further diminished by the rarity of a beauty like Tina typically. They were content to steal furtive glances during training now. Witnessing Lin Qi audaciously kiss their goddess was an affront they could scarcely tolerate. People were seething with rage, and several of Tina's fervent admirers had reddened eyes. It seemed that if not for the presence of teacher Zephyr, the crowd would have surged forward to dismember Lin Qi. "I can't hold back any longer. I want to pound him." Fortunately, amidst the throng, some remained level-headed, firmly restraining those who had begun to remove their shirts in preparation for a brawl. "Calm down. Look, Miss Tina isn't resisting. Perhaps she has already made a private commitment, making it none of your business indeed." Upon this reminder, the crowd paused, suddenly realizing that Tina had not put up any resistance. When had their goddess become someone else's? And what of this rather unimpressive boy? He was merely handsome, but can looks fill one's stomach? A sense of gloom enveloped the crowd. Little did they know that Tina's mind was a complete blank, her ears deaf to the surrounding chatter. Even her perception of time was muddled. Pervert! After a full 7 or 8 seconds, Tina's pupils finally refocused, and with a furious strike, she landed a punch squarely on Lin Qi's abdomen. Lin Qi felt as though he had been struck by a cannonball. His body propelled into the air, nearly expelling a mouthful of blood. However, he grinned with delight as the system's voice echoed once more. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward for Moonstep Pinnacle being dispensed." A torrent of information regarding the Moonstep flooded into his mind in an instant, as if he had been mastering it for over a decade. His leg muscles swelled at a visibly rapid pace on the ground. Tina's delicate face flushed crimson as she repeatedly wiped her enticing lips with her slender fingers, gritting her teeth while glaring at Lin Qi, suspended in midair. That was her first kiss. She had intended to reserve it for her future husband. To her dismay, it had been snatched away by a stranger at that moment. Tina's beautiful eyes blazed with fury. She even harbored thoughts of killing Lin Qi. Driven by intense rage, the teachings of teacher Zephyr suddenly coalesced in her mind. Whoosh! Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tina soared into the sky with the moon step, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Qi. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Zephyr's stern gaze. To his astonishment, a genius had emerged among this batch of students to successfully execute the moon step after only a single explanation was a rarity in his 16 years of teaching. Only a handful had achieved this feat, including the current 3 admirals, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji. This Miss Tina is even more talented than rumors suggest. As Tina drew nearer, Lin Qi was drenched in cold sweat. Judging by her expression, if she caught him, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Even ending up in the emergency room would be a mild outcome. "I absolutely cannot be caught." Lin Qi instinctively integrated the moon step, swiftly stepping upon the air to distance himself from Tina. Has this brat also learned the moon step? Zephyr's surprise deepened further. Originally, I underestimated Lin Qi's talent, but it appears I was gravely mistaken. Wait, that boy's moonwalk is unusual. Zephyr's admiration gradually morphed into seriousness, his tiger-like eyes sharp as an eagle's. Lin Qi's moonwalk, whether in terms of force application, the angle of his footfalls, or other techniques, far surpassed anything Tina could achieve. As an instructor and former Marine admiral, Zephyr possessed an exceptionally keen eye, able to discern the entirety from a mere fragment. He even suspected that the admirals at headquarters could only match this boy's proficiency in moonwalk, if not fall short. This realization was indeed alarming. Which admiral had not ascended through years of combat, mastering the 6 styles to perfection? How could an insignificant recruit compare? Even Borisolino's performance in the elite camp paled in comparison to this individual. Could it be that Lin Qi had trained in moonwalk for over a decade before joining the Navy? This thought quickly dissipated in Zephyr's mind. Impossible. Setting aside the insufficient physical strength to practice moonwalk, Lin Qi had no access to the training methods, as the 6 styles were a closely guarded secret of the Navy. To prevent internal spies from infiltrating the future pillars of the Navy, Zephyr was well aware of these recruits' backgrounds. If memory serves, that boy was merely an orphan working on a ranch before joining the Navy. Thus, there was only one conclusion. That boy was a genius, a talent overlooked. He possessed an unparalleled aptitude for the 6 styles. Zephyr's expression ignited with fervor. He had a premonition that yet another monster, rivaling the 3 admirals, was about to emerge among his students. Hey, stop chasing. You can't catch me in midair, Tina pursued Lin Qi. One chasing, the other fleeing, and an onlooker might mistake this for a romantic pursuit. If one were to disregard Tina's expression, which was marred by clenched teeth, stand still if you have the guts. Running away like this is hardly manly. Tina exclaimed, exasperated. Stand still? Are you foolish? Or am I? Standing still will only allow you to beat me to a pulp. Lin Qi retorted, casting a disdainful glance back at Tina Yu. Tina's ample chest heaved with indignation. The soldiers on the ground were utterly mesmerized. They could still comprehend that Miss Tina had mastered the moonwalk, but was Lin Qi not an ordinary person devoid of physical or swordsmanship talent? Yet now, before their very eyes, this so-called mediocre individual had learned the moonwalk. What did that make them then? Useless? Enough. Cease this at once. Zephyr's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Teacher Zephyr, upon hearing Zephyr's command, Lin Qi obediently descended from the air, expressing his respect. Tina followed suit, still simmering with anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Qi. Teacher Zephyr, this guy. Zephyr raised his right hand, signaling Tina to calm down. Your matters can be settled after class. I shall not intervene for now. Do not delay the others from their lessons. As Teacher Zephyr spoke, despite Tina's reluctance, she had no choice but to temporarily let this rogue off the hook. With an irritated glare directed at Lynch, Tina rejoined the group, remaining silent in the face of everyone's concern. Lynch, however, cast a grateful glance towards Zephyr. Regardless of the circumstances, he had managed to evade this beating for the time being. Lynch was confident that, given sufficient time to make a few more choices, he would no longer fear any threats. Next, we shall continue to discuss the techniques of the moon step. Zephyr announced. The subsequent hours passed under Zephyr's instruction as the sun dipped below the horizon. Evening fell. Today's lesson concludes here. Lynch, Smoker, Tina, you three remain behind. Yes. Teacher Zephyr, goodbye. Teacher Zephyr, see you tomorrow. Teacher Zephyr. Once the others departed, Zephyr addressed the three of them, stating, tonight at 6, meet me behind the forest at training ground. No 3. Yes. Teacher Zephyr. Obeying the command of their instructor was the duty of a Navy, and the trio did not question the reason, but accepted it readily. You all did well. Do not let me down, Zephyr remarked before leaving. Sensing the piercing gaze nearby, Lynch, apprehensive of a potential thrashing, followed Zephyr out. What's this? Are you planning to come to my home for dinner? After walking a short distance, Zephyr turned back, his heavy hand resting on Lynch's shoulder. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr, Lynch replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. To think you actually feel embarrassed after publicly kissing a girl, it leaves me at a loss for words, Zephyr said, exasperated. The methods young people employed to pursue partners seemed increasingly incomprehensible to him. First, there was Major T. Pig, who sent a love letter every day, constantly showering Major Peach Rabbit with affection. Even after being beaten, scolded, or rejected, he continued to grovel. Now, another had emerged, prompting Zephyr to question whether he had fallen behind the times. Lynch felt helpless. After all, the reward bestowed by the system were too enticing. He would not only kiss Tina, but even if it meant kissing Smoker, he would think twice. Regardless, your pursuit is rather extreme. Even if you end up hospitalized, the other party would face no repercussions. Do you understand? Zephyr advised. I understand, Teacher Zephyr. Even if she were to beat me, step on my face with her shoes, or force me to lick her feet, I would have no regrets, Lynch responded. What pleased Lynch was that the dynamics between men and women in this world were relatively open-minded. Had such behavior occurred in his previous life, he would likely have found himself incarcerated. Initially, Zephyr listened calmly, but as Lynch continued, he grew increasingly uneasy, his gaze turning peculiar as he looked at Lynch. I hope you truly understand. See you tonight, Teacher Zephyr, Lynch called out as he bid farewell to Zephyr and found a secluded corner to practice the moon step at 5:30, having just missed the peak. Dining hours. Lin Qi swiftly attended to his evening meal. As for returning to the dormitory, he now hesitated, fully aware that a group of guardians awaited him there. At 6 o'clock, the four of them arrived punctually in the forest behind training ground. No 3, I have summoned you 3 here at night, because you are all prodigies, Zephyr spoke earnestly. Geniuses should not receive the same treatment as ordinary individuals. Doing so would only stifle your innate talents from now on. You are to gather here every evening at 6 o'clock, as I will personally train you. Upon hearing this, the 3 were filled with elation. The willingness of a former admiral to offer them specialized instruction was a tremendous opportunity. Those in the elite camp, who have yet to master the moonwalk, will only hinder their progress by attempting to learn the new Marine 6 styles. Unlike the others, Tina and Smoker, you two have already mastered the moonwalk. Smoker, your progress has been commendable, and you are now ready to embark on the study of the next technique in the Navy's 6 powers. Historically, the moonwalk and shave have been inextricably linked. both leading to the same destination. I shall now elucidate the intricacies of the shave. The three of them stood attentively, anxious not to miss a single word. At that moment, Zephyr glanced at Smoker and said, "Listen closely, but refrain from practicing just yet. After this, we shall head to the forest where you will first master the moonwalk before delving into this." "Understood," Smoker nodded. Zephyr continued. "Both techniques rely on the power of the legs for acceleration. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the moonwalk requires a single, powerful push off the air to exceed a certain speed, generating a shockwave that allows one to fly. In contrast, the shave involves rapid footfalls upon the ground, creating a reactive force that enhances speed within the span of a second. Having attained mastery in the advanced moonwalk, Lynch found these concepts to be quite intuitive. Even without the system's assistance, he swiftly grasped the principles of the shave. Meanwhile, Smoker and Tina had yet to even scratch the surface. Observing their progress, Zephyr felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this boy was a prodigy. However, Lynch soon discerned a critical flaw. The introductory shave lacked the ability to turn. If one were to misjudge the timing in combat, it would be akin to charging headlong into an opponent's blade. Just as the three were practicing, the sound of hurried footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by fragments of conversation reaching Lynch's ears. "Quick, we must hasten. If we arrive sooner, we might save some lives. Those vile beasts, how dare they?" Zephyr furrowed his brow and halted one of the individuals. "Admiral Zephyr." The middle-aged Navy officer was taken aback and quickly saluted. "What has occurred?" "And I am no longer an admiral," Zephyr replied. "We have received word that a formidable pirate crew is currently ravaging a village. We have been ordered to pursue and eliminate them. Prior to this, they have already slaughtered 10 towns. Indeed, pirates once more." Zephyr's face betrayed his loathing. "As long as those scoundrels exist, countless lives will be shattered by their hands. Pirates should not be allowed to exist." "Teacher Zephyr," Tina said anxiously, watching him. The Zephyr they knew was now a far cry from the benevolent elder he usually portrayed. In the moonlight, he appeared somewhat menacing. "Return at once." Zephyr instructed Lynch and the others, then turned back to the middle-aged officer, saying, "I shall accompany you." "What?" The officer stared at Zephyr in disbelief, only for elation to wash over his face. "Please, follow me." Despite the notorious ferocity of the pirates, with the legendary black-armed Zephyr in pursuit, their capture would surely be effortless. Surely, more villagers can be saved. As Lynch gazed at the two conversing figures, he became lost in thought, for at that moment, the voice of the system resonated within him. A new life choice had emerged. Task Option 1. Comply with Zephyr's command and return to the dormitory. Reward: superhuman-type corrosion fruit. Task Option 2. Engage in combat with Smoker or request Tina for original flavor stockings. Reward: randomly elevate one of the existing abilities to its zenith. Task Option 3. Proactively request to accompany Teacher Zephyr in eradicating pirates. Reward: unlock the system shop. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lynch called out to Zephyr, "Teacher Zephyr." Without a second thought, he dismissed Option 1. If he were to consume a devil fruit, it must be the finest. Although the reward for Option 2 appeared generous, he currently felt incapable of defeating Smoker. The notion of asking Tina for original flavor stockings seemed utterly ridiculous, and he could almost envision himself being chased down for such a request. In contrast, Option 3 was undeniably more alluring. He eagerly anticipated what treasures the system shop might offer. "What is it?" Zephyr inquired in a deep tone. "May I join you, Teacher Zephyr?" Lynch implored. "Why?" Zephyr's expression turned grave. "Give me a reason. That level of combat is far too perilous for you." "Because I wish to fight alongside you, Teacher Zephyr," Lynch replied resolutely. "Moreover, as you stated, a genius should not be treated the same as ordinary individuals. I believe this would be an excellent experience." "You insolent brat." Zephyr's emotions were a blend of pride and complexity. The matter of eradicating pirates was initially unrelated to Lynch. In his view, the only motivation for Lynch to wish to enter the battlefield was his evident concern for him. Has he been underestimated? It seems he has remained away from the position of admiral for so long that many in the Navy have forgotten he still bears the title of Black Arm. His age of 58 has not diminished his combat prowess in the slightest. Since you wish to join, then come along. This indeed presents a valuable opportunity for growth. Zephyr's towering figure strode purposefully toward the harbor, accompanied by a voice brimming with confidence. "You too shall join as well. No one shall harm my students under my watch." "Yes, Teacher Zephyr," the three responded in unison, their eyes reflecting shared excitement. Upon boarding the warship, a middle-aged man clad in a justice cloak, dressed in a suit, wielding a long sword, and sporting a mohawk haircut, approached with a swagger that belied his unremarkable appearance. I have heard from my subordinates. It is truly an honor to act alongside teacher Zephyr. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zephyr smiled. Mongoose, I have yet to congratulate you on your promotion to Rear Admiral. Oh, it is all thanks to your guidance, teacher, he humbly replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the weasel turned to the three individuals behind Zephyr and inquired, Who are these people, teacher? Oh, I intend to take them along for some training, came the response. Respecting Zephyr's authority, the weasel nodded and refrained from further questions. Before long, the warship unfurled its sails, officially setting sail. Although this was not Lynch's first experience aboard a ship, the sight remained breathtakingly magnificent. No matter how many times it was witnessed, gazing out at the boundless ocean, a certain ambition began to brew within his chest. The time on the sea was remarkably tranquil, for few dared to attack a naval warship. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours slipped by. As they approached their destination, Zephyr and the weasel ceased their conversation, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the vessel. Major, we estimate we will arrive in approximately 15 minutes, a soldier reported. The weasel placed a hand upon the sword at his waist and commanded, Prepare everyone for battle. Understood. In that instant, the sea breeze carried a heavy scent of gunpowder as numerous soldiers busily loaded their flintlock weapons. Taking advantage of the moment, Lynch approached the soldier who had earlier alerted the flying squirrel. Upon returning, he had acquired a flintlock pistol at his waist. The fire, what a tremendous blaze! The fierce flames illuminated the night sky, casting a blood-red hue upon the darkness. As the warship docked, a cacophony of screams and wails filled the air. A haunting chorus that included both women and children. In less than 4 hours since receiving the report, this place had transformed into a veritable hell. These beasts! The flying squirrel exclaimed, drawing his long knife with a steely resolve. Advance into the village for rescue. Show no mercy to any pirates encountered. Before the flying squirrel could finish his command, a thunderous explosion erupted as Zephyr propelled himself like a cannonball, creating a massive 2-meter-wide crater in the ground. Lynch and Tina swiftly approached the village, gliding with an ethereal grace. Blood was everywhere, mingled with the grotesque corpses strewn about. The fierce flames illuminated the pirates' hideous visages. To think, a few old wretches still lurked here. A drunken pirate staggered from the wine cellar, dragging 2 trembling elders outside, only to sever their heads with a single stroke. The severed heads rolled upon the ground, their faces still etched with terror. Get lost, you little brat. You've ruined my good mood. On the street, a young child wept inconsolably atop his deceased father. A passing pirate, with unyielding cruelty, bludgeoned the child into a bloody pulp. Ha ha ha, look what I've found, a rather comely woman. The pirate leered as he forced the woman onto a mat, her desperate struggles futile. No, please. I beg you, spare me. You filthy wench, behave, and maybe the masters will grant you mercy. Another pirate approached, violently tearing at her skirt. A gunshot rang out, and the pirate's head exploded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In midair, Lynch methodically loaded a lead bullet into his flintlock pistol. A hit, he remarked, as if it were to be expected. His 3 months of training in marksmanship upon joining the Navy had not been in vain. Lacking the aptitude for physical combat, he had resolved that marksmanship was his safest avenue, diligently honing his skills. It turned out he had quite the talent for shooting. With a swift motion, Tina appeared behind another pirate, plunging her sword through his heart, thus rescuing the woman. Do not fear, you are safe now. We have arrived, Tina gently assured her. The Navy? The woman, tears streaming down her face, pushed aside her hair that had obscured her vision. Indeed, it is us. Quickly, move towards the village outskirts. Our main force follows closely. With a series of shots, Lynch dispatched 2 more pirates with his flintlock, landing gracefully on the ground, drawing his sword. The exertion from his rapid movements was beginning to take its toll. As 200 Navy soldiers arrived, the pirates finally sensed the shift in fortune. It's the Navy. The Navy has come. Annihilate them. This band of ruthless pirates, true to their savage nature, did not flee at the sight of the Navy. Instead, they sought to eradicate their foes. As 4 sword-wielding pirates closed in on him, Lynch whispered, "Shave," transforming into a streak of lightning. He burst through their encirclement and drove his sword into one pirate's heart. Watch out. A gunshot echoed as Tina suddenly positioned herself behind Lynch, her sword deflecting an unseen threat, jolting violently in her grasp. Thank you. Lynch expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The opposing pirate crew indeed possessed formidable talents, capable of seizing the moment of his brief paralysis following the use of Sara to launch their attack. At the instant the gun fired, He felt a sharp prick at the back of his head, a clear indication of the awakening of his observation haki. However, without Tina's assistance, he could not be certain of his ability to evade the onslaught. Tina can help you once, but not every time. Be cautious, her melodious voice, smooth as a perfectly round pearl, resonated in his mind. Captain Yull! Captain Yull! The nearby pirates erupted in excitement. The man on the distant beam, his expression grim, lowered his sniper rifle, having utilized observation haki, yet failed to eliminate the young man. At that moment, a steel baton was hurled from the side. It was Smoker. Having traced the gunfire, TCH, another brat, Yull dismissed Smoker with indifference, confident that someone who had yet to awaken haki would never pose a threat. Even with his eyes closed. As anticipated, within moments, Smoker was pushed back relentlessly. Had the man wielded a sword instead of a gun, Smoker would have already met his demise. Fortunately, the weasel arrived just in time to shield Smoker from Yull's assault. Go elsewhere. I will handle this. Smoker, unwilling to relent, cast a lingering glance at Yull and silently tightened his grip on the baton before departing. Learning from the earlier encounter, Lynch refrained from recklessly employing the newly acquired Saru. Instead, he utilized Jeppo to soar through the skies like a kite. Bang! Another pirate fell victim to Lynch's gunfire. The pirates below could only watch helplessly as Lynch unleashed his firepower, their frustration mounting as they lamented their inability to take flight. The 6 styles of the Navy were only mastered by elites, let alone these pirates who weren't even part of the Navy. Who among you can shoot him down for me? One pirate shouted in exasperation. Shoot. Fire now. The sound of gunfire erupted, a cacophony of bullets soaring into the sky. Such a dense barrage of bullets would have felled an ordinary person long ago. Lynch, however, was able to gracefully maneuver through the air with his peak-level moon step, effortlessly evading every attack. In stark contrast, each of his bullets struck with precision, delivering devastating blows to a pirate. Lynch hung above the crowd like a sharp sword, causing the pirates below to remain ever vigilant against the threat of a sudden gunshot, reluctant to unleash their full might against others. In this precarious situation, Tina, despite appearing to be surrounded, managed to hold her ground with her formidable swordsmanship. As a small contingent of Navy personnel arrived, the pressure on the two of them significantly lessened. What remarkable marksmanship! Exclaimed Major Shiza, who was astonished to see that just 2 individuals could hold off a multitude of pirates. A gunshot thundered, akin to the antlers of an antelope. As a bullet exploded the head of a pirate, Lynch realized that his shooting skills were rapidly strengthening in the face of life and death. Alas, my stamina still remains too feeble. Lynch, panting heavily, landed on a rooftop, the exertion from his moonwalk making him feel as though he had circled the naval headquarters 10 times. However, the pirates, driven mad with rage, rushed towards him in a frenzied swarm upon seeing him finally descend. Roar! Slay that little brat. Damn the Navy! Lynch wielded his longsword, fending off the advancing pirates. As the pillars of the house were severed by the marauders below, the structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust. Lynch. Tina hurriedly dashed toward the ruins. Despite her disdain for the frivolous man, she could not bear to witness her companion perishing before her eyes. I'm fine. Take care of yourself. At that moment, Lynch rolled out of the smoke of the debris, his right arm marred by a gash, blood streaming down. Observing that nearly half of the pirates present were rushing towards Lynch, Shiza's mouth twitched. Is this boy truly so adept at provocation? Quickly, someone assist him. Soon. A swarm of Navy personnel arrived, swiftly dispatching the pirates in the vicinity. Boom. Just as Lynch dispatched the pirate before him, he was drawn to a tremendous explosion in the distance. Is that Zephyr-sensei? Tina and Lynch exchanged glances, disregarding their fatigue as they raced towards the source of the blast. Upon their arrival, they beheld a startling scene. I am Blood Axe Jonard, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 230 million. I shall not fall here. Not to some decrepit old man. The towering figure, a 5-meter-tall brute, bellowed, drenched in blood. He had just raised his massive axe when Zephyr delivered a punch that sent him crashing into the ground, unconscious and unknowing. Boom. Just when Tina thought all was settled. A tremendous explosion erupted from Jonard's location, engulfing Zephyr in its fury. Zephyr-sensei. No one anticipated such a turn of events. The blast's fierce wind stung Tina's face as she anxiously gazed toward the explosion's epicenter. In her moment of distraction, a longsword suddenly pierced through the earth beneath her feet. The speed was blinding, the angle of the ambush too cunning. Tina was oblivious until Lynch pushed her aside. Blood splattered. Although he saved Tina, Lynch's other arm was also cut. It dawned on Tina that she had narrowly escaped death. Tina was furious. She swiftly plunged her sword into the ground. But it seemed to find nothing. Stop stabbing. The foe has already departed. Lynch, pale-faced, sank to the ground, concluding that it must have been a user of a devil fruit. How can you be so certain the enemy has left? Tina, still frowning, stared at the ground. Fool. Because Zephyr-sensei is coming. From the heart of the explosion, Zephyr emerged, clad in haki, flames licking at his form, even his clothes imbued with the power. Witnessing this, Tina's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Thank you, she murmured, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. As Tina gazed at Lynch's bleeding arm, she tore a piece of cloth from her garment and crouched down to create a makeshift bandage, her expression tinged with guilt. I can help you this once, but I cannot do so every time. You must be cautious, Lynch remarked with a smile. What a vengeful man, Tina thought, her cheeks flushed. This was precisely the admonition she had given Lynch not long ago, and she was taken aback by the swift retribution. However, thanks to Lynch's teasing, her feelings of remorse diminished significantly. Are you all unharmed? Zephyr's tall silhouette blocked the flames, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. I'm fine. It's just that Lynch was injured while saving me, Tina replied, shaking her head. What about the explosion earlier? That pirate implanted a bomb in my body, which would detonate when my heart ceased to beat, she explained. You must be cautious when facing such pirates in the future. They are ruthless to their enemies and even more so to themselves, Zephyr cautioned. We understand, Teacher Zephyr, Tina nodded, reflecting on how Lynch had just rescued her, a contemplative look crossing her face. Soon, the village's pirates were entirely eradicated. Major Squirrel approached, dragging a bound man who appeared shifty and cunning. Teacher, thanks to you, many of the remaining villagers are safe, Squirrel said, tossing the man to the ground. This fellow is a devil fruit user and must be sent to the impel-down prison. If a devil fruit user is killed, their power will reincarnate elsewhere in the world. To slow the rebirth of these powers, the world government mandates that any enemies encountering devil fruit users be sent to impel-down. What type of devil fruit user is he? Lynch inquired. He is a zoan type, specifically the mouse fruit, field mouse form, Squirrel replied. Upon hearing this, Lynch approached the man with a seemingly kind demeanor. You were the one who ambushed us underground, weren't you? And no, it wasn't me, the man stammered, swallowing hard. But your eyes have betrayed you. Lynch gently patted the man's shoulder, saying, before you were sent to prison, I will ensure that no one brings you food. Let us hope you do not perish from hunger. The man lay despondently on the ground, his beard trembling, seemingly able to foresee the grim fate that awaited him. A few members of the Navy remained to address subsequent matters, while the rest embarked on their journey back. The scene shifted to Lynch reclining in the ship's infirmary. Tina's rough bandaging had been removed, and the physician had expertly wrapped his arms in delicate dressings. All done. Do not exert your arms or allow them to come into contact with water until the wounds heal, the doctor instructed. Thank you, doctor. Once the physician departed, Lynch deftly rolled off the bed. Observing his arms, each adorned with a white bandage reminiscent of an armband, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. He wondered what the doctor had applied to his wounds, as they itched persistently. Reflecting on the recent battle, he resolved to be more vigilant. He needed to enhance his physical strength. Otherwise, he would be unable to maintain even a simple moonwalk for long, and he must expedite his training in close combat techniques. Against those formidable pirates, he recognized his own weaknesses. As he listened to the thunderous snores of his fellow patients, Lynch grew increasingly restless and decided to take a stroll. Under the cover of night, he made his way to the deck, where he unexpectedly encountered an individual. Zephyr, having lost the fierce demeanor he once bore in the face of pirates, appeared considerably aged. Leaning against the railing, he gazed vacantly at the moon above, embodying the essence of a weary elder in that moment. Lynch deliberately made a few sounds, prompting Zephyr to lift his gaze from his sorrow. Ah, it is you, Lynch. Teacher Zephyr, why are you still awake at this late hour? With age comes less sleep. I merely stepped out to admire the night scenery. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the two. After a while, Zephyr abruptly retrieved a number tag from his pocket and handed it to Lynch. You must be unable to sleep in the ward. I was the same in my youth. Go to this room and rest well. Lynch took the numbered card, opened his mouth as if to speak, hesitated, and ultimately remained silent before turning to leave. Following the number on the card, he located the designated room. As he inserted the key into the lock, the adjacent door creaked open. Tina's enchanting little head peeked out. Upon seeing Lynch, she nodded slightly before retreating. How is it that this girl is still awake at such a late hour? He pushed open the door to find a standard room, furnished solely with a bed. A table and a chair. Lynch reclined upon the soft bed, exhaling deeply as he closed his eyes, endeavoring to reflect upon every detail of the battle with meticulous scrutiny. Making mistakes is not inherently frightening. However, to stumble in the same place twice is to lack wisdom. As he began to drift into slumber, a sudden series of knocks at the door interrupted his reverie, accompanied by Tina's melodious voice. "Are you asleep? If not, please open the door." Tina? What could she possibly want at this late hour? Lynch, still somewhat dazed, opened the door to find Tina standing before him, holding a tray brimming with an array of delectable food. She raised the tray slightly and, with a smile, inquired, "Is your arm still hurting? I noticed you skipped dinner last night. You must be famished." At that moment, an untimely growl emanated from Lynch's stomach, a reminder that he had not eaten in 9 hours, not to mention the intense battle that had transpired in the interim. Lynch displayed no embarrassment. Your words have indeed stirred his appetite. He graciously stepped aside, allowing Tina to place the food upon the table. Upon noticing that Tina lingered after setting down the meal, Lynch inquired, "Why do you still remain?" "I shall wait for you to finish before I depart," Tina replied hesitantly, her curvaceous figure poised beside the table. "Very well. Do as you wish." Given that Tina had brought the provisions, he felt compelled to acquiesce to her modest request. It is oft said that beauty enhances one's appetite. Indeed, the sight of a lovely woman can invigorate one's desire for sustenance. The meal before him, though simple, was abundant. 7 soft white buns accompanied by a generous bowl of steaming vegetable soup. In this world, the populace is known for their considerable appetites. Those of great strength can consume food weighing several hundred times their own body mass in a single sitting. Lynch picked up a large, fluffy steamed bun and began to eat. It was substantial, soft, and delectably sweet. However, due to its being heated, the center was slightly cool, not entirely warmed through. Nevertheless, when one is ravenous, anything can taste like a gourmet feast. Thus, he found immense satisfaction in the simple bun. Tina, observing him, wore a smile at the corners of her lips. Suddenly, as he continued to eat, Lynch's eyes widened in surprise, and he began to pound his chest. "Quick! Drink some soup." At this moment, Lynch was caught off guard, oblivious to the subtle anticipation in Tina's words, as he gulped down 2 mouthfuls from the large bowl. Finally, he felt revived. Lynch exhaled deeply, suddenly furrowing his brow, uncertainly smacking his lips before lowering his head to take another sip. "I surmise that the chef responsible for this soup must be a relative of Major Mole." "Why, you ask? Is it because this soup is exceptionally delectable?" Tina chuckled. "No. It's because such an atrocious concoction could only be the result of nepotism, surely." Tina's smile froze upon her face. "Oh no, a sense of menace looms." Lynch suddenly rose from his chair, scanning the surroundings for the source of the ominous aura, ultimately fixating his gaze upon Tina. "Did you prepare this soup?" Lynch inquired with uncertainty, to which Tina nodded. "Is this your first time cooking?" Lynch asked once more, and Tina nodded again. Lynch, feeling enlightened, returned to his chair and raised the vegetable soup to his lips, draining it in a single, decisive gulp. Tina, witnessing this, let out a soft laugh, bending down to clear the dishes as she gently remarked, "If it doesn't taste good, then don't drink it. Just look at you." Despite her words, the upward curve of her lips betrayed her good mood. Tina's figure was already striking, and as she leaned to tidy up, her ample bosom appeared even more pronounced. Though Lynch had already satisfied his hunger, he felt a stirring desire within him again. "Women are truly delightful creatures," he mused, gazing at the unattainable form before him. "All right. You should rest early. I shall take my leave now," he said as Tina, carrying the tray, gracefully exited the room. On the lookout of the warship, the soldiers fought against drowsiness, remaining vigilant, while Lynch had already slipped into the realm of dreams. The returning vessel lacked the urgency of their earlier voyage, and it was not until dawn broke the following day that the group finally arrived back at the naval headquarters. Upon awakening, Lynch was pleasantly surprised to discover that his arm no longer ached. Upon unwrapping the bandages, he found that the once gory wound had healed completely, leaving no scar behind. "How wonderful! It appears that my body has adapted to this world." In the realm of pirates, a robust appetite is accompanied by an equally formidable ability to recover. As long as one is not missing limbs, any injury, no matter how severe, can heal rapidly after a satisfying meal. There are even peculiar individuals who can regrow lost teeth merely by drinking a bottle of milk within 5 seconds. After casually stretching his arms, Lynch disembarked with the main group. The moment his feet touched the solid ground, the system's voice rang out promptly. "Congratulations, Host, for completing the task. The system mall has been activated. Please check it at your convenience. Given that the host had just awakened the mall, the system generously bestowed upon him 1,000 points. Lynch paused momentarily, narrowing his eyes. System, how can one acquire points? Points can be obtained by vanquishing nefarious individuals. The greater the level of malevolence, the more points awarded. Malevolence, you say? In this world, be it pirates, navy, revolutionaries, or bounty hunters, who among them has not taken a life? Teacher Zephyr, Tina, and even he himself undoubtedly possess a significant level of malevolence. Accumulating malevolence points is, quite frankly, exceedingly effortless. Suddenly intrigued, Lin Qi pondered the possible accumulation of malevolent points for the murder of a celestial dragon. He made his way to the Navy mess hall, where he filled his plate and sat down to eat while perusing the shop interface. The selection contained merely 6 items. 1. Precision sniper rifle, priced at 350 points. 2. Quadruple training scroll, 1 week, priced at 500 points. 3. Empty shell set, 4 pieces, priced at 10 points. 4. Beginner S ability advancement book, priced at 500 points. 5. Delicious bread 100, priced at 10 points. 6. Nature type gas fruit, priced at 888 points. Additionally, a countdown timer in the upper right corner indicated 16 hours, 24 minutes, and 17 seconds, suggesting that the shop refreshes daily. Upon calculating the time, Lin Qi deduced that the reset occurs precisely at midnight. After a moment's contemplation, he purchased the quadruple training scroll, 1 week, and the beginner S ability advancement book, spending exactly 1,000 points. The former amplifies the effects of training fourfold, making a week's worth of exercise equivalent to a month's. The latter allows for the enhancement of a beginner-level ability to the junior level. Without hesitation, he utilized it on Shave, elevating it from beginner to junior level. Abilities are classified into 6 tiers: beginner, junior, intermediate, advanced, peak, and supreme. Hey, Lin Qi, where were you last night? We waited in front of your dormitory all night without catching a glimpse of you, inquired several burly men from the elite camp, encircling him as he still had food on his plate. One of them, a man with a buzz cut, jested. You can't possibly be afraid to return to your dormitory, can you? Lynch apathetically set down his spoon and remarked, Is there something you need? Naturally, he felt no obligation to disclose his whereabouts from the previous night to this group. Noticing Lynch's direct approach, the others refrained from unnecessary preamble. We are here to challenge you. Should you lose, you must keep your distance from Miss Tina and cease all forms of harassment, bellowed a man named Moziri, who sported green hair, as he leaned forcefully against the table. The commotion drew the attention of other patrons in the cafeteria, who frequently glanced in their direction. Lynch sighed deeply, exasperated by the presence of this muscle-headed, adolescent fool. So, are you all merely Tina's sycophants? He inquired. What is a sycophant? Mozili glanced at Lynch with a disapproving expression, sensing that it wasn't a compliment. A sycophant, Lynch explained, is someone who loves another so fervently that they disregard all else. Ah, so that is the meaning of sycophant, the others exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. Indeed, we are nothing less than Miss Tina's devoted sycophants. Lynch withdrew a tissue to wipe his mouth, remarking that there seemed to be no necessity for you to be concerned about the matters between Tina and me. What nonsense is this? Moxley shouted. We are but devoted admirers of Miss Tina. Joseph seized Lynch by the collar, his voice seething with anger. Listen here, young man. The rules of this world dictate that only the strong are worthy of the goddess. Unless you can defeat us, do not dare approach Tina again. Do you understand? The goddess Tina is beyond reproach. In truth, the group was not foolish. The Navy forbade personal duels unless both parties consented. They merely sought an excuse to pummel Lynch, to alleviate their pent-up grievances. They dared not even steal a glance at the goddess Tina. While this impudent fellow had the audacity to kiss her publicly, such an affront could not be tolerated. Let go, Lynch commanded, shaking off the hand that clutched his collar. His tone icy. Time and place. Regardless of the rationale, the opposition was already encroaching upon him, and if he remained unmoved, he would surely earn a reputation as weak and easily bullied within the Navy. Seizing this opportunity to establish his authority in the elite camp was, after all, a commendable strategy. All right, you said it. Whoever fails to show is a coward, Moxley replied, elated. See you at training camp 9 in half an hour. He intended to gather more spectators in that time, hoping the news would reach Tina's ears, perhaps elevating her regard for him. Half an hour later, Lynch arrived at training camp 9, frowning at the throngs of people gathering in layers around him. What were they up to? Make way, make way. The main character has arrived. Someone spotted Lin Qi, and the crowd parted to create a path for him. Lin Qi silently advanced towards the center. Well done, Lin Qi. I never expected you to actually accept this challenge. You possess true courage, someone remarked, though the tone was laced with mockery. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Remember your performance during the last assessment. The atmosphere was rife with derisive laughter. Clearly, no one believed Lin Qi would emerge victorious. They were merely spectators awaiting entertainment. The protagonists on both sides gathered in the arena's heart. One side featured Lin Qi, armed with twin pistols at his waist, while the other consisted of 4 individuals wielding naval swords. You chose not to flee. That shows wisdom, Joseph stated cheerfully. Hurry, select one of us as your opponent. 1. You must be overrating yourselves, Lin Qi retorted, beckoning to the 4. Let us not waste time. All 4 of you can come at me together. Lin Qi's words instantly provoked a few individuals, inciting their ire. How brazen of you, Lin Qi. Do not forget that your moonwalk is rendered ineffective in Training Ground 9. This particular training ground, being an indoor facility with a ceiling, evidently required considerable effort in its selection. One individual appeared ready to charge at Lin Qi, but was intercepted by Joseph, who coldly remarked, Very well, if you seek your demise, we shall oblige. Joseph exchanged glances with Moziri, who understood the cue and began to shout to the surrounding crowd. Everyone heard that. It is not us who are bullying him. This fellow has asked for it himself. If it were a one-on-one, there might be a risk of defeat, but if the 4 of them could not best Lin Qi together, they might as well go and wallow in filth. We are aware of the situation. Let the contest commence. The crowd urged. Humph. For against 1, what a disgraceful display. It was indeed Lin Qi who had brought this upon himself. At that moment, the majority of those present in Training Ground 9 were captivated by the spectacle, oblivious to the arrival of 2 unusual guests at the entrance. One figure, rather unsightly, almost outshone Kazuru in his peculiar appearance, yet his demeanor suggested he was a remarkably gentle uncle. The other figure, however, was a strikingly beautiful naval officer with fair skin and long legs. Her flowing hair was styled into a bun, cascading freely down her back, revealing a smooth forehead. The subtle lavender eyeshadow lent her a certain alluring charm. The deep neckline of her attire exposed the soft curves of her bosom, prompting one to question whether even a button closure would suffice to contain her ample figure. The most captivating feature, however, was her long, slender legs, accentuated by the fitted naval uniform that added an extra touch of allure. Gun, it seems there is quite a commotion over there. Shall we take a look? T-Pig followed closely behind Peach Rabbit, speaking in a manner that sought to ingratiate himself. Peach Rabbit sighed in exasperation. T-Pig, do you have nothing better to do today? The rear admiral, Peach Rabbit, had grown weary of T-Pig's persistent advances and had stepped outside for a leisurely stroll, only to find herself followed. T-Pig flashed a grin, revealing a set of uneven teeth, stating, Nothing is more significant than you, Gun. Let us go take a look. Peach Rabbit thought helplessly of her ardent pursuer. Despite having rejected him no less than 42 times, his enthusiasm remained undiminished. At times, she felt a strong urge to retaliate physically, but during their sparring sessions, T-Pig would intentionally allow her to win, making it difficult for her to strike back. Were it not for his generally amiable nature and their shared rank of rear admiral, she might have sought assistance from Sister Crane. Through the exchanges of the crowd, T-Pig quickly discerned the situation at hand. It turned out a few young men were engaged in a brawl, hardly a spectacle worth watching. Gun, why not accompany me to the back street instead? I've heard a delightful dessert shop has recently opened there. No, I am rather curious to see how the naval officers of this elite camp are faring. Peach Rabbit spoke softly. All right, I shall pave the way for you. T-Pig straightened his posture, suppressing the smile that had graced his face, and cleared his throat with deliberate force. Ahem. His voice resonated loudly, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Goodness, who coughs so robustly? Could it be a case of lead poisoning? T-Pig's expression darkened significantly. Major T-Pig and Major Peach Rabbit. The previously boisterous atmosphere instantaneously fell silent. The once gallant young man lowered his head in humility. The crowd naturally parted, creating a path, a privilege afforded by their reputations. Very well, Gun, let us proceed inside. As T-Pig turned to Peach Rabbit, a conciliatory smile returned to his face. The naval officers had long since grown accustomed to this, for Major T-Pig's reputation as an obsequious sycophant was well known within the naval headquarters. In the center of the gathering, four naval officers unsheathed their swords in unison, exchanging knowing glances before launching a coordinated assault on Lin Qi. The sound of gunfire erupted. A bullet hurtling toward Mausolei. A mere parlor trick, the trajectory indicated it was aimed at his thigh. Mausolei's face lit up with pride as he deftly deflected the bullet with a clang. How can there be another? However, in the blink of an eye, Mausolei discovered that another bullet followed closely behind the first. Unfortunately, he was unable to sheath his weapon in time to block it, and the bullet struck his nose with precision. The clattering of his sword echoed as it fell to the ground, and Mausolei clutched his now red nose, hopping in pain. It turned out that Lin Qi had drawn his twin pistols simultaneously, firing 2 shots in such rapid succession that they sounded like a single report. What a cunning little rascal, his marksmanship is commendable, Peach Rabbit chided with a laugh. Seeing Peach Rabbit smile, T-Pig's regard for Lin Qi grew slightly warmer. The onlookers were further astonished to witness Mausolei's defeat. Is this for real? Has he truly been bested from the outset? Is Lin Qi this formidable? A man exclaimed. I have a foreboding feeling that Mausolei and his companions are in for a rough time. In the center of the arena, Mausolei, with reddened eyes, begrudgingly retreated to the sidelines. Had those bullets been real, he would have been dead by now. After expending his ammunition, Lin Qi deftly discarded his firearm. In this world, firearms required reloading after a single shot, and with the enemy charging forth, there was no time for such delays. Fall. Zinniai. 3 naval swords descended from various angles. Lin Qi's gaze sharpened, shave. In an instant, his figure vanished as if teleporting, leaving behind mere afterimages. The trio, stunned by the miss, gasped in disbelief at his incredible speed. Shave. Lynch appeared beside the buzz-cut man like a wraith, delivering a powerful blow to his side. Had it been a novice employing the technique, he would likely have faltered after a single use. However, Lynch had upgraded his skill with items from the marketplace. The buzz-cut man was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling twice before he managed to prop himself up, only to retch violently, as if he might expel his bile. Was that Shave? Asked Peach Rabbit, casting an inquisitive glance at T-Pig. If memory serves. Instruction in the Marine 6 styles commences in the 2nd week of joining the elite camp, does it not? T-Pig responded to Peach Rabbit. Noting that according to the annual selection timeline of the elite camp, today marked their 9th day since joining. Just 1 day, T-Pig exclaimed, astonished. It had taken him half a week to master Shave. Could it be that this young man possesses greater talent than he? Peach Rabbit smiled, remarking that it seemed Master Zephyr had indeed found them a worthy junior disciple. One should never underestimate the influence of a retired admiral, particularly one who has served as an instructor for 16 years. Presently, nearly 60% of the upper echelons of the Navy were products of Zephyr's tutelage. Impressive indeed. Lynch had already taken down half of his opponents. It seems wise to steer clear of provoking him henceforth. I have no desire to be reduced to a mere caricature of a pig. Lynch's consecutive victories over the 2 individuals elicited a wave of astonishment from the crowd. Joseph gazed in terror at his fallen companion, his eyes reflecting a profound fear as they turned towards Lynch. Hey, you just used Shave, didn't you? It must have been. Lynch nodded indifferently. Damn, we haven't even learned the moon step, yet you've already mastered the art of shaving? Joseph was filled with dread. What kind of monster was this? It was absurd that they had intended to provoke such a creature. It seemed they had deliberately chosen an environment unsuitable for the moon's step, and to the adversary, they must appear as mere jesters. Joseph exchanged glances with his last remaining companion, as if to convey, shall we continue fighting? Fight my foot. The 2 of them heartily threw away their navy swords and exclaimed, we concede. Lynch gazed with a smile at the discarded naval sword. Have I agreed to your surrender? He queried. Must we all concede defeat? Joseph lamented, feeling as though he were destined to endure a beating that day. Of course not. It is you who shall be dealt with, and it is you who shall concede. It is not so simple. As Lynch's hand drew closer, Joseph and another companion shut their eyes in fear. The anticipated punishment did not materialize. Instead, Lynch gently tapped their heads twice. Your lives are your own. Next time, do not act impulsively, nor let others incite you into becoming a scapegoat. Such behavior is perilous, especially on the battlefield. I'm sorry, Brother Lynch. The 2, their eyes brimming with tears, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and admiration for his magnanimity. Indeed, the tears flowed like a fountain, prompting Lynch to marvel once more at the wonders of human emotion. After witnessing this altercation, all present shared a singular thought. This individual is truly formidable. He not only decisively defeated 2 adversaries, but also won over their hearts, revealing in him not just strength, but also profound character. Following a brief silence, the crowd erupted into unparalleled cheers, celebrating Lynch's triumph. Tao Tu and Cha Tun had, unbeknownst to anyone, already departed. The victorious Lynch remained, utilizing a fourfold body tempering scroll for a week, diligently honing his physique. The morning passed in rigorous training, followed by a midday meal, an afternoon of elite camp courses, and an evening of special training with teacher Zephyr. Notably, following the previous pirate extermination incident, Smoker displayed less defiance and more diligence. The next day arrived, and before the naval dormitory, a voluptuous beauty approached. "Brother Lynch, Tina has come to see you." Since his victory over the four provocateurs, the attitudes of those around him had shifted, as evidenced by the altered way his roommates addressed him. Tina, having learned of the previous day's events early in the morning, came to offer her apologies. "I'm sorry. I had warned them not to trouble you again. It is not your fault they came. It is not your concern." Freshly washed, Lynch's hair glistened, and as he absent-mindedly dried it with a towel, he seemed even more handsome than usual, catching Tina's attention. "Moreover, I should be the one apologizing to you, for I acted inappropriately towards you." Meeting Lynch's gaze, memories of that day flooded Tina's mind, causing her to turn away, her lips tingling with embarrassment. "Let us not dwell on that. It is of no consequence to me." "Of no consequence?" Lynch raised an eyebrow. "No, that is not what I meant." Tina's cheeks flushed to deep crimson, clearly indicating that this matter touched upon a realm of ignorance for one who had never experienced romance. After collecting her thoughts for quite some time, Tina earnestly stated, "You have saved my life, so please refrain from speaking in such a detached manner." Observing the flustered expression of the poised naval officer before him, which was utterly endearing, Lin Qi decided to cease his teasing. To continue further would be unwise. "Haha, I won't tease you anymore. I comprehend your sentiments." "How annoying," Tina remarked, casting a half-reproachful, half-pouty glance at Lin Qi. "Since you are not angry, may I pose a question?" "Go ahead. What does mean?" Tina inquired, her lips slightly parted. "Today, someone from our elite camp said they would no longer be my dot." There was another phrase Tina refrained from uttering. For Miss Tina was the woman whom Brother Lin Qi had set his sights upon. Upon hearing this, Lynch immediately recognized it was those fellows from Joseph's circle. Stifling a laugh, he inquired, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? What constitutes the truth, and what is deemed a falsehood?" "The truth," he explained, revealing the meaning of a sycophant, which elicited a dramatic eye roll from Tina, quite a sight to behold. "You are incorrigible. I had thought it was something genuinely commendable." Lynch erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, the companions in the dormitory, listening to the joviality outside the door, felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Brother Lin Qi is not only exceptionally skilled, but also possesses remarkable charm. After enjoying breakfast with Tina, Lin Qi encountered an unexpected figure while returning to his dormitory to retrieve some belongings. Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, known as the Buddha of the battlefield and a close ally of Carp, upholds a justice that commands the world. He was also the mastermind behind the plan that ultimately led to the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates. Admiral Sengoku, Lin Qi promptly saluted. In response to the unfamiliar Navy officer's greeting, Sengoku merely smiled. It is well known that although Sengoku is not yet an admiral, the current fleet admiral Kong has already designated him as his successor. Moreover, Kong has entrusted Sengoku with all the duties of the fleet admiral, spending his days basking in the sun, awaiting the moment he departs, thereby allowing Sengoku to assume his rightful position. Initially, Sengoku would shyly assert that he was not yet an admiral, but as time passed and he was addressed as such more frequently, he ceased to correct them. "You are Lin Qi?" The more Sengoku observed the young officer before him, the more familiar he appeared. Suddenly, he recalled that on the night Lin Qi accompanied Zephyr to eliminate pirates, the profiles of Lin Qi, Tina, and Smoker had already graced Sengoku's desk. The following day, during a casual tea with his old friend Zephyr, they had discussed this Navy officer, and Sengoku remembered Zephyr's high praise for him. Thus, Sengoku made a note of Lin Qi. "This young man is far more handsome than in the photographs. Do you know me?" "Admiral Sengoku?" Lin Qi expressed his surprise. "Of course, I recognize you. You are a prodigy of our Navy. You must continue to strive diligently for the protection of our nation and its citizens." While Sengoku encouraged him verbally, he pondered the possibility of getting to know Lin Qi better. Given Zephyr's commendation, there are many factions within the Navy, such as the Hawks, Doves, Neutrals, and Fence-sitters. If my memory serves me correctly, you worked on a farm before joining the Navy, did you not? You must be adept at shearing sheep. "Yes, Admiral, Lin Qi replied, puzzled by Sengoku's sudden inquiry. If possible, I would like to request your assistance in shearing my pet sheep. Its wool has grown excessively long. Sensing Lin Qi might misunderstand, Sengoku added, that sheep is involved in confidential matters. It is best to entrust such tasks to someone reliable. The implication of confidential refers to whether you feed the goat the documents after reading them. It seems that this goat is rather well informed, in a literal sense. Lynch silently grumbled in his heart, but respectfully stated, it is an honor for me that the marshal trusts me. I am willing. Zhangguo looked at Lynch with satisfaction. Recognizing that this youth indeed possessed a sense of justice, remaining humble and composed, a promising talent. At that moment, the voice of the system suddenly echoed. New life choices have been unlocked. Choice Task 1. Trim the goat normally. Reward, 500 points. Choice Task 2. Style the goat into a dazzling and extravagant appearance. Reward, Swordsmanship Experience Book. Choice Task 3. Shave the goat into a Mediterranean hairstyle. Reward, Companion Tom. Upon seeing the tasks and rewards, Lynch was rendered speechless. Could this system really produce living creatures? Zhangguo, noticing Lynch's prolonged silence and wide-open mouth, mistakenly assumed he had reconsidered. This was understandable, after all. Young people often harbor lofty ambitions, and shearing sheep is typically considered a menial task. If you are unwilling, I can find someone else to assist. As the opportunity began to slip away, Lynch excitedly grasped Zhangguo's hand. No, Marshal. Given the confidential nature of this task, allow me to undertake this sacred mission. Zhangguo thought, why is this child suddenly so fervent? He then led Lynch to the marshal's office, pointing at the goat beside the desk. This is the goat. The tools are in the box. Please do not touch the documents on the table. I will step out for a moment. I assure you I will complete the task. Marshal Zhangguo. As he watched Zhangguo's figure retreat, Lynch stretched his arms, retrieved the shears and clippers from the box, and cautiously approached the goat. The goat seemed to sense impending danger and began to move restlessly back and forth. With a buzz, Lynch switched on the clippers and tightly embraced the goat. With a ripping sound, a groove was shaved into the hair atop the goat's head. Feeling the sudden chill on its scalp, the goat bleated plaintively and struggled vigorously. Be quiet. It will be over shortly. I promise you will captivate a flock of little nannies. As he spoke, Lynch's movements quickened. The areas that had been sheared were left completely bare, truly resembling a Mediterranean style, not a single strand remaining. In this world, animals possess remarkably high intelligence. They not only comprehend speech, but some can even converse. After casting Lynch a skeptical glance that conveyed, I don't believe you, the goat bleated even louder. Meh, 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 ha ha ha, Zhangguo, you old rascal, surely you aren't up to anything unspeakable with your goat. Its cries are rather tragic. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Carp strode in with an air of indifference, munching on a bag of rice crackers. At that moment, Lynch made his final cut. The goat stood there, entirely enveloped in fluffy wool, except for the bald patch on its head, resembling a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, creating a rather comical sight. With tears welling in its eyes, the goat gazed at Carp. Fa ha ha. This is utterly hilarious. Carp could no longer contain himself, leaning against the door, roaring with laughter, causing the rice crackers to fall to the floor as tears streamed down his face. Lynch chuckled awkwardly and explained. It was the general from the warring states who requested my assistance in shearing the sheep. Ha ha ha. This hairstyle, my dear fellow, you are truly talented. Every time he beheld the whimsical hairstyles of his old friend's pet, Carp could not suppress his laughter, to the point of experiencing abdominal pain. Carp, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Please help me identify any remaining flaws so I can make adjustments. Very well, allow me to offer my guidance. Carp replied with enthusiasm as he approached, reminiscent of a playful child. Initially, it was Carp who directed Lynch in the shearing process. But soon he found it insufficiently engaging and seized the tools to take matters into his own hands. Lynch could not help but marvel at how much Captain Carp's personality resembled that of Luffy. They truly were a remarkable grandfather-grandson duo. It was indeed a miracle that such a comical family could produce a dragon. Ultimately, through their collaboration, a peculiar and flamboyant sheep emerged. Ha ha ha, perfection. I can only imagine the look on Sengoku's face upon encountering that goat. Carp chuckled while picking his nose. As fate would have it, Sengoku returned just at that moment. Upon opening the door, his first reaction was to question what sort of bizarre creature lay before him. His second thought was, where is my sheep? His third and most alarming realization was, that is indeed my sheep. Sengoku's gaze slowly shifted to the scissors in Carp's hand. his forehead veins bulging as he gritted his teeth, uttering each syllable with intensity. Carp. A donut slipped from his grasp, hurtling towards Carp. Carp burst into hearty laughter. Oh no, Sengoku was genuinely angry this time. We must flee. He seized Lynch and leaped out of the window, not forgetting to snatch a few donuts to munch on before their escape. As they rounded a corner, Carp paused, patting Lynch on the head. Do not fear. Sengoku's anger will last no more than half an hour. Carp, who frequently pilfered Sengoku's snacks, understood his temperament all too well. I am not particularly afraid, after all. It is you, Captain Carp, who is the true culprit. I am merely an accomplice. Carp shot him a fierce look. What's mine is mine. Are you not considering joining me on my ship? Not at all, Captain Carp. I still need to establish my foundation in the elite camp. Lynch pondered to himself. Given your character, one might fear that even the mightiest of pirates would fall at your fist, leaving no room for my pursuit of points. Humph. Is it not merely the Navy's 6 styles? I could teach you that just the same. With such words, he noted Carp's lack of insistence upon extending another invitation. Once Carp departed, Lynch retreated to a secluded corner, whispering, extract rewards. At that moment, in the realm of the mouse, Tom trudged down the street, dejectedly carrying a small bag of belongings atop a stick. He had consistently failed to catch any mice, leading his owner to procure a machine as a replacement for him, subsequently casting Tom out. Just as Tom found himself in despair, a voice resonated in his mind. Do you wish to venture into another world? 1. Willing to. Very willing. Tom's fur bristled in surprise, and with a swift leap, he soared 5 meters into the air, only to crash down, transforming into a puddle of liquid before gradually reconstituting. What was that sound? Had he misheard? In exchange, you may express your desires. A piece of parchment materialized in Tom's grasp. His eyes widened in astonishment, then quickly contracted like a spring. It was no illusion. Suddenly struck by a thought, Tom fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, words began to materialize upon the parchment. Please grant Tom a master, one who shall not abandon him. In Tom's heart, only those with a master could truly be called home. Without one, he was merely wild. Tom yearned for a home, not for a wild existence. The parchment turned to ashes, dissipating into the air, as a void appeared, drawing Tom into its depths. Meanwhile, Lynch gazed at the British short hair that had materialized before him. Lost in thought, the blue and white hues were strikingly reminiscent of the Tom he had once seen in his childhood. Are you Tom? Lynch inquired. Lynch was unfazed by the possibility that Tom might not comprehend his words, for Tom was a seasoned individual with an illustrious background. He had served as a sailor in America, a royal guard in Britain, a samurai in Japan, ventured into space, set foot on the moon, and assisted various scientists. He had donned the roles of a police officer, a prison guard, a sentinel, and a swordsman. Through his rich tapestry of life experiences, Tom had mastered countless skills and was proficient in 16 languages. Upon noticing the attire worn by Lynch, Tom promptly rendered a salute and nodded vigorously. Impressive indeed. It was truly that remarkable Tom. Lynch was overjoyed. Lynch crouched down, intending to take a closer look, when a stool was handed to him from the side. Instinctively, he accepted it, saying, "Thank you." However, in the next moment, Lynch realized, glancing at Tom, "Where did you get that stool?" Tom scratched his head and pulled out another stool from the fur at the base of his tail. Lynch swallowed, astonished. Both stools were larger than Tom himself. How had he concealed them within his fur? Indeed, Tom, like his animated counterpart, occasionally produced items seemingly out of thin air. Can you hide things in your fur? Lynch inquired, and Tom nodded. How much can you conceal? Tom pondered for a moment, seemingly unaware of the extent of his hidden treasures, and began to extract them one by one. A shovel, firecrackers, canned goods, a hammer, dried fish, and a telescope. An endless array of items emerged, forming a 2-meter-high mound. That's enough. Put it all back, Lynch urged. Upon hearing his words, Tom began to stow the items away one by one. Lynch gently ruffled Tom's hair, eliciting a contented squint from Tom as he instinctively leaned into Lynch's palm. For the time being, Tom felt quite pleased with his new master, unlike the previous one who never offered such tender gestures. Is there something you wish to do now? This time, Tom was as swift as lightning, somehow procuring a stick and scribbling awkwardly on the ground. Go home. Previously, things were manageable, but now, with Tom in the picture, Lynch believed it was no longer feasible to continue residing with his roommates, lest he inadvertently reveal something. Lynch, accompanied by Tom, rented a spacious two-story unit in the naval housing area for a monthly fee of 60,000 Bailey. The residence comprised 5 rooms, 2 living areas, 2 bathrooms, 2 kitchens, and a dining room. While naval accommodations were complimentary, the family housing varied from free to paid options. Having resolved to rent, they opted for a suitable choice to avoid the hassle of moving later. Stay put at home, and I shall procure some provisions and a cozy nook for you, Lynch remarked, stroking Tom's fur. Suddenly, Tom clung to Lynch's leg, puffing out his chest and mimicking a bicep curl. What's this? Do you intend to protect me? Lynch inquired. Tom nodded vigorously, a fleeting blur of enthusiasm. Then let us embark together. Lynch gently grasped the nape of Tom's neck, settling him upon his shoulder. Upon exiting the family building, they found themselves amidst a bustling commercial street frequented by the residents, making their shopping endeavors quite convenient. After acquiring the necessary household items, Lynch carried a multitude of bags while Tom assisted with one. As they strolled along the street, a pair of familiar voices suddenly reached Lynch's ears, reminiscent of a prior encounter. Following the sound, he spotted a tall, striking woman alongside a rather unsavory-looking man in front of a CAF. Just by observing the woman's curvaceous silhouette, one could surmise she possessed remarkable beauty. The man, clad in garish attire, was not difficult to identify as the infamous Rear Admiral Shabutin, his lewd demeanor rivaling that of a notorious figure. The identity of the woman was equally apparent, Major General T2. Do you fancy these? I could purchase them all for you, he offered. No need, Tita replied, somewhat exasperated, as she departed the shop, sensing the weight of someone's gaze upon her. Her eyes, like bolts of lightning, locked onto Lynch's, igniting an unexpected connection. Lynch hastily averted his gaze, feeling a mix of embarrassment and astonishment at being caught peeking. What a beautiful woman! He found himself nearly entranced, unable to divert his eyes from her alluring presence. Such exquisite fairness, no, such impressive curves, and such youthful vitality. How is it that the Navy is graced with so many graceful and sophisticated ladies? First, there was Tina, who, despite being only 18, exuded an air of maturity due to her remarkable development. In contrast, while Tina is transitioning from innocence to maturity, Peach Bunny resembles a perfectly ripe peach, as if it could yield juice with a mere squeeze. Speaking of which, when observing the 3 factions of the Navy, Pirates, and Revolutionary Army, one notes that the Navy is abundant in elegant women, while the Pirates are teeming with youthful charm. The Revolutionary Army, however, presents a different picture, populated by a notable number of androgynous individuals. A new path in life has been unveiled. Mission Option 1. Gain Peach Bunny's favor. Reward, 100,000 berries. Mission Option 2. Secure Peach Bunny's attire, ensuring no hint of her figure is revealed. Reward, mastery of swordsmanship upon her 20th birthday. Mission Option 3. Charge at Peach Bunny. Reward, conqueror's haki. Gulp. If the system desires my demise, it need only say so. Do you honestly believe my slight frame can withstand a kick from Peach Bunny? She is a major, and I have barely graduated from the elite camp without even attaining a rank, yet you wish for me to overstep my bounds? Lynch was certain that if he dared to treat Tao as he had once treated Tina, he would be fortunate to escape unscathed. He began to question whether the system was merely a lecherous entity. It seemed that whenever a beautiful figure appeared, it urged him to pursue them, despite the bountiful and enticing rewards. This left him apprehensive about the possibility of future missions, such as one involving the formidable Big Mom. Unfortunately, the system remained unresponsive to Lynch's grumbling, its silence stark against his musings. After much contemplation, Lynch resolved to abandon the task at hand. Setting aside the question of whether he could even approach his opponent's skill level, he had no desire to meet an untimely demise, especially considering the formidable weaponry at the opponent's disposal. The task would not vanish. He could address it another time. Have you been watching me? Tao appeared before Lynch unexpectedly, startling him. She was astonishingly swift. My apologies, Lynch said, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. The beauty of the Major General was such that it inspired admiration in all, and he too found himself unable to resist. Such a sentiment was indeed universal, yet it revealed him to be somewhat of a smooth talker. Tao leaned in, a bemused smile playing on her lips as she regarded Lynch. Lynch harbored a profound aversion to the sensation of being looked down upon. However, he found himself at the mercy of Tao, whose towering height reached an impressive 2 meters and 40 centimeters. In stark contrast, Lynch stood at a mere 1 meter and 99 centimeters, struggling to surpass the 2-meter threshold. Much like his red-haired counterpart, as they stood facing each other, Lynch barely reached Tao's chest, and he could even catch a whiff of the fragrance emanating from above. From his vantage point, the sight was undeniably magnificent. In a world where the average height soared to 2 meters and 30 centimeters, and where the three great generals averaged 3 meters tall, those who exceeded 3 meters were plentiful, Luffy's stature appeared pathetically inadequate. Unsure of how to respond to Tao. Lynch was taken aback when she proactively suggested, "Let me borrow yours for a while, and we can consider this matter settled." Tom, caught off guard, was astonished, wondering how the situation had unexpectedly turned to involve him. Lynch chuckled helplessly, "My dear Major General, if you wish to indulge, feel free to express it directly. In that case, I shall take it as your agreement." Tao lifted Tom from Lynch's shoulder, inhaling deeply with a look of sheer contentment. What a delightful experience. For someone of his seasoned affection for such endeavors, encountering a specimen like Tom, one he had never seen before and of such commendable quality, it would indeed be a torment to resist the temptation. Lynch's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Tom, casting a peculiar glance in his direction. What could this mean? "Oh, sweet little one, would you consider selling him to me for 500,000 berries?" Peach Rabbit cooed, stroking the soft fur of Tom, who seemed thoroughly indulged. "Apologies, Major General, but Tom is family. I cannot part with him." "Very well," Peach Rabbit replied, appearing unfazed. "Since you reside at Navy headquarters, I shall visit you whenever I wish to play with Tom, if that is acceptable." The pursuing T-Pig, upon hearing this, had eyes that glimmered with envy. After all, this was indeed a treasure. "Of course, Major General," Peach Rabbit responded, casting Lynch a knowing look. "There's no need to address me so formally. You are also a disciple of Master Zephyr, so you may call me Sister or Shigeyama." "All right, Shigeyama. My name is Lynch," he replied with a smile. Meanwhile, T-Pig's eyes not only glimmered with envy, but seemed to take on a greenish hue as well. Peach Rabbit had always preferred to be addressed by her code name among colleagues, but now she willingly disclosed her name to Lynch, which stirred jealousy within T-Pig. Though she bore no ill will toward this junior, feelings of envy were inevitable. "Look, this little one can actually smoke," Peach Rabbit exclaimed in delight, gazing at the small creature nestled in her arms. Unbeknownst to them, Tom had managed to procure a lit cigar. He inhaled deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke that formed the words in midair. "Hello, beautiful lady. Wow, you're amazing, little cat. Is your name Tom? Would you like to stay at my place for a few days? I have plenty of fun things," Peach Rabbit exclaimed joyfully, nuzzling Tom affectionately. With an air of pride, Tom raised a paw to gently push her face away. To woo his master, he was employing even his innate skills of guardianship. In his days as a cowboy in Mexico, this very charm had won the hearts of countless female admirers. T-Pig's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this little one have truly come to life? That's so cool. I want to learn that too. Upon seeing Tom, Peach Rabbit felt her previously irritable mood dissipate as if it had never existed. But the surprises did not end there. Tom, as if performing magic, continued to conjure an array of delightful items, skillfully mixing a fragrant, fruity beverage and presenting it to Peach Rabbit. "Is this for me?" "Thank you," she chirped, accepting the cup without a hint of suspicion. After all, who would suspect a mere little creature at Navy headquarters of harboring ill intentions? "This is delicious," she declared, licking the last drop of liquid from the corner of her mouth, suddenly questioning, "Wait, what exactly did you give me?" Peach Bunny, tipsy and flushed, felt the world spinning around her, her exposed skin turning visibly red at an alarming rate, causing her steps to falter. Seizing the moment, Tom leapt from Peach Bunny's embrace, thrusting a bottle of liquor into her arms before producing an unknown substance to spray onto Lynch. "Sister Guion, are you all right?" Lynch supported Tao too, while Cha Tun also wished to assist, but was met with a glare that sent him retreating. "Is this truly alcohol?" Clutching the bottle, Tao Tu's gaze grew increasingly hazy, as if it could weave strands of enchantment. "Sister Tao Tu, where is your home? Perhaps I should escort you back to rest for a while?" Lynch lamented his predicament. Due to his height, he had just endured a face full of snow, soft and fragrant. Yet, this was in the midst of the bustling street. He had endeavored to contemplate all things unpleasant, for being discovered would be a considerable embarrassment. "Tom, what on earth did you give to Peach Bunny? I can't shake the feeling that her gaze is intent on devouring me." Tom, seemingly attuned to his master's thoughts, proudly extended 5 fingers. 5 little fish snacks. At the very least, Tom had concocted various potions, and the one he had just produced was one of his inventions. The aroma was delightful. Peach Bunny leaned against Lynch, inhaling the enticing scent wafting from him, becoming increasingly entranced as she nestled closer into his embrace. "I don't want to go home. Please take me to your house." As soon as the words escaped her lips, she regretted them, wishing she could slap herself for such folly. What was she even saying? "Huh? What did you say?" "Peach Bunny," Lynch exclaimed in surprise. "I meant to say, take me to a CAF to sit for a moment. Just a brief respite. T-Pig, do not touch me. Let Lynch support me." Lynch supported the swaying figure of Peach Rabbit as they entered the CAF and took a seat. T-Pig silently followed, positioning himself across from them. Peach Rabbit's condition appeared to worsen. She clung tightly to Lynch, as if yearning to meld into his very being. "Cursed be this torment. I can barely endure it." As he felt the voluptuous form beside him, Lynch discreetly placed a cushion on his lap. Glancing at T-Pig across the table, an increasing awkwardness enveloped him, as though he were caught in the presence of a minotaur. Peach Rabbit's glistening eyes also fell upon T-Pig, and a flood of past memories surged within her, leaving her feeling profoundly wronged. T-Pig's fervent pursuit had escalated to a point that it disrupted her life entirely. Because of his relentless affection, she found herself devoid of male friends, and her circle of female companions had significantly dwindled. No matter where she went, she could not escape his clutches. Perhaps T-Pig bore no ill intentions, yet Peach Rabbit had reached her limit with this existence. The recent bout of intoxication solidified her resolve. She would employ any means necessary to liberate herself from T-Pig, even if it meant troubling Sister Crane. So be it. Wait. Perhaps there exists a method superior to that of Sister Crane. Peach Rabbit lowered her gaze and noticed Lynch nestled in her embrace, her eyes shimmering with affection, her cheeks tinged with a deeper blush. From the moment they first met, she had found her junior brother to be incredibly handsome, perhaps. The fragrant breath of Peach Rabbit enveloped Lynch, leaving him parched and yearning. "Sister Guion, do you require anything?" Lynch looked up at the stunning woman before him. Suddenly, Peach Rabbit cupped Lynch's face and leaned down to kiss him, her soft and sweet lips making contact. "Ah!" Lynch's pupils trembled. What an astonishing turn of events. He too had experienced the surprise of an unexpected kiss. Such is the cycle of fate. May it bestow upon him more moments like this. Under the influence of the intoxicating substance, events began to veer into an uncharted territory. Humph. Upon witnessing this scene, T-Pig could no longer contain himself. He stormed away in indignation. As he exited the tea house, he felt as though something within him had shattered, a solitary tear tracing down his right cheek. Guion. Oh, Guion, why must it come to this? From the very first day he joined the Navy, amidst the bustling crowd, T-Pig had fallen hopelessly in love with Guion. His efforts, his struggles, everything was for her. Guion was his entire world. He would willingly sacrifice his life for her. T-Pig understood that Guion did not harbor feelings for him, yet he had never succumbed to despair, even after countless rejections. For he believed that one day, he would touch Guion's heart. But today his heart lay shattered. It seemed he had lost the purpose to live and strive. Boom. At this very moment in the CAF, an unparalleled aura of supreme dominance erupted, permeating much of Marineford. The walls of the naval base trembled with the force. This supreme color, a power that cannot be altered through mere training, grows stronger solely with the enhancement of one's spirit. If the spirit is sufficiently potent, even a newly awakened supreme color can move mountains and fill seas. Centered around Lynch, people within the vicinity fell like wheat being harvested. The disoriented Peach Rabbit, having taken medication, was overwhelmed by this surge and fainted. Passers-by on the streets, who were just leisurely shopping moments ago, collapsed with rolled-back eyes under the impact of the supreme color. In the naval conference room, Sengoku stood, supporting himself on a trembling table, and with a snap, crushed his glasses, revealing his inner turmoil. Could this formidable supreme color signify the resurrection of that rascal Roger? Or perhaps Whitebeard has come to confront us? Ha ha. It has been many years since I encountered such an extraordinary display of supreme color. Carp, with legs crossed, laughed heartily. Vice Admiral Tsuru cast a glance at the two, exasperated, and said, "Shouldn't you go ascertain what is happening?" Above the Red Continent, in Mariehua, within Panga City, a woman of graceful figure clad in light gauze sat upon the throne of void. Emu lowered her sun-kissed legs, her three eyes narrowing as she gazed knowingly towards the direction of Marineford. Parting her lips, she murmured, "The qualifications of a king, perhaps? I have found what I desire." Under the influence of the supreme color, Lynch reached out as if grasping a target in the void, his eyes blood-red. "What I want is everything." As the incident unfolded at the heart of the naval base, two admirals soon arrived. What a fearsome young man indeed. This brat is the one emanating the supreme color? Approximately half an hour later, those who had fainted began to regain consciousness, while Lynch was invited to the highest naval conference room. Alongside him were the three admirals: Carp, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Zephyr. The summoned Peach Rabbit felt a twinge of panic at the gravity of the situation. Why was she called to such a meeting? She felt weak, pitiful, and helpless. Well then, Gion, could you explain to everyone how this brat awakened his supreme color? Vice Admiral Tsuru, despite her age, found this matter utterly absurd. Of course, Sister Tsuru, Peach Rabbit stood, her cheeks flushed, and succinctly declared, "I drunkenly kissed Lynch, and then he awakened the supreme color." Upon finishing her confession, Peach Rabbit blushed fiercely, wishing to find a crevice in the earth to hide. The remaining individuals exchanged peculiar glances, astonished. To kiss and awaken the supreme color, this could truly be deemed a supernatural event. Why had they not experienced such fortune? The conqueror's haki is a rare innate quality, possessed by only 1 in a million. Presently, none of the three admirals possessed this extraordinary ability, highlighting its rarity. Ha ha ha, little Shigeyama, a kiss has awakened your conqueror's haki. You are bound to gain fame. Only Garp seems to find amusement in this moment. Yet, within 3 seconds, he received a punch from Tsuru on the back of his head. Be serious, Tsuru remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her younger sister, recognizing that Momotori wished to flee. Sengoku rapped the table twice to draw everyone's attention, stating earnestly, as you all know, the conqueror's haki can only awaken during life and death situations or after experiencing significant stimuli. Kizaru drawled, so, are you suggesting that Shigeyama's passionate kiss caused Lin Qi to undergo intense mental stimulation, thus awakening his conqueror's haki? The crowd remained incredulous. What kind of stimulus could possibly rival that of a life-or-death moment? Yet, this was the only plausible explanation. One could only say, little Shigeyama is impressive. Shigeyama, you have inflicted considerable mental stimulation on Lin Qi. Remember to comfort him often in the future. Suddenly, Zephyr chimed in. Tsuru furrowed her brow, then relaxed. It was evident that Shigeyama's bold kiss indicated her interest in Lin Qi. Let it unfold naturally. Following this incident, Lin Qi would surely be designated as a key candidate for cultivation. And he indeed deserves someone like Momotori. Sengoku turned his gaze to the protagonist of this event, Lin Qi, and affirmed, that seems about right. Lynch touched his nose, contemplating the considerable repercussions of the recent incident. Very well, Sengoku's gaze swept across the faces of the gathered individuals. Lynch's unparalleled conqueror's haki warranted substantial investment in his development. Does anyone dissent? Since entering the world of pirates, their audacity has only escalated. It is high time to cultivate a general proficient in conqueror's haki to instill fear among pirates. Agreed. I have no objections. Whatever. Soon, opinions were consolidated, and Sengoku made a decisive judgment. Henceforth, Lynch shall withdraw from the elite camp, to be mentored exclusively by Zephyr and Garp. These two are the most adept instructors in the Navy. The former has trained 3 admirals, while the latter has nurtured Dragon. As you command, Admiral Sengoku, Lynch replied. Until he returned home, Lynch felt as though the events of the day had been a mere dream. Furthermore, he issued a stern warning to Tom, forbidding him from administering any substances to his comrades without prior consent. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Time flew by swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed, during which numerous events transpired. Firstly, there was Peach Rabbit, who seemingly believed that the incident that day was her fault, harboring a sense of guilt towards Lynch. She would visit Lynch every couple of days, assisting with household chores and cooking. Some days she came multiple times, revealing a fondness for staying with Lynch under the pretense of visiting Tom. As if her connection to Lynch were non-existent, Lynch chose not to address this, relishing the meals prepared by Peach Rabbit. The two tacitly agreed to refrain from mentioning the events of that day. Through their frequent closeness, their relationship blossomed rapidly. This led Lynch to feel that Peach Rabbit's gaze towards him was somewhat peculiar. He perceived it as akin to his sister's look towards her brother, yet intertwined with something else entirely, an odd sensation. Tina visited even more often, as Peach Rabbit, being a major, had a rather busy schedule. Tina was proficient in all domestic tasks, cleaning, cooking, and laundry, making it hard to believe she hailed from a noble family in the East Sea. At times, Lynch contemplated the prospect of marrying Tina, uncertain of her potential agreement. With the indulgence of 2 formidable naval ladies, he rarely ventured out for meals. Smoker frequently sought him out for sparring. However, for the past 3 months, Smoker had ceased to be a worthy adversary. Among his peers, Lynch was acquainted with only these three individuals. Over the past 6 months, he devoted himself entirely to training under Zephyr and Garp. Even the two inept characters from the original story experienced remarkable transformations after merely 6 months of training with Garp. How much more profound would be Lynch's own evolution? His strength metamorphosed almost daily, yielding astonishing progress. Notably, Chahog had genuinely abandoned his harassment of Peach Rabbit. Moreover, he was seldom spotted at the naval base, spending the majority of his time pursuing pirates at sea. As half a year passed, all the graduates from the elite camp were assigned to various naval units. Smoker and Tina were retained by Lynch, forming the core of his crew. Lynch had long submitted a proposal for an independent voyage. The initial response from Sengoku was that Lynch lacked the qualifications to command a naval vessel. Yesterday marked the day of his graduation under the tutelage of Master Zephyr and Garp. They indicated that they had imparted all necessary teachings, leaving only self-discovery. Over these 6 months, he had endured Garp's affectionate iron fist in his quest to master observation haki. At this moment, a throng of sailors gathered along the coast, occasionally glancing toward the sea, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the water bulged, releasing a torrent of seawater that formed towering waves, surging toward the shoreline. Quick! Lynch is emerging. Let us assist him. A collective gasp arose. Wow, today the Sea King is even larger. Truly, Lynch is exceptional. Lynch, bare-chested, dragged a colossal sea creature corpse measuring 1,000 meters as he slowly approached the shore, casually tossing the creature onto the beach. He accepted a towel from his subordinate to dry his hair. Take it to the mess hall. We have extra rations tonight, he commanded. Yes, Boss Lynch. A prepared group of dozens, equipped with forklifts and other tools, began to haul away the massive sea creature's remains. It seems we are in for a treat tonight, one remarked, licking his lips. The larger the sea creature, the more energy it contained, and the more delectable its flesh. Creatures exceeding 1 kilometer in length are rarely seen even by the naval headquarters. We owe this indulgence to Brother Lynch, who frequently ventures into the sea to battle such beasts. Indeed, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude to the boss. We are all brothers. No need for formality, Lynch replied with a hearty smile. Brother Lynch, I have good news. From a distance, the unmistakable sight of Joseph's prominent tusks could be seen. Ever since the defeat of Joseph's quartet 6 months prior, he had developed an inexplicable fervor for Lynch. What has brought you such joy? Lynch inquired as Joseph, breathless, presented 2 envelopes adorned with embroidered doves of peace. These are to be delivered to you from Vice Admiral Garp. Oh, from Vice Admiral Garp? Lynch first opened a letter and discovered it contained a colonel's appointment letter, with an additional note tucked at the bottom. Although you possess the strength of a general, the rank of colonel is the highest military title I can bestow upon you. Any higher, without remarkable military achievements, would fail to command the respect of the warring states. In the Navy, ranks are categorized as follows: private, private first class, corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, warrant officer, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, general, and marshal. We have not yet entered the era where exceptions are made for rank. Military merit and experience remain crucial. Colonel is no trivial rank. Does the warring states not fear being perceived as favoring connections? Another envelope granted him the highest command of a warship. The crew was modest, consisting of only 200 men, a number that suited Lynch perfectly. A larger crew would hinder speed during pirate pursuits. Closing the 2 letters, he laughed heartily, declaring it a delightful development, and expressed his gratitude. What good news is this? Share it with Tina. Tina appeared behind him, carrying a food box. The crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting in unison. Sister Tina. Quiet. Tina retorted, her face flushed. Upon hearing that Lynch was finally setting sail, she was elated, grasping his hand and insisting that she must accompany him. Of course, Lynch replied, affectionately patting her head with a smile. I can't do without your cooking, so what have you brought today? Tina opened the food box and revealed 3 bento boxes. This is the Sea King meat you hunted yesterday. I season it with pepper and salt. And the rest are all your favorite dishes. The meat from the Sea King is imbued with immense energy. Often a single piece of premium Sea King meat equating to the energy of an entire cart of beef. Brother, the table. A group of individuals, already accustomed to such scenes, efficiently brought over tables and chairs. In order to carve out more time for training, he had largely ceased visiting the mess hall. Lynch snapped the chopsticks apart, suddenly recalling something, and turned to Tina. Shall we share a meal? Ah, Tina replied, brushing her hair behind her ear, leaning forward with her lips parted like a bird awaiting its feet. Lynch deftly picked up a piece of sea king meat and offered it to Tina, who relished the exquisite flavor. With a mere taste, she hesitated, gazing at Lynch, and said, "Let us return home early tonight. I have something to discuss with you." "All right," Lynch replied. After Tina departed, he devoured his bento, yet his thoughts drifted far away. Smoker had been missing for half a month, reportedly on a classified mission. How peculiar. System. Display personal interface. Host. Lynch combat abilities. Moonwalk. Peak. Shave. Advanced. Gale steps. Advanced. Gunpoint. Advanced. Iron block. Intermediate. Life return. Intermediate. Paper drawing. Beginner. Note. All ultimate techniques are represented by proficiency levels. Living skills. Navigation. Beginner. Culinary arts. Beginner. Basic attributes. Constitution. Level 4. Physique master. Swordsmanship. Level 4. Swordmaster. Marksmanship. Level 3. Seasoned sniper. Observation haki. Level 3. Armament haki. Level 4. Conqueror's haki. Level 5. Conqueror's king. Note. Abilities without limits can be perpetually enhanced. Represented by basic attributes. This is the culmination of Lynch's endeavors over the past 6 months. If one were to inquire about the extent of his current limits, even Lynch himself remained uncertain. During this period, with both Garp and Zephyr being formidable close combat fighters, he was compelled to embark on a similar path. However, due to his innate talent, his marksmanship had barely reached level 3. Regarding his points, he hadn't had any opportunities to venture out to sea in the past 6 months. He had been quietly developing, and his points still stood at 0. Suddenly, a warship approached, and Lynch spotted a graceful figure at the bow. It was Sister Peach Rabbit returning with captured pirates. He seemed to witness a pirate, bound in iron chains, burst through the naval guards and leap into the sea. Not good. The criminal has escaped. The Navy shouted anxiously, as more rushed into the water. Trying to flee? This is the Navy headquarters. Suddenly, Lynch's expression shifted. Something was amiss. The individual seemed to be contemplating suicide. The prisoner was bound in chains, plummeting at an alarming rate. As he observed Sister Peach Rabbit preparing to leap as well, Lynch felt a surge of urgency. How could Sister Peach Rabbit's voluptuous figure endure the onslaught of the sea's waves, her garments becoming drenched? Sister Peach Rabbit, I shall assist you. Lynch, gliding with the grace of a moonwalk, plunged into the sea like a torpedo. I've caught up. When Lynch seized the man, he was gulping down seawater, attempting to drown himself. Blood trickled from the man's mouth, and Lynch realized that he had likely bitten off his own tongue in desperation. After tossing the man back onto the deck, a group of doctors rushed forward to administer emergency aid. Tao 2 exhaled deeply, patting his robust chest, grateful for the timely intervention, as he had not anticipated that the criminal would have the strength to struggle, nearly leading to his demise. Lynch was perplexed as to why that individual chose to take his own life. He was the captain of the Starry Seas Pirates, and his suicide might have stemmed from a desire to spare his subordinates from potential repercussions. Peach Rabbit glanced around before whispering in Lynch's ear, in truth, it is the Marshal who intends to use him as bait, hoping to capture the remaining members of the pirate crew in one fell swoop. The scent wafting from her presence was intoxicating and tantalizing. Lynch nodded, recognizing this as a tactic likely to be employed against Whitebeard in the future. It seemed that Sengoku had engaged in such practices before, hence his adeptness. One could surmise that there exist individuals of deep loyalty and honor among pirates as well. However, in comparison, the malevolent pirates far outnumber the virtuous ones. That said, what heinous act could the Starry Sea pirate crew have committed to draw Sengoku's ire so severely? Rumor has it that they slaughtered a significant portion of a kingdom's nobility. Lynch retracted his previous statement, feeling a tingling sensation in the palm of his hand. He came to his senses, realizing that Tao 2 was playfully tracing circles in his palm with her delicate fingers. Stay at home obediently tonight, for I have found something delightful for you during my outing. Lynch could find no reason to refuse, and could only hope that the two women would not come together in the evening. He dared not imagine the scene reminiscent of a battlefield. Nightfall arrived, marking the end of a day's training. Upon Lynch's return home, Tina awaited him like a devoted little wife, having prepared an exquisite feast for him to enjoy. You're back. You must be exhausted, she exclaimed, leaping off the sofa. Clad in her slippers, she hurried over to him, helping him remove his coat and hanging it neatly, before fetching a pair of slippers for Lynch from the entrance. Lynch was lost in thought until Tina gently nudged him back to reality. Fool, what are you pondering? Lynch chuckled. I was just thinking how wonderful it would be if you were my wife. What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? Tina's lovely face flushed instantly. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Haha, I'm on my way. At the dining table, as Lynch prepared to indulge in the delectable spread before him, he suddenly felt as if he had kicked something with his foot. Peering beneath the table, he discovered a piglet. Tom looked up at Lynch with an expression of innocent grievance. Ah, it's only you, Tom. As he savored the delicious meal, Lynch recalled Tina's words from earlier that day. Did you not say you had something to discuss with me? Tina then produced a devil fruit from behind her. This was sent to me this morning by my father through an acquaintance. Having consulted the devil fruit encyclopedia, Tina identified it as a paramecia type, the kankank fruit. She hesitated, contemplating whether to consume it, wishing to seek his opinion. Upon hearing this, Lynch fell into deep contemplation. When a woman solicits your advice, it signifies her uncertainty. In such moments, it is imperative to provide her with a definitive answer rather than a vague response. He grasped Tina's hand and said, Do not eat it. I will find you something far superior in the future. No, I wish to eat it, Tina declared, seemingly resolute, tightening her grip on Lynch's hand. Why? Lynch questioned, bewildered by her sudden change of heart. Because only then can I assist you, you silly man. You need not take such a path. No more words. My decision is made. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their faces gradually drawing nearer until their lips met in a tender kiss. Meow? Tom leaped onto the table, capturing the moment with his camera. After a lengthy pause, they parted. Tina's cheeks were flushed, adorably enchanting. I think I shall stay the night. If that is all right? She gasped, her chest rising and falling with fervor. Lynch felt parched, and could it be? Tina, upon noticing his thoughts, could not help but roll her eyes at him. You rogue, are you contemplating something indecent? She inquired. Which of your rooms is vacant? I wish to take up residence there. What of being a scoundrel? Ultimately, you are destined to be mine. Upon hearing Lynch's candid admission, Tina playfully retorted. Tom is still watching. Besides, who claims to be yours? As the two exchanged glances, Tom wore an expression of understanding before vanishing in an instant. Oh, just moments ago. You claimed I was not yours, yet you kissed me. No, I must return the favor. Woo-woo. Tina was taken aback by Lynch's audacity, rendered speechless by his kiss. Ultimately, her lips swollen from the encounter, she was unsteadily escorted back to her room. Lynch, with lips still tinged with sweetness, leaned back on the sofa, laughing. There was indeed another guest expected this evening. The clock's hands lingered at 11 o'clock, and as the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed, Lynch knew someone had arrived. Despite the fatigue that enveloped her, it could not conceal the remarkable presence of Tao Tuesday. Unlike any other day, today she not only bore the dagger at her waist, but also wielded a knife in her hand. Sister Ji Yuan, over here. Lynch beckoned to Tao Tu from the shadows. Why don't you turn on the light? Tao Tu inquired, puzzled. Tom is asleep, and I worry about waking him. Lynch replied. Very well, Tao Tu said, as she dropped onto the sofa, splaying herself out in a starfish position. You must be exhausted, Sister Ji Yuan. Let me give you a massage. Lynch gently massaged the shoulder of Tao Tu, who contentedly squinted her eyes in pleasure. Let me tell you, she began. But then suddenly deflated, forget about the Warring States period. Handing over the knife, she continued, This is a gift I have brought for you. Do you like it? I had intended to find you a magnificent sword, but unfortunately, I could only procure this fine blade. Lynch unsheathed his blade, its edge gleaming sharply under the moonlight, adorned with the inscription Long Yuan. Sister Ji Yuan, thank you. Sister Ji Yuan? Lynch turned his head and discovered that Ji Yuan was excessively fatigued, having fallen into a deep slumber on the sofa. Concerned that Tao Tu might catch a chill, he gently lifted her alluring figure and carried her to a different guest room. After covering her with a blanket, just as Lynch prepared to leave, a delicate hand suddenly grasped him. In her dream, Tao Tu mumbled, Don't go. Suddenly, a powerful force surged forth. Fearing that he might awaken Tao Tu, Lynch dared not resist and was effortlessly pulled onto the bed. Oh no, he could hardly breathe. Lynch had just exerted himself to extricate his head from an indescribable entity. A plump, elongated leg pressed down upon him with relentless force. Lynch found himself in a state of bemusement. Sighing, he decided to forego his own comfort to avoid disturbing Sister Tao Tu. With that thought, he rested his head once more against the soft surface, inhaling the rich fragrance that enveloped him, and slowly drifted into slumber. As night deepened, Tao Tu's body temperature rose steadily, eventually settling into tranquility. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a series of urgent system notifications jolted Lynch from his sleep. It indicated the Sun Pirates' intent to rescue the slaves in the Holy Land of myriad, and a new life choice had been activated. Choice 1. Remain oblivious to the outside world and continue to slumber beside Taudu. Reward: Great Blade, 2nd generation Onet. Choice 2. Proceed to thwart the Sun Pirates. Reward: Paramecia type Sweet Fruit. Choice 3. Assist the Sun Pirates in liberating the slaves. Reward: Accumulated rewards based on the degree of liberation achieved. This was a rare opportunity to accumulate rewards, but what was this about the second option? Wasn't he the sweet fruit consumed by the Empress? Could it be that the Empress would meet her demise this very night? Lynch ceased to ponder further. Whether the Empress lived or perished was of no concern to him. However, he found himself quite intrigued by the rewards that could be amassed. Sister Peach Rabbit, you are pressing a bit too firmly. With great care. He lifted the beautiful leg that rested upon him and gently adjusted the softness that lay upon his chest. Lynch stealthily lifted the blanket, slipped on his shoes, and stepped out the door. At the moment the door closed, the moonlit night revealed the eyes of the Peach Rabbit opening wide. Lynch shed his naval attire, donning a sleek black ensemble that obscured the lower half of his face, and with a surge of life essence, he augmented his stature to an imposing 2 meters 1. This transformation seemed infallible. Engaging in such clandestine affairs under his official identity would undoubtedly provoke a visit from at least 3 admirals the following day. Under the cloak of night, Lynch glided away like a specter. For him, traversing the expanse of the Red Earth continent was but a trifling matter. Having perused the original narrative, Lynch was aware that the legion of Fishman had ascended from the hinterlands of the Red Earth, thus activating his observation haki. The search proved not to be particularly arduous. Found it. After an indeterminate passage of time, he located the Sun's ship gently docking at the Red Earth. Brother Tiger, are we truly venturing forth to rescue those humans? Let us not forget your previous disdain for them. Along protested, gripping Tiger's shoulder with fervor. Along, you're being excessively unruly. Release Captain Tiger at once. The Fishman Tiger gestured towards Jinbi, who approached with a steady demeanor, fixing his gaze upon Along. Along, I understand your animosity towards humanity, yet not all humans harbor malevolence. You must learn to forgive them. Lady Odoheim aspires for our generation to foster reconciliation between fishmen and humans. While we represent the fishmen do not wholly embody us. You ought to grasp that. Furthermore, there are many of our fishmen brethren among the enslaved, and it was initially for them that I undertook this journey. Indeed, Along, you should heed Captain Tiger's wisdom. Spoke the simple-minded Shirabako. Along scoffed, stepping aside in silence. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, Tiger displayed none of the irreconcilable hatred towards humans that he once possessed. Rather, he was moved by Lady Odoheim's vision and chose to relinquish his resentment. It appeared that the renowned Sun Pirates were not as formidable as their reputation suggested, struggling even to manage their own subordinates. A sudden voice startled the Sun Pirates, for the task they were about to undertake could not afford the slightest hint of exposure. The fishmen turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a solitary figure standing imperiously atop the ship's sails, arms crossed, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. You scoundrel! How did you locate us? What are your intentions? The crew demanded, their nerves taut with tension. Along coldly brandished his shark-toothed blade, directing it at Lynch. Why all this questioning? Allow me to seize him first, then I shall interrogate him at my leisure. The other fishmen remained silent, tacitly accepting Along's decision. Young fishman, I advise you to contemplate the repercussions of acting against me. Are you prepared to bear the consequences? Lynch lowered his voice and slowly raised a finger. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged towards Arlong, causing his lifeless eyes to narrow in alarm, sweat pouring down his face. For a brief moment, he envisioned a grim future. Should he dare to strike against that man, his hand would surely be severed. Observing Arlong, who appeared as though he had just been pulled from the depths of the water, Tiger stepped forward. Esteemed warrior, please pardon Arlong's impudence. Might I inquire whether you are friend or foe? Jinbi and the other fishmen tightened their grips on their weapons, prepared to act should the man's response be unsatisfactory. Whether I am friend or foe depends on your choices, Lynch replied coolly. You intend to ascend to myriad tonight, do you not? Might I accompany you? You. This time, Tiger was genuinely alarmed. Only the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were privy to their plans for the night. How could this man possibly know? Could there be a traitor among them? Impossible. Well then, what harm is there in bringing me along? If I were with the world government, do you think you would still be standing here? Quite the contrary. I suspect you would be in a state of perpetual anxiety should you refuse to take me with you. Upon hearing this, Tiger fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, the man could not possibly be affiliated with the world government, particularly not with that cadre of overly righteous Marines. Thus, collaboration could be feasible. The true terror lay in the possibility of the man reporting them. Having resolved his thoughts, Tiger spoke solemnly, I can acquiesce to your request, but I implore you not to jeopardize us. Rest assured, I too aim to liberate slaves. Our objectives align, Lynch replied. Tiger pondered, realizing that this man was indeed aware of their plans. Boss Tiger, must we truly place our trust in this human? Jinbi voiced his concerns with a wary glance at Arlong. I have a feeling he is not our enemy, Tiger stated, gazing at Lynch. May I ask your name? Esteemed sir? Nighthawk. 5 minutes later, observing the man who had so casually integrated himself into their discussions of the rescue plan, Arlong's mouth twitched in irritation. Was it truly necessary to be so familiar when he had just frightened him half to death? Recalling the earlier terror, Arlong shivered, suppressing any urge to act out of line. Very well then, we shall entrust this to you, Nighthawk, Tiger said, folding away the map of the prison layout. Have no worries. The night sky was exceptionally dark, devoid of any visible stars. The clouds concealed the moon. As a group of fishmen ascended the red line with bare hands. To avoid revealing his identity as a Marine, Lynch climbed alongside them. The celestial dragons would never fathom that anyone would approach from the rear of the red line. Thus, they encountered no guards along the way and successfully infiltrated myriad. Nighthawk, let us proceed as planned, Tiger instructed before leading a cadre of fishmen into the shadows of the night. Lynch stealthily approached a dungeon where slaves were imprisoned, guided by the blueprints etched in his mind. Their only hope lay in rescuing as many souls as possible before being discovered. Upon detection, they would have to flee without delay. According to Tiger, myriad was rife with countless CP organizations. Should they fall into the clutches of such entities, the arrival of superior combat forces would spell certain doom. Lynch was well aware that Tiger referred to the 3 formidable commanders, with the Navy headquarters situated just beyond myriad, a journey that would take less than half an hour. However, his knowledge extended far beyond that. The terrifying and elusive CP0, the monstrous celestial dragons, the enigmatic god knights who had never made an appearance, and the most powerful each of these factions, if they were to manifest, could spell doom for all. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that myriad is the most perilous place in the world. If the reward for this undertaking were not substantial, it would be a disservice to the risks he was taking. The guards in the prison lacked significant strength, as their role was merely to oversee slaves. These individuals exhibited no semblance of vigilance. It seemed they had grown complacent in their prolonged comfort. Lynch understood that after tonight, this group would face execution at the hands of the wrathful celestial dragons. Therefore, adhering to the principle of seeing a good deed through to the end, Lynch mercilessly crushed their throats. Please, do not raise your voices. You are now free. Lynch unlocked the prison with a key, and a wave of joy overcame the group, leading them to tears. Upon their exit, they journeyed eastward, where assistance awaited to aid their escape from this place. As they expressed their gratitude, each individual bowed deeply before Lynch before departing. Ding. Congratulations on completing the first phase of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. Just as he had liberated the captives from the prison, a distant explosion reverberated through the air. Though the sound was not particularly loud, Lynch understood that time was of the essence. He hastened toward the next prison. The recent explosion had heightened the vigilance of the guards in the area. Upon spotting Lynch clad in black, a group of guards quickly surrounded him, bowing and inquiring. Do you require assistance, sir? Is there a new master in need of fresh slaves? Lynch, one sword style, night charm. Lynch's long blade emerged like a specter, slicing through the night sky. Before the guards could even react, their heads had already tumbled to the ground. Who dares to disturb this place? The prison guards, in utter shock, drew their weapons, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. It was utterly terrifying. They had not even witnessed how their comrades met their demise. He understood the importance of swift resolution. Exhaling a breath of icy resolve, one sword style, heavenly guardian, Lynch's figure became almost indistinguishable, as if he had teleported to another location, sheathing his sword. In the moment the blade was returned to its scabbard, countless streams of blood erupted from the bodies of the remaining guards, reducing them to mere heaps of flesh. Witnessing this scene, the prisoners in the cell could no longer remain seated. They scrambled to the bars, yearning with anticipation. Are you here to rescue us, sir? Lynch unlocked cell after cell with the keys obtained from the prison guard. Indeed, after you exit, head east, where someone will escort you away. Oh. The immense kindness and grace of the adults will be etched in our memories for all eternity. Some emerged covered in blood, their bodies marred and battered. With limbs cruelly severed, others had eyes that dangled grotesquely. Yet, in this moment, a spark of hope ignited within their gazes. As each prison cell swung open, upon reaching the final one, Lynch was taken aback by the opulence of the cell, crafted from exquisite sea tower stone. When he utilized the key to unlock the heavy and sealed door, he found the room shrouded in darkness, excellently soundproofed, isolating it from the outside world. Inside were 4 enslaved individuals, 4 girls. 2 were plump, 1 was slender, and the last was emaciated. 3 appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, while the youngest seemed to be merely 5 or 6. Without exception, the girls wore tattered garments, their bodies filthy, reminiscent of beggars. Their filth obscured their features, rendering it impossible to discern their beauty. The slightly older trio, upon hearing an entrance, buried their heads deep into their knees, refusing to lift their gazes or utter a sound. The 5 or 6-year-old girl stared vacantly at Lynch, a silly smile plastered across her face. Lynch discerned their wariness and refrained from approaching too closely, whispering from a distance, "You are free." The 4 seemed oblivious to his words, remaining unmoved. Boa Hancock felt a cold mirth within. They had witnessed countless times how the repugnant celestial dragons would deliberately instill hope in others only to shatter it with their own hands. It appeared that yet again, they were falling prey to the machinations of the celestial dragons. The fear of escape lingered, as they doubted they would survive until dawn. Enclosed within the confines of the room, they were unaware of Lynch's decisive act of slaying the jailers, thus rendering them distrustful of him. Lynch let out a sigh, lamenting the plight of the unfortunate souls before him. He had intended to summon someone to bear witness, only to discover that all had fled in haste. He knelt before the smallest girl, striving to speak as gently as possible. "How is it that someone so little finds herself confined here? Have you, too, consumed the devil fruit?" The girl's unresponsive gaze remained unfocused, and she replied vacantly, "The devil fruit? I can eat it, as long as you do not harm me. I shall comply with whatever you desire." Hancock's ears perked up as she raised her head, scoffing. "Are you now resorting to deceiving children? Are you willing to converse? What are your names?" With an expression that suggested she was curious how long he could maintain his facade, Hancock coldly introduced herself. "I am Hancock, Boa Hancock." Upon hearing her speak, the other 2 followed suit. Marigold, Sandersonia. The little one is named Keela. Indeed, they are the infamous Hancock sisters. And what a delightful surprise to encounter Keela. Lynch sensed that the individuals before him held extraordinary identities, which explained his willingness to engage in conversation with them. To his surprise, he thought of the Empress, only to find himself accompanied by a young Keela. In the future, the renowned female heroes would be merely 14 or 15 years old, and one merely 5 or 6. These individuals were all potential prospects. Perhaps he could embark on a journey of nurturing young girls. Lynch mused, stroking his chin. Few endeavors yield as much satisfaction as the cultivation of young girls. "Hey, Daddy. Why are there so many people lying here? Are they sleeping? Fool, they are dead. It's likely another game played by some faction. Pay them no mind. Let us see if there are any more entertaining slaves around." A voice, both innocent and tinged with a cruel excitement, echoed through the prison filled with corpses. The sanctum of myriad was excessively tranquil, while the celestial dragons indulged in their myriad amusements, leaving little room for thoughts of an enemy invasion. "Daddy, come here quickly. There are still living people here." The door to the room opened, and 2 corpulent celestial dragons, adorned with glass helmets, resembling bloated pigs, strode in. "Son, what kind of useless individuals have you gathered? Look at those on the ground, so feeble that a mere stroke would likely end their lives. However, that standing figure appears rather commendable. I shall use him for target practice. But father, he does not seem to be a slave." "Foolish child. Whether he is a slave or not is not determined by our words alone." Upon the entrance of the 2 celestial dragons, the Hancock sisters trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Kira stood frozen in fear, desperately maintaining a semblance of a smile. "You imbecile, do you wish for death by not kneeling before us?" The middle-aged celestial dragon abruptly raised the firearm in his hand. "You truly irritate me." Lynch suddenly raised his head and swung the knife in his hand, causing the man's arm, which clutched a gun, to fly into the air. "Ah, I shall kill you." As a celestial dragon, when had he ever endured such injuries? The man writhed on the ground in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Daddy, Daddy, are you in pain?" Another plump celestial dragon asked foolishly. "Your father feels no pain," Lynch replied, stepping on the celestial dragon and severing his head with a single stroke. For he was already dead. Ding. A hidden quest has been triggered. Eliminate the celestial dragon. Congratulations on completing the second stage of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. Points gained, 12. 798. Lynch was astounded. Previously, each guard he had slain only yielded a few dozen points. Yet the demise of a celestial dragon effortlessly surpassed 10,000. How many heinous deeds must one commit to achieve such a tally? If translated into a value of murder, it would require the extermination of 12,000 lives to amass such a malevolent score. This starkly illustrates the extent of the celestial dragon's misdeeds. With the fall of the celestial dragon, Lynch felt satiated. Upon witnessing Lynch's swift strike that felled the celestial dragon, Keela's vacant gaze regained its focus. The Hancock sisters ceased their trembling, staring incredulously at Lynch. Pearlescent tears cascaded from Hancock's beautiful eyes as she gazed at Lynch, seemingly wishing to engrave the scene before her deep within her heart. They were truly saved, observing his father's brutal slaying. The plump celestial dragon quickly fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, exclaiming that he could offer anything in exchange for his life. "Oh," Lynch suddenly expressed intrigue. Lifting the celestial dragon's chin with his foot, "Take me to your home." The difficulty of the task had escalated. In the first phase, one merely needed to liberate a prison, while in the second phase, it required the liberation of a prison coupled with the extermination of a celestial dragon. Lynch estimated that relying solely on the rescue of the slaves might not suffice to reach the third phase tonight. Therefore, he resolved to take a gamble. For fortune favors the bold. "That is acceptable, as long as you do not take my life." The celestial dragon nodded vigorously. Lynch turned around, suddenly regaining his original voice. The voice he remembered. "One day in the future, we shall meet again. For now, I have matters to attend to. You should head east, where someone can assist you in your departure." "Thank you, benefactor. Please take care," Sonda Sonia sincerely remarked. Lynch was pressed for time. He nodded slightly and dragged the celestial dragon away. While others dared not harm the celestial dragon, he was unafraid to do so. After Lynch departed, Hancock gradually rose, wiping the grime from her face with her sleeve, revealing her stunning beauty that had been concealed. "Benefactor, I shall surely find you, even if it takes my entire life," Hancock vowed, gazing longingly in the direction Lynch had taken. In the original narrative, Hancock developed an infatuation for Luffy merely upon witnessing his defiance against the celestial dragons in the newspaper, eventually leading her to fall in love with the monkey. This illustrates that Hancock is not superficial. She harbors no particular expectations for her targets. She is simply drawn to men who dare to confront the celestial dragons. In contrast, Lynch's act of slaying a celestial dragon before Hancock's eyes was magnitudes more impactful. At this moment, Hancock was merely 16 years old. What young maiden does not harbor romantic feelings? Moreover, Lynch was the one who rescued her from this hellish existence. With all these factors combined, Hancock found herself irresistibly enamored with Lynch. "Sister, what shall we do with this girl? Let her accompany us." Under the cover of night, Lynch evaded the patrolling CP organization and arrived at the residence of the celestial dragons. "You little brat, did you bring back any toys?" A sharp-tongued woman descended from the upper floor. Lynch dispatched her with a single stroke of his sword, eliminating her along with the CP bodyguards who stood behind her. Given his formidable strength, dispatching such insignificant adversaries was a trivial task. Points added, 10012. Points added, 9. Take me to your treasure vault. Lynch meticulously wiped the bloodied blade upon the body of the celestial dragon. "Please, follow me," he stammered, as he traversed through several shadowy doors. He was nearly blinded by the brilliance before him. A veritable mountain of gold and silver treasures lay scattered across the ground, yet lamentably, he could not take any of it. After some contemplation, he selected a few valuable and lightweight items to discreetly pocket, for while he had no need for them, some of the enslaved souls could surely use fare for their journey. On a nearby rack, several long knives were displayed, all of commendable quality. After all, the celestial dragons had little affinity for such weaponry, rendering them devoid of value for removal. Knives bore too distinctive a mark. The risk of discovery after their theft outweighed the potential gain. Ultimately, he stumbled upon 5 boxes. Upon opening them, he discovered 2 were empty, while the remaining 3 cradled within them 3 devil fruits. Excellent, he thought, as he decided to take the fruits with him, intending to consult a fruit encyclopedia upon his return to identify their types. Useless fool, come here, the celestial dragon quivered as he approached with a transponder snail in hand. Call your little friends and invite them over. Use whatever flattery you must, but do not let me catch you attempting any tricks. Lynch positioned the blade against the neck of the celestial dragon. Furthermore, he instructed them not to bring any attendants, stating that he preferred to engage in games without the presence of lesser beings, which he believed was quite in line with the nature of the celestial dragons. Should he execute this matter proficiently, Lynch promised to spare his life. Under the weight of Lynch's threat, the celestial dragon trembled as he dialed one number after another using a snail phone. The overwhelming majority of responses from the other end were filled with cordial greetings. In the dead of night, Lynch found himself empathizing with the foul-mouthed celestial dragons. Ultimately, 6 utterly bored celestial dragons were lured into his scheme. Haha. How rare it is for Saint Borel to invite me to indulge in beauty. Where is the beauty? Lynch, carrying a stool, sat at the doorway. Upon seeing the door swing open, he swiftly plunged his sword into the approaching figure, ending their life. Points gained, 85-49. Stripped of their privileges. The physical prowess of the celestial dragons was no better than that of an ordinary individual. The corpulent celestial dragon trembled as he dragged the lifeless body of his comrade away, hiding it behind another door. Survival was all that mattered to him. The fate of his companions or even his parents held no significance. After dispatching a second celestial dragon, a notification chimed. Congratulations on completing the 3rd stage of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No, he replied. Including the mother of the overweight celestial dragon. Following his elimination of 3 celestial dragons, the rewards escalated once more. To put it into perspective, the slaying of a single celestial dragon equated to liberating an entire prison, an invaluable endeavor. As he dealt with the 5th celestial dragon approaching, a sudden explosion erupted in the distance, a fierce blaze illuminating the holy land of myriad. Through the crack of the door, he observed a multitude of CP organization members racing towards the inferno, with more CP agents steadily combing the streets behind them. Little fatty, do you think you'll betray me once I leave? Lynch asked kindly, pulling the corpulent celestial dragon closer. The celestial dragon's intelligence seemed to awaken. No, I wouldn't. It was I who lured them here, leading to your victory over them. I am but an accomplice. If I divulge this information, their family will not spare me. Hence I will not betray you. Lynch broke into a grin, yet I remained unconvinced. With a swift motion, he thrust the blade into the heart of the celestial dragon. Points awarded, 68-72. As he exited, he encountered the last arriving celestial dragon and effortlessly dispatched him. Points awarded, 18845. Ding. Congratulations on completing the 4th stage of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. Following the demise of 5 celestial dragons, the rewards advanced once more. Remarkably, he had slain a total of 9 celestial dragons that night. Such news, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly trigger a seismic upheaval across the globe. One could only wonder if the world government would dare to disclose it. The celestial dragons had always perched high above, typically receiving protection from admirals at the slightest provocation. When had they ever been killed? How audacious to dare lay a hand upon the celestial dragons. Lynch's brazen act of slaying a celestial dragon in the streets left the surrounding CP utterly petrified, prompting dozens of them to rush towards him. Such unwavering loyalty from you servile minions towards your master is quite commendable. Lynch exerted considerable effort to eliminate several dozen CP members. Now at the forefront were seasoned CP agents, formidable in strength. Unfortunately, this was Mary Geos, where the CP could replenish their ranks endlessly. With over 100 CP members surrounding him, Lynch realized he could not afford to engage them directly and opted to rely on his speed to evade. Heading east, he glimpsed fleeing slaves and fishmen setting fires. Some fishmen and slaves were already clashing with the arriving CP organization. These slaves were no ordinary individuals. They had once been formidable pirates themselves, which explained their status as celestial dragon slaves. He even spotted Arlong fiercely defending the Fishman slaves against the CP forces, leaving Lynch momentarily stunned. It seemed that if a commanding figure could subdue Arlong, he might not be entirely malevolent. Where is your leader? He casually inquired of a nearby Fishman. It's Nighthawk. Our leader is at the cliff's edge. You must hurry. We cannot hold out much longer. As more CP members arrived, the Sun Pirates found themselves retreating steadily. At the precipice of the Red Continent, slaves leaped into inflatable boats snatched from the Mary Geos warehouses. The shoreline dotted with these vessels. Fishman karate, air burst. Taig shouted, his fist striking the air, unleashing a powerful gust that sent several inflatable boats tumbling over the cliff. The boats, like leaves in the wind, descended gently to the sea surface. A remarkable technique indeed. As he drew closer, Lynch noticed beads of sweat glistening on Taig's face, a testament to the countless punches he had thrown. Nighthawk, Taig gasped, you have returned. Lynch gazed upon the Fishman, drenched in sweat, and a flicker of respect emerged within him. Such virtuous individuals are a rarity. I have slain several celestial dragons, and the world government will undoubtedly attribute the consequences to you. Lynch spoke plainly, urging them to find a secluded refuge post-haste for at least a decade, lest they face grave peril. He presented Taig with a devil fruit, a ring, and a pair of exquisite earrings. This devil fruit is likely of the Zoan type. Should you ever find yourself gravely injured, it may save your life. As for the earrings and ring, I implore you to discreetly deliver them to a slave named Hancock and Keela, ensuring their safe return to their homeland, and consider it a debt I owe you. If memory serves, Taig is destined for serious injury and death soon. If possible, I wish to preserve his life. Given today's bond, Taig will play a pivotal role in his plans for Fishman Island. Upon hearing that the Nighthawk had dared to kill celestial dragons, Taig, though astounded, refrained from reproach. After all, with so many pests, it was of little concern. Regardless, they would be hunted by the world government after tonight. Had he not been the scapegoat, he might have even laughed heartily in praise of the Nighthawk. For Taig, who had once endured 3 years of slavery, a deep-seated animosity towards the celestial dragons was ingrained within him. Nighthawk, I will certainly assist with your request, Taig affirmed, though he hesitated regarding the devil fruit. Accepted. I hope you never have to use it, but one must always prepare for the unforeseen. The notion of a fishman consuming a devil fruit was likely a unique thought of Lynch's, transforming a fishman into a land dweller. Very well. Taig replied with a wry smile as he accepted the offerings. Taig, having exhausted his strength, understood that the remaining inflatable boat could only leap off the cliff, and how long he would survive depended solely on fate. Captain Taig, we cannot hold out any longer. A multitude of fishmen approached in disarray, led by Jinbei, whose body was battered and bloodied. Behind him, Arlong limped, a long spear piercing his calf. Compared to their arrival, the numbers of the Sun Pirates had dwindled by a third. Countless members of the CP organization swarmed the area, pursuing Jinbei and the others. Taig glanced at the slaves, still rushing towards them, and sighed deeply, knowing they would not escape. However, his fellow fishmen must survive this ordeal. As captain, this is my final command, Sun Pirates. Return the way we came, and do not look back. I will hold them off, Taig declared, clenching his fists. Brother Taig, Little Eight cried out in despair. Do not speak foolishly. How can we abandon you? Jinbei's fishy eyes glowed with fury. Someone must stay behind. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. As captain, this is my duty, and there is no need for further discussion. Tiger attempted to envelop his fist with the power of armament haki, yet was rendered fatigued from his previous exertions, nearly stumbling to the ground. At that moment, a long and powerful hand grasped Tiger's shoulder. It was Lynch. In your current state, you cannot fend off the enemy. Allow me to take over. Nighthawk brother, Tiger exclaimed, astonished, for he had resigned himself to the possibility of dying here today. Let us proceed, and do not forget the task I entrusted to you. Lynch patted Tiger on the shoulder, brandishing his sword as he advanced toward the approaching army. Nighthawk brothers, your kindness today shall be eternally cherished by the Sun Pirates. Tiger understood that hesitation was not an option at this moment. He and his companions boarded an inflatable boat and leaped from the cliff. If you wish to pursue, first inquire about the blade in my hand. Lynch positioned his sword to obstruct the advancing troops. In the world of One Piece, swords and blades are indistinguishable, even if one wields a knife. They may still be referred to as a swordsman or a master swordsman. Thus, here, a knife may also be called a sword. The pursuing CP agents were astonished to discover that the obstacle was not a fishman, but rather a human. Who are you? And what is your connection to that group of fishmen? Never mind. Capturing you and interrogating you later will suffice. Soru, a group of CP agents, employing the Navy's 6 styles, swiftly approached Lynch. Finger gun. Countless fingers shot forth like bullets from all directions, aimed at Lynch. The force of the finger gun was sufficient to pierce steel. If it struck a person, it would create a gaping wound. So, you think you can bully me just because I cannot use the Navy's 6 styles? Lynch drew another blade from his waist, wielding the duel swords with finesse. The whirlwind of his creation, centered around him, tore apart the approaching foes with devastating ferocity. The enemies shrieked in agony as they met their demise. Headbutt impact. Grand explosion. The dual sword technique, transcending the river's flow, unleashed its wrath. Lynch wielded his blade, toppling countless adversaries, while simultaneously being besieged by an overwhelming array of abilities that left him in a state of disarray. With sheer determination, he stood against 1,000 elite CP operatives. Were it not for the unmistakable presence of his conqueror's haki, the task of dispatching these foes would have been considerably less arduous. The cycle of death seemed unending. For every foe he eliminated, 10 more would emerge in their place. Lynch believed that after persevering for 10 minutes, it was time for him to retreat. Let the swords rot, he mused. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a peculiar individual appeared, seizing the blade of Lynch's sword. Not only did his hand remain unscathed, but he also rendered Lynch's sword into mere scrap metal. Surprised? I am the corrosive man, a devourer of the corrosion fruit, the nemesis of all swordsmen across the land. You fool, Lynch retorted, deftly shifting to obscure the view of his hand, and with a swift motion, he pierced the man's heart with the barrel of his gun. Blood gushed from the man's throat as he gazed at Lynch in disbelief. Lynch deftly wielded another blade, severing the man's head with precision. Sweet impact. Storm kick. Lynch observed a heart-shaped object soaring towards him, unsure of the chaotic array of fruit abilities it represented. With a swift movement, he evaded the incoming strike and sheathed his long sword once more. Draw and slash. With a single, fluid motion, he dispatched dozens of foes, momentarily granting himself a fleeting respite. Suddenly, his observation haki flared with intensity, and he instinctively turned his head just as a gust of air brushed past his ear. Is that the flying gun technique? It seemed a formidable adversary had arrived. An enemy, donning a mask resembling a human face, appeared before Lynch and wasted no time launching an assault. Was this the legendary CP-0? In response to Lynch's silent inquiry, the masked figure unleashed a barrage known as the gun finger, Six King's gun. 6 afterimages instantly targeted his head, heart, and the arteries of his limbs. Even during their first encounter, Lynch could ascertain that the man's strength rivaled that of a vice admiral. This was troubling. He could not employ the Marine's 6 styles, nor could he utilize his conqueror's haki. With only a single blade remaining, he found himself at the mercy of this vice admiral-level combatant. After exchanging dozens of blows, his sword, imbued with haki, was shattered by his opponent's relentless assault, sending Lynch sprawling backwards. At this moment, Lynch wielded merely 2 ordinary swords, commonplace in the world, and it appeared that even with haki enhancement, they could not withstand the sustained onslaught of another haki master. Just then, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Successfully provided cover for the retreat of 12,000 slaves. Congratulations on completing the 5th, final, stage of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? Lynch hesitated whether to claim the prize now, for if he were to receive an unparalleled blade or a devil fruit, he would be unable to carry it away. Unless it were a Zoan type, consuming a devil fruit would necessitate a period of adaptation, during which he would risk becoming a landlubber, doomed to perish if he fell into water. The man adorned with an eagle mask pursued Lynch with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at his head. Lynch chose to cast aside his previous thoughts and focused intently on the formidable opponent before him. With masters such as Garp and Zephyr, his skills in both swordsmanship and boxing were commendable. He believed he could withstand the man's onslaught for at least 3 to 5 minutes. Although the path of retreat was completely sealed off, he remained surprisingly calm. At worst, he could reveal his moonwalk technique and escape. Ah, you released so many slaves. It seems you are quite an impressive young man. A lecherous figure floated in the air, observing the scene below with mockery. In truth, Kizaru had arrived 5 minutes earlier. Had he not feared a wage deduction from Sengoku, he might have lingered a bit longer. Kizaru. Lynch's expression shifted dramatically. Wasn't it said that a Marine admiral required half an hour to arrive? Of course, Kizaru had consumed the fabled Pika Pika no Mi, allowing him to traverse such distances instantaneously. An admiral, indeed. It appeared that he would have to fight with all his might. What a terrifying gaze. Does he intend to strike? Kizaru slowly raised his 2-meter-long leg. Young man, have you ever been struck at the speed of light? In the blink of an eye, Kizaru transformed into a streak of golden light, appearing beside Lynch, delivering a kick that sent him soaring 100 meters into the air. The masked CP-0 momentarily halted, puzzled by Kizaru's seemingly excessive force. Speed equates to power, Hakushaku might be. As Lynch ascended, Kizaru spread his arms wide, revealing a mirror-like object that manifested. In an instant, Thousands of yellow lasers erupted forth, their velocity so immense that they eluded the naked eye. Lynch? He realized that the kick he received from the yellow ape moments ago was not particularly forceful. The current situation concerning the 8-footed Zhuguoyu was even more absurd. It appeared to strike, yet not a single blow landed. Truly, it was the 8-footed painted jade. As a representative of the Navy, I, the yellow ape, must eliminate you. A malevolent force disrupting the world. Following the laser, the yellow ape unexpectedly shouted something unusual, and then with a fierce kick, he sent Lynch tumbling off the cliff. That kick was indeed ruthless. Lynch coughed up blood and lost consciousness. It was not until he fell into the sea that the chill of the water awakened him, prompting thoughts on why the yellow ape had feigned sparing his life. He was confident that his adversary had not recognized him, and it was impossible for him to be the legendary second Uncle Huang. Is ambiguous justice, after all, still justice? He seemed to have gained a new understanding of the yellow ape. After a moment of silence, Lynch began to glide towards the naval base. At 4 a.m, Lynch returned to Marineford from a secluded corner. The sudden appearance of certain things left him perplexed. What if he were to receive some bizarre items? Thus, he resolved to leave the Navy the following day and collect his rewards later. Upon returning home, Lynch promptly destroyed anything that could expose him. After a refreshing shower, he retrieved the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia to examine the 2 devil fruits he possessed. Fortune smiled upon him, for both fruits were documented: the Paramecia type, prison fruit, and the Zoan type, horse fruit, in its giant hoof-horse form. After a period of contemplation, Lynch knocked on Tina's door in the dead of night. What do you want? I'm so tired. Tina yawned, emerging in her undergarments, blissfully unaware of the unexpected exposure. Her curvaceous figure astonished Lynch, particularly the boundless depths of her bosom. Sensing his heated gaze, Tina rubbed her eyes and looked down. Don't look. In a moment of confusion, she didn't know whether to cover herself or shield Lynch's eyes, ultimately slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Lynch's throat rolled with excitement. The thrill of the late night was palpable, accompanied by a midnight surprise. After a while, the neatly dressed Tina welcomed Lynch inside. Upon closer inspection, one could discern her rosy cheeks, exceedingly charming. Hand over your devil fruit to me. Oh. Without further inquiry, Tina obediently retrieved the devil fruit from her blanket and handed it to Lynch. This is for you. Lynch handed the prepared Paramecia-type prison fruit to Tina. What is this? Tina turned the devil fruit over in her hands, sensing a resemblance to her own barrier fruit. This is the Paramecia-type prison fruit, a superior version of your barrier fruit. Consuming it should allow you to effectively masquerade as the barrier fruit. Do eat it, Lynch explained with a smile. Tina took a step back, her mouth slightly agape, astonished. Where did you acquire this? The price of a devil fruit in the black market reaches up to 100 million berries, and even then, it is often in short supply. Tina could hardly fathom the risks Lynch must have taken to procure this devil fruit for her. Lynch merely smiled at her. All right. I shall partake. With a resolute glint in her eyes, Tina lowered her head and took a bite. She silently vowed to utilize her newfound abilities to assist Lynch in the future. However, moments later, she doubled over, retching uncontrollably, and decisively tossed the half-eaten devil fruit into the trash. The taste was beyond anything she could fathom as more repugnant. So, what abilities have you acquired? Lynch inquired eagerly, gazing at Tina. With her eyes closed, Tina attuned herself to her powers and exclaimed with joy, I can materialize any item related to prisons, imbuing them with special attributes. As she spoke, a long whip and a pair of handcuffs materialized in her hands. With excitement, she looked at Lynch and asked, Would you like to give it a try? Lynch's gaze flitted between the handcuffs, the small whip, and Tina's exquisite countenance, and suddenly he shivered, gesturing dismissively. Never mind, it could wait. Pfft. Tina remarked playfully as she twirled the small whip. Look at you, so frightened. I would never truly strike you. After indulging in a tender moment with Tina, he retreated to his room to sleep. At the break of dawn the following day, Lynch arose early. While munching on a biscuit on the sofa, the doors to Tina and Peach Rabbit's room swung open simultaneously. The two emerged, stretching their lithe bodies, reminiscent of languid kittens. With a sudden clatter, Lynch dropped the biscuit from his hand. Was the scene of chaos finally upon him? Good morning, Peach Rabbit sister. Good morning. Tina and Peach Rabbit greeted each other warmly, akin to dear sisters, which left Lynch quite astonished. Their reaction seemed rather peculiar. What were they thinking? The biscuit had fallen. Peach Rabbit bent down to retrieve the biscuit from the floor and tossed it into the trash before seating herself next to Lynch. What is the matter? You appear quite surprised. Tina, sitting on Lynch's other side, showed no disdain for the biscuit that had been nibbled by Lynch, casually picking it up and popping it into her mouth. Nothing at all. Surrounded by the two, Lynch inhaled their unique fragrances, striving to maintain composure. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed at the door, rescuing Lynch from the awkwardness. A Navy officer shouted from outside, "Brother Lynch, is Major Peach Rabbit there? The Marshal has summoned her for a meeting." "Oh, and the Marshal has requested your presence as well." Lynch gazed towards Guillaume. What business could there possibly be so early in the morning? Lynch harbored a vague suspicion that it might be related to his actions from the previous night. "Very well. We understand. You may return now." The two of them dressed impeccably, and upon arriving at the conference room, they discovered that nearly the entire mid to upper echelon of the Navy had gathered. The seating for 100 was nearly filled, and Peach Rabbit guided Lynch to a side. Once everyone had arrived, Sengoku stepped out from behind the scenes and affixed 3 photographs to the tactical board for all to see. Smoker. Lynch felt an ominous foreboding. Prominently displayed on the tactical board was a photograph of Smoker. However, this Smoker was somewhat different from the one they were accustomed to. Not only was he situated in a prison backdrop, but he also had a cigar clenched between his teeth. Sengoku sharply tapped Smoker's photograph with his command stick and gravely stated, "The first matter for discussion today is this young Navy officer. Our Navy once assisted the world government in escorting a Logia-type devil fruit. However, during transit, we encountered an ambush from the Yonko, beast pirates. A battle ensued, and we were outmatched. To prevent the fruit from being seized, this young officer consumed it himself." Upon hearing this, Lynch inwardly lamented the dire situation. The mere mention of a Logia-type fruit was enough to warrant 10 lives for Smoker, as evidenced by the current 3 admirals, all of whom wielded Logia powers. Particularly troubling was the fact that the Navy was aiding the world government in this instance, signaling trouble ahead. The implications of this incident ran far deeper than mere surface concerns. It set a precedent that could not be allowed to stand. An example must be made. Imagine if Smoker emerged unscathed. Future escort missions might see officers masquerading as pirates, using such ruses to consume devil fruits themselves. Inevitably, Sengoku continued. The world government demands the execution of Smoker. What are your thoughts? The world government? Humph. I suggest we allow Smoker to redeem himself under my command, Akainu coldly remarked, his face a mask of disdain. In his eyes, the Navy's mistakes should be rectified internally, without interference from the world government. But Smoker's actions were not without merit. Had he not consumed the devil fruit, the crew would have perished, and the fruit would have been lost. To execute a hero would only dishearten the Navy. It would be wiser to hand him over to me. Kizaru chimed in, eager to claim Smoker for himself, given the allure of a Logia subordinate. A palpable tension hung between the two, each vying for supremacy. Whatever the decision of the fleet admiral may be, I shall wholeheartedly support it, Kizaru said, leisurely raising his hands in agreement. Lynch's lips twitched. Indeed, Kizaru exemplified the quintessential worker, remaining unscathed and offending no one. Once the 3 admirals had concluded their remarks, the vice admiral finally spoke, with the rear admiral following suit. As for Lynch, he found himself unable to interject, being the lowest-ranking officer present. Numerous voices advocated for the execution of Smoker. Within the Navy, there were plenty of sycophants of the world government. Enough of this. Cease at once. Sengoku rubbed his temples, his already troubled demeanor becoming increasingly agitated. Lynch, share your perspective. Me. As Lynch stood before the assembly of esteemed figures, he mustered the courage to address them. I concur with Admiral Akiji's perspective. We must not dishearten our Navy. The foundation of a military lies within the morale of its troops. When morale is high, they are invincible, but when it falters, the enemy can achieve victory without battle. I urge the Marshal to reflect on this. As a friend of Smoker, Lynch felt no obligation to defend others. Admiral Sengoku's attention was piqued as he addressed the assembly. Please wait here. I shall return momentarily. After approximately 15 minutes, a furious voice erupted from the rear screen. Enough. I am the fleet admiral. Hanging up the din mushi, Sengoku returned with a grim countenance. The verdict was delivered. The world government had decided against executing Smoker. However, as a form of punishment, Smoker was to guard Logtown in the East Blue for 20 years. 20 years. Akiji exclaimed, his voice rising. To cast a young and capable Navy officer into such a remote corner of the East Blue for 2 decades would likely render Smoker obsolete upon his return. The East Blue, devoid of haki and formidable adversaries, would make it a challenge for Smoker merely to maintain his current state, let alone improve. This was the world government's final decree. Sengoku sighed. A seemingly trivial meeting had determined Smoker's fate for the next 20 years. Sengoku's expression shifted to one of gravity. In light of the forthcoming revelations, Smoker's situation seemed inconsequential. Carp set aside his donut, and Kizaru uncrossed his legs as the atmosphere in the conference room thickened. I trust many of you are already aware of the attack on myriad last night, which resulted in the liberation of numerous slaves. However, what you may not know is that 9 celestial dragons were killed that night. The mere thought left Sengoku astounded. The abrupt demise of 9 celestial dragons was shocking enough that he would have been surprised if the world government had not gone insane in response. 9 celestial dragons? The assembly collectively gasped. Some felt a sense of vindication, while others regarded the event with horror. Even Akainu's expression faltered. He had harbored resentment towards the celestial dragons for quite some time, yet even as an admiral, he still endured their disdain. Sengoku displayed 2 wanted posters, revealing the identities of the culprits. The first depicted Fisher Tiger, captain of the Sun Pirates, with a bounty of 1.58 billion berries. The second featured the enigmatic figure known as Night Hawk, with a bounty of 1.13 billion berries. The room buzzed with excitement as the posters were unveiled. While the current bounties paled in comparison to those that would follow, a bounty exceeding 1 billion signified a notorious pirate of considerable renown. The assembly found Tiger's bounty understandable, given his prominence as a leader. However, Night Hawk, shrouded in black from head to toe, with only a pair of piercing eyes visible, was a perplexing enigma. How on earth do we identify someone with such a cautious demeanor? Is this wanted poster even meaningful? The naval officers were rendered speechless. Ahem. Sengoku was aware of their thoughts, yet the world government merely sought a display of attitude. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident involving the celestial dragons, Sengoku surmised that the bounties on these 2 would have likely doubled. You are all familiar with Tiger, so I shall refrain from elaborating on him. My primary purpose today is to discuss this Night Hawk. In truth, it was this Night Hawk who provided cover for the Sun Pirates' retreat, single-handedly halting the advance of 1,000 CP organization members. This individual's strength is not to be underestimated. Exercise utmost caution should you encounter him in the future. After engaging in a fierce battle that drained his resources, he was still able to briefly contend with a CP agent of Vice Admiral caliber. I suspect his prowess has reached at least the level of a captain, if not brushing against the threshold of a Vice Admiral. As he listened to Sengoku's lengthy recounting of his heroic deeds, Lin Qi felt a surge of anxiety. Hearing his own bounty discussed at Navy headquarters was quite exhilarating. He stole a few glances at Kizaru, confirming that the latter had indeed not recognized him. Are you all right? A delicate hand grasped Lin Qi's, and Peach Rabbit smiled at him. I'm fine, Sister Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit glanced around before leaning closer to Lin Qi and whispering, Did you do something to your sister while I was asleep last night? This morning, I awoke to find your scent lingering on the bed. Lynch, with a keen sense of hearing, felt a tremor run through him upon learning that Major General Peach Rabbit had been compromised by him during the night. This bombshell news reverberated throughout the ranks. Shortly thereafter, Sengoku assembled a formidable fleet to pursue the Sun Pirates, comprising 3 admirals and 5 vice admirals, a truly opulent lineup. Regrettably, among them was Sister Peach Rabbit, and it was likely that he would not see her for a considerable time. As the banquet concluded, Lynch approached Sengoku to express his desire to set sail. In accordance with their prior agreement, he wished to traverse the 4 seas, requesting the transfer of Smoker, whom he would escort to Lobetown. His motivations for exploring the 4 seas were twofold. Beyond accruing points, he yearned to identify suitable locations for seizing power. He had not forgotten about an unactivated system that demanded he ascend to the status of sovereign within 2.5 years. The rationale for choosing the 4 seas over the Grand Line stemmed from 2 primary concerns. Firstly, both the first and latter sections of the Grand Line necessitated the scrutiny of formidable individuals. The initial segment was perilously close to myriad, where adversaries could easily orchestrate his downfall. The latter segment posed even greater threats, with the Navy itself struggling to navigate its treacherous waters. Secondly, stability was paramount. While the trials faced by the strong were best found in the most dangerous locales, the development of a nation required the opposite. Given the chaotic weather and the propensity for slaughter among the pirates in the New World, it was prudent to exercise caution. The 4 seas, as the birthplace of piracy, presented an opportunity. Provided he could effectively suppress the pirates, he would have his unwavering support. To facilitate his endeavors, Sengoku incorporated him into the Elcian Division. Elcian? What is that? Lynch inquired. The Elcian Division is a concept I have long envisioned, Sengoku explained. It operates independently of the Navy's reporting structures, allowing for unrestrained offensives against any pirate, save for the four emperors. Its purpose is to diminish the pirate threat and restore stability to the world. Unfortunately, we have been chronically understaffed, with the 3 admirals stretched thin and lacking the personnel to inflict significant damage upon pirates, until we encountered your extraordinary conqueror's haki. Indeed, I shall dedicate myself to the cause of combating piracy, upholding the name of justice, Lynch declared. Excellent, splendid, Sengoku remarked, increasingly pleased with the young man before him. Take my orders and commandeer a warship. Before departing, Lynch paid a visit to his 2 mentors, Zephyr and Garp, who had taught him for half a year. Zephyr, observing the seemingly taller disciple before him, felt a pang of remembrance for his own child, cruelly slain by pirates, and a fire ignited in his eyes. Though I have entrusted everything to you, I shall impart one final lesson. Always protect your family. A man who cannot safeguard his own kin is less than worthless. Lynch moved his lips a few times, and I understood. Teacher Zephyr, let us go. You are the future of the Navy. Zephyr patted Lynch on the shoulder and brushed past him. He did not wish to taint his disciple with his own negative emotions. Teacher Zephyr, haha. Are you heading to the East Sea? Perfect. Do bring a gift for my unworthy grandson. Carp leapt up from his seat. Admiral Carp, you have a grandson now? Lynch feigned surprise. Indeed, though I haven't visited him in quite some time. In a few days, he will turn 4, and his name is Luffy. Luffy, you say? After many years in this world, hearing that name again sent a wave of temporal dissonance through Lynch. Wait a moment, where is the gift I prepared for Luffy? Carp rummaged through drawers and produced a book from seemingly nowhere. I am destined to become an admiral of the Navy. Upon seeing the title, Lynch's heart skipped a beat. And he couldn't help but wonder if Carp's grandson would even be able to read it. All right, I understand. I will personally deliver it to Luffy. Ha ha ha, thank you. Accompanied by Smoker and Tina, Lynch embarked on his inaugural independent voyage. Sengoku had equipped him with a medium-sized twin-masted vessel, renowned for its exceptional speed among medium ships. It boasted 20 cannons and 200 naval soldiers from headquarters, enough to inflict devastating damage on any pirates they might encounter. Set sail. With a resounding shout from Joseph, the warship departed the harbor, vanishing into the expanse of the sea. A day later, aside from 2 small pirates who met their demise at the hands of Lynch's conqueror's haki, the journey was remarkably calm. Ha 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 ha, Smoker, even you, a user of the Logia type, cannot withstand this. On the deck, Smoker, suspended in midair, was struck down by Lynch's sword, landing heavily on the deck. Rising gloomily, Smoker realized that Lynch's observation haki had surpassed his own by a significant margin. He had accurately perceived the moment Smoker transitioned from his intangible state to a solid form. The Logia type is invincible to those without haki, as it can passively elementalize, rendered untouchable except by attacks imbued with haki. However, with sufficiently strong observation haki, one can actively elementalize to evade armed attacks. In this respect, the Logia type rightfully holds the title of the strongest. Unfortunately for Smoker, he found himself under Lynch's oppressive dominance regarding the 3 haki types. Still want to continue? Lynch approached and helped Smoker to his feet. I won't fight anymore. Let me get accustomed to the smoke fruit first, and then I shall surely surpass you. The proud Smoker would never admit his defeat, after all. He had only consumed the smoke fruit a few days prior. As they spoke, Smoker withdrew a cigar from his shoulder and lit it, offering another to Lynch. Care for a smoke? Originally, Smoker refrained from smoking. However, after consuming the smoke fruit, he discovered that his stamina could swiftly rejuvenate in the presence of smoke. Tina's smile vanished, her large eyes fixated on Lynch, as if to convey, dare you smoke? No, I do not smoke. Faced with Tina's piercing gaze, Lynch curbed his eagerness. After a brief silence, Lynch spoke, asserting that the world government had acted unjustly by casting her adrift in the East Blue. Smoker inhaled deeply, gazing into the distance, reflecting that merely retaining one's life was a considerable fortune. Wait for me. Once I ascend to the rank of admiral, I shall rescue you. Tina listened quietly to the conversation between the 2 men, resting her cheek on her hand as she peered toward the East Blue. The East Blue. Her homeland. How were her parents faring after a year of separation? Suddenly, Tina felt a tug at her pant leg and looked down to see Tom. With a chuckle, Tina observed the comical sight of Tom, scratching his ear. Careful, Tom. Wearing your master's attire might lead to trouble. Tom had donned the justice cloak that Lynch left in the room. Yet while the cloak fit Lynch perfectly, it appeared to envelop Tom like a blanket, trailing on the ground. Additionally, a flintlock pistol hung from Tom's left hip, and a naval sword graced his hand. Ding! Detecting a change in Tom's mentality. Shall I promote him to Navy Tom? Tom? Lynch, who had been conversing with Smoker, shifted his attention. Is promotion even possible? This incident seemed to unlock extraordinary potentials, revealing numerous uncharted professions on Tom's interface. Uchiha Tom, Hawkeye Tom, Uchiha Tom, Bent Stark Tom, Mage Tom. Such prowess could hardly be encapsulated by a single term. It was unfathomable to envision Tom transforming into Uchiha Madara. Regrettably, unlocking these potentials would not be a simple task. Promotion. As Lynch confirmed the promotion, a brilliant white light enveloped Tom. When the light dissipated, Tom's weapons and cloak transformed into fitting forms, rendering him rather impressive. Have you consumed a devil fruit as well? Smoker rubbed his eyes in astonishment. Tom opened his eyes to behold his transformation, leaping 2 meters into the air in excitement before landing, sword pointed at Smoker. In Tom's mind, Lynch was the master who must not be harmed. Tina frequently rewarded him with fish treats and was likewise safe, but Smoker was fair game. Such foolishness! He had utterly lost his bearings. Lynch observed with amusement as Tom challenged Smoker, having transitioned to a mere naval officer. Tom's combat prowess had diminished from being a mediocre fighter to an even less competent one. He might manage to handle minor pirates, but his ambition to confront Smoker was nothing short of delusional. Most notably, Tom lacked the ability to utilize haki. Smoker could stand still and still evade his attacks. Why might that be uncertain? Because this was Tom we were discussing, hitting Lynch would hardly be surprising. However, Smoker found himself at a loss against Tom. Theoretically, there was no one in the world capable of slaying him. Smoker, he mused, since Tom wishes to challenge you, why not indulge him in a little sport? Smoker nodded, amused by the little fellow's bravado. Approaching the encounter with a playful mindset, he delivered a slow, descending strike with his jutty, cautious not to inadvertently harm Lynch's pet. Seeing Smoker move at a pace akin to that of a tortoise, Tom wore a derisive grin and lunged at Smoker's thigh with his sword. Unsurprisingly, Tom's blade was sent flying, shattered into 2 pieces. Smoker wielded a weapon forged from sea prism stone, rendering ordinary arms utterly ineffectual against it. With rapidity, Tom drew a flintlock pistol from his waist and unleashed a barrage of 7 shots. At this juncture, Lynch sensed something amiss. A flintlock could only fire 1 bullet at a time. How was it that, in Tom's hands, it seemed to unleash an endless supply of ammunition? There was no need for reloading. After firing a dozen shots, Tom gasped for breath, his tongue lolling out. It appeared he could directly convert his vitality into bullets. Given Tom's remarkable recovery rate, he would soon be fully rejuvenated. A fascinating development indeed. Despite the flurry of bullets, none found their mark, and Tom began to panic, especially as Smoker's jutty hovered ominously above him. In a moment of desperation, Tom flattened himself, transforming from a rectangle into a square to evade the oncoming strike. Quite amusing, yet it was time to end this farce. Smoker pivoted his jutty, sweeping towards Tom's legs. At that moment, Tom had just morphed into a flatter shape and had yet to regain his form, leaving him with no means of escape. Just as Smoker thought the battle was over, Tom grasped his own tail. Utilizing this grip, he lifted himself off the ground, defying the laws of physics in a most extraordinary manner. Newton himself would have been astounded. Coughing, Tina, who had just taken a sip of juice, nearly choked at the sight before her. Smoker stood momentarily dumbfounded, pondering what sort of devil fruit Tom had consumed to so blatantly flout the rules of nature. For those with extensive combat experience, even in the absence of conscious thought, their bodies would instinctively adapt and respond in battle. By the time Smoker regained his composure, his jutty had already struck Tom on the head. With a resounding thud, Tom was flattened to the ground, resembling a pancake of less than 1 centimeter in thickness. Smoker's expression shifted dramatically. He feared he had inadvertently slain him. No worries, he thought. Just wait and see. Lynch approached Smog with an unhurried demeanor. Suddenly, the cake on the ground began to writhe, and after a few moments, it transformed back into Tom's form. Smog's eyes widened in astonishment, and his cigar fell to the ground with a loud thud. This was utterly absurd. What about Tom? There are always greater beings. Could he still afford to be so arrogant? Lynch gently ruffled Tom's hair. Tom, looking aggrieved, scampered off to retrieve the interrupted sword. A flash of light revealed a flawless sword in his grasp. Smog was left speechless. This is bizarre. Leaving Tom to entertain Smog, Lynch returned to his room alone. It was time to claim the reward for his assault on Mary Geos. Completing all 5 stages of the task was a feat of hellish difficulty. Had it not been for the leniency of Kizaru, he would have doubted his very survival. Given such formidable challenges, the reward must be exceptionally enticing. The system's rewards had never once let him down. System, claim the daily reward. Congratulations, host, on completing the 5-stage final task. Reward distribution in progress. A peculiar devil fruit of the Zoan type, specifically the mythical beast variety, known as the sun candle, materialized in Lynch's hand. Its odd appearance was striking. The surface was adorned with frost, and it was surrounded by crackling lightning. Most astonishing of all, an aura of flames encircled the fruit. This was a legendary Zoan type, rarer than even the natural variety. Lynch gazed at the devil fruit in disbelief. The reward exceeded his wildest expectations. In this world, the mythical beast fruits that had appeared were exceedingly few. Kaido's azure dragon fruit, Orochi's Yamada no Orochi fruit, Sengoku's Buddha fruit, Yamato's Daikokuden fruit, and Marco's phoenix fruit were notable examples. Over the past few centuries, merely 11 mythical fruits had surfaced, each one formidable and more elusive than the natural types, possessing the power to devastate the very heavens and earth. What exactly was the sun candle? I have never heard of it before. Lynch pondered as a deluge of information regarding the sun candle surged into his mind. The mythical creatures, as their name implies, do not exist in reality but are beings found solely within legends. The sun candle, according to lore, is a divine beast formed from the essence of the sun, a fusion of the supreme young energy of the cosmos in the Eye of Pangu. It reigns as the sovereign of the sun and is venerated by other divine beings as the Holy Spirit due to its exalted status. Furthermore, this particular fruit has been influenced by its sister, the Ein spirit, and exists in the stage of transforming into the four symbols. In addition to embodying the thunder and fire attributes of Supreme Yang, it also possesses the attribute of ice. To elaborate on the transformation into the four symbols, the sun candle and its sister, the Ein spirit, together birth the four manifestations of the world: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Thus, in theory, the sun candle can be considered the progenitor of Kaido's azure dragon fruit. Having digested this wealth of information, Lynch could only exclaim two words in his heart: incredible. A true man must consume the devil fruit in one bite. Without further hesitation, Lynch devoured the entire fruit. Boom. The moment he swallowed the devil fruit, a torrent of warmth surged through his limbs. His height began to ascend at an observable rate. Breaking through 2 meters was merely the beginning. 2 meters, 2.4, 2.7, 3 meters. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached a height of 3 meters. Yet his stature continued to grow with a savage momentum. Finally, 5 meters. He stood in the room, having transformed into a small giant, nearly touching the ceiling. As he felt the terrifying power coursing through his body, Lynch believed he could achieve anything. Utilizing the fruit's abilities, even an admiral might not be a match for him. It is worth noting that he had only consumed the devil fruit 5 minutes ago. This was undoubtedly elevating him to the level of Whitebeard and Kaido. It wouldn't be long before he could also experience the thrill of wielding a wine bottle against the emperors. Hiss, why have I grown so tall? Upon opening his eyes, Lynch felt an intense headache. Being this tall was not particularly convenient in daily life. Before he could contemplate a solution, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly dashed towards the open space. It felt as though some power within him was yearning to burst forth. As soon as he reached the deck, Lynch could no longer contain the force within. Awoo! Lynch vanished, and a colossal creature, towering 30 meters high and resembling the legendary Qilin with a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger's eyes, dragon scales, and a dragon's tail, emerged upon the deck. The most striking difference between this beast and the Qilin lay in the vast, hollow, black-red halo encircling its rear, measuring approximately 35 meters in diameter. Upon this dark ring, flames perpetually flickered, suspended behind the creature like a haunting aura. In the instant when Lynch transformed into his beastly form, his colossal physique caused the warship to plunge suddenly. Fortuitously, he ascended into the heavens, liberating the surging power within him. Rather than flying, it would be more accurate to describe his ascent as floating, for he possessed no wings. Roar. The blazing flame let out a furious roar, unleashing bolts of thunder, each several dozen meters wide, that surged into the sky. In a mere moment, the previously overcast heavens were transformed into a clear expanse. Golden lightning danced ceaselessly in the air, resembling serpents of electricity moving with unrestrained vigor. With a swift motion of his forepaw, Lynch solidified the sea surface within a 10-kilometer radius, immobilizing the vessels, rendering them utterly unable to move. My heavens! What manner of creature is this? The soldiers aboard the warship trembled in sheer terror at the sight. The relentless assaults have shattered their spirits. Help! Our ship is frozen in place. Countless naval personnel gazed in horror at the unfolding events, devoid of any inclination to resist. It felt akin to mere mortals standing before a divine entity. Smoker and Tina observed the monstrous being in the sky with grave expressions, their minds taut with anxiety. What unspeakable horror had manifested in this place? They could only hope that the creature bore no ill intentions towards them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, an uncertain voice timidly broke the silence. I think I just saw Colonel Lynch transform into that monster on the deck. Who spoke that? Smoker frantically searched for the source of the voice. It was me. Joseph timidly stepped forward, fully aware that the being above was indeed their leader. Yet fear gripped him nonetheless. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Yes. Smoker fell silent, pondering the profound transformation that had overtaken Lynch. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the creature sent chills down his spine. Lynch? Tina gazed anxiously at the fearsome entity in the distance. Lynch took note of the frozen battleship beneath his feet, unleashing a torrent of flames that shattered the ice into oblivion. Meanwhile, at a distance of merely 50 miles, the red-haired pirates were gathered. Shanks gazed solemnly into the horizon, his keen observation revealing the presence of something terrifying. At this moment, Shanks was only 24 years old. 6 years the senior of Lynch. Although he had not yet attained the status of an emperor, his reputation in the New World was already formidable. What is our captain doing? Is he preparing for a feast? Kaido, rarely witnessing Shanks's serious demeanor, approached with a chicken leg in hand. Relay the message, change course. What lies ahead is formidable. I understand. Kaido replied earnestly, returning to inform the helmsman, as he had always held unwavering faith in the captain's orders. Shortly thereafter, Jesus Burgess and Lime Jones approached. Though few in number, the crew aboard the red-haired ship were all elite members. Hey, Captain, I'm here. Jesus Burgess, the sharpshooter, possessed a unique form of observation haki that allowed him to focus on a single point. Consequently, while his field of observation was not as extensive as usual, it compensated with greater distance. In essence, he could elongate the typically spherical range of observation into a linear one. Following Shanks's indicated direction, Jesus instinctively raised his sniper rifle, activating his observation haki. Whoa, is that a Kirin with a halo behind it? He exclaimed, seemingly witnessing something extraordinary. Hey, Jesus, have you drunk yourself silly? How could such a legendary creature like a Kirin actually exist? Lime Jones scoffed. I believe what Jesus is saying. If it truly is a Kirin, it wouldn't be surprising. Shanks remarked, hinting at a deeper significance. Have you forgotten that there is also a azure dragon in the New World? Are you suggesting that someone has consumed the mythical Zoan-type deer fruit, transforming into a Kirin? Lime Jones replied, astonished. Precisely, that is exactly what I mean, Shanks said, his head bowed in contemplation. This is troublesome. Having one dragon in the New World is already a nuisance, and now another Kirin emerges, Lime Jones lamented. Jesus lowered his rifle, affirming, Captain, your intuition is correct. You have no idea how terrifying that Kirin is. He recalled the scene he had just witnessed, breaking into a cold sweat. I have a premonition. It won't be long before tales of that Kirin circulate across the seas. Shanks chuckled softly, but for now, it is not yet our time to meet it. After venting his frustrations, Lynch felt the pent-up energy within him dissipate. Returning to his human form and landing on the deck, the naval personnel finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lynch, what was that about? Smoker inquired. Wait a moment. Let me try my final hybrid form. As the thought crossed his mind, Lin Qi's height surged once more to 7 meters. His hands in certain vital areas enveloped in dragon scales, while 2 sinuous dragon horns adorned his forehead. Sharp, backward-facing spines protruded at the joints, imparting an air of formidable majesty. Yet, one constant remained. A black-red halo lingered behind him, irrespective of his form. After a brief experimentation, he reverted to his human guise, gazing down at the 2 diminutive figures before him. I just saw an apple resembling a devil fruit in the kitchen and consumed it, resulting in this transformation, he explained. Facing Smoker, who wore an expression of disbelief, Lin Qi erupted into laughter, patting Smoker on the shoulder. That's precisely the matter. If anyone inquires in the future, you can relay it just like that. Smoker grimaced from the force of Lin Qi's slap, nearly coming apart at the seams. My apologies. I still struggle to precisely control my strength, Lin Qi admitted. Can you revert back? Tina inquired, her petite frame barely reaching Lin Qi's waist, her tiptoes barely elevating her stature. The thought of not being able to share affectionate moments with Lin Qi in the future saddened her. 5 meters is just too tall. Surely you can transform back? Lin Qi, with uncertainty, replied, I sense that this fruit harbors numerous abilities. Grant me time to acclimate. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Qi's height began to diminish from 5 meters, returning to his previous stature of 1.99 meters. Having mastered the power of the sun candle, Lin Qi discovered 2 remarkable abilities. The first was an astonishingly rapid healing factor. A mere cut on his arm healed almost instantaneously before he could even lower the knife. Smoker could only exclaim at the sheer abnormality of such recovery. The second ability allowed him to manipulate his height in his normal form, up to 3 times its original. Thus, he could shrink or expand his height between 6 meters and 15 meters, surpassing even Kaido's towering presence. Wonderful! You've transformed back, Tina exclaimed, rushing towards him with excitement. Good girl, he responded affectionately. In the following days, Lin Qi diligently studied the capabilities of the sun candle aboard the ship. The journey from the Navy headquarters to the East Sea would require at least half a month, even when traversing the official routes of the world government. Should they attempt to scale the reverse mountain like pirates, it would likely extend their voyage by an additional 3 to 5 days, especially since it was rumored that a whale lurked below, obstructing the path. Nearly half of the new pirates who ventured from the 4 seas into the New World perished at these 2 challenges. Colonel, we have encountered severe weather ahead, including the emergence of a waterspout. We request to take a detour, a frantic navigator rushed to report. The weather of the Grand Line was notoriously fickle. One moment the skies were clear, and the next, one found themselves amidst a torrential downpour. Moreover, one can scarcely fathom the bizarre meteorological phenomena that may manifest. The heavens do not merely rain. Instead, they unleash torrents of lightning as thick as buckets, accompanied by stones the size of small hills cascading from the sky, and barriers formed by hundreds of waterspouts. It is indeed said that the weather of the Grand Line is more intricate than the whims of a woman. Without the guidance of a seasoned navigator, surviving upon the vast ocean would be nothing short of miraculous. I shall assess the gravity of the situation. Lynch set down the 10-layered barbell and took the telescope from the navigator's hands. He could see heavy rain pouring down 10 miles ahead, with hailstones the size of fists relentlessly pelting the ground, while dozens of waterspouts spiraled skyward, drawing vast amounts of seawater into the heavens. How long will it take if we take a detour? An additional 3 days of travel is anticipated. Returning the telescope to the navigator, Lynch calmly stated, Do not concern yourself with that. Steer the ship directly towards it. The navigator questioned his own hearing. Did the gentleman just instruct to steer the ship towards the storm? I said to steer the ship towards it. Do I need to repeat myself? No. I shall have the crew steer the ship immediately. The navigator saluted briskly and hurried below deck. Since that day when they witnessed Lynch's unparalleled strength, the Navy personnel aboard held an unwavering trust in this colonel. The warship resolutely advanced towards the Tempest. As they gazed at the formidable waterspouts capable of demolishing vessels, the soldiers on board swallowed hard, hoping not to be caught in their embrace. The dark, ominous rain clouds loomed heavily over them, pressing down as if to suffocate. Thud. 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 Sporadic hailstones crashed onto the deck as Lynch strode confidently towards the bow of the ship. Colonel Lynch. Sir. The surrounding soldiers cast looks of reverence towards Lynch. Do not worry. I am here, Lynch reassured the crew. In the next moment, he transformed into a 30-meter-high figure of radiant light and charged unhesitatingly into the sky. Roar. A roar akin to that of a dragon reverberated through the heavens. Thunder, flames, frost. Dozens of colossal beams of elemental energy surged forth towards the tempestuous weather. Explosions of lightning dispelled the dark clouds, while flames evaporated the rain. Hailstones sliced through the clouds like swords, and each waterspout was frozen upon the ocean's surface. It was a scene reminiscent of divine creation, instilling awe and trepidation among those aboard. A collective thought arose in their hearts. How fortunate they were to have this esteemed gentleman on their side. Thud. Lynch transformed back into human form, landing at the bow of the ship. The ominous clouds overhead dissipated, giving way to a serene calm and radiant sunshine. Only the surface of the sea bore witness to exquisite ice sculptures resembling whirlpools, a testament to the extraordinary events that had just unfolded, reminding all that they were not merely dreaming. With sheer human effort, a natural disaster was vanquished. Gulp. The sailors gazed at Lynch in astonishment. He seemed to embody the very essence of the mightiest navigator. Unlike the others, who would avoid calamities like venomous serpents, he had boldly pierced through the very heart of the tempest. It was an unparalleled feat that could only be described as remarkable, truly the foremost navigator. Hail to Colonel Lynch. After a brief moment of silence, the ship erupted in thunderous applause, their reverence for Lynch soaring to new heights. With the immediate crisis resolved, Lynch felt no respite and returned to his quarters to continue his training. Suddenly, he caught sight of Tom, curled up in the corner, sound asleep, provoking a surge of frustration within him. This foolish creature. While he diligently trained for days, Tom had merely slumbered. One could scarcely believe he was anything other than a pig. Tom, rise and train with me. You are a sailor now. There can be no laziness. Meow, meow, meow. Tom stirred, his innocent, watery eyes wide open, as if to protest. I am but an ordinary little cat. Enough of your pretense. No more slacking. Come. Join me in training. Under Lynch's persuasive insistence, Tom sighed dramatically and begrudgingly began performing sit-ups. However, it wasn't long before Tom's patience waned. Panting heavily, he feigned exhaustion, his movements slowing down. Tom, if you dare to be lazy, today's fish treats will vanish. Tom's sturdy frame shuddered, casting a mournful glance at Lynch before resuming his sit-ups with newfound speed, becoming a veritable bolt of lightning. 2 hours later, the once diminutive figure of 90 centimeters had vanished, replaced by a towering 2-meter figure, muscles bulging with 8 distinct abs, adorned with a gleaming gold chain, and even sporting a prominent gold tooth. Lynch could not help but marvel once again at Tom's extraordinary nature. Tom, with an air of unparalleled narcissism, stood before the mirror, striking poses. Yet, after merely half an hour of ceasing his exercises, Tom naturally reverted to his original form, a diminutive creature of 90 centimeters. Henceforth, Lynch ceased his insistence on Tom's training. The tail end of 2006 quietly passed aboard the ship, ushering in the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar. It had been 12 days since their departure. Regrettably, during this span, they had only encountered a few small pirate crews, managing to capture but one ability user. It was only after becoming an officer that Lynch learned that capturing a single ability user and sending them to the deep-sea prison earned military merit equivalent to defeating a small pirate crew. Conveniently, there were 10 cells below deck, each capable of housing 10 individuals, allowing for the confinement of up to 100. As they approached Reverse Mountain, the system's notification sound suddenly resonated, triggering a new life choice. Task Option 1. Reach the East Sea immediately. Reward, 500 points. Task Option 2. Slay 1,000 pirates of the 4 seas beneath Reverse Mountain. Reward, a discount voucher of 20 for the shop. Task Option 3. Block the entrance. Guarding the base of Reverse Mountain for 1 month, defeating all pirates. Reward, a discount voucher of 10 for the shop. I choose Option 3. Change our course towards Reverse Mountain. Yes, Captain Lynch. Having been out for a while, it was time to provide an account to Sengoku. No one had ever attempted to blockade Reverse Mountain, not even the world government. This was partly because such a blockade would entail facing all pirates from the 4 seas. While it could be temporarily effective, it was unsustainable in the long run, with the resources expended being disproportionate to the outcome. At this juncture, pirates had just entered the New World, and if left unchecked, half of them would perish within 3 months, rendering the endeavor thankless. Moreover, there was another reason. A former member of the Pirate King's crew resided at the base of Reverse Mountain. These old-timers, having retired, were not a group the world government desired to provoke. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Rayleigh to remain on Sabaody Archipelago for so many years. The Roger Pirates, with nearly all their formidable forces still intact aside from Roger himself, could be quite formidable when roused. However, if they could indeed establish a blockade at Reverse Mountain, it would deliver a significant blow to the pirates. The ship glided across the surface of the sea, and in the distance, the lighthouse at the foot of Reverse Mountain became vaguely visible. Suddenly, a deafening wail echoed through the air, causing everyone to clutch their ears in pain. How loud? Tina's small face scrunched up in discomfort. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding noise reverberated like the drums of Thor in their ears. You all stay on the ship. I shall investigate, Lynch declared as he vanished into the mist with a graceful stride. Laboon. As he drew closer, Lynch beheld a whale, colossal as a mountain, colliding with the red Earth continent, Reverse Mountain. Blood streamed down from its head. This whale, which had appeared in the original storyline, was familiar to Lynch. Thus, he called out, Laboon, stop. I have something to discuss with you. Lab's intelligence is exceptionally high. Upon hearing this, he slowly lowered his towering head and roared towards Lin Qi. Gur. Lynch stood before Labu, whose eyes were not as large as his own. Labu, Brooke has sent me to convey a message. His journey continues. And within a mere 20 years, he shall return to find you. Therefore, Please refrain from battering the red earth with your head. Upon hearing Brooke's name once again, Laba became agitated, thrashing against the waves, his eyes bloodshot as he collided with the crimson soil. Labu, do you not believe? Brooke is truly alive. Allow me to describe his appearance. Tall and slender, adorned with a wild mane of hair, proficient at playing the violin, and his favorite song is being sake, is it not? Laba ceased his assault on the land, his large eyes fixated upon Lynch. Desist from your self-destructive behavior and wait patiently for his return. With an anguished cry akin to that of a whale, Labu wept, rubbing against Lynch before finally sinking into the depths of the sea. Would the young naval officer care to join me for a drink? A man in his 50s emerged from the lighthouse at the base of the hill, extending an invitation to Lynch. Of course, Lynch replied, stepping lightly onto the island, warmly welcomed into the humble abode. My apologies. My home is rather modest and offers little in the way of hospitality. However, if you do not mind, you may sample my homemade brew. Kalokas retrieved a barrel of wine, pouring a glass for Lynch before filling one for himself. Lynch took a sip. The taste is delightful. Thank you, Kalokas replied, setting down his glass. The young naval officer expressed his gratitude, as Lab's body could no longer endure such self-destruction. You are most welcome. It is merely a matter of courtesy. Kalokas hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Perhaps due to my advancing years, I cling to a glimmer of hope regarding all matters. Is it true that Brooke is still alive? Lynch nodded, alive merely because he had consumed the power of a devil fruit, transformed into a mere skeleton. Astonishingly, he still existed. A skeleton, indeed, was not without its merits. Upon receiving the news of Brooke's survival from Lynch, Kalokas continuously poured drinks for him, laughing heartily. Drink up. Regarding Laboon, consider it an obligation I owe you. No need for such debts. Come aboard my ship, old man. Judging by the surgical instruments adorning your wall, you must possess exceptional medical skills. After all, you are the one who extended the life of the terminally ill Roger by 5 or 6 years. It would be remiss not to extend an invitation. Kalokas chuckled awkwardly. No, I am too old to withstand the tempest of the sea. I must remain here to care for Laboon. I fondly recall the last man who invited me was Roger. Those were nostalgic times. Captain, sir, are you here? It appeared that one of Lynch's subordinates had arrived. Old man, let us enjoy another drink on a different day. Lynch rose to bid farewell to Kalokas. To the young Navy officer, although I do not know your name, there will always be a barrel of wine reserved for you in my cellar. Haha, splendid. I anticipate that the days ahead shall not be lonely. Lynch strode out, while Kalokas pondered something amiss. Wait, you don't intend to stay here, do you? To protect Lynch, he chased after him, advising, you'd best leave at once, or you risk being slaughtered by the multitude of pirates arriving from all corners of the seas. They will not be deterred by your status as a Navy officer. Kalokas surmised that Lynch was likely a naive young man, heedlessly courting peril. He had encountered many such impetuous young Navy officers, and their fates were seldom favorable. Fear not, old man. I am a colonel of the Navy headquarters. It is they who shall perish. Sigh. Seeing that his counsel fell on deaf ears, Kalokas resolved to intervene should the time come to save this young Navy officer. Lynch issued orders, allowing the soldiers aboard the ship to take turns relaxing on the small island, as they were destined to remain there for a month. As one of the premier pirate refreshment spots, it did not disappoint him. Not long after, within half an hour, a pirate ship tumbled down from the inverted mountain. Crashing violently amidst the waterfalls, its structure nearly disintegrating. The pirates were still in a state of shock, unable to celebrate their descent when a commanding voice pierced the air. Where are the sailors? Bring forth the cannons and fire with all your might. Goodness, there are Navy forces here, exclaimed one of the pirates in disbelief. The soldiers on deck swiftly loaded the cannonballs, ignited the fuses, and unleashed a barrage of over 10 cannonballs, 6 of which struck the pirate vessel. In that instant, the already fragmented ship sank into the depths of the sea, leaving trails of crimson staining the waters. 35 pirates were slain, yielding an impressive score of 26 points. What points are awarded? Lynch had merely intended to test the formidable firepower of the cannons bestowed upon him by Sengoku, but this unexpected outcome revealed an astonishing discovery. It appeared that as long as they were his direct subordinates, he could accrue points through their actions in combat. Although it seemed less impactful than if he had engaged directly, it was still quite advantageous. It appeared that the kills made by his subordinates would grant him a proportional share of the points. While the exact ratio remained a mystery, these were points earned effortlessly, which was undeniably gratifying. Should he ascend to the rank of admiral or king in the future, the prospects were dazzling. Utilizing cannons to bombard pirates proved to be an effective tactic, catching the adversaries off guard. Thus, he resolved that for pirate crews numbering fewer than 50, the cannons would carry out the long-range assaults, while he would personally handle those exceeding 50. By the afternoon, Lynch had vanquished an innumerable number of pirate crews. Korikasa sat on the shore with a small stool, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. It was far more engaging than his solitary existence. Though he had once been a pirate himself, he preferred the title of adventurer, harboring no sympathy for these marauders. However, he did harbor concerns for Lynch, apprehensive that the young man would eventually encounter an insurmountable challenge. Retreat. Something formidable is approaching. At 3 in the afternoon, a vast shadow loomed in the sky, striking a fearsome presence. A grand fleet of over 20 pirate ships cascaded down the waterfall. Ha ha ha. The Grand Line, Bloodhand Harl has arrived. Boss. Harl commands the largest pirate crew in the West Sea, renowned as the overlord of that region. At its zenith, his fleet boasted over 50 vessels and more than 3,000 men, Joseph remarked, retrieving a wanted poster bearing a photo of Bloodhand Harl, with a bounty of 66 million. There's even a naval ship among them. Harl paused, his face contorting into a sinister grin. A mere small vessel dares to obstruct me? Charge forth, my men. Slaughter them and raise our flag in triumph. Let the Navy herald the might of Bloodhand Harl across the Grand Line. Kill, kill, with a single command from Hal. The 1,000-strong crew of pirates maneuvered their vessels towards the warship, demonstrating their utter disregard for the Navy. The thunderous roar of over 20 pirate ships firing their cannons created a breathtaking spectacle, sending waves crashing across the sea. Had it not been for Lin Qi's foresight in retreating the warship, it would have already suffered severe damage. Kurokas anxiously rose from his small stool. This mere tyrant of the West Sea should temper his arrogance. With me, Colonel Lin Qi, present, not a single sailor under my command shall be harmed. As the pirate fleet drew ominously closer, Lin Qi leapt into the air with a graceful movement, drawing his icy blade, the Long Yuan knife. One sword style, I shatter Fong. A majestic surge of frigid air emanated from the dragon-slaying sword, freezing the incoming cannonballs the moment they entered the icy mist, transforming them into solid blocks of ice that plummeted toward the ocean below. The young naval officer's prowess was indeed remarkable, Kurokas mused as he sat back down. Captain, our cannonballs are useless. The crew members of the pirate fleet exchanged bewildered glances at their cannons, suddenly disillusioned. What kind of nonsense is this? Are all those in the Grand Line like this? Hal, who had never ventured beyond the West Sea, was taken aback. He had heard of swordsmen capable of cleaving iron, but to unleash 1,000 meters of icy breath was beyond his comprehension. What's the panic? If the cannonballs won't work, we'll charge in and cut them down. Our numbers far exceed theirs. Hal shouted in frustration. You've already lost your chance. In an instant, Lin Qi hovered above the pirate fleet. With a powerful surge, an overwhelming presence of conqueror's haki erupted from him, targeting the 2,000 pirates below. Boom. As soon as they encountered the conqueror's haki, the pirates were as if faced with a divine entity, rendered sightless and soundless, collapsing without a shred of resistance, their eyes rolling back. The 2,000 pirates fell like leaves in a storm, leaving only Captain Hal standing. Such was the terrifying capability of conqueror's haki. Kurokas's pupils dilated in shock. What formidable power this young man possessed. Everyone is dead. At that moment, Hal, paralyzed by fear, sank to the ground. Are all creatures of the Grand Line this monstrous? How terrifying. Without any visible action from the opponent, his entire fleet had been obliterated. Just moments ago, Hal brimmed with confidence about carving out a legacy in the new world. Now, that confidence had evaporated, leaving him devoid of even the will to resist. If heaven granted him another chance, Hal vowed never to set foot in the Grand Line again. It was far too terrifying. Is he an ability user? A man's voice jolted Hal back to reality. He turned to find the devilish figure standing before him, trembling as he stammered, "Why, yes. Very well." Lynch tossed Hal into the naval ship's prison as one might handle a mere chick, earning himself a point of military merit. As for Hal's resistance, what a joke. Having narrowly escaped death, he had no desire to confront that demon again. Regarding the unconscious pirates, Lynch instructed the naval soldiers to collect their heads and simultaneously transfer the treasures aboard the ship to the naval vessel. Tina counted the spoils, which amounted to a commendable 20 million berries. As evening approached, the presence of pirates dwindled significantly. The mortality rate when traversing the upside-down mountain at night was substantially higher than during the day. Though pirates may lack education, they are certainly not foolish. After a long day's toil, every naval soldier was utterly exhausted, yet they had garnered considerable experience. On Lighthouse Island, Kuroka's, Smoker, Lynch, and Tina gathered around a campfire. Nearby, a naval cook prepared delectable grilled meats, serving generous portions to everyone. As Kuroka's savored his meal, he remarked with surprise, "I never imagined I would have the chance to taste food prepared by the Navy in my lifetime." Tina, smiling, encouraged him, "If you enjoy it, please indulge yourself." Smoker cast a sidelong glance at Kuroka's, finding the older man oddly peculiar, though he could not pinpoint why. "If you accepted my invitation, you could enjoy Navy meals every day," Lynch suggested. "I think not. The thought alone sends shivers down my spine." He had a few pirate friends, but they had spent their lives in servitude to the Navy and the world government, never to emerge again, with some confined to the depths of the great prison. Cheers. The group toasted, taking a sip of their drinks. Perhaps it was due to the solitude he had endured for too long, or perhaps something else. But Kuroka's found himself particularly inclined to converse with Lynch. "Young naval officer, what is your true identity? Someone of your caliber should not have remained inconspicuous until now." "I possess no significant identity. I am merely an ordinary naval officer," Lynch replied modestly. Lynch, with a hint of irony, remarked on his own insignificance compared to his predecessors. "Haha, I'm merely a tower guardian. What significance could I possibly have? You truly possess a remarkable sense of humor." Perilous chuckled in response. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. During this time, Lynch had solely focused on mastering the conqueror's haki, becoming increasingly proficient in its command. Following weeks of relentless combat, his already elite cadre of 200 soldiers began to evolve towards even greater strength. On this particular day, a subordinate approached with news. The 2 large shipments of artillery shells provided by Sengoku prior to his departure were nearly depleted. Furthermore, the provisions and fruits aboard the ship required replenishment. Lynch resolved to instruct his men to use the communication snail to send a message to Sengoku. Indeed, request artillery shells and fresh fruits and vegetables from Admiral Sengoku, and let him know of our achievements over the past half-month. You can determine the specifics of how to convey this, Lynch directed the soldier responsible for communications aboard the vessel. At sea, meat may be foregone, but fruits are essential. Otherwise, one risks succumbing to severe scurvy. "Yes, sir." The communications officer responded enthusiastically, overwhelmed with admiration. After spending this time together, Lynch's formidable presence, demonstrated through his swift annihilation of foes, had left an indelible mark on the hearts of all. Each soldier aboard held a profound sense of reverence for their commander, their admiration flowing like an unceasing river. Thus, upon receiving the summons from their esteemed colonel, they hastily abandoned their tasks to rush to his side. Beep, beep, beep. At Navy headquarters, a message was printed from the communication snail and landed on the desk of Sengoku. As he reviewed the documents, his eyes widened in astonishment, his eyelids twitching sporadically as if in disbelief. After a moment, he called out, "Bring me Zephyr, Carp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru." Soon, the old friends gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on the report laid before them. Zephyr and Sengoku flanked the sides, both experiencing uncontrollable twitches at the corners of their eyes. Vice Admiral Tsuru sat in stunned silence, unsure of what to say after all her years of experience. Only Carp broke the tension with hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I always knew this kid had potential, and it seems I was right." The report, a lengthy document of 2,600 words, unfolded with the following content. Colonel Lynch, a figure of unparalleled prowess and brilliance, resembles a deity of war descended upon us, leading our forces to safeguard Reverse Mountain. In an instant, the enemy trembled in fear, for the indomitable presence of Lord Lynch instilled a sense of awe, as he commanded us to vanquish the pirates with decisive force. All of this success is attributed to Colonel Lynch's sagacious leadership. The article, spanning 2,600 words, is predominantly an ode to his excellence. While they have encountered reports laced with ulterior motives, they have never seen ulterior motives intertwined with reports in such a manner. The author of this piece is truly a genius. Even when placed within the annals of naval history, this article stands out remarkably. Fortunately, it originates from an upright naval officer. Had it come from a newspaper, suspicions of monetary influence would have undoubtedly arisen. Setting aside this article, Lynch's actions are commendable. By defending Reverse Mountain and eradicating all pirates, even if he can only maintain this for half a month, he delivers a severe blow to the pirate's reputation. I concur with Zephyr's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku instructed, "Summon Morgans. We require his assistance in publishing a newspaper." Such an endeavor, capable of enhancing the Navy's prestige while intimidating the restless pirates, deserves extensive dissemination. Although the Navy possesses its own press, the lack of efficient transportation akin to newsbirds renders it impractical to reach every corner of the world promptly. It is precisely Morgan's formidable grip on news reporting that has led to multiple threats from the world government. Meanwhile, on an island brimming with ancient towering trees, through the gnarled exterior of one such tree, the diligent staff could be seen busily engaged. They were racking their brains, perusing the reports from their subordinates while contemplating how to craft superior news. Breaking news. Tremendous news. Suddenly, a birdman covered in white feathers burst from the building, running and exclaiming with excitement. What has gotten into the boss today? Is he stimulated? I don't know. I haven't seen him like this in ages, the employees remarked. Their curiosity piqued as they turned to Morgan's. With a resounding slap, Morgan struck a report bearing the Navy's insignia against his subordinate's forehead. Quick, expedite the printing. This edition of the newspaper is bound to be a bestseller. What news has you so exhilarated, boss? His subordinate mumbled, removing the report from his head, his pupils instantly narrowing. Defending Reverse Mountain. Though this action may seem trivial, it effectively eradicates the roots of piracy in the Grand Line. Without the influx of pirates from the four seas, those in the Grand Line will dwindle significantly. Over time, one can imagine the ramifications. A month or two may be manageable, but if this blockade continues, even the Yonko may find themselves restless, as these pirates serve as their reserve forces. In the contemporary world, 3 of the 4 emperors have firmly established their positions, leaving only one still fiercely contested. The dynamics of the ocean have been largely confirmed, a reality that even the world government cannot alter. Is the Navy resolute in its intent to intimidate pirates? The Morgan's news agency operates with remarkable efficiency. Within half an hour, freshly printed newspapers are dispatched to every corner of the globe by hundreds of thousands of newsbirds. In the East Sea, a young boy stands by the shore, one hand gripping a sword while the other holds a newspaper, his gaze fixed upon a small boat anchored in the water. That's it, everyone. I believe being a pirate is far too perilous. Let us return to tending cattle, he proposes. Agreed, comes the chorus of assent. Little did they know that the culmination of a pirate's journey leads only to Reverse Mountain. Thus, this nascent pirate crew, yet to set sail, met its untimely demise before birth. In stark contrast to the North Sea, the West Sea has seemingly been struck by a colossal tsunami. What? Bloodhand Harl was annihilated by the Navy less than half a day after reaching the Grand Line. Pirates trembled as they clutched the newspaper. Bloodhand Harl, the uncrowned king of the West Sea, left an indelible mark of terror upon the hearts of every West Sea pirate. Such a fearsome pirate, captured before he could even acclimate to the Grand Line. How terrifying this place truly is. On this day, countless West Sea pirates vowed never to venture into the Grand Line, forever etching the name Lynch into their memories. From that day forth, Lynch would acquire his first title, the pirate hunter, Lynch. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, the illiterate young Luffy found his attention captivated by the reading of Deepening beside him. What Lynch remained unaware of was that his very presence solidified Carp's determination to train Luffy, prompting him to send Luffy to the mountain bandit Deepening 2 years ahead of schedule. As the sole literate individual among the bandits, Deepening proudly read aloud the contents of the newspaper to her nearby subordinates. Wow, this naval officer is incredible, just like my grandfather, young Luffy exclaimed. Gazing at the image of Lynch severing a pirate ship in two, his thoughts wandered to the New World, to Cake Island. Look at that. The colossal cake, as large as a basin, was devoured in one bite by Big Mom, her eyes instantly transforming into a dangerous glare. The Navy's reach has been extending further, and it seems they require a profound lesson. Reiju, Galette, go and eliminate that naval officer, and also gather some delectable foods on your way back. Charlotte Reiju, the 33rd offspring of the Charlotte family, and Charlotte Galette, the 18th daughter of Big Mom, responded, "Yes, mother," before kneeling respectfully and departing. Half a month had elapsed since the newspaper incident. Aside from elevating Lynch's notoriety, the number of pirates on Reverse Mountain had dwindled significantly. This prompted Lynch to grumble about Sengoku, lamenting that the newspaper had been released too prematurely, depriving him of more points. At that very moment, his score had soared to a staggering 121,530 points, an astonishing 12,000. For context, the previously encountered Logia-type gas fruit had merely garnered 188,888 points. With his amassed points, he could procure nearly 5,000 ordinary flintlock guns or exchange them for over 1,000,000 loaves of fine wheat bread, sufficient to sustain a small nation. If he were to acquire a discount coupon, he could immediately purchase a Logia-type devil fruit. Ding! Congratulations on completing 1 month of guarding Reverse Mountain. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. After a month of diligent effort. He was not one to hesitate when it came to spending his hard-earned points. Today, the newly refreshed items were nothing short of luxurious. Double training scrolls, 1 week, priced at 1,000 points. Unlike the previous body refinement scrolls, these offered comprehensive benefits, enhancing both physical training and swordsmanship. Superhuman gravity fruit priced at 555 points. Supreme Great Blade, long wand priced at 160,000 points. Storage ring, dimensions of 2 meters each, priced at 3,000 points. Oranges 10 priced at 1 point. The power of the heart-passing demon blade priced at 100,000 points. How vexing it is that money feels insufficient when one truly needs it. The shop exuded an opulence that left Lynch with a singular grievance, the inadequacy of his finances. Without hesitation, he utilized a discount voucher to procure the most advantageous Supreme Quick Blade. Originally priced at 160,000. It was now available for a mere 16,000. In a flash of brilliance, a jet-black blade materialized in Lynch's grasp. Under the sunlight, the blade shimmered as if adorned with dragon scales, each facet distinct and defined. The hilt was entwined by a fearsome black dragon, seemingly roaring in silence. At its end, 3 gemstones, red, green, and blue, were embedded, adding to its allure. What a magnificent weapon, for someone like him, who had wielded blades for years. Merely holding it allowed him to sense the latent energy it possessed. Subsequently, he acquired a storage ring. Though its capacity was limited, it could serve to conceal his weapon in certain situations where armed confrontation would be inappropriate. He activated the introduction to the Heart-Crossing Demon Blade Power. Heart-Crossing Demon Blade Power. This ability can be attached to any weapon, transforming it into a demon blade, capable of advancing through the act of killing or devouring other demon blades. What a splendid item! His other blade, the Long Wand, was merely a fine quick blade and could no longer keep pace with his current combat needs. The gift from Sister Taudu was delicate, and he feared it might break under duress. It is worth mentioning that many fine quick blades are replicas of the Supreme Quick Blade, and Long Yuan, gifted by Sister Yao, is indeed one of its imitations. In order to facilitate distinction, Lynch resolved to rename the Dragon Blade gifted by Sister Peach Rabbit to either Dragon Slayer or Heart-Passing Demon Blade. He proceeded to purchase, utilize, and fuse it with Dragon Slayer, expending a total of 100,000 points, and the attempt was successful. Wasn't it said that demon blades are notoriously malevolent? Why is there no reaction? After the fusion, the only alteration to Dragon Slayer was the addition of a ghostly visage upon the blade. No other changes were evident. Oh, I see, he mused. Following this shopping spree, he found himself with a mere 530 points remaining. Lynch gazed at his withered wallet and sighed. He still needed to earn points. He purchased 2 double experience scrolls for a week, 1 for Tina and 1 for himself. At this point, he had become utterly destitute, with only 530 points remaining. Uncle, we're leaving. We'll visit you another day. Safe travels, he replied. With the mission accomplished, Lynch prepared to depart from the inverted mountain. Just before his departure, Lab and Uncle Colokas came out to bid him farewell. On the road to the Eastern Sea, the Navy personnel gathered and conversed in hushed tones. After a month filled with relentless killing, they found themselves unaccustomed to this sudden lull. There was a pervasive sense that Colonel Lynch had become even more formidable. Indeed, especially with the 2 blades at his waist, it felt as if they were imbued with a life of their own. I thought I was the only one who felt that way, one soldier remarked. Every time I approach him, my legs turn to jelly, as if I am being preyed upon by some monstrous force. What are you discussing? Suddenly, a large shadow eclipsed the sunlight. Smoker. We were just talking about the Colonel's swords. Swords? Smoker inquired skeptically, wondering when Lynch had acquired 2 blades. He strode over and asked, May I see your swords? No, Lynch coldly refused. A swordsman's blade is akin to his beloved. It cannot be casually handled by others. What if one of your swords is male? Smoker retorted. Left speechless. Fine, but you may only touch this one. Lynch was also intrigued by how outsiders would handle the Dragon Slayer, an opportunity to experiment with a ready-made subject. After a moment of contemplation, Smoker grasped the enchanted blade of the Dragon Slayer. The instant he clutched the hilt, The ghastly visage on the blade emanated a radiant purple glow. This violet luminescence reflected in Smoker's pupils, tinting his eyes a deep purple. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Smoker swung the long sword towards the nearby Navy personnel. Enough! With a stern reprimand from Lin Qi, the ghostly visage adorning the dragon slayer blade dimmed. Smoker jolted awake, terror gripping him as he discarded the sword, a wave of dread washing over him. Was I just controlled by this blade? Don't throw it away, Lin Qi said, retrieving the dragon slayer with a hint of concern. In truth, this is a cursed blade. Had you been more vigilant, you likely would not have fallen under its influence. Cursed blade, Smoker exclaimed, visibly shaken. Are you not aware that no swordsman in history who wielded a cursed blade met a favorable end? Fear not, it is quite obedient. Lin Qi reassured, patting the sword resting at his waist. Obedient? Smoker's mind raced back to the moment of his control, casting a complex glance at the dragon slayer, which lay quietly at Lin Qi's side. He longed to utter, just look at how obedient your sword truly is. Lin Qi, come indulge in my freshly baked waffles. Tina's voice chimed in. Oh, Smoker, you're here too, she noted as she approached, carrying a platter of waffles and a glass of orange juice with 2 straws. Smoker realized these delicacies were not intended for him. Silently, he distanced himself, weary of this incessant display of affection, which he had grown all too accustomed to. With the sound of crunching, the afternoon tea passed in the delightful company of Tina. The next day arrived swiftly, and the group traversed the skies above the Red Soul continent, arriving at the East Sea. The sweet sea breeze caressed their faces as Lin Qi embraced Tina, standing at the bow of the ship, arms wide open to welcome the refreshing wind. Is this your homeland? No wonder it's south the place where my dear Tina grew up. Even the sea breeze is far sweeter than in other locales. Smoker turned his head aside, disgusted. Ugh. The nauseating stench of romance. Tina, returning to the East Sea after a long absence, wore a radiant smile. Excuse me, Captain, but I believe the delightful aroma wafting through the air is coming from over there. Joseph cautiously pointed in the distance. Is that a restaurant? No, it's a pirate crew. On the surface of the sea, a pirate ship adorned with a chef's hat was engaged in a fierce battle with another crew. The various enticing scents permeating the air emanated from the ship's kitchen. Smoker, if you would be so kind, just incapacitate the pirates, Lin Qi instructed. Lynch gently caressed Tina's plump little belly, reluctant to engage in any vigorous activity. In the East Sea, these minor lackeys were no match for Smoker. TCH. Smoker. Cigar clenched between his teeth, begrudgingly sprang into action, transforming into smoke and soaring away. In a matter of moments, he rendered 2 pirate crew members unconscious. The captains of the 2 pirate crews were brought before him, utterly bewildered, as if pondering their identity, location, and how they had been captured alive. State your names so I may assess your bounties. The 2 captains, still dazed from their defeat, slowly raised their heads, but then suddenly recoiled in shock. The pirate hunter. Lynch. One exclaimed in sheer horror, retreating several steps. The other, a golden-haired pirate, sighed deeply, lamenting that despite all his calculations, he had ultimately failed to evade this fate. If it weren't for the fear of encountering you, I would be traversing the Grand Line by now. Fools, why are you 2 so chatty? Answer Lynch's question. Joseph scolded. Berserker Pullman. Redfoot Zep. Upon hearing those names, Lynch's interest was piqued. Wasn't Zep the pirate who later adopted Sanji? It appeared he was still pirating in the East Sea at this time. Thus, he ordered his subordinates to take away the other captain, leaving only Zep. I have heard of you. Although a pirate, you are not entirely villainous. You have not committed heinous acts. Zep was perplexed as to why this nemesis of pirates would convey such sentiments to him. How about preparing a meal for me and my brothers? In exchange, I shall grant you your freedom. You're not deceiving me, are you? Zep blinked, incredulous. Was there truly a Navy officer willing to release a pirate? Rest assured, it is a promise. Very well, but with so many of you, I will need my crew's assistance to prepare sufficient food. Of course, this is delicious. The soup, seemingly as clear as water, was surprisingly rich in flavor. Lynch savored a spoonful of the meticulously crafted soup by Zep, followed by a mouthful of seafood fried rice. It is widely acknowledged that Sanji's culinary skills were honed under Zep's tutelage. In a roundabout way, he was indeed indulging in the very dishes that the shrimp had longed for. Tina's small mouth was stuffed to the brim, her large eyes squinting in bliss like crescent moons. The praise for his soup brought a smile to Zep's face. Naturally, it would have been even better had the compliments not come from a member of the Navy. I truly enjoy these dishes. Could you kindly share the recipes with the chef aboard our ship? Of course. Having feasted to his heart's content, Lynch began ushering people out. Are you not leaving? Do you wish to stay for dinner? Thank you. Zep swore he had gained a new perspective today. Indeed, there existed a navy that refrained from capturing pirates, allowing them to roam free. It was utterly absurd, absurdity personified, if you will. He could be considered a refreshing anomaly within the navy. Did you truly let them go? Smoker gazed at the receding pirate ship, as if seeing Lynch for the first time. What other choice did I have? I assumed you would execute them. That would be excessively brutal. I pride myself on my kindness, you know. You kind? Huh. Smoker shot him a scornful glance. Next, could you take me to Roguetown? That's not possible. Tina hasn't been home for many years. We should first return her to see her family. Smoker remained silent. He was not keen on staying aboard to endure the mockery of being fed dog food. By the way, Cocoa Village is not far from Tina's home. Shall we visit there first? Lynch's journey to the village of Kokochio was not motivated by a desire to seek out Nami, but rather to find her mother, Belmere. Chronologically, Belmere had only recently retired from the Navy, perhaps a year or two prior. By that time, she was no longer a mere foot soldier, having fought against pirates in the East Blue for many years. Consequently, she possessed a clear understanding of the dynamics within the East Blue. It was precisely because she had transitioned into a civilian role that Lynch felt at ease to inquire about sensitive matters concerning the relationships between the kingdoms of the East Blue. Oh, by the way, keep an eye out for someone in the East Blue for me. Who? Chloe. Do you have business with him? Do you know what is the most precious commodity in this new era? What is it? Talent. I have my sights set on him. So remember to keep an eye out. Chloe is reputed to be the second most intelligent individual among pirates. Another month has passed. As Lynch commanded the warship to scour the seas for pirates, he made his way to his destination. During this time, he successfully dismantled over 60 pirate crews. Numerous abilities were captured, in addition to those apprehended earlier at Reverse Mountain. The terrifying number of ability users confined aboard the vessel had reached an astonishing 50. 50 ability users. Such a feat would undoubtedly earn Lynch substantial military merit. Kokoja Village, a remote hamlet in the East Sea, was inhabited entirely by residents who eked out a meager living selling oranges, struggling to maintain a subsistence existence. Upon the arrival of the Navy, the villagers did not greet them with excitement. Instead, they cast wary glances, as if confronting a harbinger of doom. This secluded village rarely saw the Navy, and their appearances invariably heralded misfortune, be it the capture of pirates or the pursuit of bounties, which often inflicted considerable damage upon the village. What brings you here this time? Navy? A man with a windmill perched atop his head approached Lynch cautiously. You seem to have misunderstood, sir, Lynch replied, gesturing to his justice cloak. I am Colonel from the Navy headquarters, merely here to deliver a message. I have heard of the exquisite oranges you cultivate and wish to purchase them all to share with my friends. Not from the East Sea Navy? Kinju's gaze darted rapidly between Lynch and the soldiers behind him. The demeanor of these soldiers was markedly different from any navy he had encountered before. Could it be that he truly was not from the East Sea? As Kinju observed the 3 gemstones adorning the man's sword, he was taken aback. It seemed the man was quite affluent. Several villagers had not made any sales for months. In particular, the family of Belmere had run out of provisions. The meager relief supplies were barely sufficient for her 2 children, leaving Belmere to subsist solely on oranges. If she were to miss this significant opportunity due to her own misgivings, she would surely blame herself. Are you genuinely here to purchase oranges? Kinju had now fully convinced himself of Lynch's intentions. If he were indeed after a bounty, the target would have already fled. Otherwise, what could it be? 5 minutes later, laughter erupted. Ah, young man, how impressive. To have attained the rank of colonel at such a young age. Alas, if only I had a daughter. I would surely have her wed to a young gentleman of your caliber. A group of esteemed elders from the village stood before Lynch, smiling amiably. I wish to procure every single orange in the village. Remember, I mean all. Lynch instructed his subordinates to bring a chest of gold coins. Furthermore, I wish to see the head of every orange tree. Certainly, there shall be no issue. The eyes of several individuals seemed to gleam with excitement, fixated intently on the treasure chest. Having vanquished numerous pirates, Lynch was now a wealthy man. This sum was but a trifling matter. Belmere did not reside within the village, but rather in a secluded corner outside. Kinshu was well known for safeguarding Belmere and her family. Moreover, Belmere was a deserter. Considering all these factors, daring to approach her while clad in this attire would require considerable effort. It was far simpler as it stood. Shortly thereafter, amidst the procession of oranges, Lynch spotted Belmere. Her distinctive pink hair made her easily recognizable, and a cigarette dangled from her lips, giving her the appearance of being merely 26 or 27 years of age. Despite the dampness of her clothing from transporting oranges, her face radiated a brilliant smile. Lynch strode over, addressing the lady, to ensure the quality of the oranges I purchased. "May I visit your orchard?" "How handsome," Bellamere murmured, momentarily lost in thought as she beheld the man before her. "What did you say?" "I was merely complimenting your looks." Feeling sticky, Bellamere decided to remove her coat, revealing her admirable figure. She glanced towards Kinzo, who nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, follow me. But let us not bring too many people along. We wouldn't want to frighten the children." "Fine, I will accompany you alone. The others can stay here to receive the oranges." Upon arriving at Bellamere's orange grove, her smile vanished instantly. "What did you wish to discuss?" "Oh, I underestimated your intelligence," Lynch realized, recognizing the woman's keen intuition. "Very well." Lynch raised his hands in surrender, dropping the pretense. Before he could finish, a long leg suddenly kicked towards him. In an instant, the scene shifted. Bellamere found herself pinned to the ground by Lynch's single hand. "You ought to let me finish, soldier. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I merely wish for transparency regarding your identity. Let go of me, you scoundrel." Bellamere struggled fiercely. In the distance, a small figure hid behind the orange trees, a rosy-cheeked face observing the unfolding scene with curiosity. Little Nami couldn't hear their conversation, but witnessing her foster mother being restrained made her begin to grasp the situation. "Is Bellamere finding me a new father?" "Hey, Nami, what are you watching?" A small figure suddenly tapped Nami from behind, startling her. Nami quickly clasped the girl's mouth. "Shoo, Nojiko, be quiet. Remember that comic we saw last time? Bellamere is engaging in inappropriate activities with that man." "What?" "In broad daylight." Nojiko's words faltered, as the actions of the two were indeed easily misinterpreted. Bellamere was on her stomach, her rear elevated, while Lynch held her legs down with his own, gripping the back of her neck. "Oh, Bellamere is unexpectedly thrilling. This cannot be allowed. Nami must not learn any bad habits." Nojiko seized Nami's arm, pulling her away forcefully. On the other side, Lynch addressed Bellamere, "Madam, you wouldn't want your daughters to go hungry, would you? You wouldn't want them to live a life of perpetual hunger and cold?" Bellamere's face paled at Lynch's words. "What exactly do you want?" "Quite simple. Enter the grove with me and heed my instructions." Images of Nami and Nojiko's cherubic faces flashed through Bellamere's mind. Gritting her teeth, she finally conceded, "Very well, I will comply." Bellamere was led into the grove by Lynch, and it was then that Nami and Nojiko sprang forth from behind an orange tree. "Alas, Bellamere, how could you be so reckless in broad daylight? Surely, your desires are too insatiable. Do not speak of Bellamere that way. Perhaps she merely sought a conversation." Nami retorted to Nojiko. Despite their youth, the influence of the openly spirited Bellamere had transformed Nami and Nojiko into seasoned veterans in their own right. "Really? Must your conversations take place deep within the grove? Do you suppose you're discussing state secrets?" Nojiko expressed her concern regarding their foster mother's sudden rendezvous with a man, fearing he might be of ill intent. As half an hour turned into an hour, and then two, Nojiko couldn't help but worry. It's been 2 hours. Can Belmare's health withstand this? Nami, exasperated, exclaimed, "Why is your mind so filled with such thoughts?" At that moment, Lynch finally re-emerged, his mind replaying the information gleaned from Bellamere. Thanks to her gossipy nature, he had acquired far more knowledge than he had anticipated. Surprisingly, the path to kingship seemed most promising in the West Sea, a region notorious for its chaos yet lacking formidable opponents. To describe it succinctly, a gathering of inexperienced individuals engaging in petty squabbles. This turmoil had rendered the majority of kingdoms in the West Sea unbearable for their citizens, whether they were rulers or subjects. Many indulgent kings were even willing to sell their thrones for the right price, and such kings were not uncommon in the West Sea. Thus, it appeared that ascending to the throne might be more feasible than he had initially thought. As he adjusted his attire while exiting the grove, he recalled the scuffle with Nojiko that had disheveled his cloak of justice. Nojiko looked even more disheveled. The earlier encounter had left her clothes caked in mud, now dried and clinging uncomfortably to her skin. She could not remove them, for doing so would leave her without any attire. "Come out, you two little ones. You've watched the spectacle long enough," Lynch called, his observation haki allowing him to detect the pair immediately. "Impressive. How did you find us?" Nami and Nojiko emerged with a flourish. "You must be Nami and Nojiko. How utterly adorable you are." Lynch chuckled as he gently patted the foreheads of the two children. "What should we call you?" Nami inquired with her large, watery eyes blinking innocently. Call me Daddy, he replied. What a father. The two little ones were engulfed in utter astonishment. Just as Nami hesitated, contemplating whether to utter the word, a fist swung in from the side. You scoundrel! Do not lead the children astray, Belmere exclaimed angrily. Ignore his foolishness and call him brother instead. Haha, don't be so frightful, it was merely a jest. Lynch knelt down, gently caressing Nami's cherubic face. Little Nami, you are truly adorable. Allow me to bestow upon you a gift. A lavish ruby brooch was pinned to Nami's chest. Wow, how beautiful! Her eyes sparkled with delight as she embraced Lynch, planting a sweet kiss on his cheek. Thank you, brother. If you wish to pursue Belmere, I have no objections. Fool. Belmere's forehead throbbed with indignation. This girl had been easily swayed by a mere ruby brooch. Norkageo looked on with envy at Nami. By the way, both of you shall also receive your share. 2 exquisite rings and a considerable sum of gold coins were handed to Belmere and Norkageo. Exchanging these coins for berries should suffice to sustain you for several years. Do ensure you buy ample food and clothing for the children. Look how thin they have become. Lynch observed that the lives of the mother and her 2 daughters were far from enviable. Their garments were adorned with patch after patch, and their figures appeared quite gaunt. It seemed plausible that Nami's avarice in her later years stemmed from the fears of poverty she experienced in her youth. He understood the implications of generosity, aware that possessing wealth often invites envy. In this world, there are no secrets hidden behind impenetrable walls. Thank you, brother, Noki exclaimed in a sweet voice upon receiving a gift. You're welcome. I insist it's nothing, he replied. This monetary assistance would significantly benefit Belmere, who felt a profound guilt for not providing Nami and Noki with a more favorable living environment. Suddenly, he perceived the man before him in a less unfavorable light. Well then, until we meet again, little Nami, Lynch said, affectionately ruffling Nami's small face. One could hardly deny that young Nami was irresistibly adorable, almost tempting him to become a trafficker. Just before departing, a thought struck him. Should you encounter a merman named Arlong in the future, simply inform him that you're under the protection of the Nighthawk. Oh, understood, Belmere replied, puzzled by the man's seemingly nonsensical words, yet she noted them nonetheless. In Lin Qi's eyes, there was an air of mystery surrounding her. As the warship departed, it was laden with an abundance of oranges. Can you possibly consume all those oranges? Smoker quipped, munching on a sugar orange. It's all right. Being wealthy means I can eat one and discard 2. Smoker sighed. Can we not engage in pleasant discourse anymore? The mission in the East Sea was essentially complete. He merely needed to meet 2 more individuals and escort Tina back home before he could return. Carp's gift for Luffy could be entrusted to one of Smoker's subordinates for delivery. I am destined to become an admiral of the Navy. The notion that Luffy could read this book was utterly absurd. All units, be on high alert. Formidable entities are approaching. Shortly after departing from Cocoa West Village, Lin Qi's observation haki detected 2 powerful presences drawing near rapidly. Ha 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 ha, I found you. A rather handsome man with a flamboyant hairstyle brandished a flaming longsword, gazing down upon Lin Qi and the others. Bro, stop wasting time with them. Hurry and eliminate them. We need to find desserts for Mom. A cold, pink-haired woman hovered above a floating mass of butter, impatiently urging with a wine glass in hand. Sister, we've been adrift at sea for a month and a half. We ought to at least kill a few of them to break even. Boss, they are among the officers of the Big Mom pirates, Raisin and Galette, reported a subordinate. Every elite Navy officer was required to remember the information regarding the Yonko pirate cruise. Charlotte Lean's people? From their dialogue, it seems they have come specifically for us. I cannot recall provoking them. Lin Qi furrowed his brow. However, given that the adversaries had arrived at their doorstep, there was no reason to let them escape. Smoker. I sense a pirate ship following them. Once the battle commences, the pirate ship is yours, and I shall take care of the 2 officers. Understood, Smoker replied, drawing his blade. What about me? I want to fight too. Tina eagerly volunteered. You stay back to protect the soldiers on the ship. Without a doubt, the 2 figures above had attained the strength of commanders, and the soldiers aboard the ship would face certain death if they encountered them. Very well. We shall proceed as you wish. Unable to refuse her brother's request, the family-oriented Galette acquiesced. With her sister's approval, Raisin jokingly unleashed a flying slash toward the warship. Fire Dragon Emperor. The slash transformed into a colossal dragon, roaring as it lunged toward the warship. Engage. Lynch let out a resounding roar and boldly advanced. While Smog stealthily departed according to their plan, Lynch paid no heed to the so-called assault, for he had unwavering faith in Tina. Omnipresent. Indeed, as if on cue. Countless chains materialized from the void at Tina's graceful gesture, ensnaring the dragon's form and engulfing it entirely. So swift, Lynch blinked and arrived before Lazon, offering it no time to react, and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. In the next moment, Lazon transformed into a shooting star, plummeting deep into the ocean. Uffed. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth as Lazon's pupils quivered violently before he abruptly rolled his eyes and fainted. This cannot be right. Surely, I must have misjudged. Is a major general's strength truly this feeble? Lynch suddenly realized that he was no longer the same person he had been when he first set sail. Back then, it was uncertain whether he could contend with a vice admiral. Now, he estimated that he had already reached the threshold of a general. The disparity in strength was immense. It was no wonder he had dispatched his enemy with a single blow. "Brother," Galette shouted in concern, spilling red wine everywhere. She abandoned any pretense of elegance, adopting a combative stance. The man before her was overwhelmingly powerful, having defeated Lazon with just one punch. They had likely stumbled upon an insurmountable challenge today. "Madam, your attire has become rather revealing." Lynch, momentarily distracted by the sight before him, offered a kind reminder. Little did he expect to be met with a barrage of butter. Butter javelin. Dozens of javelins, formed from cooled butter, were hurled toward him by the woman. Was this a superhuman manifestation of the butter fruit? Lynch faced the butter spear, gripping the woman's throat tightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Are you merely tickling me, monster?" he taunted. Garrett, unable to breathe with her throat constricted, gazed at the spot on Lynch's body where the spear had struck, devoid of even a mark, her spirit trembling. "Shall I kill you now, or keep you alive to exchange for military merit?" Lynch's hand gradually tightened, as if he were in a state of deliberation. In an instant, with a sharp crack, the woman's head was severed from her body, which then fell lifelessly to the ground. "Cough, cough, how painful. You man who knows not how to cherish a lady," she gasped. Suddenly, the head of the dismembered figure transformed into butter, writhing and merging back into a humanoid form. Garrett's once enchanting visage turned a shade of deep purple as she coughed incessantly. Was this akin to a nature-based superpower? Lynch, who had initially intended to assist Smock, turned back with newfound intrigue. Butter heat wave. A vast expanse of steaming butter was splashed towards him, and shortly after, the woman herself morphed into a mass of butter that entwined around Lynch's body. "Damn, I just praised you, and this is what you present?" The elemental transformation of a nature type should include clothing. Before him stood a woman, resembling a vixen, who, upon her transformation into butter, shockingly bore no garments. Lynch gazed at the scant clothing of his opponent sinking into the sea, then turned his attention to the woman coiling around his waist like a seductive serpent, her intentions obscured between murder and allure. "Are you done playing?" With a swift motion, Lynch delivered a resounding slap to the woman's shapely posterior, unleashing a wave of icy coldness. Under the terrifying chill, the woman was instantly encased in ice, plummeting into the ocean. For a power user, plunging into the depths of the sea was akin to a death sentence. Meanwhile, far below the surface, Lazon, having swallowed copious amounts of seawater, abruptly awoke and sliced through the ocean's surface, leaping out. "Cough, cough, cough. I, the illustrious, almost met my demise." He rubbed his aching chest in disbelief, realizing he had been knocked unconscious by a single punch. "Damn, that must be Kaido. Sister." Without a moment's respite, he swiftly caught the falling Garrett. Upon seeing her frozen into an ice block, fury ignited within him. "I will kill you." Lazon howled to the heavens, carefully placing his sister upon a nearby reef before drawing his sword and charging forward. "It seems you still haven't learned your lesson." 30 seconds later, Lazon and Garrett lay neatly in a row, tossed onto a warship by Lynch. He had even taken the courtesy to obscure the ice encasing Garrett, ensuring her modesty. Thus, two formidable combatants of at least rear admiral caliber were captured without even breaching Lynch's defenses. "Impressive," Tina exclaimed, clapping her small hands. The soldiers aboard the ship murmured among themselves as they observed the two figures sprawled on the deck. "Did you see that?" The man could slice through the ocean's surface with a single sword strike, yet he was effortlessly defeated by Colonel Lynch. "Colonel Lynch is magnificent." "Colonel Lynch, will you be imprisoning them?" "Wait a moment, where is Smoker?" Lynch furrowed his brow. It was unusual for Smoker, a Logia user, to take such a long time dealing with a group of petty henchmen. Could something have gone awry? His ominous premonition was swiftly validated. A towering man with a shock of red, spiky hair and a towel wrapped around his mouth was seen approaching, hoisting the battered Smoker with ease. This man was employing the moonwalk technique, one of the 6 styles of the Navy. Charlotte Katakuri. Lynch slowly uttered 7 words, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the other. If one were to characterize the later Katakuri as a man standing at the zenith of the vice admiral ranks, the current Katakuri had yet to attain such seasoned prowess. In the annals of pirate forums in the future, many would boast that Katakuri's combat abilities rival those of the admirals. Concerning this assertion, Lynch remained uncertain. However, judging by the aura he emanated, it was evident that the 37-year-old Katakuri's strength was certainly not at the admiral level. Nonetheless, he was undeniably above that of the elite ranks, and it was not inconceivable for him to engage with an admiral should the occasion arise. Lynch scrutinized Katakuri, who in turn assessed Lynch with equal intensity. The young man appeared to be no older than 20. However, there seemed to be a formidable demon concealed within him. Katakuri's keen observation skills incessantly warned him that this man was no ordinary individual. After considerable contemplation, Katakuri relinquished the notion of engaging in a forceful confrontation. Release my younger siblings, and in exchange, this man may be returned to you, he proposed, gesturing towards the unconscious Smoker. Agreed. Lynch concurred that Smoker must not perish yet. Should Katakuri exert even a modicum of strength, Smoker's head would surely shatter. Katakuri squinted, surprised by the Navy's unexpected compliance. Wake them first, once they depart. I shall honor my promise to release him. Agreed. With a mere wave of his hand, Lynch liberated Smoker from his icy confines, thoughtfully draping him in a coat of ice to preserve his modesty. Garrett and Ryzen awoke with throbbing headaches, groggily recognizing Katakuri. Brother Katakuri, splendid. Avenge us, and slay them. Ryzen clamored. Silence. Katakuri admonished his foolish kin, urging them to depart swiftly and without further chatter. Garrett, irate and rubbing her stinging posterior, glared at Lynch. Her crimson lips poised to speak, but ultimately restrained by her brother's authority. She limped away, supporting her sore backside, accompanied by Ryzen. Once they had distanced themselves, Katakuri fulfilled his promise, discarding Smoker as he pursued his siblings. Smoker, are you well? A throng of medical officers rushed forth, administering aid and reviving him after considerable effort. Smoker opened his eyes, calmly surveying the crowd. Did I lose? The details of the battle eluded him. He only recalled vanquishing a ship full of pirates before being struck by a soft, dough-like projectile from all directions. I apologize for holding you back, he murmured, touching the 10 bruises on his back, and quietly departed. The surrounding soldiers were astounded. Goodness, Smoker actually apologized. It seemed this defeat had profoundly affected him. Perhaps he needed comfort? Yet, who could console him without exacerbating his distress? Considering Smoker's fragile state of mind, Lynch took the initiative to escort him to Logtown. Truly, Smoker had endured much, demoted and thoroughly beaten. Before parting, Lynch entrusted Smoker with a letter from Garp intended for Luffy, instructing him to find someone to deliver it. Rest assured, I shall not forget your request. Smoker stood at the dock, bidding farewell to Lynch. As the ship sailed away, he suddenly shouted, Just wait. Next time we meet, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Very well, I shall await that day, Lynch laughed heartily as he departed. After a fortnight of maritime travel, the warship arrived at Tina's homeland, Malost Kingdom. This modest, medium-sized nation was characterized by its utter mediocrity. The monarch was neither wise nor foolish, and the populace experienced neither hardship nor ease. However, Tina's family, one of the 3 most powerful clans in Malost, was notable. Her father had managed to procure a devil fruit in the East Blue, a testament to their influence. Tina's grandfather had even been appointed as the nation's defense commander, overseeing all land forces and allowing soldiers to don civilian attire for leisure. Lynch strolled along the bustling street with Tina and Tom. Having returned to her hometown after a long absence, Tina was particularly joyful today, holding Lynch's hand as they walked and indulged in delightful treats, resembling a pair of enamored lovers. Suddenly, an uncertain voice called out from behind, Excuse me, are you Miss? Tina turned around in response, exclaiming, Uncle Sam. She excitedly pulled Lynch's hand and approached. Let me introduce you. This is Uncle Sam, the steward who watched me grow up. And this is Lynch, my boyfriend. At the mention of boyfriend, Tina cautiously stole a glance at Lynch, hoping he wouldn't mind her calling him that. Hello, I am delighted to meet Tina's family, Lynch said with a smile as he shook hands with the steward. Greetings, the steward replied, his expression slightly stiff. Isn't the young lady supposed to be in the Navy? What brings her back with a boyfriend? I hope the master doesn't suffer a heart attack upon seeing his precious daughter accompanied by someone like this. By the way, how are my father and grandfather? Tina inquired. Well, I'm afraid it's not very good, the steward lamented. I should take you back. The master will surely be overjoyed to see you. Yes, let us go home, Tina said, wrapping her arm around Lin Qi as they followed the steward. At the family residence, Tina's father sat in the main seat, with the steward standing respectfully behind him. Lin Qi and Tina sat side by side at the lower end of the table. After Tina had finished her light-hearted conversation with her father, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. A pair of eyes scrutinized Lin Qi intently, never wavering in their gaze. Lin Qi sat up straight, unconsciously adopting a formal demeanor. During their first encounter, he was determined not to leave an impression of a reckless youth. The glance he received made him fearful that a mere command from the other party could summon a legion of mercenaries. Father, I heard from Uncle Sam that there have been recent troubles in the family. May I offer my assistance? Tina interjected, coming to Lin Qi's aid. Returning to the matter at hand, Kelly sighed and confessed, to speak candidly, a band of robbers, masquerading as revolutionaries, has emerged in the kingdom. They conduct organized raids under the cover of night, leaving no trace behind, and by dawn, they vanish without a sign. It has been half a month since the king entrusted our family with the task of eliminating these brigands, yet we remain at an impasse. If we fail to uncover their whereabouts, the king's trust in us will diminish significantly. Consequently, your grandfather has lost all his remaining hair. Leave it to me, father. I will capture them, Tina exclaimed, resolute. Entrusted to you? Absolutely not. Our family's men are not yet extinct, Kelly replied, shaking his head vigorously, refusing to put his beloved daughter in harm's way. In his heart, Tina would always be his little girl. But not just Tina, I will help as well. Lynch stood up, assuring, rest assured, Uncle, I will assist Tina in overcoming this challenge. You? Kelly scrutinized Lynch from head to toe. The young man was undeniably handsome, yet he did not appear particularly formidable. Father, don't be deceived by his delicate appearance. He is actually a naval captain. Tina chimed sweetly. A naval captain? At such a young age? Kelly regarded Lynch with skepticism, pondering why he had never heard of such a young captain in the Navy. Questioning whether his daughter had been misled. Observing the doubt in Kelly's eyes, Lynch felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess. Forgive me for the display, Uncle, he said, as he suddenly thrust his finger into a nearby solid stone pillar. When he retracted his finger, a 10-centimeter deep pit marred the granite surface. Ah, Kelly gasped, seizing Lynch's hand to inspect it closely. Young man, are your fingers unharmed? I have never encountered someone capable of such force against stone. Once he confirmed that Lynch's fingers were indeed intact, Kelly gasped again. Impressive. I believe you are indeed a naval captain. The maid's eyes sparkled with admiration. Captivated by the strength of his fingers, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation, and she excitedly grasped Lynch's hand. Then we shall entrust the matter of the robbers to you, and our family shall surely reward you handsomely. There is no need for a reward. Uncle, I am only doing this for Tina, Lynch replied, a slight smile on his face. Kelly's expression froze, his gaze darting between the two. Could it be that they had already? His precious daughter had been taken advantage of? Tina's cheeks flushed crimson under her father's scrutiny, and she jabbed him playfully. Stop looking at me like that. Thus, the night unfolded. Lin Qi stood atop the highest point of the nation, his piercing gaze surveying the surroundings with the intensity of a hawk. The candlelight fruit enhanced his vision to such a degree that, without the aid of a scope, he could rival even the most skilled marksman. Coupled with his commendable observation skills, he was confident that if any thieves dared to emerge tonight, he would undoubtedly capture them all in one fell swoop. Here they come. At the witching hour, this band of scoundrels could no longer restrain themselves and stealthily infiltrated a lavish mansion. In an instant, Lin Qi detected their movements. With a force akin to iron and steel, he obliterated a 3-meter-tall brute, weapon and all, into mere fragments. Miss, I hope I did not startle you. In a critical moment, Lin Qi rescued the daughter of the affluent owner from the clutches of the thieves. Thank you, she stammered, clearly in shock and at a loss for words, until a household servant whisked her away. Who are you? How dare you oppose us, the Revolutionary Army? Do you wish to meet your demise? Upon witnessing their comrade reduced to nothing but dust, the remaining brigands were momentarily taken aback. Yet, they steeled their resolve, hoping to intimidate Lin Qi by invoking the name of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army? Lin Qi scoffed. If the dragon were to learn of your misdeeds, he might just come personally to deal with you. You're quite right. A flash of lightning illuminated the room. revealing a man shrouded in a cloak who had appeared unbeknownst to anyone. He withdrew his cloak, unveiling a face marred with the imprints of slippers. The most notorious criminal in history, Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon? Lin Qi exclaimed, taken aback by the man's presence. Do you know me? Dragon inquired, perplexed. I am acquainted with your father. That old man, Dragon remarked, gingerly touching his aching cheek. At that moment, the bandits, upon witnessing Dragon's arrival, were utterly paralyzed with fear. They had brazenly paraded under the Revolutionary Army's banner, never imagining that the true leader would confront them. Dragon turned, a tempest swirling in his hand. You have tarnished the reputation of the Revolutionary Army, and thus, you shall pay with your lives. Forgive us. We were wrong. We will never again dare to exploit the Revolutionary Army's name for nefarious deeds. Some knelt in supplication, while others fled in terror. Who would dare to attack the legendary dragon? The fleeing few were instantly torn to shreds by the tempest in Dragon's grasp. As the whirlwind reformed in his hand, Lin Qi interjected, ensure the remaining ones are left intact. It would be best to keep one alive, as I have use for them. By what right should I heed your words? Dragon's stern visage betrayed no hint of emotion. I am not negotiating with you, Dragon. Lin Qi's right hand transformed into a dragon's claw, ignited by flames. Mythical beast. The dragon paused for 2 seconds before responding. Very well, I shall comply. Within 5 seconds, over 30 bandits lay slain, leaving only one unconscious. Without a backward glance, the dragon dissipated into a gentle breeze and departed. They say you are cold-blooded. Having witnessed it today, I am convinced. The dragon's icy demeanor is truly formidable. Such individuals, when undertaking tasks, only contemplate gains and losses, never swayed by emotions. No wonder Luffy, even at 18, remains oblivious to the existence of his father. He likely believes he emerged from the crevices of stone. Lynch hoisted the unconscious brigand and returned to the family estate. As for the bodies strewn across the ground, they would likely be displayed upon the city walls by dawn. A matter that need not trouble him. At the family estate, Kelly gazed at the brigand brought by Lynch and burst into hearty laughter. Son-in-law, Tina has informed me of the matters between you two, and I wholeheartedly approve. In his exuberance, Kelly even referred to him as son-in-law. Lynch's lips twitched. Could this old man change his demeanor so swiftly? He recalled the piercing gaze directed at him earlier, as if it could cut through flesh. Mission accomplished, Kelly remarked, his eyes glimmering with delight as he surveyed the defeated brigands strewn across the ground. The troubling bandit incident that had plagued him for days was finally at an end. It was getting late. His son-in-law must be weary from his efforts. Very well, Uncle, Lynch replied. Under the guidance of the steward, Lynch returned to his guest room. He shed his clothing and shoes, pulled back the covers, and lay down, his eyes widening in surprise. A warm body nestled against him. Tina, still in a drowsy haze, rubbed her sleepy eyes. Lynch, you're back. Tina, what are you doing here? Lynch whispered, alarmed at the thought of being discovered. Surely, his father-in-law would not spare him if that were to happen. Hee, I was just worried you'd be scared sleeping alone, Tina said, wrapping her arms around him. In her home, it was only natural for her to extend her hospitality. Please, don't be silly. Lynch felt his heart race at the softness of her embrace, wondering about the soundproofing of her walls. What are you thinking, you naughty boy? Tina playfully pouted, lightly punching his chest. She permitted him only to hold her while sleeping, forbidding any impure thoughts. What about a little touch? Lynch attempted to negotiate. Well, all right then. Tina hesitated for only a moment before decisively agreeing. She had long desired to share a bed with Lynch, believing that one day she would belong to him. Allowing a little touch seemed inconsequential. However, Tina soon found herself accountable for her actions. It's a bit chilly outside. May I touch you inside? Come on in, she encouraged, lifting her nightgown. Moments later, she suggested, don't you find your clothes uncomfortable? Perhaps you should remove them. What are you thinking? You naughty boy, she exclaimed. All right. Tina decided to undress herself. After a little while, she said, I'll just snuggle, not go any further. Soon, the maid overheard the sounds emanating from the room, her face flushed with embarrassment. It was not until the sun had risen high that Lynch finally fell into a deep slumber while holding Tina close. They spent several more days in her hometown. A few days later, Lynch's father-in-law, having been promoted, was in high spirits, calling him son-in-law with every breath, personally seeing off the guests at the port. Son-in-law, do come again to visit with Tina, he said. After spending time together, Kelly recognized that this young man not only possessed strength, but also potential. Most importantly, he treated his daughter well, making him an ideal candidate for son-in-law. Understood, uncle. You may return, Lynch replied. Next, the journey to the East Sea remained, with one final and most significant destination ahead. Half a month later, they arrived at Frostmoon Village. Lynch gazed at the unremarkable little village, which bore no semblance of harboring extraordinary individuals. Indeed, boss, the map indicates that this is the place, Joseph asserted confidently. Let us proceed to the One Heart Dojo. Lynch, clad in casual attire and wielding two long swords at his waist, accompanied by Tina and Joseph, made his way towards the Isen Dojo. Even before he could push open the grand door, the rhythmic clashing of bamboo swords resonated from within. This place has laid a profound foundation for Zoro's path of swordsmanship. As he creaked open the wooden door, the sounds of wooden swords abruptly ceased. A group of boys, the youngest no older than 6 or 7, and the oldest merely in their teens, turned their curious gazes towards this outsider from the village. It appeared he was not from the nearby villages, as none of them had seen such a figure before. Wow, their clothes are so beautiful, exclaimed one. Humph, those little brats, that big sister is the real beauty. A chorus of children chimed in, and from among them emerged a little girl. She approached Lynch, bending in greeting. Hello, I am Kuina, the daughter of the dojo's master. May I ask whom you are looking for? Lynch attempted to pat the girl on the head, but she sidestepped away. He had always admired this spirited girl, but alas, fate had its own designs. Very well, please wait a moment. Jeff, serve the guests some tea. Kuina instructed like a little adult before she went to announce Lynch's presence. Thank you, Lynch replied, accepting the tea from the boy and taking a sip. The sound of wooden sandals on the floor echoed as a squint-eyed man appeared, his demeanor cheerful. After dismissing the children, he turned to Lynch with a wary expression. Your strength is remarkable. May I inquire about your purpose here? To be candid, I wish to request your guidance in mastering true swordsmanship, Lynch stated earnestly. It is often said that those with squinting eyes are extraordinary. Such was the case with Kaido. Do not be deceived by his seemingly harmless appearance. He is, in fact, a low-ranking elite general on the verge of stepping into the realm of a great swordsman. Why do I assert this? Simply because he is known as Shimatsuki Kaido. The Shimatsuki family resides in Wano country. Currently, Wano is under the tyrannical rule of Kaido, isolated from the world, making any attempt to leave akin to reaching for the heavens. Yet, this very man managed to traverse the New World and the Grand Line, bringing the infant Kuina with him to the East Blue. Such prowess is nothing short of terrifying. Moreover, Kaido's father and grandfather are not ordinary individuals. How could he be? His father, Shimatsuki Zephyr, forged the famed swords Enma and the legendary blade Da. His grandfather crafted the unparalleled supreme sword. Neither Garp nor Zef possesses any swordsmanship skills. To attain swift progress in swordsmanship, one inevitably requires the guidance of a master. Otherwise, how could he possibly compare to those who have honed their skills for decades since childhood? Kaido chuckled lightly. You jest, my lord. I am but an ordinary sword instructor in the East Blue. How could I possibly teach you? He traveled thousands of miles to the Eastern Sea, precisely because he was weary of conflict. To teach this man would be tantamount to revealing one's strength, and he would not entertain such an idea. Sir, surely you do not wish for the swordsmanship of the Shuang-Yue family to be lost to obscurity? Gongshiro's hand paused as he poured the tea, taken aback that the other party had already thoroughly investigated his identity. Lynch's words struck a chord deep within Gongshiro's heart. He was an exceedingly traditional individual, steadfast in his belief that girls could not inherit the family swordsmanship, that they were inherently inferior to men. Otherwise, the ensuing tragedy would not have unfolded. Ah, what is this frost moon? I fail to comprehend. Sir, why deceive yourself? As he spoke, Lynch unsheathed Long Yuan, adopting a rogue's demeanor, concealed behind a pillar. Guena's expression turned frantic. Was her father about to engage in a brawl? Observing that Gongshiro remained unmoved, Lynch unleashed a sword aura. He had anticipated that Gongshiro would reveal his prowess to counter it. Instead, he watched in disbelief as the home he had inhabited for years was cleaved in two by the formidable sword energy. Little Guena was exhilarated. Could this truly be the extent of swordsmanship? Gongshiro sighed deeply, choosing to close his eyes and remain silent. Hey, are you truly a master, uncle? I find it hard to believe. Joseph could no longer contain himself. If he were indeed a master, his patience was beyond measure, surpassing even that of an ancient tortoise. I have said, I am but an ordinary person. If you seek to learn swordsmanship, you have approached the wrong individual. Reluctantly, Lynch resorted to his trump card. forcefully pulling the eavesdropping Guena from behind the pillar. Let me tell you, you should be called Frost Moon Guena, the so-called Frost Moon family. Gung Siro's eyelids twitched violently. Enough. I will teach. Willing to teach now? Lynch ceased his narrative, leaving little Guena looking as though she had tasted something unpleasant. One must complete their speech. Leaving it half-finished is quite tantalizing. I can see you are not a villain. I hope you do not bring disgrace to the Frost Moon swordsmanship. Having resolved to teach, Gung Siro no longer concealed his intentions. Come for lessons tomorrow. Thank you. I will ensure the house is repaired for you. With his objective achieved, Lynch departed with a satisfied demeanor, leaving Guena in deep contemplation. Father, what is the Frost Moon family? Do not inquire further. When the time is right, I shall reveal it to you. Now, go practice your swordsmanship. Beginning the following day, Lynch and Tina commenced their sword training under Gung Siro's guidance. It was also on this day that Lynch gained an incessant little shadow, as Guena persistently questioned him about the Frost Moon family. Lynch had promised Gung Shirlang to refrain from speaking, which left Guena feeling anxious. Hey, if we can't discuss Frost Moon, perhaps we could talk about something else. Tell me, are there any female sword masters in this world? Where do you hail from? Are there many skilled fighters there? You scoundrel, why won't you accept my challenge? Ouch. Please stop hitting my head. It will make me dull-witted. Days passed, marked by Guena's words, and before long, 6 months had slipped by. Girls grow swiftly. Compared to half a year ago, Guena had gained a noticeable height. On this particular day, Lynch and Gung Silang sat on the tatami, sipping tea. Your talent is remarkable. There is little left for me to teach you. Gung Silang poured a cup of tea for Lynch. I am grateful for your care over the past 6 months, Lynch expressed. In truth, Guena is a promising candidate, stronger than the vast majority of men, Lynch suddenly remarked. I am aware of this. Unfortunately, women cannot become great swordsmen. The conversation fell into a contemplative silence. In the future, Guena may come to the Navy to seek me out, and I shall assist her in realizing her dreams. However, it ultimately depends on her own aspirations. The room once again succumbed to tranquility as the dialogue between the two was far from pleasant. Gung Silang remained steadfast in his belief that women could not traverse the long path of swordsmanship, even if that person was his daughter. Father, do you need more tea? Upon hearing Guena's voice, the two tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing the matter further. Ah, it's Guena. Please, come in. Dressed in a kimono, Guena appeared utterly adorable as she knelt at the table, replenishing the teapot. Guena, I must leave today, Lynch announced. Guena's hand trembled, nearly dropping the teapot. She looked as though she might burst into tears. So soon? Can't you stay a few more days? Foolish girl, I've already been here for half a year. Doesn't that feel long enough? Do you truly wish for me to stay? Who would wish for you to stay, you idiot? Guena's cheeks flushed crimson. I am merely concerned that there will be no one to talk to in the future. Haha, Guena is so strong. I suppose that is true. By the way, I haven't given you a gift yet. Before I depart, I have something for you. He produced a devil fruit and placed it on the table. This is the animal-type peacock fruit, a kind of devil fruit which grants incredible powers when consumed. Guena, haven't you always wanted to surpass the boys? Eating this will allow you to achieve that. He had acquired this common animal-type fruit during a system shop refresh. It was quite inexpensive. He didn't believe that Guena could meet her demise from consuming an animal-type devil fruit. Father, is what Brother Lynch said true? Guena looked at Gung Silang with eager anticipation, yearning to hear words from her father that she could indeed surpass the men. However, she was met only with Gung Silang's silence. Gung Silang wished for nothing more than for his daughter to live a safe and peaceful life. Perhaps consuming the devil fruit was a commendable choice. With this thought, Gung Silang nodded. This gesture brought immense encouragement to Guena, who seized the devil fruit and took a substantial bite. Thank you, Brother Lynch. It's not too bad. Guena nearly spat it out, but, thinking of surpassing the boys and earning her father's approval, she forced herself to swallow the fruit. Tears streamed down her face from the unpleasant taste. All right, I must take my leave now. Farewell. Thank you for your guidance over the past 6 months. Little Guena. I eagerly anticipate the day we reunite upon the sea. Upon witnessing Guena consume the fruit, Lin Qi ceased his lingering. Upon returning to the ship, he immediately instructed his crew to transport 10 chests of treasure to be delivered to Gung Shiro. Would it not be more sincere for you to deliver it yourself? Tina expressed her confusion. If I were to deliver it, he would refuse it. Just before the warship set sail, Guena rushed over, breathless, standing on the dock, shouting, Brother Lin Qi, I have come to see you off. Lynch smiled. Guena, I firmly believe that you will undoubtedly become a formidable female swordsman. Upon hearing this, Guena was overcome with emotion, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Thank you. I promise. I will become a great swordsman to show you. All right. As she watched the battleship sail into the distance, Guena wiped away her tears and a smile graced her lips as she headed straight for the training grounds. The year was 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar. Lynch returned to the Grand Line and dialed Sengoku's number. Indeed, I have returned. I encountered Dragon in the East Blue. Shall I send the captives to the deep-sea prison? Very well. Lynch hung up the phone. During the year and more at sea, the number of abilities confined within the ship's hold had risen to over 100. These individuals, if entrusted to anyone else, would instill considerable unease regarding their transport to the warring states. Except for Lynch. The deep-sea prison stands in a triangular formation with the Navy headquarters and Judicial Island, forming a triad of authority. Between the three, the world government maintains a dedicated passage inaccessible to anyone who is not an official member. Passing through the gates of justice, Lynch and his party arrived at the deep-sea prison, where they were met by Vice Warden Magellan. Greetings, Colonel Lynch. On behalf of the deep-sea prison, I extend a warm welcome to you. Magellan, clad in thick gloves, shook hands with Lynch. It is an honor to meet you, Warden Magellan. Lynch engaged in light conversation with Magellan, while his subordinates escorted the prisoners into the depths of the Grand Sea Prison. Magellan, observing the prisoners shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, inquired curiously, surely, not all of these are devil fruit users? Indeed, Lynch replied. Could there be so many? It must be over 100, Magellan exclaimed, astonished. It is a remarkable feat to capture even 1 or 2 devil fruit users during a voyage, yet here was Lynch, effortlessly apprehending a multitude. One could easily mistake him for a figure of high rank, such as a marshal, rather than merely a colonel. With a casual air, Lynch spoke of his exploits as if they were mere happenstance, leading Magellan to grimace slightly. To capture such a significant number of capable individuals was no small achievement, a testament to his prowess that would leave Magellan envious for a decade. Report, sir. All prisoners have been successfully delivered, a soldier announced. Excellent. In that case, my dear Magellan, until we meet again. Farewell, Magellan replied, watching as the group departed. Days passed once more. Lynch returned to the naval headquarters. After more than a year away, he felt a twinge of nostalgia the moment he set foot on land. System, display attributes. Host, Lynch combat abilities. Moonwalk, peak, Soru, advanced. Gale foot, advanced. Gunpoint, peak. Iron block, advanced. Life return, advanced. Paper drawing, beginner. Note, all techniques with limits are represented by proficiency. Living skills, navigation, intermediate. Culinary arts, beginner. Lowly cultivation, intermediate. Basic attributes, constitution. Level 5, constitution sovereign. Swordsmanship. Level 5, great swordsman. Fruit development. Level 3, fruit expert. Marksmanship. Level 3, seasoned sniper. Observation haki. Level 3. Armament haki. Level 4, conqueror's haki. Level 5, conqueror's sovereign. Note, abilities without limits can continually be enhanced, represented by basic attributes. This is the culmination of Lynch's journey after a year at sea. Both his constitution and swordsmanship have reached level 5, marking a significant leap in quality. The rest have also seen improvement. However, what on earth is this lowly cultivation? Lynch protested vehemently. What nonsense was this system marking him with? How had he ended up in the role of nurturing young maidens? Had he not merely assisted the Empress, Kella, Nami, Nojiko, and even Kuina? Well then, he conceded, accepting this peculiar circumstance of nurturing young girls. Welcome back, Colonel Lynch. The docks were lined with a multitude of brightly attired naval soldiers. Upon sighting Lynch's warship nearing the shore, they erupted into enthusiastic cheers. What is happening? Lynch was momentarily bewildered. His welcoming demeanor as a colonel was more imposing than that of a general. He leapt from the warship, eager to inquire about the situation, when Carp approached with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, young Lynch, I hear you encountered Dragon in the East Blue. Didn't he give you any trouble, did he? So that was the matter at hand. No, Senior Dragon was quite amiable. That's good to hear. Let us be on our way. Admiral Sengoku is waiting for you. In the Admiral's office, Carp, Sengoku, and Zephyr formed a circle, listening attentively as Lynch recounted his adventures over the past year at sea. Cough, cough, cough. As the tale unfolded, Sengoku's pupils widened in astonishment, suddenly choking on a rice cracker. Carp shot him a sidelong glance, as if to say, when will you mature like me? You mean to say that while consuming fruit, You inadvertently ingested a mythical zoan fruit? Sengoku was taken aback. That was indeed a mythical zoan fruit. Only he within the Navy possessed such an extraordinary treasure, fully aware of its immense value. He had nearly perished for the Buddha fruit. Yet this young man had acquired one effortlessly. The sheer luck of it left Sengoku envious. Lin Qi, disregard Sengoku and continue, Zephyr urged, thoroughly engrossed in the narrative. Later, I fortuitously obtained an unparalleled great sword. And then, wait a moment. Sengoku interrupted once more, inadvertently tugging at his beard in disbelief. You claim you acquired an unparalleled great sword in that small corner of the East Blue? Sengoku was left utterly stunned. An unparalleled great sword? The vast Navy possessed not a single one. Yet this lad had nonchalantly obtained one, and in such a trivial location. Is there a problem, Admiral? Lin Qi inquired. Oh, there is a significant problem. Sengoku feigned a composed demeanor, insisting, no worries, please continue. Well, subsequently, I discovered an elite vice admiral level swordsman in the East Blue. I attempted to recruit him into the Navy, but alas, I was unsuccessful. However, it was not without merit, as he imparted his swordsmanship to me. And what is the current extent of your power? Zephyr demanded, his gaze fixed sternly on Lin Qi. The rapid advancement of his disciple's abilities was astonishing. In just over a year at sea, he had acquired a mythical zoan fruit, an unparalleled great sword, and the close guidance of a master swordsman. They harbored no suspicions regarding the origins of these treasures, for no one would willingly bestow such bounties of the sea upon another. Lin Qi scratched his head, humbly expressing his uncertainty. I haven't tested my limits, but I suppose I could hold my own against a general. His physique and swordsmanship were both at level 5. Although his mastery of fruit development and haki was not as comprehensive as that of the older generation, he believed that engaging in combat with a general should pose little problem. Even against someone like Green Bull, who was considered a lackluster general, there remained a possibility of victory. Upon hearing this, the three individuals simultaneously gasped in astonishment. If what Lin Qi claimed were true, a general at merely 20 years of age would be exceedingly formidable. How about I arrange for you to spar with Kizaru? Suggested Sengoku. Lin Qi recognized that this was a test of his abilities and readily agreed, very well. Half an hour later, at training ground number 7, Kizaru yawned languidly while leisurely trimming his nails with a pair of clippers. Ah, you summoned me from my midday slumber just to spar with this young lad? Kizaru lamented. Do not underestimate him, Kizaru. Be cautious, or you may find yourself at a disadvantage, Sengoku kindly advised. Yet Kizaru remained unfazed. At 44 years of age, he found the seriousness of a mere 20-something youth rather amusing, contemplating that it would be simpler to just collide with a block of tofu. Were it not for the fear of jeopardizing his year-end bonus, he would have preferred to stay away entirely. Sengoku, really, calling me to play with a child. Ah, I shall make my move now. With the intention of finishing swiftly to return to his duties, Kizaru initiated the encounter. He transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing before Lin Qi and delivering a kick in midair. Bang! He actually blocked it. Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the scene. Lin Qi stood firm, having effortlessly defended against Kizaru's strike with a single arm. Although Kizaru had not exerted himself seriously, the feat was nonetheless remarkable. Oh? Kizaru mused with growing interest as he began to apply more force to his leg. Lin Qi remained motionless. Senior Huang Yuan, as a natural type. You need not compare strength with me. Lin Qi grinned widely, exerting his strength to send the yellow ape flying. The yellow ape landed gracefully, shedding some of his previous languor. He recognized that the young man before him was extraordinary. No wonder Sengoku had summoned him. Young naval officer, it's time for me to get serious. Let us avoid injury. As he spoke, a radiant sword, gleaming with a golden hue, materialized in the yellow ape's hand. Here I come. Lin Qi drew forth Long Yuan. Its blade engulfed in flames and engaged in a fierce contest with Huang Yuan. The more they fought, the more astonished Huang Yuan became. The young man's swordsmanship was surprisingly on par with his own. In the realm of swordplay, Huang Yuan found himself unable to best Lin Qi after a prolonged struggle. Zephyr nodded in appreciation. Although Huang Yuan was not a professional swordsman, his speed gave him an edge that surpassed that of ordinary great swordsmen. It appeared that Lin Qi's remarkable progress in swordsmanship over the course of just 1 year was indeed as he had claimed. In every movement executed by Lin Qi, one could sense an air of sophistication, unmistakably indicative of a lineage steeped in mastery. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qi had endured immense hardship to attain his current swordsmanship. For 6 long months, he diligently practiced with a scroll of triple sword techniques, rising before dawn and retiring well past dusk. He would awaken before the sun, training tirelessly until the late hours of the night. Frustrated by his inability to best Lin Qi in swordplay, Kizaru decided to change tactics. Aware that he was summoned to assess Lin Qi's capabilities, he deemed it unnecessary to prolong their standoff. I shall employ my devil fruit abilities. If you cannot withstand it, I advise you to concede swiftly rather than struggle in vain, he cautioned. Transforming into a flash of light, Kizaru soared into the sky, arms outstretched. 8 Shaka KGY. A deluge of luminous projectiles cascaded down like torrential rain, delivering a devastating onslaught. The ground quaked under the impact, leaving it pockmarked and shrouded in dust. Sengoku gazed anxiously towards the cloud of smoke. Rest assured, that young man hasn't even unleashed his devil fruit powers yet. Garp reassured him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by a terrifying figure emerging from the haze. It was a monstrous being towering at 7 meters. Its hands and vital areas adorned with dragon scales, and 2 sinuous antlers protruding from its forehead. Sharp spines jutted from its joints, while a halo of black flames floated ominously behind it. What type of mythical beast is that young man? Sengoku and his companions pondered, captivated by Lin Qi's transformation. Typically, the characteristics of a mythical beast are quite evident. One could easily discern the nature of their devil fruit. For instance, the phoenix fruit or the Buddha fruit. Yet Lin Qi's mythical form was completely inscrutable, bearing a resemblance to Kaido's azure dragon fruit. Thunder Fist. Lin Qi soared into the air, his fists enveloped in crackling electricity. And with a powerful strike, he sent the yellow ape flying. Unfortunately, the dragon abyss was too short, once transformed into a giant. It was no longer suitable for use as a weapon, leaving him to fight barehanded. The sensation felt off. Had it prematurely elementalized? Truly, what a formidable creature. The yellow ape landed and reverted to human form, raising a finger as several beams of laser light shot toward Lynch. The lasers struck him with a resounding explosion. However, Lynch emerged unscathed, the skin that had been ruptured by the lasers healing instantaneously. Lynch descended heavily like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. He unleashed a powerful straight punch towards Kizaru. Yet the latter effortlessly evaded it by transforming into an elemental form once again. Despite being of the same natural type, Lynch found himself landing precise blows on Smoker. Yet he could never seem to hit Kizaru, solely due to the latter's exceptional observation haki. This is precisely why I harbor a distaste for battling Zoan-type opponents. They are remarkably resilient, Kizaru murmured, extending his arms in midair, as dozens of laser arrows, seemingly guided by an unseen intelligence, pursued Lynch relentlessly. Flame Fist. Lynch unleashed a powerful punch, sending a towering pillar of flames soaring into the sky, successfully intercepting the arrow's assault. It is often said that even dogs shun the burning fruit. He expertly manipulated electromagnetic forces to draw a piece of meteorite from the depths of the earth, balancing it on his fingertip while channeling electric energy into it. Super electromagnetic cannon. With a resounding boom, the vibrant electric energy propelled the meteorite, streaking across the heavens and delivering a devastating blow to Kizaru's head, which subsequently erupted in the sky like a nuclear explosion, forming a mushroom cloud. In an instant, the attention of the entire naval base was captivated. Kizaru's severed head transformed back into golden particles, and he turned to witness the explosion, cold sweat trickling down his temple. Hey, is this for real? This is a bit over the top, isn't it? We agreed to spar, but do you really intend to take my life? Apologies, Senior Kizaru, but I couldn't possibly injure you without going all out. You brat, perhaps I should treat you as an equal. Kizaru's words were tantamount to acknowledging Lynch's strength. However, the prospect of being outperformed by a junior would indeed be quite embarrassing. If Aokiji and Akainu were to find out, they would surely mock him for half a month. It seems I must unveil my trump card as well. Senior Kizaru, there's no need for modesty. You haven't even utilized haki. How did you get over here? The revelation of the Lynch disparity was sudden, mere moments ago. The yellow ape had been engaging in mutual flattery from a distance, and in the next instant, he appeared before me without any forewarning. In the past, the yellow ape was swift, but this time he had seemingly teleported. Sengoku silently removed his glasses and chuckled with mock reproach. This fellow yellow ape has managed to achieve teleportation by refracting light through my lenses. Eternal frozen purgatory. Lynch naturally would not miss the opportunity to engage closely with Kizaru, unleashing a chilling breath that rapidly spread through the air, crystallizing into frost and freezing the ground beneath. The effect of this move rivaled that of Akiji's ice fruit. Gamma ray. A dense black light coalesced at Kizaru's fingertips. Unlike the usual yellow glow, Lynch sensed the taste of death emanating from it. Enough. Galactic impact. In a critical moment, Garp suddenly interrupted their confrontation with a powerful punch. That hurts. Mr. Garp, your fists remain as formidable as ever. Garp's unexpected strike sent both combatants flying, preventing Kizaru from even phasing out. It was a mystery how Garp managed to inflict such pain. As they regained their footing, one of them sported a large bump on his head, grimacing in discomfort. Senior Kizaru, I concede defeat, Lynch admitted humbly. Had it not been for Garp's intervention, he could not have predicted the consequences of facing Kizaru's attack. Conversely, his own move would have merely left Kizaru in a difficult position. Impressive for one so young. Possessing strength akin to that of a vice admiral, Kizaru remarked, rubbing his sore back and casting a resentful glance at Sengoku. Next time, if such a fortunate event arises, please consult a Kaido. Thank you for your trouble this time. My apologies, Kizaru, Sengoku replied. The duel between the two had not gone unnoticed by the onlookers. Undeniably, Lynch had indeed exhibited the prowess of a vice admiral. Among them, Zephyr was the most astonished, having witnessed Lynch's growth firsthand. In just over 2 years, he had transformed from an unknown recruit to someone comparable in strength to a vice admiral, truly terrifying. Well then, Commander, I shall take my leave. Please remember to deposit my overtime pay into my account, Kizaru said, waving his hand and reverting to his usual languid demeanor as he vanished in a flash of golden light. Colonel Lynch, in light of your remarkable achievements, I officially promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral, and the corresponding materials can be collected from the logistics department shortly, Sengoku announced with an official tone. Yes, Commander. Congratulations on your promotion, Lynch, Zephyr added, offering his well wishes. From Colonel to Rear Admiral, a remarkable ascent of 2 ranks. Thank you, Master Zephyr. You, in just 2 years, have risen from an ordinary naval soldier to Rear Admiral. Such speed is enviable. I, on the other hand, am merely a Vice Admiral. Mr. Garp, please. We all know you chose not to take the position of Admiral. Ha ha ha, did I? All right then, let us old-timers not disturb Lynch any longer. He has been at sea for over a year. It is time he enjoys a proper rest. I grant you a half-month leave to recuperate. In a gentle tone, the nobleman remarked. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qi hurriedly set out to find Tao. Unfortunately, the housekeeper informed him that Tao had gone out to sea and had yet to return. Thus, he ventured alone to the nearby commercial street to satiate his hunger. Tina, that whimsical girl, had vanished since her return. She was likely off reminiscing with her friends. After indulging in a hearty meal, Lin Qi felt a pang of guilt for not bringing any gifts for Tao and began to browse the shops in search of something special. He recalled Tao's preferences and pondered whether he should purchase something she liked. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, remembering Tao's words about how, ever since meeting Tom, everything else seemed inferior. Tao was not one to be swayed by superficiality. She had little interest in what most women adored, just as he was deep in thought. It suddenly struck him that Tao seemed to possess an abundance of perfumes and hairpins at home. Regrettably, he was not well versed in perfumes, so he decided to focus on hairpins instead. As he wandered from shop to shop, he encountered many beautiful pieces, yet none truly captivated him. Just when he was about to give up, a lively sales pitch caught his attention from a distance. Come and see. Special hairpins from Alabashton. Crafted entirely from white jade and adorned with 18 unique gemstones native to Alabashton. Today, a remarkable offer awaits you. No need for 100 million berries. Nor 9,000 berries, just 999,000 berries. That's right, you heard correctly. Hurry and grab yours. I'll take it. I bought it. 2 voices echoed in unison. And Lin Qi's hand collided with that of another delicate hand. Lynch gazed up to see a girl with golden hair. Before he could utter a word, she smiled sweetly and said, Hey, big brother, you wouldn't dream of competing with me for this, would you? The girl appeared to be no older than 15. Lacking any military uniform, which suggested she was likely a naval dependent. Yet, Lynch sensed an aura of dominance emanating from her. In this world, however, individuals matured prematurely. Though she seemed merely 15, the truth of her age was elusive. A girl of such youth possessing a commanding presence was undoubtedly a prodigy. Right, big brother? You wouldn't want to snatch something from a little girl, would you? Noticing Lynch's silence, she reiterated her question. Of course, with such a declaration, Lynch felt compelled to relinquish the item to her. Thank you, big brother. Goodbye. After acquiring the hairpin, The girl cheerfully paid and twirled her long hair as she departed. Ding. A life choice was triggered. Task option 1. The underhanded approach. Steal the hairpin in secret and make the girl cry. Reward. A lesson from Admiral Crane. Task option 2. Seize the black silk from the peacock's leg and treasure it. Reward. A world transfer scroll. Task option 3. Take the peacock to a small room to watch Brother Jie perform. Reward. Title. Lowly Slayer, granting 5 damage against young girls. System. You are becoming increasingly twisted. Lynch has grown weary of critiquing his own system. However, the codename Peacock sounds remarkably familiar. Lynch suddenly recalled that this was none other than the granddaughter of General He. The World Transition Scroll of Option 2 is divided into 2 parts, allowing its holder to traverse between 2 points at will. Such a remarkable item, akin to a portal, would likely fetch no less than 50,000 points in the system store. Yet, the condition for acquiring such a treasure merely requires obtaining the girl's stockings. However, I pride myself on being an upstanding gentleman. Do you truly believe, system, that I would engage in such morally reprehensible actions for the sake of a portal? Lynch cast a disdainful glance. 5 minutes later, in a secluded alley, Lynch intercepted the peacock. Hey there, you're blocking my way. Due to Lynch's prior transformation, a return to life that rendered him unrecognizable, the girl failed to identify him. Here's the situation, Lynch stated, producing 2 unopened bags of black stockings. I am an employee of a hosiery manufacturer. We are currently conducting a market research initiative, and if you could part with the stockings on your legs, you would receive 2 brand new pairs in return. What do you want my stockings for? The peacock inquired, tilting her head in innocent confusion. We intend to analyze the stockings you've worn in order to enhance our product. The girl fell silent for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, Pervert. You absolute creep. You're not planning to use my stockings to clean a gun, are you? How revolting. The peacock regarded Lynch with disdain. Clean a gun. What in the world are you talking about? Lynch could hardly fathom that such words would escape the lips of a young girl. Move aside, you creep. I want to go home. The peacock shoved Lynch aside and dashed towards the exit of the alleyway. Shave. Lynch swiftly teleported over and delivered a precise strike, rendering the girl unconscious. I apologize, but since you are unwilling to free yourself, I have no choice but to take this action. Lynch deftly removed the black stockings, inch by inch, from the young girl's delicate, jade-like legs. A subtle fragrance wafted from the silk fabric. Lynch wore a serious expression as he tossed the girl's original stockings into his storage ring. He was not truly depraved. How could he possibly indulge in such an act? If he were to do so, it would need to be in a secluded place. A trade-off is not without its merits. He placed the prepared stockings beside the girl and lit a cigarette, resting it delicately between her fingers. As the cigarette burned down, she would inevitably awaken from the heat. Perfect. Lynch confirmed that there were no traces left at the scene and quietly departed. The system issued a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The World Transfer Scroll is being distributed. A flash of light illuminated as a split scroll appeared in Lynch's hand. By holding one half, he could instantaneously teleport to the location of the other half. Subsequently, Lynch hurriedly sought out the bounty hunters at the Navy headquarters to claim his reward. He spent 500,000 berries to have them deliver the items to the West Sea. Such harmless escort missions were warmly welcomed by the bounty hunters. After 2 round trips, night had fallen. Weary, he returned to his doorstep, only to find the inside shrouded in darkness. Tom, that fool. Didn't he even bother to turn on the lights at home? The moment he pushed the door open, the room suddenly lit up, with 2 loud bangs. Colorful ribbons cascaded from above. Surprise. Congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral. A throng of people emerged from the corners. Among them were the Navy personnel he had sailed with for a year, fellow trainees, as well as Tina and Peach Bunny. Colonel Lynch, oh no. From now on it should be Rear Admiral Lynch. Rear Admiral, you are the first to reach this rank in our elite camp. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Lynch felt warmth in his heart. Peach Bunny gracefully stepped forward. Peach Bunny, you're back. Yes. Peach Bunny nodded, suddenly wrapping her arms around Lynch's head and leaning down to kiss him. Lynch's eyes widened in shock. Tina gasped, and the onlookers dropped their beers in fright, hastily averting their gazes. Tom, unfazed, lit a cigar and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Wishing you 100 years of harmony, little brother Lynch. Welcome home, Peach Bunny joyfully declared. Lynch gazed at his reflection in the mirror, astonished by the vivid lipstick marks adorning his lips, a delightful surprise that came so unexpectedly. After a night of revelry, the early morning light revealed the remnants of his escapade. Lynch, rubbing his aching head, rose from the sofa, astonished by the scene before him. Had 100 huskies invaded his home? The guests had long departed, leaving the living room strewn with empty bottles and a chaotic assortment of items. Tom dangled from the light bulb like a limp noodle. With a crash, the bottle in Tom's hand fell to the floor, shattering into countless pieces. Tom instantly jolted awake, darting to Lynch's side and saluting. "Good morning, master. Your most loyal soldier offers you his blessings." A magnetic, raspy voice emanated from Tom's lips. "Goodness, you can talk." Lynch was genuinely astonished this time. Tom also sensed something amiss and quickly covered his mouth, shaking his head vigorously. "Stop pretending. I haven't had too much to drink. What on earth is going on?" Tom cautiously observed Lynch's expression, then took out paper and pen from his tail, writing, "Aren't you curious?" "Curious about what?" "There are many animals in this world that can speak, like deer and crabs, for instance." Tom let out a sigh of relief and wrote again. "That's good. By the way, now that you can talk, you should communicate verbally instead of using the notebook." Tom shook his head and wrote, "I can speak, but it hurts." Tom does not enjoy talking. "All right then, let us keep it that way. Now, I have a task for you. Clean the room thoroughly, and I shall reward you with a box of fish treats." Tom perked up instantly, conjuring 6 hands. 2 were sweeping, 2 were mopping, and the remaining 2 held cloths, swiftly tidying up the space. This was a scene that could only be witnessed in anime, yet it unfolded in reality. Lynch cautiously pushed open the door to Peach Bunny's room. In contrast to the living room, this space was considerably tidier, bearing little difference from usual. Sister Peach Bunny's sleeping posture was quite enchanting. Lynch's gaze lingered hungrily on the Peach Bunny's pert posterior and her long, fair legs. He cautiously shut the door behind him and glanced at Tina, ensuring their safety before stepping out. 3 breakfasts to go, please," Lynch instructed at the Naval cafeteria. "All right, young man, just a moment." As Lynch stood waiting for his meal, a small hand suddenly tapped on his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by Peacock. "May I help you?" he inquired. Just the day before, he had dealt with someone in a rather underhanded manner, stripping them of their black stockings. At the sight of Peacock, a flicker of anxiety coursed through Lynch. Could he have been discovered? It seemed impossible. He had employed a life-altering technique to alter his appearance and voice. Peacock remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on him. This was troubling. Perhaps he had been too forceful yesterday, leaving the young lady dazed. After a prolonged silence, Peacock slowly spoke. "I believe we need to have a conversation." "What could we possibly discuss?" "If there's something to say, let's say it here," Lynch thought, apprehensive that he might indeed have been found out. "Are you certain?" Peacock's charming eyes blinked innocently. "According to military law, assaulting a naval family member warrants a prison sentence of no less than 1 year and no more than 10. Do you wish to find yourself behind bars, big brother? After all, you treated me quite harshly yesterday. That's enough." Lynch swiftly covered the incessantly chattering Peacock, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He was now certain that this girl had truly uncovered the truth. "Oh, big brother, why are you doing this to me? Even though you treated me that way, I want to hold you accountable," the Peacock murmured, managing to slip free from Lynch's grasp. Around them, pairs of honest and stern eyes turned to observe. The cafeteria lady quietly set down the ladle she had been using to serve rice. Damn it. Lynch could no longer endure the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, nor could he tolerate the relentless barbs from the young woman. He firmly led her out of the cafeteria. Once they had departed, hushed whispers began to circulate within the dining hall. Was that enchanting young lady not the granddaughter of General Crane? And the gentleman accompanying her appeared to be none other than the recently prominent Major General Lynch. How scandalous this revelation. I find myself even more intrigued by whether General Crane is aware of this development. Lynch dragged the Peacock to a secluded corner of the woods, rubbing his temples in exasperation. "How did you discover my presence?" The Peacock, standing on tiptoe and leaning forward, proudly pointed at her own nose. "According to research, my sense of smell is 15 times more acute than that of a human. I have memorized your scent." "Are you calling me a dog?" Lynch retorted. "You are the one with the canine nose." The Peacock pouted playfully. "Now, speak of your intentions. You are not here as a messenger for General Crane, which suggests that you have not reported me. Thus, it is evident that you must have a greater demand. However, any attempt she might make to intimidate Lynch was merely a miscalculation on her part. Lynch will make this young girl understand the true meaning of regret." "Ah, has the big brother already guessed?" The smile on the Peacock's face shifted abruptly from sweet to ghastly, her eyes sparkling with 2 heart-shaped glimmers. "It is quite simple. Only if the big brother is willing to play with me. The ability of the devil fruit, the human fruit, whip fruit user. Lynch? How could he have forgotten that the peacock and the little sooty in the advancing city were a pair of pathological sadists? You wouldn't dare to use the power of the devil fruit against me, would you? The corners of Lynch's eyes twitched. Indeed, you wouldn't possibly refuse, would you? The hearts in the peacock's eyes transformed into a rosy hue. Alas, Lynch reached out to gently press down on the peacock's petite head. My dear little sister, you must understand that I merely took your stockings, and I have returned 2 pairs to you. Even if you were to shout about it outside, it would not bring any repercussions upon me. Very well, I shall inform Granny Crane, the peacock retorted, retracting the weapon conjured from the whip of the devil fruit and turning to leave. Wait. Lynch seized the peacock with a firm grip. If General Crane were to discover this, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. The wrath of Crane would likely manifest in a brutal confrontation reminiscent of the battles of the Warring States. And Lynch had no desire to find himself suspended from a clothesline by Crane's wash fruit for days on end. With a sudden jolt, the peacock regained her composure and, utilizing the powers of her whip fruit, lashed out at Lynch's arm. The force of the strike was considerable, tearing his clothing to shreds, yet Lynch's body remained unfazed, not even reddening from the impact. Your physique is remarkably sturdy, she remarked. Is this what one refers to as a sadist? Experiencing a sadist for the first time left Lynch somewhat overwhelmed. Were it not for her being the granddaughter of General Crane, he would have surely subdued her with ease. Just as Lynch pondered his next course of action, the peacock prepared to wield her devil fruit abilities once more. With one hand firmly grasping the peacock, Lin Qi found himself subjected to yet another assault. The pain was negligible, akin to a mere mosquito bite. However, his attire was irrevocably ruined. Such a robust physique. The peacock gazed at Lin Qi with an expression filled with emotion, leaving one to wonder if she had developed a fondness for him. Observing her demeanor, Lin Qi feared she might faint from excitement. How could such an extraordinary granddaughter exist for the illustrious General He? Another attack ensued, but this time Lin Qi seized it with determination. If you bully me, I shall tell Grandma He. The peacock's chest heaved dramatically. Her eyes filled with unfulfilled desire as she looked at Lin Qi. Lynch let out a derisive chuckle, acknowledging that they each held leverage over the other. Should you dare to betray me, I shall inform General Crane about today's events. I cannot believe she would permit you to act in such a manner. The peacock's expression faltered. I implore you, dear brother, she pleaded, shifting her approach to a heart-wrenching appeal as she realized a forceful tactic would not suffice. No. You must return at once. I have no time to indulge in these tiresome games. Very well then, the peacock feigned surrender, yet concealed malice within. Seizing the moment to strike as Lynch turned away, swinging her weapon with intent, Lynch grasped the whip with a reverse grip and forcefully yanked the peacock towards him, sneering. This is a predicament of your own making. What are you going to do? For reasons unknown, the peacock, with its hands bound, felt a surge of panic. It seemed that an ominous event was about to unfold. What do you intend to do? Humph. It is simply to teach you a lesson. Do not presume you can act with impunity. Lynch pinned the peacock to the ground and commenced his assault. Ah, it hurts. 5 minutes later, the peacock was weeping, tears streaming down her face, creating a visage of sorrow. Apologize and vow never to harm others again. And I shall let you go, Lynch proclaimed. I refuse. The peacock retorted defiantly, even in the face of pain, resolutely asserting, I will not submit to you. You wicked brute. Her spirit remained unyielding, despite the agony coursing through her. Very well, you have brought this upon yourself. Half an hour later, she was sobbing. I was wrong. I apologize. Please, I beg you, do not strike me again. If you continue, I might be irreparably harmed. Her eyes were swollen and red, as she clutched her lower body, pleading for mercy. Now you seek forgiveness? Were you not quite bold just moments ago? Ah, it hurts. I have apologized. What more do you want from me? You villain. The peacock was on the verge of despair, had she known this would be her fate. She would never have provoked this man. What manner of person was he? Unafraid of her grandmother and utterly devoid of compassion. He truly showed no mercy. She could scarcely feel her lower body any longer. Promise you will never again use others for your amusement. I refuse. I would rather you strike me dead. With the mention of her interests, the peacock's defiance resurfaced. Very well. Lynch, amused yet exasperated, resolved to rectify the peacock's troublesome habits today. Half an hour slipped by unnoticed, and the peacock, with a dramatic roll of its eyes, succumbed to unconsciousness. Lynch found himself in a state of utter disarray. Pondering the nature of such individuals, They would rather succumb to unconsciousness than feign a moment's indifference towards relinquishing their passions. Such profound love indeed. If the beating were to continue, it might very well lead to demise. The peacock's absurd obsession is one that cannot be altered. Perhaps it is best to leave the matter to General Crane to resolve. What course of action remains? In his current state, the peacock is certainly immobile, and he cannot personally escort him back. Otherwise, Carp would undoubtedly exact a severe punishment upon him. Boom. With a heavy thud, Lynch struck the ground and swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of Navy personnel hurried towards the sound. Quick, there lies an unconscious girl. She seems to be the granddaughter of Admiral Crane. Hurry, notify Admiral Crane. Hidden at a distance, Lynch felt a sense of relief and made his way home with his breakfast. In the stark, sterile hospital room, the peacock lay on the bed, bandaged and facing downward, overwhelmed with sorrow. Emerging from her earlier exuberance, the peacock now found herself in a rather normal state. Yet the pain radiating from her injuries left her with no choice but to remain in this position. What deepened her despair was the cold, accusatory gaze of her grandmother. Grandpa Carp stood nearby, grinning widely. Had it not been for Grandpa Sengoku's restraint, he might have burst into laughter. The peacock had never experienced such profound embarrassment. She wished she could vanish into the earth. Pray tell, how did you find yourself in this predicament? Admiral Crane demanded sternly. I have already stated, Grandma, that it was an accident, the peacock replied, recalling Lynch's earlier threat to expose her if she dared to inform anyone about his actions. Is it truly an accident that has left you in this state? Do you think your grandmother is a fool? Admiral Crane's expression darkened, unable to find any joy in seeing her granddaughter in such a condition. I heard rumors about an incident involving you and Lynch in the cafeteria. It wouldn't happen to be related to him, would it? No, it has nothing to do with him. The peacock quickly protested. Admiral Crane narrowed her eyes, ceasing her inquiries, having gleaned the truth from her granddaughter's tone. Go and check how long it will take for Heiner to arrive. He must use the devil fruit to treat the peacock. Carp, please summon Lynch. Grandma, the peacock whined. Why are you calling him? It has nothing to do with him. Normally, her pleas would have been effective, but Admiral Crane was in no mood for such antics. Carp, wary of inciting further ire, obediently went to fetch Lynch. An hour later, aided by the powers of the devil fruit, the peacock managed to stand, albeit with a noticeable limp. Aside from her awkward gait, she appeared quite normal, and the swelling had subsided. However, the sight of this scene only intensified Lynch's discomfort. The Admiral's piercing glare was enough to unsettle anyone. You lot, step outside. Admiral Crane commanded, and Carp and Zephyr complied, while Sengoku left first to attend to official matters. Thus, the room was left with only the peacock, Lynch, and Admiral Crane. Now speak. Tell me everything that transpired. Grandma, the peacock struggled in vain, prompting Lin Qi to sigh and rise, recounting the events from beginning to end. Naturally, the narrative was embellished. The incident involving the theft of someone's granddaughter's black stockings was deliberately omitted to preserve a semblance of dignity for the peacock, ensuring she would not dare to expose him. After listening, General Crane remained silent for a while, seemingly needing to digest the content with her extensive experience. After a moment, General Crane opened her eyes. Lin Qi, you have performed admirably. Lin Qi, who had been awaiting his fate with closed eyes, was taken aback. Where did this praise come from? Could it be a form of sarcasm? Grandma, what are you saying? The peacock was equally bewildered. How could her grandmother commend the one who had harmed her? However, General Crane shifted her tone. My commendation does not equate to forgiveness. You must acknowledge that you too bear some responsibility in this matter. This child's proclivity for mischief was something General Crane could not change. Thus, she wished to entrust the peacock to Lin Qi's care, believing that perhaps a stringent approach was necessary to remedy her condition. If you can help cure the peacock's affliction, not only will I forgive you, but I shall also reward you handsomely. The peacock's sadistic tendencies had long vexed General Crane. Over the years, she had hoped her granddaughter's symptoms would improve, only to find that this incident had brought clarity. Without a firm hand, the peacock's future appeared bleak. Who would dare to take a woman with such a disposition, given that her granddaughter had already been spanked by Lin Qi? Further punishment seemed inconsequential as long as her behavior could be corrected. Grandma, are you mistaken? I'm not a doctor. How can I treat her? Moreover, I can't keep hitting her, can I? Lin Qi quickly protested. Exactly, Grandma. How could you entrust me to this scoundrel? The peacock echoed in protest. You are correct. If the peacock misbehaves, you may discipline her until she is corrected. However, You are only permitted to spank her. No other areas are to be touched. The backside can withstand it, so feel free to administer the punishment there. Seeing the elderly's demeanor, Lin Qi realized that there was no room for refusal. Grandmother. What are you saying? The peacock blushed with embarrassment. Very well, it is settled then. You have a half-month holiday, do you not? Henceforth, I shall send someone to escort the peacock to your home daily until she mends her troublesome ways. The old crane proclaimed with finality. Thus, Lin Qi found himself burdened with an additional task of rectifying the misbehavior of a wayward girl each day. As for the peacock, she was destined to suffer the consequences. Upon returning home, as Lin Qi recounted the events of the day, Tao Tu expressed her indignation on his behalf. How could sister he act like this? This is unacceptable. I shall confront her immediately. Tao Tu rose from the sofa in a huff. Hold on, Ji Yuan. Lin Qi grasped her hand. Let her come. She is merely a young girl, and I can handle it effortlessly. Very well, but if it becomes too much for you, remember to tell me. It's not easy to have only half a month of vacation, Tao Tu complained. All right, Lin Qi replied. As the hour grew late, he declared, I shall go prepare dinner. Tina should be back soon. That evening, the three of them sat at the table for a meal. And Lin Qi found it quite astonishing how harmoniously these two individuals coexisted. He had anticipated needing to mediate between them, yet they interacted as if they were true sisters. He could understand Tina's demeanor, given her noble heritage and the influence of her father's multiple wives from a young age. However, he could not fathom Ji Yuan's perspective. What are you thinking, silly? Hurry and eat, Tao Tu urged, as she placed a sizable piece of meat into Lin Qi's bowl. I see now. You want Tina to feed you. Tina scooped up a steaming bowl of soup, pouting slightly as she blew on it. Open wide, Lynch's expression darkened. Did they truly regard him as a child? This evening, he would ensure that Tina, the young lady, faced the consequences. It is noteworthy that ever since the day Tina had ventured into his bed in Donghai, they had nearly always shared a bed. Occasionally, Tina would feign a semblance of shyness, yet in truth, she remained bashfully compliant. From that day onward, she had grasped the reality that a man's claim of merely brushing against her without penetration was nothing but a fabrication. As the hour of slumber approached, Lynch, cloaked in the shadows of the night, quietly opened Tina's door. No, tonight Sister Guillaume has returned. You must sleep alone. The walls of our home are thin. Do not entertain any improper thoughts. Bewildered, Lynch was unceremoniously pushed out by Tina within 3 seconds. Damn it, little girl, you shall not regret this. Lynch, feeling dejected, retreated to his chamber and buried his head beneath the covers to sleep. In the dead of night, he was abruptly awakened by the sensation of a voluptuous figure ascending his bed. A smile crept across his lips as he reached out towards the inviting form of the newcomer. Ah, the woman concealed beneath the blankets gasped as he touched her. Wait. That voice is not Tina's. Lynch swiftly retracted his hand, a sudden realization dawning upon him, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. He lifted the covers and was left utterly speechless. Sister Guillaume. The cheeks of the peach rabbit flushed crimson as she covered her snow-white mound, casting a fierce glare at Lynch. With a playful pout, she scolded, Is this how you usually treat little Tina? I apologize, Sister Guillaume. I did not realize it was you. At this moment, Lin Qi's heart raced like a drum. Had he known, he would never have dared to press that point, even if it meant facing Guillaume's wrath. Shoo. Guillaume gestured for silence, her delicate fingers placed gently before Lin Qi's lips. Do not speak. It is late. Time for rest. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Guillaume nestled closer into Lin Qi's embrace, her beautiful eyes fluttering shut. Lynch embraced the voluptuous form, feeling the firmness of his fists. He had not yet reached the level of audacity required to allow Tina to drift off to sleep while listening to an adult film. How infuriating. He vowed to find a better soundproof department next time. Tonight was destined to be yet another sleepless night. The following day, Amu awoke feeling utterly refreshed. Yawning, she rose from her slumber, her sleepy visage still evident. Sister Guillaume, if you've awakened, could you please move your legs? They're about to become numb under your weight. At that moment, a feeble voice broke the silence. Lynch confessed that, although he was quite pleased by the long legs of Guillaume, her restless sleep was rather bothersome. Occasionally, she would offer glimpses of her beauty that left him utterly flustered. You didn't sleep a wink, did you? Teased Tao Tu, noticing the dark circles under Lynch's eyes, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. So beautiful, Lynch was entranced by her supple features. He hadn't paid attention yesterday evening, but now, Guillaume was devoid of makeup. Without her purple eyeshadow or any adornments, she appeared entirely natural. Yet, It was precisely this unadorned Guion that captivated him. Guion, have you stepped out? Upon hearing Tina's voice, Guion exchanged a glance with Lynch, hastily adjusted her attire, and exited the room. At that moment, Tina emerged from Taudu's room. Seeing Taudu coming out of Lynch's room, Tina was momentarily taken aback and then expressed concern. Guion, your complexion is quite flushed. Are you unwell? No, I'm fine. I just want to wash my face, Guion replied hurriedly, retreating in haste. Tina, harboring suspicions, ventured into Lynch's room. You haven't been up to any mischief with Guion, have you? Lynch, feeling guilty, mumbled, not really. Upon hearing this, Tina donned an expression of exasperation. Oh, you fool. Even I can see that Guion has feelings for you. Why on earth aren't you seizing this splendid opportunity? Lynch sighed quietly. Considering your feelings and fearing your sorrow, he is not the kind of man who would forget an old love for a new affection. Although he aspires to provide a home for every girl in the world, each one is indeed a true love. Tina's heart already belongs to him. He must take her feelings into account. A man who acts solely on base desires is beneath his dignity. Moreover, the unfolding of events seems rather peculiar. It is unusual for one's own woman to urge her boyfriend to seek another. At a crucial moment, the arrival of the peacock provided him with a timely reprieve. All right, grandmother, I understand. I shall be obedient. The peacock nodded repeatedly at the door. Once the door closed, he collapsed onto the sofa, basking in the sudden warmth of spring. A lady should maintain her poise both while standing and sitting. Such behavior is unbecoming. Ji-Yuan emerged from the washroom, frowning. Sister Ji-Yuan. The peacock sprang to her feet as if propelled by springs beneath her. What brings you here? It was evident that the peacock harbored some trepidation towards Ji-Yuan. Tina and I are good friends. I often stay here. But you, I hear you've been unwell again recently? Ji-Yuan feigned annoyance. No, Sister Ji-Yuan, you must have misheard. The peacock buried her head into her chest. I sincerely hope that's the case. Ji-Yuan dried her damp hair as she returned to her room. Peacock, you've arrived. Lynch gazed thoughtfully at the young girl on the sofa. Having promised Granny Crane, and with nothing else to occupy his time, he pondered whether he should attempt to rectify the situation. Are you willing to relinquish your peculiar hobby? He inquired. Suddenly, the peacock's head shook vigorously, like a rattling drum. No. Lynch's expression darkened as he settled onto the sofa, patting his thigh and saying, Come lie down and rest on my legs. What are you doing? Peacock instinctively took a half-step back, her face awash with panic. Your grandmother said that if you misbehave, I can discipline you as I please. The thought of General Crane's words sent a shiver down Peacock's spine, prompting her to hurriedly amend her stance. I'll change, I will. Is that not sufficient? Please don't hit me. It's taken me so long to walk again. Can you truly change? I can. Peacock nodded vigorously, her little head bobbing in earnest. Huh. Tao Rabbit, who leaned against the door watching the spectacle, chuckled softly. Lynch, don't fall for this girl's words. She is the master of deceit. Allow me to assist you instead. Yoshiko, Peacock's heart raced, realizing her hidden intentions had been uncovered. Before Yoshiko, all her little schemes were laid bare. What do you intend to do? Lynch inquired, intrigued. Quite simple. I shall compel her to sincerely acknowledge her wrongdoing. Yoshiko spread her arms wide, a swirl of pink mist emanating from her palms. I have consumed superhuman fruit that allows me to concoct various fragrances. This here is the truth serum. If one's willpower does not reach the level of a general, they can only speak the truth once affected. Yoshiko, that's impressive. Lynch praised the innovative development of fragrant fruits. No, Guion. Despair washed over Peacock as she watched Guion approach. Moments later, like a child caught in wrongdoing, Peacock found herself pressed against Lynch's leg, enveloped by a cloud of pink gas released by Guion. I shall ask you once more. Are you willing to abandon your bad habits? I am not willing. The moment those words escaped her lips, Peacock instinctively covered her mouth. What was happening? She had clearly intended to say yes, yet the words transformed on her tongue. Humph, it seems Guion was right. She was far from obedient. Lynch's expression darkened. Time passed. Peacock, with tear-filled eyes, sat sobbing in a corner. Thus, Lynch's holiday continued, day by day. The daily routine consisted of meals, sleep, and dealing with Peacock. Meals were shared among the four, as Peacock would only return in the evening. Before long, 12 days had elapsed. On this particular day, Peacock entered the room, humming a cheerful tune and bouncing with energy. Upon entering, she obediently climbed onto Lynch's lap, eagerly exclaiming, I am ready. Lynch's lips twitched slightly. I haven't even asked yet. What are you prepared for? Well then, big brother, Please go ahead and ask, the peacock replied nonchalantly. Lynch summoned Guion, the pink gas enveloping the peacock. I inquired. Are you willing to relinquish your passion? I am willing. Lynch exchanged a knowing nod with Guion, realizing that this girl had indeed turned over a new leaf. Glancing down at the peacock, who lay anxiously across his lap, refusing to rise, an idea sparked in Lynch's mind. What is this? He inquired. The peacock, with her large, expressive eyes, was filled with anticipation. This is a disaster, Lynch exclaimed, smacking his forehead. How could he possibly report this to General Crane? It was uncertain whether this could even be considered a successful treatment. How could he convey to General Crane, congratulations, your granddaughter has developed a new hobby? Guion, sensing the oddity of the situation, remarked, Lynch, you cannot strike the peacock again. I believe that to be true as well, he concurred. Lynch pushed the peacock aside. Yet it promptly leapt back. Big brother. Lynch found himself trailed by the peacock like a persistent shadow throughout the day, even late into the night. She refused to take her leave. He had never encountered such an outrageous request. A rather attractive young lady, one would wonder why. General Lynch, the warlord requests your presence. A naval soldier rushed over. I understand. You may return, he replied. Yes, sir. Given the urgency, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. Lynch first explained the circumstances to Tina Guion. Just as he was about to depart, another naval soldier approached. General Guion, we have located you. The warlord requests your presence as well. In the conference room, by the time Lynch and Guion arrived, 5 vice admirals and several brigadier generals had already gathered, including the long-unseen T-Pig and Flying Squirrel. Those who have yet to arrive will not be waited for. Listen to me, Warlord Sengoku stated with a serious demeanor. The world government has issued a decree to launch a demon extermination order against Monopon Island. The reason, harboring the demon child Robin and attempting to investigate the legendary history of 100 years. Moreover, there is substantial evidence that they are studying ancient texts. As soon as he finished speaking, Flying Squirrel immediately interjected, but there exists a nation on Monopon Island. Is it not excessive to annihilate an entire country merely for sheltering the demon child? His words echoed the sentiments of many present. Before Sengoku could respond, another defiant vice admiral admonished, Flying Squirrel, are you questioning the orders of the world government? They did not merely harbor Robin, they also endeavored to study ancient texts. Have you forgotten the O'Hara incident? Rudolph, a vice admiral loyal to the world government, was a mole within the Navy. Guion showed no hesitation in retorting coldly. Flying Squirrel was addressing the warlord, not you. Enough. Sengoku interrupted the quarrel. 10 warships are already docked at the harbor. You must proceed at once. This operation will be commanded by Flying Squirrel. The scale of the Demon Extermination Order includes 5 vice admirals, 10 brigadier generals, over 10,000 elite Navy personnel, and the finest 10 warships. Its might is sufficient to obliterate an entire nation. Lynch wore a pensive expression. The Navy has undergone 3 distinct generations. Its evolutionary history, from the steel-clad era to the Warring States period and eventually to the later incarnation of Akainu, can be summarized as follows. First, a loyal dog to the world government. Second, a disenchanted dog harboring dissatisfaction. And third, a defiant dog that dares to challenge the authority of the world government. Ultimately, the Navy is merely a pawn of the world government. Its military funding is entirely bestowed by the world government. Should there be even a hint of discontent leading to budget cuts, the following year would compel them to make layoffs. Once the world government severs the financial lifeline, it will not be long before the Navy meets its own demise. Unlike pirates, the Navy cannot resort to acts of arson, murder, and pillaging. The internal discord is palpable, with factions comprised of individuals who are, in fact, members of the world government. Without a legitimate source of military funding, survival becomes an arduous challenge. As for the notion of engaging in private enterprises, such aspirations are merely fanciful. Does one truly believe the world government would allow such indulgence? Lynch has come to comprehend the profound grievances of the marshals throughout history. Should the Navy aspire for complete independence, it must confront 3 pivotal conditions. First, the issue of funding, which remains the most significant challenge. Second, the need to eliminate dissenters for the Navy to achieve autonomy. It will inevitably require the expulsion of certain rogue elements, which may ultimately weaken its conservative faction by a third. Third, the looming threat of triple danger. Once the Navy attains independence, both the revolutionary forces and the world government will transform into adversaries. Nevertheless, he reflects that he is not even an admiral yet. Pondering such matters seems futile. What brings some solace to Lynch is the apparent allegiance of Sengoku, who has chosen to appoint the Weasel as the leader instead of Rudolph, indirectly affirming his dissatisfaction with the world government. Upon boarding the warship, an atmosphere of ominous silence envelopes him. A multitude of soldiers, numbering in the thousands, remains eerily quiet, truly deserving of their reputation as the Navy's elite forces. The Weasel silently commands the vessel to set sail. The distant Monopon Island lies far from the Navy's headquarters, and under the cover of night, they will not arrive until tomorrow. It is likely that the inhabitants of Monopon Island remain oblivious to the grim fate awaiting them at dawn. That night, Guion sought out Lynch, and the two stood upon the deck, gazing into the starlit sky, enveloped in a contemplative silence. I once ventured to Monopon Island to apprehend pirates. The people there are genuinely kind, their customs unpretentious, Guion remarked bitterly. Do you find yourself bewildered by your sense of justice? Lynch inquired. Indeed, have you noticed? Those individuals are merely defenseless civilians, and yet, for harboring a little girl, they face the specter of death. Is it not absurd? Even if one were to pursue the true culprits, the innocent should not be implicated. The common folk are blameless, Guion lamented. The world government has perpetrated such acts not just once or twice. Have you ever considered what sort of beings occupy the upper echelons of the world government? Born of celestial dragons? Lynch regarded the situation with a calm demeanor, gently wrapping his arm around Guion's slender waist. While we cannot dictate the paths of those before us, our own journey lies beneath our feet. As of now, we are merely brigadiers who can foresee the future of the Navy. Should the day arrive when we ascend to the ranks of generals or even marshals, we shall endeavor to transform our visions into reality. In this world, power is the fundamental determinant of all. The thoughts of the weak are disregarded. Do you comprehend my words? Guion's enchanting eyes gradually sparkled with newfound determination, as if she had discovered a purpose, banishing her earlier despondency. For our future, and for the future of our people, let us strive onward. Guion extended her fist, meeting Lynch's in a gesture of solidarity. Onward. The following day, at Monoping Island, within the kingdom, as dawn broke, a thick mist enveloped the sea. Some industrious farmers had already plowed 2 acres of land. Do you see something approaching the surface of the water? The residents drawing water squinted towards the horizon. 10 colossal warships loomed like monstrous behemoths, slowly advancing. Quickly, inform His Majesty, we are under attack. The population of Monopong Island was scant, numbering around 1 million, and their military prowess was insignificant. Only a handful possessed the audacity to stand against any formidable opponent. Using a demon-slaying decree against such an inferior nation was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Fire. Boom. Boom. There was no need for the troops to disembark. The most terrifying aspect of the demon-slaying decree was its barrage of artillery that resembled an all-encompassing firepower. At the command of the Weasel, 500 cannons unleashed a carpet bombing upon Monopong Island. Some officers, still possessing a semblance of conscience, furrowed their brows. The generals were prepared to confront formidable adversaries. Under the current circumstances, their involvement was unnecessary. The demon-slaying decree was executed through systematic bombardment, ensuring that no living being would remain after the assault. The orderly nature of the bombardment granted the kingdom's inhabitants a fleeting opportunity to escape. The old king vowed to share the fate of his realm, relinquishing the chance for survival to others. A group of commoners and officials boarded 5 lifeboats, gradually drifting away across the sea. The Weasel tightly shut his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the departing lifeboats, indifferent to their plight. You fool, what are you doing? You allowed those wretched souls to escape. Can you bear the consequences if calamity befalls us? I suspect you harbor malicious intent. I shall report this to the world government. Rudolph forcefully seized the communication snail from the Weasel's hands, issuing commands. Attack. Aim the cannons at the lifeboats. Boom. Boom. After the ferocious bombardment, the refuge vessels were left in a shroud of dust. The ocean turned a deep crimson hue. Thus, a nation with a population exceeding 1 million perished within the span of less than an hour. This exemplifies the formidable power of the Demon Slayer Order. It is no wonder that many nations tremble at its mention. The flames flickering on Monopong Island were indelibly etched in Lynch's memory, with the mission accomplished. Just as 10 warships prepared to turn back, a hearty laughter echoed from the distance. Ha ha ha, look at what we have stumbled upon, the Demon Slayer Order. What a worthless piece of trash. The voice belonged to none other than the infamous Captain Queen, who approached with a pirate ship comparable in size to the Demon Slayer's warship. At the helm stood a rotund figure wielding a Gatling gun. The beast pirates. Upon seeing the flag aboard the pirate ship, the naval officers were taken aback. How could they encounter them here? Wasn't Queen one of the three calamities? Why were they not in the New World, but instead courting death here? This is hilarious. It seems even the most insignificant of dogs dares to provoke the Demon Slayer order, Rudolph bellowed with laughter. We have 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 1,000 elite soldiers here. Do not speak of merely Queen. Even if Kaido were to appear, what of it? Since fate has brought you here, there is no need for your return. You shall remain and impel down. He turned to his fellow vice admirals, urging, let us work together to capture Queen alive. He is the technical advisor of the Beast Pirates and knows all of Kaido's secrets. After Rudolph's fervent declaration, he noticed that no one paid him any heed, and his expression darkened. Let us act, for perhaps we can use Queen against the Beast Pirates, Squirrel interjected, prompting the vice admirals to unite and employ Jeppo as they rushed towards Queen's vessel. How absurd. You 5 from the Navy ganging up on me. Have you no shame? Queen exclaimed in outrage. Even he struggled to contend with 5 vice admirals. Before they could close the distance, Queen raised his Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage. While the naval soldiers were still armed with flintlock pistols, the pirates had already equipped themselves with Gatling guns. In a moment of uncertainty, Lynch found himself at a loss for words. The vice admirals effortlessly dodged the bullets, landing one after another upon the pirate ship. The prowess of the vice admirals should not be underestimated. Confronted by the swarm of pirates on board, a single vice admiral was sufficient to send the pirates into disarray. Ah, Captain Quinn, help me, he cried. I was hoping to find someone to save me. Faced with the assault of 4 vice admirals, Quinn lamented his dire situation. Even his resilience could not withstand such relentless attacks. The combat capabilities of those beneath the admiral rank were not to be taken lightly. In a moment of desperation, Quinn transformed into a towering brachiosaurus, a user of the ancient Zoan-type dinosaur fruit. With his immense size, he managed to alleviate some of his plight. However, at this point, Quinn was not the indomitable figure he would become a decade later. He was still vulnerable to the vice admiral's onslaught. Ouch! Be gentle. My thigh, he exclaimed. I'll make you pay for this. Quinn unleashed a barrage of bullets from his dragon-like mouth, embodying true ferocity, even at the expense of his own body. I can't take it anymore. Kaido, if you don't come out, I'll be finished, he cried, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Quinn, you fool. Can't you even handle a few pesky flies? A thunderous explosion announced Kaido's grand entrance. Transforming from dragon to human form, Kaido stood on the deck, casually brandishing a kanabo. Thunderbagwa, he bellowed as he swung the kanabo with tremendous force, sending one vice admiral plummeting to the depths of the sea. Quinn, I've come to rescue you. Overwhelmed with emotion, Quinn clung to Kaido's leg, weeping. Kaido, you've finally sobered up. Get off me, you disgusting creature, Kaido retorted. Rudolph felt his legs weaken, his back drenched in sweat. With no admiral present, many would fall victim to Kaido's rampage. Kaido, are you not afraid of your homeland being attacked by the other emperors as you personally venture into the Grand Line? The weasel remarked coldly. Oh, this is not a concern for you worthless fools. You've beaten my beloved subordinates to such a state. Have you thought about how you wish to meet your demise? Kaido roared, bringing his kanabo down with ferocity, shattering Rudolph's sword and a significant portion of his face, sending him flying without resistance. One swing was enough to take down a mere child. Those aboard the warship, upon witnessing Kaido's appearance, urgently sought assistance from the Navy headquarters. However, even the swiftest of the admirals, Kizaru, would take 3 hours to arrive. Whether the exhausted Kizaru could contend with Kaido was still in question. Quickly, leave this place. We will do our utmost to hold Kaido back. The flying squirrel, through the telephone worm, resolutely issued commands to the warship, unflinching in the face of death. 10,000 elite naval forces could not perish here. Confronted by the world's sovereign with the power of conqueror's haki, the Demon Slayer order seemed but a farce. The 10 warships obeyed without hesitation, decisively abandoning their commander to flee. The massive vessels found escape. No simple feat you wish to leave? Did I permit such a thing? Kaido roared, unleashing a torrent of flames that pierced through one warship's center. Flames erupted fiercely upon the ship's deck. Kaido, your adversaries are us. The remaining 3 vice admirals stood resolutely before Kaido. On the warship, Lynch observed this scene and sprang into action. He understood that should he refrain from intervening, he might yet escape. However, those 3 vice admirals, 9 rear admirals, and 10,000 elite marines, most crucially, Sister Guion, were destined to perish here. Lynch, Peach Rabbit gazed anxiously at Lynch's departing figure, her heart inexplicably filled with dread. With a graceful step, Lynch freed himself from the constraints of the candlelight fruit. His height restored from 1.99 to 6 meters. Just as Kaido's spiked club shattered the squirrel's weapon and was poised to claim its life, Lynch made his entrance. Lynch intercepted the lethal strike aimed at the flying squirrel. Standing at a towering 6 meters, Lynch appeared like a colossal figure before the 7-meter-tall Kaido, resembling two giants facing off. Who was this little brat? How intriguing, Kaido mused, intrigued by the unexpected ability to withstand his attack. Kaido, let them go. Allow me to be your opponent, Lynch declared, positioning himself like an impenetrable wall before the flying squirrel. Kaido twitched his nose, suddenly detecting a novel scent. His eyes gleaming with interest. Are you a mythical Zoan? He inquired, his ambition as a self-proclaimed zoo director igniting a newfound admiration. Yes, release them, and I shall remain. Lynch replied. Ah ha 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 ha, splendid. Kaido roared with laughter. I can let them go, and rest assured, I shall not pursue them, but you must agree to one condition. If you lose, I won't kill you, but you must join my beast pirates. Kaido laid down his terms. Are you not concerned that I might be a spy for the Navy, inviting calamity into your midst? Lynch questioned. What does that matter? As long as I treat you sincerely, even if you were truly a spy, there would come a day when you would long for home, wouldn't he there? Kaido asserted boldly. One must admit, there was an undeniable charisma of leadership emanating from Kaido. Very well, I accept your terms. You are Lynch. At that moment, the flying squirrel vaguely recalled this junior brother he had met only a handful of times. The transformation was astounding, not merely in stature. Having grown from 1.99 to 6 meters, but in strength as well, now capable of withstanding Kaido's might, he had surpassed even himself. No. If I let you stay, how shall I explain this to Teacher Zephyr? The flying squirrel rejected firmly. You have no say here. Get lost. Kaido retorted, swatting the flying squirrel away. Fear not. I keep my word. I'll use my skills, and he shall come to no harm. The considerate Kaido reassured Lynch. Lynch nodded. Addressing the two admirals, you may proceed on your own. Your kindness needs no words of gratitude. Major General Lynch, you are a hero of our Navy. Take care. Major General Lynch. The two admirals clasped their fists in farewell and departed. With a thud, the flying squirrel fell unceremoniously onto the warship, clenching its fists as it recalled Lynch's sacrifices. We cannot allow Major General Lynch's sacrifice to be in vain. The entire army must retreat, it commanded into the communication device. What did you say? What happened to Lynch? The anxious Tau Rabbit inquired as it rushed forward. Observing the agitated Guion, the squirrel seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. With a mere glance, a major general from behind struck Guion unconscious. Take her to rest properly. Ensure she remains calm when she awakens. General Kizaru is on his way and will surely rescue Lynch. If Major General Tau Rabbit awakens with grievances, let them be directed at me. The two admirals dragged Rudolph and another admiral, whose fate remained uncertain, back to the warship. The vessel gradually turned, vanishing into the expanse of the sea. Kaido's overwhelming force mirrored the earlier domination they had exerted over the island of Morniping. Now that everyone has departed, are you at ease? Kaido finally spoke once the warship was entirely out of sight. Come on, Kaido, let me witness the might of the strongest beings on land, sea, and air. There was no need for the admirals to provide cover. Lynch reduced his stature to 2 meters. Otherwise, the dragon abyss and heart crossing in his grip would feel like mere toys. Is this also a manifestation of your devil fruit powers? Thunderous 8 trigrams. Just moments ago, the amiable Kaido erupted in fury, striking with a blow infused with lightning. Bang! Lynch brandished 2 longswords, positioning them before the spiked club, sending forth a shower of sparks. Ha ha ha, splendid defense, Kaido exclaimed, delight radiating from him. Quinn, take notes. This is the essence of manly romance. Quinn's chubby face soured, pondering. Boss Kaido, do you truly believe anyone can match your strength? You are well aware of how monstrous your power is. It had been an eternity since Kaido encountered someone capable of withstanding his greeting. Thus, invigorated by the thrill of the hunt, he shifted to wielding the spiked club with both hands, launching a relentless assault. Greed and wrath, a destructive force indeed. What an immense strength, the likes of which Lynch had never before witnessed. Even Kizaru could scarcely compare. With veins bulging, Kaido exerted his might in unison, and Lynch found himself unable to endure, being sent flying. Splurt. The overwhelming force coursed through the weapon, and Lynch coughed up blood, only to heal instantaneously. He gracefully glided through the air, Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixated on Kaido's imposing figure below. The Yonko Kaido, truly formidable. Hey, brat. Are you too scared to come down? Should I ascend to find you? Kaido taunted, brandishing his spiked club provocatively. In fairness, your greeting was received. Now prepare to experience my own. With a resonant hum, the two long swords, Long Yuan and Xindao, transformed into a profound darkness at a visible speed. Enveloped in a dense layer of haki, the swords overlapped before him, igniting Lin Qi in a blaze of crimson and azure flames. Behind him, several ominous figures emerged, each wielding their own illusory Long Yuan and Xindao. Cycles of life and death, the eternal dance of existence. Shura bears compassion. A millennium passes, awakening to boundless Brahman light. Yama is not my will. I once belonged to the mortal realm. With each word that Lin Qi uttered, the malevolent aura on the blade intensified. As his voice faded, the black dragon on the hilt of the Long Yuan knife seemed to awaken, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Kik kik. Echoed the chilling and arrogant laughter from the blade of the Shindu knife, sending shivers down one's spine. Behind him, a multitude of malevolent spirits simultaneously raised their long knives alongside Lin Qi. The malevolent aura permeated the realm of the living. As Lin Qi's blade descended, the very air seemed to solidify. The pirates aboard the ship were as if trapped in an icy abyss, frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, as if any movement might spell their demise. The mightier the individual, the more palpable was Lin Qi's formidable power at that moment. Help! The dragon is being slain. Kaido! Save me! Cried Quinn, sprinting behind his captain, seeking refuge. With a thunderous roar, a blade of energy, stretching thousands of meters, cleaved through the sea, leaving a chasm as deep as an abyss. The raging winds howled ominously, as if intent on annihilating all adversaries in their path. Quinn, hold on tight. Kaido, unable to muster a smile, transformed into his dragon form, grasping Quinn and soaring into the sky. This was over the ocean, and he had no desire to be plunged into its depths. Boom. While Kaido managed to save Quinn from peril, the speed of the blade's energy was relentless, and the massive form of the dragon was inevitably affected. A torrent of blood rained down from the heavens, seemingly without restraint. Kaido, you're injured, Quinn exclaimed in shock, unable to recall the last time he had seen his captain wounded. Silence. What does this trifling injury amount to? Kaido retorted. Indeed, within mere seconds, the wound on his tail had already begun to mend. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the top-tier Zoan-type mythical beasts. Years ago, the Navy had engaged in a relentless month-long campaign to capture the Red Count. If he had been a mythical beast user, the duration of that struggle would have been multiplied several times over, enduring months without sustenance, sleep, or respite while battling incessantly. Only a mythical beast user could achieve such a feat. Help, Lord Kaido. The pirates aboard the ship were far less fortunate. Both vessel and crew were simultaneously obliterated by the radiant slash of the blade. Over 1,000 elite pirates perished in that singular strike. Not even their weapons remained. Everything was extinguished, reduced to ash and dust. This was the manifestation of the newfound power that Lin Qi had comprehended, a sinister force capable of amalgamating with haki and swordsmanship to unleash unfathomable might. In his initial attempt, he was thoroughly pleased with the potency he had displayed. Damn those brats, my subordinates. Kaido howled in rage, staring skyward. Those who wish to live, follow me. If not, I shall pursue and annihilate that band of Navy scum this instant. Casting aside his threats and disregarding Lin Qi, Kaido seized Quinn and soared into the distance. What a deceitful promise. This tarnishes your dignity as an emperor of the sea. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a pirate. Hurry up and keep up. Lin Qi, with his dark hair, had no choice but to follow for the sake of Sister Jiuan and the safety of 10,000 Navy personnel. In truth, it was primarily for Sister Jiuan. The fate of the 10,000 Navy soldiers held little significance for him. Lin Qi was a man of pure love, devoted to each of his women with genuine affection, much like a certain gentleman named Duan Zhangchun. Both were willing to risk their lives for one another. A love that many spend their lives pursuing. Sister Taotu had treated him well. How could he abandon her? Kaido and Lin Qi descended upon a small island, transformed into a battlefield. This time, Quinn had learned his lesson, understanding that when gods clash, mortals suffer. He kept his distance, stealthily observing through a telescope. Reflecting on his fallen subordinates, Kaido, in a fit of frustration, drew forth his flask and drank deeply. Finding a pirate ship was easy, yet such a large vessel was a rarity among pirates. Oh, my poor subordinates. After downing several swigs of strong liquor, Kaido unexpectedly began to weep. his tears falling to the ground in heavy drops. Did he appear somewhat pitiable? The dark line on Lynch's forehead had deepened, indicating something amiss with Kaido. Surely, a formidable emperor like him wouldn't resort to tears in moments of sorrow? In the distance, Queen stamped his foot in dismay. It was evident that Kaido was about to indulge in alcohol once more. Queen understood all too well that when Kaido was in high spirits, he could consume countless cups without a hint of intoxication. Conversely, in a foul mood, even a single cup could prove too much. The truly frightening version of Kaido emerged only after he had overindulged, capable of inflicting harm even upon himself, indeed, a terrifying prospect. He had once leaped from the Sky Island in an act of self-destruction, declaring, "I will kill you." Transforming into his hybrid form, Kaido's stature increased significantly. Not only did his height rise, but his strength, speed, and overall physical prowess surged as well. Thunderbagwa. With a single swing of his spiked club, he sent Lynch deep into the ground. "Hey kid, are you dead yet?" Kaido called from the mouth of the pit. "Even if you die, I shall remain unscathed." In response, Lynch, also adopting his half-beast form, surged to a height of 7 meters and leaped out of the abyss. However, this transformation, while augmenting his physical attributes to rival Kaido's, rendered his twin swords unusable. Fortunately, Lynch harnessed electromagnetic forces to summon iron sand from the depths of the small island. With deft manipulation, he compacted the material, fashioning it into a makeshift spiked club that bore a resemblance to Kaido's weapon, albeit of inferior quality. While the appearance was indeed less than appealing, the strength was undeniable. Lynch refined his abilities with lightning, achieving a hardness comparable to that of tempered steel. Quinn instinctively rubbed his eyes, his small green eyes bewilderedly gazing at the battlefield. How did two Kaido leaders emerge? No, one of them is that Navy fellow named Lynch. What mythical beast is he, so reminiscent of Kaido's azure dragon fruit? Lynch and Kaido, both adorned with dragon-like horns and robust physiques, bear identical dragon scale patterns upon their bodies. However, Lynch is distinguished by the presence of additional spines on his knees and elbows, along with a perpetually floating black halo behind him. The two lightning-wreathed mace-like weapons collide with a deafening clang, causing the island to tremble violently, uprooting every coconut tree and opening gaping chasms in the earth. "How powerful!" Quinn exclaimed, clinging to a large stone, barely resisting the force of the raging winds. "Is this truly the clash of two emperors? You dare to imitate my techniques, you little brat?" Kaido, with his gaping maw revealing razor-sharp, menacing teeth, retorted, "What do you mean by your techniques? If I master them, they become mine. You little rascal, let us see how you fare against this." Kaido was distinctly displeased by the audacity of someone who learns without paying to homage. 3 worlds, inducing nirvana. With a resounding crash, Kaido swung down with tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. The unleashed lightning fractured the ground beneath, as the thunderous roar escalated into a frozen hell. This technique was evidently an advanced version of the Thunderbagwa, and even the Thunderbagwa itself was insufficient to withstand its might. Lynch exhaled a chilling breath, freezing the realms from the heavens to the earth. The frost spread upward from Kaido's feet. As Kaido paused mid-swing, Lynch swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the deadly strike. It was the ability of Akiji. Kaido extricated his foot from the ice, clicking his tongue in astonishment. "Since the onset of battle, you have utilized ice, fire, and thunder. What mythical beast do you consume? Defeat me first, then we shall speak." "Very well, army of the Indra Dragon." Kaido, employing some unknown technique, suddenly enlarged his spiked club to a size exceeding 100 meters, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that nearly caused Lynch to cough up blood. He leaped into the sky, utilizing the moonwalk technique. Although he intended to surreptitiously learn Kaido's descending 3 worlds, Indra's fall, he discovered that Kaido had mastered it and would not use it again. Ghostly thunderous 8 trigrams. The iron club ignited with ghostly energy as Lynch descended with tremendous force upon Kaido's head. Although he could no longer employ swordsmanship, the combination of ghostly energy with Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams was potent enough to unleash terrifying power. La, great might, thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido poured liquor into his mouth while executing an advanced version of the thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom. At the moment of collision, Lynch generated electromagnetic force, causing the iron club to shatter explosively. Damn. The quality of the weapon I crafted is indeed lacking. He urgently enveloped his head with armament haki, yet still found himself somewhat dazed from the blow of the spiked club. After 2 or 3 seconds, Lynch's robust body trembled, and he suddenly regained his composure. Leaping from the ground, "You did not seize the opportunity to strike. Lynch gazed in astonishment at Kaido, who was drinking voraciously. Humph, I never resort to ambush tactics. Kaido disdainfully remarked, surprisingly adhering to the principles of martial ethics. Lynch mused to himself that, at present, neither his human nor his half-beast form could match Kaido's strength. Ultimately, he had no choice but to attempt his beast form. With a thunderous roar, Lynch's physique surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, a towering figure of 35 meters loomed before them. How enormous! Quinn exclaimed in shock, feeling his own brontosaurus form pale in comparison to this colossal beast. Roar. Kaido, captivated by the sight, felt an even stronger affinity for the creature. He vowed to recruit this extraordinary beast into the Beast Pirates, transforming into his dragon form. Kaido engaged in battle alongside Lynch. Roar. Lynch opened his mouth, unleashing a thunderous beam of lightning that stretched several meters. Heat breath. A similarly formidable fire beam erupted from Kaido's mouth. The two beams collided mid-air, splitting the heavens asunder. Observing the fierce clash between the two colossal creatures, Quinn's heart raced with trepidation. This is beyond my capacity to handle. After a prolonged and intense battle, Kaido suddenly shifted from his dragon form to a half-dragon hybrid. Wielding a spiked club that came crashing down upon Lynch's massive head with a resounding impact. Boom! Lynch descended upon the small island like a meteor, suddenly expelling a torrent of blood before collapsing back into his human form, rendered unconscious. The energy he had stored within him was utterly depleted. Without energy, even the restorative effects of the mythical beasts would be significantly diminished. The thunderous impact of Lynch's fall resembled the explosion of a nuclear bomb on the island. The already overburdened island succumbed to the blast, vanishing from the map and sinking into the depths of the sea. Kaido, help! Quinn cried, having been inadvertently injured and blown into the distant waters. Given Quinn's considerable weight, it would not be long before he sank into the abyss thousands of meters deep. Kaido, observing from the sky, shifted his gaze between Lynch and Quinn, ultimately deciding to rescue Quinn. He swooped down to retrieve him. I'm sorry, boss, Quinn said. Sitting upon Kaido's dragon form, his head bowed in regret. He understood that it was his fault that Kaido had failed to capture Lynch. I hope that kid is not dead. Kaido shook his head in disappointment, recalling that he had exerted all his strength in that last strike, employing his conqueror's haki as well. The likelihood of Lynch's survival is exceedingly slim, unless Lynch possesses the bloodline of the Fishman tribe. A devil fruit user plunging into the ocean faces certain death. Kaido gazed out at the tranquil sea, burdened with frustration as he carried Quinn back. This venture resulted in significant losses. Not only had he sacrificed thousands of pirates, but he had also lost a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, Lynch's insides were completely shattered by Kaido's strike. The seawater flooded his chest cavity, and blood gushed from his mouth, attracting a plethora of sea creatures. Before long, even if Lynch did not succumb to his grievous wounds, he would surely drown and be devoured by the marine beasts. Suddenly, the dark red halo that had never moved before began to manifest itself. Lynch had never fully comprehended the function of this halo. It gradually formed a seamless circle, isolating him from the encroaching seawater, lifting him gently toward the surface. Each time a sea creature approached, it would instantaneously transform into a roasted fish. Days turned into nights, and the passage of time became an indistinct blur. Lynch forcefully opened his eyes, never before feeling such profound weakness. The energy within him had been completely drained, and the prolonged absence of nourishment had exacerbated his injuries during the period of unconsciousness. Now, any movement brought forth excruciating pain. He moistened his parched lips and surveyed his surroundings. This was a beach adorned with swaying coconut palms. Damn it, who has bound me to this coconut tree? Lynch finally sensed that something was amiss. No wonder he awoke to a standing perspective. His captors were rather considerate, having thoughtfully clothed him in a pair of trousers. However, having transformed into a towering figure of 35 meters, Lynch's attire had been utterly shredded. He was at a loss as to who had fashioned the skirt made of banana leaves that now adorned his lower half. It was quite skillfully crafted. Alas, Lynch lacked the strength even to raise his hand, let alone break free from his bindings. Ah, you are awake, exclaimed a young girl with flowing black hair, as she approached with 2 coconuts in hand. Upon noticing that Lynch had regained consciousness, she discarded her coconuts and hurried over. I have never seen anyone like you before. You were unconscious for an entire month without sustenance, and yet you still live. Were it not for your breath, I would have assumed you were deceased. Even in her plight on a deserted island, the girl's exquisite features shone through. Wait, what did you just say? I was unconscious for a month. What date is today? The girl pondered for a moment, then replied, if I am not mistaken, it should be mid-August. Mid-August. Lynch calculated that when he set sail. It was only early June. This implies that he had drifted at sea for a full month and a half, followed by an entire month of unconsciousness on land. How did he manage to survive? Lynch found it utterly astonishing. Have a sip of water. You appear quite parched. The girl, thinking that Lynch might have recalled some sorrowful memory, cracked open a coconut and brought it to his lips. Thank you. Lynch savored the coconut water, gulping it down as it flowed into his stomach. Delicious. May I have a few more? He expressed, still yearning for more. Certainly, this deserted island is abundant with coconuts. The girl replied, promptly offering him several more. As he replenished his hydration, warmth spread throughout his body, and he began to feel revitalized. I am truly saved. Thank you immensely. May I ask your name? He inquired. You can call me Roti, the girl said with a smile. Lynch nodded, introducing himself. I am Lynch. I hear you speak of this as a deserted island. How did you arrive here? Roti pointed to a small pile of broken planks on the rocky shore. It was, of course, a shipwreck. My vessel has met its demise. Very well, Miss Shipwrecked, Lynch said. Allow me one final inquiry. Why have you bound me? Because Roti began. But abruptly, a towering tiger, over 5 meters in height, emerged from the forest. In a flash, Roti scrambled up the coconut tree, employing both hands and feet. Lynch, with his blue and white stripes, murmured softly. The tiger sauntered over to Lynch, clearly accustomed to this routine. It opened its massive jaws and bit down on Lynch's leg, beginning to gnaw. Get lost, you brute. I am no chew toy, Lynch kicked out. With a whimper, the tiger's teeth shattered, and it slinked away, tail between its legs. Subsequently, other ferocious beasts such as lions, wild boars, and leopards emerged from the thicket. Unable to inflict harm upon Lynch, they resorted to gnawing on him, curious to taste his flesh. So, you were worried that I might be carried off by the wild beasts. My thanks to you. Lynch exerted his strength to break free from his restraints and delivered a powerful punch that struck down a wild boar before him. Upon witnessing his fierce prowess, the beasts scattered in terror. Come down and feast upon the flesh. Do not linger in a daze. Lynch greeted the girl perched atop the tree. Oh, she exclaimed as she slid down the trunk, praising him. You are truly impressive. You felled a wild boar measuring 6 or 7 meters with a single blow. That's nothing. I've faced even larger beasts, he replied. Don't just stand there. Come help me. We are about to enjoy some roasted meat. Roasted meat. The girl perked up with excitement. In the wilderness of the deserted island, a solitary man and woman joined forces. After an hour's effort, they finally indulged in the delectable roasted pork. The girl ate with grace, yet her pace was swift, as pieces of boar meat vanished from her hands, leaving her lips glistening with grease. Oh, this is so delicious, she exclaimed. To be honest, I've been subsisting on coconuts for a month, and the sight of one now makes me feel nauseous. The girl was on the verge of tears from the exquisite taste. Eat as much as you want. There's no need to hold back. You are truly a wonderful person, she said, nodding vigorously. Lynch devoured his share, replenishing his energy, and his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The girl widened her eyes in astonishment. Wow, that's incredible. Haha, I possess the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit. It's quite normal, he replied. Devil fruit. The girl echoed, as if she had heard of it before, and ceased her inquiries. Lynch gazed at the leafy skirt adorning his lower half and suddenly remarked. This skirt was chosen for me by you, wasn't it? How thoughtful of you. Oh, you silly. Please don't say such things, the girl replied, her cheeks flushing with shyness. At Lynch's reminder, the unpleasant memories that she had managed to forget surged back into her mind. Have you not considered leaving this place over the past month? Lynch inquired. I have thought about it, but this place is exceedingly remote. Not a single ship has passed by in a month. Besides, what would you do if I were to leave? The girl suddenly choked on her words, her small fist pounding rhythmically against her ample chest, creating a wave of emotion. Lynch averted his gaze. How about I take you away? Stop boasting. I acknowledge your prowess, but you cannot build a ship, the girl retorted skeptically. Why would we need a ship? I can fly. Just wait for me to finish, he replied. A wild boar, measuring 7 meters in length, was entirely consumed by Lynch, allowing his injuries to heal. For a creature of his kind, recovery was merely a matter of abundant energy, occurring in an instant. Come, lie on my back, and I shall carry you away. The girl's large, watery eyes regarded Lynch, as if questioning, Are you serious? What are you pondering? Hurry up. After a moment's hesitation, The girl slowly nestled onto Lynch's back. So soft, she murmured. Lynch felt as if he were carrying a warm, soft mass upon his back, accompanied by two substantial forms pressing against him. The maiden's cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively raised her hands to shield her bosom. Hold on tightly, or I shall not be responsible if you fall, she cautioned. However, she soon lowered her hands from her chest. Suddenly, a halo of black flames appeared behind Lynch. With Roti upon his back, he began to float, as if defying gravity. Upon awakening, Lynch had noticed that the halo possessed a newfound ability, flight. Wow, you can actually fly. How impressive, Roti exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the receding ground beneath them. A wave of trepidation washed over her, and she clung to Lynch with a desperate grip, overwhelmed by the vastness and softness surrounding her. Lynch mused silently, unable to discern the depths of the girl's hidden complexities. 2 days later, upon the vast and boundless sea, Lynch, accompanied by the young girl, stumbled upon a quaint little town. It appears that fortune is smiling upon us. Lynch gently shifted the girl on his back. Without a directional pointer, finding signs of civilization amidst the vast ocean was exceedingly arduous. Those with ill fortune might not encounter anyone for months. I appreciate your efforts these past few days, he remarked. Perhaps it was due to her 2 days of rest on Lynch's back that the girl experienced, for the first time in her life, the sensation of being protected. Her attitude towards Lynch had become notably more affectionate. To avoid alarming the townsfolk, they descended at a distance and made their way into the village. Fortunately, the storage ring contained spare clothing, sparing them from the embarrassment of being unclad. All right, Roti. I shall escort you to a safe place. We are even now. Roti anxiously grasped Lynch's hand. Are you going to abandon me as well? Lynch stared at the beautiful girl, wondering if he had inadvertently become entangled with her. Knowing that to avoid abandonment, she must demonstrate her worth. She suddenly seemed to make a resolute decision, pulling Lynch in a particular direction. Follow me, she commanded, leading him towards an inn. Lynch was drawn to the bed by the girl. Listen to me, there is no need for this. It is perilous to remain by my side. You are the best choice, she said, biting her lower lip, her hands clasped before her, inching closer to Lynch. Pale bloom, she exclaimed, as her hands intertwined. And a flurry of snow-white palms emerged from every corner of the room. I too possess the power of a devil fruit. I shall not be a burden to you. So please do not abandon me. Upon witnessing the devil fruit ability, Lynch was taken aback. Isn't this Robin's power? Nico Robin. It dawned upon him that the girl before him was indeed Robin. As long as you permit me to stay, I am willing to do anything, Robin reiterated. Very well. You may stay, but let it be known that it is quite dangerous around me. Robin's ability to decipher ancient texts was something Lynch found invaluable. It's all right. I fear no danger. Upon hearing that she could remain, Robin beamed with a smile as radiant as a flower. That evening, Lynch and Robin enjoyed a restful night at the hotel. The next morning, Lynch awoke early, only to discover that Robin had risen even earlier. She had prepared a lavish breakfast spread. In truth, having Robin as a secretary was quite agreeable. Lynch savored his breakfast while contemplating the events that lay ahead. Having been absent for 2.5 months, the Navy must surely believe him to be missing, since nearly 3 months had elapsed. There was no urgency in the coming days. Instead, he needed to hasten the completion of his quest to become king, with the deadline of 3 years looming. Any further delay would result in failure. The other half of the world's transfer scroll had already been delivered to the West Sea by a bounty hunter. Everything was in place, awaiting only the necessary funds. His next task was to amass wealth to purchase a kingdom. I have something to attend to outside. You stay at home and don't wander off, he instructed. Understood, Robin replied, packing away the dishes and offering Lynch a sweet smile. Upon arriving in town, Lynch first penned a letter to Tina and Sister Guillaume, reassuring them of his safety. After a moment's reflection, he decided to write to Smoker as well. He had entrusted Smoker with the task of locating the 100 plans over a year ago, and he was uncertain if any progress had been made. Should Smoker discover its whereabouts, his natural powers would render the task effortless. Next, he requested a newspaper from 2.5 months prior from the proprietor. Logically, actions such as his, sacrificing oneself to save others, would be fervently publicized by the Navy to showcase their sense of justice. Indeed, it was as he expected. Lynch discovered his name emblazoned across the headlines of one of several newspapers, under the poignant title of Major Lynch's lone battle against Kaido, shielding his soldiers' escape. Let the narrative unfold with a depth of emotion that resonates profoundly, evoking tears from the heart. Lynch stared in bewilderment. How could he be unaware that he had endured 2 wounds in his effort to rescue a soldier? That old scoundrel, Zhang was far from honest. He silently condemned Zhang's deceitful behavior. At the end of the newspaper, it was reported, Major General Lynch is presumed deceased, in light of his military achievements. He has been posthumously promoted to lieutenant general. At last, a piece of good news, he had been elevated in rank. In the New World, opportunities abound for those with talent. Irong received several bounty missions from the Navy, and Lynch commenced his hunting endeavors. Over the course of 2 weeks, he vanquished more than a dozen notorious pirates, amassing a fortune of 2.8 billion berries. I am preparing to head to the West Sea. Will you accompany me? On this day, Lynch elucidated the function of the world transfer scroll to Robin, who was utterly astonished. How remarkable! Such a thing exists. Of course, I am willing. Do not even think of abandoning me. Then grasp my hand. Lynch had exchanged 2.8 billion berries for paper currency, placing it in a suitcase. After attentively observing the surroundings for any marks, he grasped Robin's hand and utilized a teleportation technique. The two were immediately engulfed in a whirlwind of sensation. When they regained their bearings, they found themselves in the West Sea. Lynch carefully placed the other half of the scroll aside. In an instant, the transition from the Grand Line to the West Sea left Robin profoundly astonished. I observe that we are currently within the borders of the Kingdom of Baroque. Lynch unfurled the scroll he had prepared in advance to ascertain their location. The bounty hunter proved to be reliable, having delivered them to the designated place. Let us first inquire about the whereabouts of the palace. Lynch chose the Kingdom of Baroque primarily because it was not yet engulfed in dire straits. The king's urgency to sell the kingdom stemmed not only from his own excessive indulgence, which rendered him ill-suited for governance, but also from the profound frustration he felt in his role. Within the kingdom lay a town known as the Paradise of Sin, teeming with rogues and scoundrels. The king faced threats of death and extortion on a near-daily basis, causing the young monarch's psyche to unravel. The former king had attempted to eradicate the Paradise of Sin with military force, but his efforts ultimately led to his demise. Thus, the young king contemplated fleeing from his burdens. However, such troubles posed no obstacle for Lynch. Rather, they represented an ideal beginning. After thoroughly investigating the kingdom's whereabouts, Lynch stealthily infiltrated it under the cover of night, accompanied by Robin. A few inept guards were easily dispatched by Robin. When the slumbering king awoke to a blade poised at his throat, he was instantly paralyzed with fear. Please, let us converse amicably. How much do you require? Spare my life, and you may take the gold bars beneath my pillow. You can return for more in the future. Lynch exchanged a glance with Robin, nearly bursting into laughter. The level of familiarity suggested they had encountered numerous robberies before. Truly, the West Sea, notorious for its chaos, presented a unique scenery. He steadied his heart. With the back of his knife, Lynch gently tapped the king's head. My intention in wielding this knife is merely to cultivate a pleasant atmosphere for our forthcoming discussion. Esteemed hero, please speak candidly. The king, encountering such a civilized bandit for the first time, felt somewhat disoriented. Very well, I shall be forthright. I have heard whispers of your desire to sell your royal position. What is your asking price? Upon realizing the inquiry pertained to the purchase of his throne, the king's demeanor shifted dramatically. 2 billion. No, 100 billion. He gritted his teeth, proclaiming a staggering price. His kingdom was certainly worth far more, yet in his desperation to escape this hellish predicament, he was willing to gamble everything. Lynch, disinterested in engaging in further discourse, thrust the long one into the ground. I shall not barter with you. You are fully aware of your reasons for selling the kingdom. Across the entire West Sea, no one but me dares to take on your realm. A firm offer, 20 billion belly. With this sum, you could comfortably live out your days as a wealthy gentleman. The king hesitated. On one hand, he found Lynch's offer too meager. On the other, he recognized the truth in Lynch's words and feared being eternally ensnared in this predicament. Observing the king's wavering resolve, Lynch stoked the flames of persuasion. Out of pity, I shall raise the offer to 25 billion belly. Agreed, it's a deal. The young king, anxious that Lynch might retract his offer, promptly grasped his hand. Such a grievance was rare. He wished never to encounter the criminals of sinful paradise again. Robin regarded Lynch with admiration, fully aware of his prowess. He had essentially acquired a kingdom at no cost. Very well, I shall grant you 3 days to disseminate the news. After 3 days, a ceremony will be held to transfer power to me, as I intend to ascend the throne. Understood. The young king felt no sorrow. Instead, it was as if a burden he had carried for years had finally been lifted. I shall immediately instruct my people to convey the message. This is the money I promised you. Lynch opened the suitcase and extracted several stacks, tossing the remaining 2.5 billion directly into the king's hands. Aren't you afraid I might change my mind after receiving the money? The king, taken aback, found the generosity of the offer rather astonishing. Lynch sheathed his long blade at his waist and remarked, "You shall regret your existence in this world." The king shivered, and in the blink of an eye, the man had vanished, leaving him thoroughly alarmed. Could those two individuals be phantoms? No, that could not be. The wealth was indeed real. After a moment of contemplation, the king summoned his father-in-law, the finance minister, to discuss their plans for future revelries. 3 days later, hundreds of thousands of residents received the news in advance, crowding the coronation venue with layers of eager spectators. A glance revealed a mass of bodies, a vibrant sea of humanity. "What manner of man is our new king?" someone inquired. "Has anyone encountered him?" "I do not know. I hope he possesses a certain fortitude." Indeed, the previous king led a rather constrained existence. "I have a whisper of gossip, shared by my brother's sister-in-law's husband's nephew's father's cousin who serves in the palace. It is said that the new king is a figure of extraordinary prowess, given the implications for their future lives." The entire nation of millions was immensely invested in this coronation ceremony. The populace had witnessed the previous king's discontented life and harbored no extravagant hopes. They merely wished for the new ruler to safeguard them from further plunder. As the auspicious moment arrived, the herald called forth the new and old monarchs. With a resounding proclamation, drums and gongs filled the air, and the atmosphere transformed into one of joyous celebration. The youthful king awaited on a 15-meter-high platform, poised for his ascension. Lynch, adorned in resplendent attire and wielding a jeweled scepter symbolizing royal authority, gracefully advanced along the crimson carpet towards the elevated platform. Robin served as his attendant, gently supporting Lynch's left arm. With each step, they paused momentarily, as a multitude of eager photographers fervently captured the moment. "Must it be so troublesome? This outfit is utterly uncomfortable," Lynch lamented discreetly to Robin from a concealed corner of the crowd. Robin stifled a chuckle, replying, "Endure it. For this is a tradition that has been upheld in their nation since time immemorial. Look, the new king has emerged." The crowd erupted in cheers. "He appears quite dashing. I wonder if he has a girlfriend," a young woman mused, starry-eyed. "Uff, do you really think a king would deign to notice you?" Another scoffed. "He exudes authority, far surpassing the former king." After an extensive 20 minutes traversing the red carpet, Lynch finally reached the throne beside the royal dais, where the king, holding the crown, acknowledged him with a glance. "Please, new sovereign, take your seat upon the throne. Let the former king adorn you with the crown. My dear hero, the future of the nation rests upon your shoulders," the young king commented with a complex expression as he placed the crown upon Lynch's head. It would be disingenuous to claim he harbored no feelings for this kingdom. "Fear not. With me here, should any trouble arise, I shall vanquish it," Lynch whispered reassuringly. The king nodded and descended the platform, boarding a carriage prepared in advance to embark on a joyous and prosperous life with his family. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! The crowd of hundreds of thousands erupted in fervent cheers. Suddenly, amidst the jubilation, an explosion tore through the center of the throng, claiming the lives of dozens in an instant. A group of bomb-wielding extremists shouted, "We have come to congratulate the new king on his ascension." "Congratulations, indeed," they jeered. "Now, shall we discuss the protection fee? A mere 3 million each, totaling 12 million. Hand over the money, and we shall remain friends. Otherwise, we shall unleash a massacre." "Indeed, the boss is right," they chorused, their tone brazen and entitled. "Lynch." Robin gazed anxiously at Lynch, astonished by the audacity of those from the depths of depravity. Merely 4 individuals dared to disrupt the coronation ceremony with explosives. A few flies seeking their demise. Lynch furrowed his brow, perplexed that these ruffians had sought him out before he had even initiated his pursuit of them. His previously elevated spirits were shattered, and a thunderous rifle materialized in his grasp. "Go." With a resounding blast, the weapon was unleashed, obliterating the 4 marauders instantly, reducing them to charred remnants by the fierce electric onslaught. "From this day forth, those who infringe upon our sovereign soil shall face no mercy," Lynch proclaimed with fervor. Such formidable power. Witnessing their new king dispatch 4 brigands in a single strike, the citizens erupted in ecstatic fervor. "Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king!" This chorus of jubilation surpassed any previous display of enthusiasm. Simultaneously, a chime echoed, "Congratulations, host." On completing the task of becoming the sovereign within 3 years, the Emperor's faith system is now activating. Activation successful. As the system came to life, Lin Qi's mind was inundated with a series of notifications. Faith value increased by 1. Faith value increased by 1. Faith value increased by 1. System, what is this faith value? He inquired. Beep. In response, host, the faith value is determined by the populace. The greater the number of citizens and their loyalty and admiration towards the host, the swifter the accumulation of faith value will be. Thus, the host's actions will significantly influence the growth of the faith value, as demonstrated by your display of power earlier. The faith value garnered in the subsequent period will see a substantial increase. Faith value can be utilized for lottery draws. Currently, the Emperor's faith system has 2 available lottery pools: the bronze lottery pool, costing 100 faith value per draw, and the Naruto lottery pool, costing 1,000 points per draw. Subsequent lottery pools will unlock after a certain number of draws have been accumulated. The bronze lottery pool? The Naruto lottery pool? The former seemed acceptable, but the latter made Lin Qi's heart race. Could it truly be the Naruto he envisioned? He accessed the information for both lottery pools. Bronze lottery pool, a trial pool for testing purposes. Due to its low cost, the probability of obtaining rare items is minimal. Do not harbor high hopes, as it may yield random items from any conceivable world. Naruto lottery pool, randomly acquire an item from the Naruto universe. Remarkable. After perusing the descriptions, 2 words resonated within Lin Qi's heart. Faith value increased by 1. Faith value increased by 1. Faith value increased by 1. The incessant notifications of increasing faith value began to grate on his nerves. System, could you assist me in silencing the notification sounds? Certainly, host. In the next moment, the sound of increasing faith value ceased to resonate in Lin Qi's mind. After the completion of the registration ceremony, Lin Qi returned to the royal palace. He instructed Robin to organize a team to dispose of all the existing items within, replacing them entirely with new ones. He could not make use of anything that had been previously owned by others. Subsequently, Lin Qi perused the kingdom's intelligence report that Robin had delivered. Population, 3. 65 million treasury, 0 military, 3,000 soldiers weapons, 300 flintlock rifles, 5,000 sabers specialties, iron, copper, timber, aquatic products. The treasury, predictably, had been plundered year after year, and the meager remnants had been taken by the former king. It is lamentable that this nation, rich in copper and iron resources, could find itself in such dire poverty. Truly, it is a peculiar situation. The malignant tumor known as the sinful paradise must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. As long as the criminals within remain unpunished, the citizens will continue to live in a state of fear and unease. Miners are reluctant to extract resources, and merchants hesitate to conduct trade. Consequently, the task of revitalizing the kingdom seems an insurmountable challenge. Lin Qi's brow furrowed deeper as he scrutinized the report. With nearly 4 million residents and a mere 3,000 soldiers, armed with only a pitiful 300 firearms, it was evident that this nation had been utterly cowed by criminals. He promptly summoned Robin, who was busily darting around like a whirlwind. Unfortunately, she was his sole trustworthy subordinate, endowed with the requisite capabilities. Every task fell to her. Is there something you need? Robin inquired, having just concluded the rearrangement of furniture within the palace, her body glistening with sweat that accentuated her graceful curves. Upon hearing Lin Qi's call, she hastened over without delay. Please, bear with me. I need you to take my documents and proceed with recruitment. I have some funds available. He continued. Increase the kingdom's standing guard to 10,000. Use the remaining money to procure some blacksmiths to forge steel blades. Although the manufacture of flintlock firearms is relatively straightforward, not everyone possesses the skill. They can only be acquired through the black market. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Robin replied, It's no trouble. Your affairs are my responsibilities. Like an impeccable secretary, she accepted the task and immediately set about executing it. Lynch refrained from addressing other matters at present due to insufficient manpower. The recruitment and armament tasks would likely keep Robin occupied for several days. After a restful sleep, he awoke the following day to discover that the growth rate of his faith value had diminished. Currently, his faith value stood at 11,200 over 10,000. Without further ado, Lynch prepared for a lottery draw. He recalled his previous luck in lottery games. Opening the system interface, he noted 2 lottery pools: Bronze Lottery Pool, 100 points per draw. Ninja Lottery Pool, 1,000 points per draw. System, Initiate a 10 draw from the bronze pool. As the points were deducted, the system chimed. 1,000 faith points. Lottery draw in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the following items: bunny girl attire, a box of teddy bear chocolate biscuits, a Desert Eagle pistol 1, bullets 100, 10 bottles of happy fatty water, 10 boxes of banana-flavored condoms, 5 gold coins, and a small firecracker, along with a pack of Chinese cigarettes 1. Upon reviewing the items he had drawn, Lynch sighed. There is no such thing as a free lunch, aside from the Desert Eagle pistol. None of the other items were particularly worthwhile. With a flick of his wrist, Lynch revealed a gleaming silver Desert Eagle, its aesthetic appeal undeniable. At long last, he had rid himself of the cumbersome flintlock pistol that required reloading after each shot. As for the bunny girl outfit, he was curious about how Robin would appear in it. Perhaps once they grew more accustomed, he would have Robin give it a try. Though this time yielded little of value, Lynch felt it was a reasonable expenditure of his bad luck, and thus he promptly initiated the lottery draw for Fire Shadow. His only desire was to summon Tsunade. Why? It was certainly not for her notorious temper. Those in the know understood that it was due to her formidable prowess. System. Initiate a 10-fold draw for Fire Shadow. Ding. Minus 10,000 points, drawing from the prize pool. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Shuriken 10, Ichiraku Ramen, Kabuto, Youthful, Hinata's Chongsam, C-Rank Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Sakura's Bra. Note, the characters summoned by the host will exhibit unwavering loyalty. Regrettably, Lynch did not summon the beloved Tsunade with her generous attributes. However, he remained undeterred. Kabuto represented the epitome of genius within the realm of Fire Shadow. One of the two individuals, aside from Guy, who triumphed over lineage through sheer effort. Rather than hastily claiming Kabuto, he first opted to acquire the training method for the Great Fireball Technique. If memory served him correctly, the use of ninjutsu in the world of Fire Shadow necessitated a unique energy known as chakra, a special force refined from both the mind and body through particular means. Lynch attempted to master the Great Fireball Technique, yet his lack of chakra rendered him unsuccessful. Perhaps it was the disparity between the two world systems. By the end, Lynch could not suppress the twitching of his lips. Sakura's Bra. Did she possess a bosom? The scene shifted to the world of Naruto, within the village of Konoha. The young medic, Kabuto, was tasked by Orochimaru to repeatedly infiltrate Konoha during the Chunin exams, selecting promising ninjas for him. On this day, Kabuto was executing his mission as usual when suddenly, those around him erupted in screams. Following their gaze, Kabuto discovered that his own body was gradually becoming transparent. When Kabuto opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a mysterious realm. Simultaneously, a plethora of information flooded his mind, the most significant being a figure named Lynch. As Kabuto was extracted, he materialized in the world of pirates. Lord Lynch. Kabuto knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Do you know me? Indeed. There exists something referred to as a system that has divulged everything to me. I am aware that it was you who summoned me to this world. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, marveling. I never anticipated that this world encompasses many realms. My previous perspective was far too narrow. It is good that you understand, as it spares me the need to elaborate. Lynch nodded, fully aware that the summoned individual was entirely devoted to him. Thus, he could confidently assign certain tasks to the pharmacist. Pharmacist, I require you to rally the populace for the extraction of ore. A portion shall be reserved for the crafting of weapons, while the remainder should be sold. From this day forth, you shall assume the role of the kingdom's treasurer, ensuring that the treasury is replenished without delay. To achieve the kingdom's aspirations, financial resources are indispensable. Understood, the pharmacist replied with a bow, retreating cautiously. Summon the citizens and inform them that this afternoon I shall eradicate the den of iniquity. Those with courage may come to witness. After the pharmacist departed, Lynch issued his orders. To swiftly amplify his influence among the populace, he recognized that demonstrating his power firsthand would be the most effective strategy. Afternoon, Lynch stepped out of the palace, with citizens silently trailing behind him. As he advanced, the number of residents following him steadily increased. By the time he reached the town known as the Paradise of Sin, thousands of citizens had gathered behind Lynch. Is this truly a haven for the nation's outlaws? Lynch gazed upon the desolate land shrouded in darkness, slowly raising his palm. A sphere of lightning began to coalesce in his hand, growing larger until it eclipsed the sky. Go. Sensing the moment was right, Lynch hurled the towering lightning sphere into the heart of the small town. With a resounding boom, the tempestuous lightning danced, and a mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens. The deafening roar of the explosion reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, who clutched their ears in pain. Their astonishment directed towards the town's direction. In a mere instant, the entire village was obliterated. Indeed, the king was akin to a deity. The populace was astounded. Were the criminals of this hellish paradise truly gone? It felt surreal. The oppressors who had tormented them for years vanished before they even had a chance to reveal themselves. Their animosity towards the wrongdoers transformed instantaneously into gratitude for Lin Qi. As the smoke cleared, the town had disappeared entirely, leaving not a single brick or tile. Only a deep crater in its stead. After a brief pause, the scene erupted into overwhelming cheers. Rest assured, with me here, this nation will be safer than any place on earth. Listening to the incessant chime of increasing faith points, Lin Qi returned to his chamber. Ding! The system announced a new mission. Just as he entered his room, the familiar sound of a long-awaited task echoed. Life Choice 1. Allow the kingdom to possess 3 individuals with the power of devil fruits. Reward: 1 opportunity to evolve the world transfer scroll. Life Choice 2. Successfully expand the army to 10,000 troops, fully equipped with weapons. Reward: a random devil fruit. Life Choice 3. The king must certainly have his own consort, conducting a nationwide selection ceremony for concubines. Reward: a rejuvenating elixir. Faced with these 3 options, Lin Qi unhesitatingly chose the first, to effectuate the transfer. He needed someone to take half of the scroll to the destination while he used the other half for his own passage. If there were 3 scrolls, he could leave 1 at each location, keeping the last for himself to traverse freely between the 2. He calculated. Currently, the kingdom included himself and Robin as 2 devil fruit users. This meant that acquiring just 1 more would suffice. He happened to possess a Zoan-type devil fruit. The horse fruit, in its large-footed horse form, which he had seized from the holy land of myriad. After contemplating, Lin Qi refrained from summoning the pharmacist, feeling it would be a waste of his talent to offer him such a mediocre fruit. Ultimately, Lin Qi tossed the devil fruit to Robin, instructing her to find someone worthy to consume it. What he deemed an ordinary Zoan-type fruit was, in the eyes of the people of the West Sea, an extraordinary treasure. The recipient would surely be eternally grateful. So soon, in the afternoon, the system's notification of completed information resonated. The world transfer scroll underwent an upgrade, transforming from 2 halves into 3. After waiting an additional 3 days, the tales of vanquishing the sinful paradise began to spread throughout the kingdom. The faith points surged to just over 20,000, sufficient for 20 draws in the Naruto lottery pool. System: I am going all in on the Naruto lottery pool. A fool who hoards wealth without spending it, Lin Qi opted for the lottery entirely. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an AK-47 growth line. To Lin Qi's astonishment, the very first item to appear took him by surprise. What? An AK-47 exists in the Naruto world. Upon reflection, it is indeed true that firearms exist in the Naruto universe, as evidenced by Kakashi's encounter with Zabuza. Moreover, considering that even planet-destroying cannons have been invented in Naruto, the presence of an AK-47 is hardly surprising. However, placing an AK-47 in the world of pirates would render it a dominating force. Lin Qi was exhilarated. Imagine this. While others are still loading their flintlock pistols after firing a single shot, you have already unleashed an entire barrage. How can one possibly compete? In terms of both power and range, the AK-47 is in a league far beyond that of a mere flintlock. Lin Qi first discovered an abandoned factory, where he installed a 200-meter-long AK-47 production line and deployed troops to guard it diligently. He informed Robin to commence the search for materials and initiate production without hesitation. However, his concerns lingered, so he summoned the industrious pharmacist to serve as a bodyguard. This was his prized possession, and it must not be compromised. Alas, he lamented the inadequacy of his manpower. In times of need, one truly understands the value of sufficient resources. With only Robin and the pharmacist at his disposal, they were overwhelmed with the kingdom's essential tasks. Once he had accomplished all this, he returned to examine the outcomes of other lottery draws. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 10 units of military rations. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a bowl of Aurelia noodles. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 ton of sand gold. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received dog food. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received youth Shikamaru. Upon seeing this, Lin Qi paused. Shikamaru was indeed a remarkable choice. Renowned for his intelligence in the Naruto series, he was precisely the type of talent he required. Summon Shikamaru. In a flash of golden light, Shikamaru materialized before him. Greetings, my lord. Shikamaru knelt respectfully on one knee. Please rise. There is no need for excessive formality, Lynch urged, assisting Shikamaru to his feet. Familiarize yourself with this world, and I shall assign you tasks tomorrow. Yes, my lord, Shikamaru replied, making his way into the kingdom's library. The lottery continued. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Tsunade's bra. Uft. At this, Lynch could no longer contain himself, nearly spewing his soda. It was astonishing how anything could be drawn from the Naruto universe. The coveted Tsunade had not appeared, yet her garment had materialized. Nevertheless, Tsunade typically refrained from wearing such items. Upon retrieving the garment, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Lynch hurriedly returned it. If the citizens were to discover this, the image of their king would be irrevocably shattered. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward of Jiraiya's peeping telescope. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward of Naruto's frog wallet. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward of Hinata's bath towel. As the absurdity of the rewards escalated, Lynch could no longer contain his frustration. What on earth are these ridiculous items? Only one last reward remained. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward of the Naruto ninja training system. Ding. From this moment onward, the host may cultivate the ninjutsu acquired from the world of Naruto. What? Upon receiving the news, Lynch eagerly activated the fireball jutsu he had previously acquired. There were two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news was that he could now unleash the great fireball technique, with the chakra required for its release being substituted by his mental energy and physical stamina. The bad news, however, was that the power of the great fireball he could produce was still less potent than a mere sneeze. In the process of forming the necessary hand seals, he nearly strained his hand. Lynch concluded that this ninjutsu was not something learned by humans. It is indeed a reasonable thought. For ninjas trained from a young age to master the hand seals, dedicating years, sometimes even decades, to compress the speed of these seals into mere seconds. By the time Lynch sluggishly completed his seals, the enemy would have long since fled. Instead of spending time on hand seals, he would be better off honing skills such as Conqueror's haki. It is likely that 99% of ninjutsu would feel no more than a tickle against him. Learning it would yield little benefit. Ultimately, he reached the conclusion that unless he could summon abilities like Hashirama with a mere clap of his hands, it was better to abandon the endeavor. Before he knew it, a week had passed. Observing that matters within the kingdom were on a stable course, Lynch felt a sense of relief. It was time for him to depart. He wondered how Tina, Sister Peach Rabbit, and Tom were faring. He also needed to return to the Navy headquarters to address pressing matters. While I am away, I leave the kingdom in your capable hands. You must take good care of the young medicinal master, Kabuto, he instructed as he summoned Shikamaru and Robin before his departure. What? Are you really leaving? Robin inquired, her gaze lingering on Lynch with reluctance. Fool, it's not as though I won't return, he reassured her. Lynch gently patted Robin's head, instructing him to stay at home obediently until his return. Indeed, you must come back early, Robin replied. After issuing his instructions, Lynch set out to sea alone the following morning. Transforming into a towering figure of several dozen meters, he soared towards the new world. With the astonishing speed of his transformation, within a fortnight, he traversed from the West Sea to the Navy headquarters. Under the cover of night, Lynch reverted to his human form and knocked upon the door of the post. Who are you? What brings you to the Navy base at such an hour? The guard immediately became alert, raising his flintlock to aim at Lynch. However, as the moment unfolded, the guard began to feel an unsettling familiarity with the figure before him. Are you Vice Admiral Lynch? Indeed, it is I, Lynch confirmed. The guard's hand trembled uncontrollably as he held the gun. A ghost, he suddenly shouted, turning on his heel to flee. In the dead of night, the appearance of a man presumed dead for several months sent a chill of terror through him. Lynch's expression darkened as he grasped the fleeing individual and pulled him back, irritatedly remarking, Do take a good look and discern whether I am human or specter. The guard rubbed his eyes. The presence of a shadow indicated that the figure was indeed not a ghost. Cautiously, he inquired, You are not dead? Of course not. Hurry and inform the others, Lynch replied. Yes, yes. The guard hurriedly dashed inside. Half an hour later, in the conference room, Carp laughed heartily, slapping Sengoku's thigh. Look, look. I told you this fellow is like a cockroach. He simply cannot be killed. Although Admiral Tsuru and Zephyr remained silent, the upward curve of their lips revealed their contentment. Damn you, Carp. My leg is losing all sensation from your incessant slapping. After shouting at Carp, Sengoku redirected his attention to Lynch. It is truly a miracle. How did you survive in such circumstances? The yellow ape mentioned that even the island where you fought was obliterated. Fortune smiled upon me, as I drifted to a small island and managed to survive. The days that followed were spent recuperating. By the way, esteemed admiral, I hope my survival doesn't mean I am no longer a vice admiral? What nonsense! Sengoku's expression turned serious. The merits you have earned shall never be forgotten by our navy. Do not speak of just one vice admiral. We could grant you two. Very well, but you must not go back on your word. Do assist in promoting Sister Guillaume to vice admiral as well. Lynch seized the opportunity to say. The privileges of a vice admiral far exceed those of a rear admiral, and he desired no less. Agreed. Observing Sengoku grit his teeth in agreement. Carp reveled in his misfortune, thinking, you brought this upon yourself with your brashness. Upon hearing Lynch's insistence on securing benefits for Guillaume, Admiral Tsuru regarded Lynch with newfound favor. The young man is commendable. May I return now? Tina and Sister Guillaume are waiting for me, Lynch expressed, somewhat impatiently. Get lost. It's the dead of night. We don't need you disturbing our old bones, Sengoku waved him off. Upon returning home, Lynch cautiously opened the door, treading lightly. In the darkness, a creature suddenly lunged at him, its tongue wildly licking his face. All right, Tom, you're going to lick my skin off. Lynch pinned Tom down, tickling him mercilessly, causing Tom to roll back and forth in laughter. He eventually scrambled to his feet, grinning widely, unable to contain his joy, and began to circle around Lynch. All right. I'm back safe and sound. Now go to bed. I shall check on Tina and the others. After ruffling Tom's hair affectionately, Lynch quietly entered Tina's room. In the dim light, he slipped under Tina's covers. Sister Guillaume, you've come again, Tina purred, emitting a few alluring sounds as she turned to embrace him. Who are you? The moment she wrapped her arms around him, Tina instantly recognized that something was amiss and landed a powerful punch. Is this how you welcome your man home? Lynch chuckled, seizing Tina's wrist. Fortunately, his physique was robust. Otherwise, anyone else would have surely been rendered incapacitated by Tina's strike. Lynch. Tina froze, then suddenly collapsed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. Oh, it's so wonderful that you're finally back. Where have you been all this time? Lynch gently caressed Tina's back, holding her tightly. There, do not weep. See, I have returned safe and sound. Tina, still sniffling, ceased her sobs, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at Lynch. You won't disappear again, will you? I was truly worried about you. I swear, I shall never do so again. Look at you. All in tears. Crying does not suit your beauty, he replied. Tom interjected, meow, meow, meow. Lynch, with a mix of coaxing and teasing, managed to transform Tina's tears into laughter. You should go see Sister Chiyuan. She must be quite worried about you. Although reluctant to part from Lynch, Tina did not forget her dear sister. All right, I shall return shortly to keep you company. After gently kissing Tina on the forehead, Lynch stealthily slipped into Taohua's room. Embracing her from behind, he whispered, Sister Chiyuan, are you surprised? Taohua turned around, playfully pressing Lynch's head against her ample bosom, and chuckled. I sensed your presence the moment you entered. Oh, Sister Chiyuan, I can hardly breathe. After managing to extricate his head from the depths, he was met with a pair of crimson lips, causing him to shudder. Ultimately, under the relentless allure of Taohua's long legs, he was unable to return to Tina's room. The following morning arrived. Lynch, with his face adorned by lipstick stains, made his way to the washroom to cleanse himself. Upon emerging, he found Guillaume reclining on the sofa, her attire revealing ample expanse of her alabaster skin. Ah, Guillaume, please stay still. Allow me to indulge in a gentle massage. Meanwhile, Tina engaged in playful antics with Peach Bunny, their playful tussle exuding an intoxicating allure. Lynch touched his nose. It was so stimulating early in the morning, regardless of whether he could handle it or not. Child, stop fooling around. It's almost noon, yet you haven't prepared any food. Lynch approached and playfully smacked Tina on her backside with a resounding slap. Ow! Tina spun around abruptly, clutching her rear, and leaped onto Lynch like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. You dared to strike me. Now I shall devour you. Ah ha ha ha, beware. Lynch erupted into laughter, reaching out to tickle Tina around her navel. It was a rare sight to witness Tina in such high spirits. Her entire demeanor seemed to come alive with exuberance. After a flurry of playful antics, Tina, disheveled and breathless, collapsed onto the sofa. By the way, I forgot to mention, someone is bringing lunch, so we won't need to cook, Tina informed him. Who? Lynch inquired, puzzled. It can't possibly be that lazy Tom. Who else could it be? At that moment, Peach Rabbit interjected, explaining that the little peacock had heard about your return from somewhere and insisted on coming over. Peach Rabbit shot Lynch an exasperated glance. Clearly perplexed by the charm he possessed that attracted so many admirers. Lynch discerned that Tao too was feeling jealous, and he gently embraced her, whispering sweet nothings. Rest assured. My affection is forever reserved for you, and Tina. Humph, why are you saying these things to me? Tao too huffed softly, a blush gracing her cheeks as she turned her head away. At noon, the peacock arrived, bringing takeout consisting of 5 dishes and a soup, and they all enjoyed a delightful meal together. At the dining table, Lynch observed the demure peacock and thought perhaps she had finally amended her ways. Little did he know. Old habits die hard. When the peacock found herself alone with Lynch in a room, her true nature was immediately revealed. Big brother, I missed you so much, she exclaimed, leaping onto him like a little octopus, clinging tightly. Get down. How can a young lady behave like this? Lynch protested. But the peacock held on so tightly that he couldn't pry her off without risking tearing her clothes. Did you know? I was heartbroken when I heard you had died. And yet you treat me this way. Grandma Crane told me you were alive, and I always believed you were fine, the peacock murmured in Lynch's ear, causing him to relent and lower his hands. All right, if you wish to hug, then let it be. I shall treat it as playing with a child. Half an hour later, the peacock chirped, Big brother, I even dreamt of you. You were so rude in my dream. As she continued to speak increasingly absurdly, Lynch felt an overwhelming urge to find something to silence her incessant chatter. He feared that General Crane would hear and deliver a resounding slap for her indiscretion. Stop. Quickly. Get down. Lynch threatened. If you don't come down, I shall spank you. Really? The peacock, upon hearing this, brightened up, and excitement enveloped him. Lynch found himself at a loss. It seemed this girl had been waiting for him all along. He truly should not have taken pleasure in playfully swatting her backside. Now, it appeared she had become quite addicted to it. Of course, this was all in jest. Taking advantage of the peacock's momentary distraction, Lynch grasped her by the nape and lifted her off the ground, striding to the window before throwing it open. Oh dear, what are you doing? Let me down this instant. The peacock struggled fiercely. Away with you. Lynch delivered a powerful kick towards the peacock's rear, sending it soaring through the air like a streak of light. He employed just the right amount of force, ensuring that the peacock would remain unharmed. Curse be you. I shall remember this, you perverse fiend. The peacock, suspended in midair, was taken aback in sheer astonishment. In the blink of an eye, as it regained its senses, it found itself plummeting from the sky, landing right before its own doorstep. This is infuriating. That detestable man. With a playful stomp of her foot, she entered her home. Ever since Lynch had been resurrected, perhaps the warring states had finally experienced a pang of conscience, choosing not to exploit him any further. This time, Lynch was truly able to enjoy an extended vacation. One fine day, in his own backyard, after being promoted to the rank of Major General, his salary had doubled, allowing him to move into a larger, more luxurious residence. Not only was it a 3-story building, but it also boasted a spacious backyard. Here comes Sister Guillaume with the ball. In the center of the backyard, a large net was erected, and 3 women donned in swimsuits were engaged in a game of volleyball. The peacock and Tina formed one team, while Peach Bunny played solo. Despite this, Guillaume still showed mercy in her gameplay against the two. Nice shot. Guillaume leaped 3 meters into the air, delivering a powerful spike to the volleyball. As a result of their swimsuits, the scene erupted into a flurry of splashes. Lynch reclined on the beach chair, observing the 7 volleyballs on the court with a nod of approval. Well played, well played. Alas, how swift. As the spike from Peach Rabbit approached, Peacock's expression shifted dramatically. A whip materialized in his hand, and with a narrow escape, he managed to send the volleyball back into play. Phew. Lynch whistled, and Peacock committed a foul, disallowing the use of fruit abilities. Guillaume emerged victorious. Well, a bet is a bet. Tina gently stroked Peacock's small head and reached deep into her decolletage to retrieve a coin, tossing it to Guillaume. Guillaume caught it and casually stuffed it into Lynch's chest, reclining on the sun-drenched beach chair beside him. Lynch, having witnessed such antics before, was unfazed. He had even seen Guillaume pull a bottle of cola from her bosom once. Truly, a pocket from another dimension. You two should come over and rest a while. Lynch called to Tina and Peacock. The 3 of them were clad in scanty bikinis, leaving little to the imagination, much to Lynch's delight. If anyone benefited most today, it was undoubtedly Lynch. This lifestyle was far more enjoyable than being a general. Honestly, Guion is incredible. I've never managed to win even once. Peacock complained as she lay down. Next time, you should team up with Guion, Tina teased with a gentle smile, noting Peacock's youthful spirit and her concern for winning. No way. I won't abandon Sister Tina. If we lose together. Peacock pouted, clinging to Tina's arm. Tom, is the drink ready yet? Lynch called out towards the kitchen. Meow. Tom transformed into a chef, gracefully carrying a tray with 2 glasses of beverages. He approached slowly. Thank you, Tom. Guion patted his head and took a glass of blue fizzy drink with ice from the tray. Thank you, Xiaomi. Peacock and Tina each took a glass of pink drink adorned with lime. Ha ha ha, Tom, give us a smile. Look at your belly, you've got some extra weight. Why not do a bit of work? Lynch patted Tom's chubby belly and took away the last chilled cola. Having completed his task, Tom slumped onto the ground with a sigh and pulled out a box of canned food to satiate his hunger. Life was arduous. Even the cats had to resort to performing for their sustenance. After the entertainment, the Peacock was led by Guion to practice swordsmanship together. Tina went off to hone her skills in fruit development. Lynch commenced his daily regimen of physical training, beginning with an impressive warm-up of 200,000 push-ups. Lynch contemplated, as the push-ups transformed into fleeting shadows. Every standard soldier of the Navy headquarters was required to perform 2,000 push-ups daily. Lynch achieved 100-fold more than the norm. Subsequently, he ran 100 laps around the Navy headquarters, followed by honing his martial skills against the 3 towering mountains. Time, swift as a fleeting horse, slipped away rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The year was now 1510 in the era of the sea. During this year, while the Navy was engaged in missions, Lynch took the opportunity to visit the Little Garden, where he mastered the giant race's formidable technique known as Dominion under the tutelage of 2 giants. Aside from this, the year unfolded with remarkable tranquility, devoid of any extraordinary events. Lynch's life adhered to a monotonous rhythm of missions and leisure, punctuated by the occasional respite. He would occasionally utilize teleportation scrolls to glimpse the progress of the kingdom. Throughout the year, his relationship with Tina from Guion flourished rapidly, advancing to discussions of marriage. As for the Peacock, Lynch regarded her merely as an immature neighborly sister, devoid of any deeper feelings. His strength, too, was steadily on the rise. Just yesterday, he had set sail and captured a band of pirates, and today he found himself lounging on his sofa at home. As he casually opened the newspaper delivered that day, he was instantly captivated. A bold headline graced the front page. Moria challenges the 4 emperors, Kaido, and suffers a devastating defeat. All but the captain perished. Was it at this juncture that Moria was vanquished by Kaido, leading to his subsequent decline and eventual transformation into a reclusive figure? Lynch pondered. The unfolding events surrounding Moria and Kaido seemed to serve as a harbinger for Lynch, signaling that the gears of the world had begun to turn. The seas ahead would undoubtedly grow increasingly perilous. Time was of the essence. Lynch recognized that certain plans of his must be prioritized. This edition of the newspaper is brimming with sensational news. He continued to read. A new hero from Alabasta, the messenger of justice, Sand Crocodile. Old Sand has made his entrance later than I anticipated. Over the years, he had not heard any news about Old Sand and had assumed that his own butterfly effect had led to his disappearance. Despite the notorious reputation of this pirate world, Lynch held a certain fondness for it. The Straw Hat Pirates have announced their disbandment. Fisher Tiger has passed away. After years of evasion, the Straw Hat Pirates were ultimately captured by the world government during an unfortunate encounter, leading to a fierce battle. Upon reading the news of Tiger's demise, Lynch felt a pang of confusion. This shouldn't be. I even provided him with a Zoan-type devil fruit. He should have been able to escape into the depths of the sea, and at the very least, he ought not to have perished. Setting the newspaper aside, he requested a month's leave from Sengoku. After a year, Lynch once again embarked on a solitary journey to sea. This time, his destination was Skypiea. More precisely, it was Enel. The Rumble fruit is renowned as the most formidable Logia-type fruit. Although it has suffered a humiliating defeat against Rubber, this does not diminish its might. Enel is an undeniable genius. Even in isolation, he has managed to comprehend observation haki and develop the heart-net technique in conjunction with his fruit powers. This is an achievement beyond the capabilities of even the main characters. With the Rumble fruit, and with a modicum of guidance, Enel could easily attain the combat prowess of an admiral. Lynch sought to bring Enel under his command, preparing for future endeavors. The journey to the Sky Island was essential. Having perused the original narrative, Lynch, after soaring in the skies for over half a month, effortlessly located the quaint town beneath the island. Boss, money is no object. Select only the finest provisions, he declared, plopping himself into a chair and summoning the tavern owner. Having fasted for a fortnight, he intended to satiate his hunger before ascending to the Sky Island. After all, there might be a formidable battle awaiting him there. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment. The tavern owner, akin to encountering a deity of wealth, had his eyes gleam with the shape of berries. In no time, a feast of roasted pig, pasta, cherry pie, and other delicacies adorned the table, accompanied by a generous mug of beer. Thank you. Please prepare 10 more servings of this caliber, Lynch instructed. Are you certain? The owner appeared bewildered, questioning whether one individual could consume such a copious amount. Well, let's fill the gaps for now, Lynch replied, tearing off a leg of pork and devouring it with vigor. Is there a concern that I might not pay? With a decisive thud, he tossed a bag of berries onto the table. No, I shall prepare it right away. Lynch's consumption grew increasingly prodigious. Gradually, the plates surrounding him piled up to a staggering height of 2 meters. Witnessing such an extraordinary appetite, onlookers flocked to observe. The proprietor, trembling in fear, was apprehensive that someone might actually overindulge to the point of peril. Hey, young man, you don't seem to be from around here. What brings you to this place? Suddenly, someone struck up a conversation with Lynch. To the Sky Island, Lynch replied casually. The interlocutor was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. You truly possess a sense of humor. Everyone knows the Sky Island is a myth. Bang. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a group of menacing thugs strode in. The once boisterous tavern fell into an eerie silence. I just heard someone mention a journey to the Sky Island. Who is it? A large man bellowed. Me. Is there a problem? Lynch responded. Ha ha ha. You fool, everyone knows the Sky Island is a figment of imagination. The thug, flanked by his lackeys, approached Lynch, causing the patrons of the tavern to cease their meals. Damn, eating so much, are you a pig? The thug slammed his hand down, shattering the towering plates across the table and appending a chair. Kid, since you're new here, you ought to pay the protection fee. Lynch slowly raised his head. Are you speaking to me? What a foolish question. Who else would I be addressing? The burly man drew his large blade. Hand over your money if you wish to avoid a grim fate. Lynch sighed, rose to his feet, and gazed at the burly man with regret, saying, Is it not preferable to live well rather than provoke me? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, piercing through the roof and reducing the man to charred remains. Lynch cast a fleeting glance at the few remaining individuals who were paralyzed with fear. Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to escort you out? With that, they hastily departed. A shiver ran through the small-time thugs, who bowed repeatedly before fleeing in haste. The tavern owner, gazing at the gaping hole in the ceiling, felt a chill of trepidation. It was no wonder he could consume so much, truly remarkable. No, brother. You truly intend to venture to Sky Island? Indeed, brother, does Sky Island truly exist? The same words, uttered by individuals of varying strengths, suddenly took on a different resonance. Had Lynch mentioned his intention to travel to Sky Island previously, they would have dismissed it as mere jest. Now, however, the sentiment had shifted. As for the tyrant, who typically ruled with an iron fist, Lynch's act of vanquishing him would undoubtedly bring joy to many. Brother, allow me to treat you to a beer. Do regale us with your tales. The notoriously frugal owner surprisingly presented a glass of beer. Lynch lifted his goblet and downed its contents in one swift motion. The invigorating chill of the beer seeped into his very soul, delivering exhilarating news. The existence of Sky Island is indeed a reality, inhabited by a race of winged beings and a divine entity. All his funds for meals and roof repairs lay here. Rising to his feet, he nonchalantly tossed a bag of gold coins and exited the tavern. A resounding cheer erupted behind him, celebrating his departure. Sky Island, a realm of wonder. Drawing upon memories from anime, a black and red halo emerged behind Lynch, buoyantly ascending into the skies. The ability to fly is truly a gift, unlike Luffy and his companions, who must brave perilous journeys to reach such heights. Navigating through layers of clouds, Lynch successfully reached the edge of the largest Sky Island. In truth, Sky Islands are not singular. They exist in a tiered formation, ascending from low to high. Those in the know could easily and safely traverse to the summit of the highest island. Only a fool like Luffy would dare to act so recklessly. The entry fee is 100 million IUN, declared a diminutive old woman at the entrance of the island, her smile devoid of warmth. Can't you tell I'm from Shanghai? I'm not speaking in berries, but IUN. Lynch furrowed his brow. This old crone, having served as a gatekeeper for decades, surely understood the situation. Her intent was clearly to vex. In reality, 100 million IUN is merely equivalent to 10,000 berries. In the original narrative, Luffy, that fool, was intimidated and attempted to force his way in without payment, leading to a series of unfortunate events and a bounty on his head. This old woman's ploy was exceedingly underhanded. Fine, it's 10,000 berries. Realizing she could not deceive him, the old woman let the facade of her smile slip away. Such a person is fundamentally wicked to the core. What 10,000 berries? Did I not just give you 100,000 berries? You owe me 90,000 berries and change, Lynch replied with a grin. His favorite pastime is to counter malevolence with malevolence. What? The old woman's countenance darkened. You must understand whose territory this is, Qinghai person. You think you can play these games? Hurry up. You owe 2,000 berries now. If you don't pay, you best be on your way back. Given your refusal to settle your debt, I shall have to collect it myself. Lynch suddenly appeared behind the old woman, lifting her effortlessly. What are you doing? Are you seeking death, you Qinghai native? The elderly woman struggled vigorously. I hold no grudge against you for the debt, but your arrogance is simply unacceptable. Lynch lifted the old woman and hurled her over the edge of the floating island. As her screams echoed in the air, he nodded with a sense of satisfaction, remarking, I even sent you off to travel in Qinghai for the debt you owe me. There are not many good souls like me left. Having accomplished this, Lynch swaggered through the grand entrance. The floating island, perched at an altitude of 10,000 meters, posed a lethal threat of hypoxia to others, yet for Lynch, it was merely an insignificant inconvenience. Angel Island, the largest of the floating islands, was also the only one open to outsiders. It was home to a community of winged beings. What a peculiar name indeed. Lynch traversed the charming avenue, arriving at the bustling Love Street. Along the way, he found himself the center of attention, much like a rare bear on display. Here, it was those without wings who seemed out of place. Ah, young man, you must be from Qinghai. It has been quite a while since we welcomed a visitor from that region. Would you care to sample my barbecued skewers? Called out a vendor by the roadside. Very well, I shall take 2 skewers, Lynch replied. Lynch paid for his meal and, while savoring 2 skewers of barbecue, inquired, Pray tell, I have heard whispers of a deity residing in this vicinity. Could you enlighten me as to its abode? The barbecue vendor abruptly halted, glancing furtively as if caught in a nefarious act. In a tone laced with trepidation, he cautioned, Hush. You value your life, do you not? The deity is omnipresent. Beware of incurring divine wrath. What deity, after all, but merely a large-eared being who has consumed the fruit of a demon? The vendor, unwilling to divulge further, raised his voice defiantly. Who knows where your deity dwells? I demand an audience. The crowd, gripped by terror, cast fearful glances at Lynch, apprehensive of the impending calamity. They fled with remarkable swiftness, abandoning their establishments in haste. The once bustling and charming street became desolate in mere moments. A contingent of soldiers hastened towards Lynch, weapons drawn, demanding, You, from Qinghai, have offended the majesty of the divine. We shall subject you to the trial of the deity. This trial is overseen by 4 high priests under the command of Enel. There is no need for such elaborate measures. Let them come and seek me instead. Lynch's objective was accomplished. It seemed that once the 4 priests were dealt with, Enel would reveal himself. Audacious. To dare provoke the guard, an immediate execution was warranted. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Lin Qi's body trembled as the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki surged forth, pressing down on all directions. The guards rolled their eyes in disbelief, fainting in the process. Quick, summon the divine officials. The onlooking residents gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. If the divine beings were to learn of this, they might mistakenly believe the residents were allied with the Qinghai people, leading to their inevitable demise. After a year, Lin Qi's attributes stood as follows. Host, Lin Qi. Combat ability, moonwalk, peak, shave, peak, gale foot, peak, gunpoint, peak, iron block, advanced, life return, advanced, paper drawing, beginner, ghostly aura, advanced, conqueror's haki, advanced. Note, any technique with limits is denoted by proficiency level. Living skills, navigation, intermediate, culinary arts, beginner, lowly cultivation, intermediate, queen's nemesis, intermediate, mature woman slayer, entry level. Basic attributes, constitution, level 5, constitution monarch, swordsmanship, level 5, great swordmaster, fruit development, level 4, experienced fruit developer, Gunmanship. Level 3, Seasoned Sniper, Observation Haki. Level 4, Armament Haki. Level 4, Conqueror's Haki. Level 5, Conqueror's Haki Monarch. Note: there are no limits. Continuous improvement is indicated by basic attributes. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Are they tired of living? Upon receiving word, the 4 divine officials rushed over. Roar. Regardless of their origin, let us strike first. The dignity of the divine cannot be trifled with. Observing the quartet of oddities, 1 rotund and 3 slender, Lin Qi chuckled softly. Provoking the enemy without knowing their strength would only bring misfortune upon oneself. Thunderstrike. 4 lightning bolts were hurled forth from his outstretched hand, striking the 4 divine officials. ZZT. You, how can you wield electricity? The officials trembled uncontrollably, and suddenly, an explosion ensued, leaving them charred and lifeless on the ground. The inhabitants of the Sky Island looked on in bewilderment at Lin Qi. More shocking than the swift extermination of the 4 divine officials was Lin Qi's ability to conjure lightning, a power typically reserved for the divine. Could it be that this Qinghai person was also a god? Boom. At that moment, a column of lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Qi within its embrace. The residents on either side of the street crouched down in fear, covering their heads, their faces pale. It is the divine's punishment. That man is doomed. Amidst the thunder, Lin Qi strolled forth leisurely, lifting his gaze to the sky with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I fear only that you may continue to hide away. Now that you have made your move, I shall track you by your aura. Behind Lin Qi, a dark halo ablaze with flames manifested, soaring through the air towards the location of Enel. Great God, we have been most disrespectful. We beseech your forgiveness. The residents of Sky Island knelt in prayer, hoping that should the 2 deities engage in combat, they would not suffer the consequences. As Lin Qi departed, the inhabitants gazed at his retreating figure. Through his observation, Lin Qi spotted Enel, with his large ears drooping against his chest, before a temple atop the Sky Island. Thankfully, the world of pirates lacks Buddhism. Otherwise, due to those ears, he would surely be mistaken for the reincarnation of the Buddha. With his upper body bare and a thunder drum strapped to his back, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a deity of thunder from mythology. Mortal, I sense a familiar aura within you. Are you, perchance, also a god? Enel murmured, floating cross-legged in the air. Lynch's lips twitched, realizing that this child spoke of deities daily, seemingly having convinced himself of their existence. That phenomenon is known as observation haki. Where in this world could one find a true god? Enel displayed a look of vindication, declaring himself the sole genuine deity in this realm. Foolish mortals, how dare they offend a god and injure my divine servant? Are you prepared to face the wrath of the divine? Enel suddenly opened his eyes, and a violent surge of electricity crackled ominously. So what now? Lynch blinked, gazing at the peculiar individual before him who spoke boldly yet remained unmoving. He realized that this Enel seemed to possess a somewhat abnormal mindset. Mortal, I shall allow you to strike first, so that you may experience profound despair before I personally bring about your demise, Enel proclaimed with an air of superiority. Lynch, he has come to understand that Enel is merely putting on a facade. With the absence of haki in the Sky Island, Enel, having consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, has gone unchallenged for over a decade. Consequently, this individual has developed the delusion of invincibility, believing that no one can defeat him. Very well. It is time for me to take action. Come forth, mortal. It seems you are eager to meet your demise. A smirk graced Enel's lips. Rumble 8 trigrams. Lynch wielded an iron rod, and in the instant he swung it, it was enveloped in profound armament haki while simultaneously activating his beastly form. Pooh. Enel expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes nearly bulging out, his body concave from the impact. And the number of broken bones was incalculable as he hurtled backward like a missile. What was even more amusing was the incredulous expression on Enel's face. Could it be that he fainted so easily? How utterly fragile. He had boasted of his prowess, and yet here he was, so easily subdued. Lynchify approached, clearing away the rubble of the collapsed house, and discovered Enelu, unconscious, yet wearing an expression of incredulity. A basin of cold water was splashed across Enelu's face. He instantly awoke, gazing around in confusion, bewildered by the absence of Lynchify, momentarily believing he had merely been dreaming. You nearly frightened me to death. Was it truly just a dream? I thought it impossible for anyone to defeat me, the divine. Were you searching for me? Luffy's face emerged from behind, causing Enel's massive frame to tremble as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing in the distance. What had just transpired was indeed real. You managed to strike me? Enel exclaimed in astonishment. This is a power known as haki. So, do you wish to learn it? Enel nodded numbly. I do wish to learn, he replied. Very well, I shall teach you. This minuscule island is not suitable for you. Come with me. Your aspirations should reach for the stars and the sea. Luffy continued to persuade him. You scoundrel. I have yet to settle the score from earlier, and you wish to take me as your subordinate? Enel reacted sharply. If I were to defeat you without killing you, how about you becoming my subordinate? I assure you, you would not be mistreated. You rascal. Let us talk about that only after you've beaten me. Enel thought to himself that he had never felt as agitated in a year as he did today. Just seeing this man's face infuriated him. What's wrong? Are you not going to stand there and let me strike you? Luffy teased with a smile. I shall kill you. Enel's face flushed with anger, realizing he could no longer afford to be struck. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, hovering in midair. Thunderbolt. His wrist crackled with thunder, enveloping Luffy from above. Roar. Lin Qi transformed into a colossal, candle-lit divine beast, devouring the electric sparks in a single gulp. After gathering his strength, he unleashed an even greater bolt of thunder towards Enel. The crackling sound echoed. As the wielder of the rumble fruit, Enel not only remained unscathed by the onslaught of lightning, but even regained a portion of his vitality. It seemed that thunder was not an effective means to confront the powers of the rumble fruit. Lin Qi reverted to his human form, stroking his chin in contemplation. Are you truly human, divine, or perhaps a specter? Reflecting on the terrifying behemoth Lin Qi had just transformed into, Enel found himself engulfed in profound doubt about this world. Is it still the familiar realm he once knew? Furthermore, how is it that you can wield lightning when you are undeniably not a deity? Lin Qi gazed at Enel with an expression of bewilderment, as if he were looking at a fool. Why so many questions? The answer was quite simple. Consider how you acquired the power of lightning. Are you saying? Enel's pupils contracted sharply. Indeed. I too have consumed that substance known as the devil fruit. This world is vast, and individuals of your caliber are as numerous as cattle on the Qinghai Sea. If you wish to truly understand yourself, then come with me, Lin Qi urged, seizing the opportunity to entice him. Enel's pupils trembled violently, revealing the turmoil within his heart. Lin Qi's words evoked memories of the past, transporting him back to his childhood. In those tender years, he was merely a small boy, surrounded by others who possessed wings and families, while he alone remained unadorned by such blessings. Consequently, Enel's early life was fraught with hardship. Initially, survival necessitated begging, thievery, and robbery. Yet, due to his lack of wings, he became an easy target for relentless bullying by other children. What began as mere stone throwing escalated into brutal beatings. Each time Enel was spotted, he would be left battered and bruised. In desperation, he retreated into the desolate embrace of the forest, fearing that one day he might be beaten to death. When hunger struck, he foraged for wild fruits, and when fatigue enveloped him, he sought refuge in an abandoned temple. With his clothes in tatters, he fashioned garments from grass, leading a life that teetered between humanity and savagery. This existence persisted for 6 long years, until one fateful day. While foraging for fruit, Enel stumbled upon a peculiar fruit. Upon consuming it, he was endowed with the power of lightning, a gift he believed to be a divine blessing. From that moment onward, Enel vowed to exact vengeance upon the inhabitants of the Sky Island who had inflicted suffering upon him. He fantasized about the day he would unleash his fury, obliterating the land with a single bolt of lightning. No, I am a god, the one and only god. Enel roared, extending his hand toward the distance, where a shimmering golden liquid coalesced into a golden trident. 30 million volts of Thunderbird. Striking the right thunder drum with the trident, he unleashed a surge of lightning that formed a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird in midair, diving towards Lin Qi with ferocity. But the spectacle was far from over. Enel struck the left thunder drum with his golden trident, channeling the lightning within. A wolf-like thunder beast leapt forth, joining the Thunderbird as an ally, charging towards Lin Qi with lethal intent. 30 million volts of Thunder Beast. What a spectacle! Lin Qi transformed into a half-beast form, his height soaring to 9 meters, adorned with antlers and a series of dragon scale patterns emerging upon his skin. With his hands raised to the heavens and feet firmly planted on the ground, a halo of flames floated behind him, standing as a deity amidst the world. With a single punch, the towering Thunder Beast was scattered like a mere toy. A swift motion tore a magnificent phoenix-shaped bird in half. With a fierce roar, a crimson pillar of flame surged toward Enel. Stunned by the destruction of his prized creation in a single blow, Enel found himself momentarily paralyzed. Before he could recover from the shock, the attack suddenly approached, prompting him to hastily defend himself. Channeling electricity from within, Enel transformed the lightning into thermal energy, forming an invisible wall that successfully blocked the onslaught. You appear to be reveling in this? Lynch appeared above Enel without warning. This time, Enel had no opportunity to transform into his natural form before Lynch's fist struck him on the crown. In an instant, his head erupted, sending his tongue and eyes flying. His body crashed heavily to the ground. Had Enel not possessed the powers of a Logia, even 100 lives would not suffice to save him. The severed tongue and eyes transformed into bolts of electricity, returning to his form. Enel staggered to his feet, directing his impotent fury towards the sky. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Simultaneously, he struck both sides of the drum, summoning a thunder dragon far larger than any beast of lightning. Its mere presence instilled a chilling dread. The rampant electricity visible from 10 kilometers away, exuding a terrifying might. Go and eliminate him, Enel commanded, brandishing his trident as the thunder dragon roared and surged forth. Thunderclap 8 trigrams. A chilling voice echoed as a massive, thick staff descended. The confidently charged thunder dragon was once again dispersed by a single strike. And Enel's eyelids twitched violently, teetering on the brink of despair. Lynch descended to the ground. The more he utilized it, the more he realized the efficacy of the Thunder Bagua he learned from Master Kaido. Stay away from me, Enel exclaimed in terror as Lynch drew closer. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Driven to desperation, Enel unleashed his most formidable technique ever. He released all the accumulated lightning in a singular burst. Enveloping himself in this lightning, his body swelled several times, surrounded by a torrent of electricity, resembling a true deity of thunder. Every movement he made radiated immense power. This was more like it. Lynch nodded with satisfaction. In this state, he finally sensed a hint of threat. The fact that Enel, who lacked even the ability of haki, could instill such a feeling, albeit just a trace, was a source of pride for him. Raijin's Golden Dragon Strike. Enel brandished a golden trident, magnified several times. As he swung it, torrents of lightning enveloped molten gold, wrapping around Lynch like a sticky plaster. Once ensnared, the gold would solidify rapidly. For an ordinary person, encountering this move would mean a grim fate. Even if they survived the scalding gold or the electric shock, they would ultimately be suffocated by the encasing gold. However, it is unfortunate for Enel that Lynch could also manipulate lightning to melt gold. In the realm of lightning manipulation, the candle fruit was ancestral in power and held no fear of Enel's electric assaults. It could be said that Lynch's counter to Enel was even more formidable than that against the rubber fruit. When Enel faced him, it was akin to a thief confronting a police officer, an encounter with a natural enemy. Lynch surged forth from the tempest, forcefully pressing Enel's head down against the ground. As he struck, he taunted, "Do you yield? Do you yield?" Ah, the torment was excruciating. Enel was on the brink of madness, as he, a being of divine stature, had never endured such indignity. "I shall fight you to the bitter end." Thunder explosion. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, Enel felt the specter of death looming. With a resolute heart, he detonated himself. The cataclysmic lightning obliterated a significant portion of the island he called home. As the brilliant light dissipated, Enel, now maimed, floated in the air, yet he could not spot Lynch. Suddenly, he erupted into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha, finally dead, finally dead. Whom do you speak of?" Enel, startled by the voice, lifted his gaze to find that insufferable sky dweller perfectly aloft in the heavens. "You have exhausted all your tricks. Now it is my turn." Lynch approached with malicious intent, his fists itching for a fight. "What are you planning to do?" Enel retreated in terror, taking 2 steps back. "Oh, please don't slap my face." After several hours of cordial exchange, Enel lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. "Are you convinced yet? Curse you. It hurts so much." Without further ado, Lynch continued to pummel Enel into the ground. "Are you convinced yet?" "Not at all." This cycle repeated, with Lynch striking Enel a total of 15 times. Even a stubborn duck's beak must eventually soften. "Stop. Please, I have something to say." Enel, resembling a battered pig, mumbled, "Speak." "In Qinghai, are there many people like me?" "Indeed, there are many. Among the numerous strong, you might not even rank highly," Lynch replied. This was evident from the arc maxim that Enel had constructed. In truth, Enel had always yearned for the outside world. After Lynch's victory over him, given Enel's instinct for self-preservation, recruiting him would not prove difficult. The challenge lay in the fact that this youth had spent years in the Sky Island. leading to an inflated sense of pride that needed to be deflated first. All right, I can surrender. However, I have two conditions. State them. First, you cannot restrict my personal freedom. Though I surrender to you, I am not your slave. You may consider yourself my employer at most. Understood. And the second? You must provide me with food. Enel sat up, his expression earnest. Ha ha ha, that is certainly a given. Lynch laughed heartily, patting Enel on the shoulder. The movement jarred his numerous wounds, causing Enel to grimace in pain. Couldn't you have been a bit gentler during our sparring? Enel inquired. How could I? If I don't exert myself, how can I rouse you? Lynch had formed a general assessment of Enel's capabilities. His physical combat skills were mediocre, which was understandable. As no one on Skypiea could land a blow on him, physical prowess was of little consequence. His observation haki was that of a top-tier genius. Yet he lacked both armament haki and conqueror's haki. As for his devil fruit ability, it was unparalleled. In summary, Enel's current strength could be categorized as that of an elite rear admiral. Should he refine his armament haki and physical skills, he could potentially ascend to the rank of a vice admiral, surpassing all present rear admirals. This assessment was not to belittle Enel, rather, it was an acknowledgement of his potential. Compared to the three current admirals, Enel remained an unrefined youth, with ample time ahead to develop further. If this alone enabled Enel to catch up, it would reflect poorly on the three admirals. Since you have submitted, I shall remain in Skypiea for a week to impart the knowledge of the three types of haki to you. By the way, your ability, known as HeartNet, is essentially an advanced form of observation haki. 1 week later, Lynch, while leaving Enel to guard Sky Island, constructed 2 vessels named the Arc Maxim, powered by electricity. Both Enel and Lynch are capable of navigating these flying ships. Truly, a flying vessel is an extraordinary sight. With one ship under Enel's command and the other under his own, they would instill terror in their adversaries. Thus, the Sky Island became Lynch's private paradise. Meanwhile, on a distant island in the East Blue, at the One Heart Dojo, Zaro appeared flustered as he hastily pushed open the dojo's doors. This is bad. Goena has fallen down the stairs and is unconscious. What? Kung Shiro sprang to his feet, urgency etched across his face. Take me there at once. Upon arriving at the back warehouse and after a thorough examination, Kung Shiro exhaled in relief, though a sense of unease lingered. It turned out Goena had merely fainted. She was not gravely injured. However, what sort of staircase could cause Goena, who had consumed the peacock fruit, to lose consciousness? A simple wooden staircase should not have been capable of such a feat, even if one were to throw Goena from a 5-story height onto a stone surface. It should not result in such severity. A staircase of that nature would be incapable of claiming the life of even an untrained individual. Suddenly, Kung Shiro was struck by a thought that sent a chill down his spine. If Goena, having consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit, could be so severely affected, what might have happened had she not? Recalling the moment when Lynch had given Goena the devil fruit, Kung Shiro felt an uncanny sensation, as if Lynch had foreseen this very incident. Was it merely his imagination? Regardless, it was Lynch who had saved Goena's life, and she must express her gratitude to him in due time. Casting a glance back at the ominous staircase where Goena had fallen, Kung Shiro issued a stern command, burn it down. Thus, due to Lynch's butterfly effect, another soul in this world had their tragic fate altered. The gears of destiny had commenced their transformative journey. Lynch had just acquired Anilu, a formidable ally, and immediately set forth towards Water 7. The legendary Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, was now within his grasp. Previously, he refrained from seizing it for 2 reasons. First, he was aware that the blueprints were securely located there, rendering them impossible to escape. Second, at that time, his strength was insufficient, and pursuing the Pluton blueprints would have brought him more peril than fortune. Now, however, he believed it was indeed the opportune moment to claim the Pluton blueprints. A few days later, in Water 7, under the cover of night, Lynch located the now condemned and closely monitored Fisherman Tom. "Good evening, Mr. Tom," he greeted, having altered his appearance to appear almost spectral as he approached the industrious Tom from behind. Fisherman Tom halted his work and slowly turned, responding nonchalantly, "What brings you here?" "My lord? Should I wish, dozens of world government agents could storm in at any moment." "Is that so? Are you not concerned that I may eliminate Frankie and Iceberg?" Lynch retorted with a taunting tone. Realizing that the visitor had thoroughly investigated him, Fisherman Tom clenched his fist and suddenly launched a punch. Fisherman Karate, 3,000-watt punch. Yet, Lynch effortlessly deflected the attack with a single finger. "Mr. Tom, Such aggressive actions may attract the attention of the world government, which would be detrimental to both of us. What exactly do you intend to do? Seeing his strike so easily neutralized, Fisherman Tom understood that his assailant was far from ordinary. He decided to abandon resistance. It is quite simple. Hand over the Pluton blueprints, and I shall depart without causing any disturbance. What are you saying about the Pluton blueprints? Fisherman Tom's pupils dilated suddenly. I do not know what you mean. Do not feign ignorance. My presence here indicates that I have thoroughly investigated everything, Lynch stated with a calm demeanor. Perhaps Tom was a good man, but benevolence does not command armies, nor does righteousness govern wealth. Lynch is not merely a naval officer, he is a sovereign, and every word and action of his determines the fates of countless individuals. Inevitably, he will confront the world government and the celestial dragons. Should he falter, all those dear to him, including his own citizens, would perish. For the sake of those who believe in him and place their trust in him, Lynch does not hesitate to embrace the role of a villain, even if it means slaying a few good souls. I truly do not comprehend your words. I suspect you may have mistaken me for someone else. After Fishman Tom uttered these words, he disregarded Lynch entirely. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you, Lynch threatened. Either surrender the blueprint of the Pluton now, or I shall take the lives of Frankie and Iceberg. The choice is yours. Lynch was acutely aware that no amount of brutal interrogation would lead him to discover the whereabouts of the Neptunian blueprints from the Fishman Tom. The only leverage he possessed was the ability to threaten those dear to Tom. That was his singular vulnerability. You asked me to produce something I do not possess. I am utterly powerless, Tom declared, turning his back and enveloping himself in shadows. If you wish to kill, then proceed. Very well, you have uttered those words. Do not lament your choice. Lynch let out a cold snort and vanished into the night. Once he confirmed that the visitor had departed, Tom the Fishman suddenly collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had been drained away, tears like pearls cascading down from the corners of his eyes. I am sorry, Frank. I am sorry, Iceberg. I hope you can forgive me. Meanwhile, the departing Lynch did not relinquish his quest to obtain the blueprints for the Pluton. Activating his observation haki, he swiftly pinpointed Frankie's location at the abandoned shipyard. Lynch appeared behind Frankie without any forewarning, swiftly incapacitating him before he could react. The following day, Tom the Fishman heard from the Iceberg about Frankie's mysterious disappearance, his heart aching with anguish. He chose not to disclose any of this to the Iceberg, burying it deep within his soul. The man's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Keeping this information from the Iceberg seemed to be the wisest course of action. Otherwise, should the Iceberg seek vengeance, it would only lead to his own demise. That very night, Lynch once again approached Mr. Tom, this time bearing a gift. Hee, Mr. Tom. Do you still appreciate the present I have brought? Flame. Tom hurried over, casting a glance at the unconscious Frankie, relieved to see that he was merely in a faint and not seriously harmed. What do you intend to do? It's quite simple. You claim to be indifferent to Flame's life or death. I merely wish to ascertain whether you truly possess such indifference. Lynch grasped Frankie's head, gradually applying more pressure. You bastard. What are you doing? Stop it now. Fishman Tom's eyes widened with rage as he charged forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks at Lynch. However, Lynch remained utterly unyielding. Crack. Lynch's palm continued to exert pressure, and suddenly, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air, as a stream of blood trickled down Frankie's temple. Stop. Please, just stop. I'm begging you to halt. The old fisherman Tom's tears flowed freely, feeling more powerless than ever before. In truth, this was the genuine world. The cruelty far outweighed the beauty. Enough. What must you do to spare Frank? Witnessing Frankie's plight, Tom's inner defenses were shattered in an instant. Lynch's hand suddenly halted. It was quite simple. If you surrender the blueprint of the underworld, I shall take my leave immediately, without inflicting any harm upon you. Noticing the hesitation in the eyes of the merman Tom, Lynch clenched his fist. Otherwise, you shall bid farewell to Fram this night. I will hand it over. I will comply. Just do not harm him any further, Tom exclaimed, almost in a low growl. Had he not feared the scrutiny of the world government outside, he would have likely roared in fury. Excellent. It would have been better to have done so from the beginning. Lynch released his grip, allowing Frankie to tumble to the floor. I shall grant you 5 minutes, but do not overestimate my patience. In a corner of the room, the Fishman Tom approached, rhythmically striking the ground with his hands. It was unclear what he was doing, but soon an object resembling a safe emerged from the floor. Tom then inputted a code into the safe. After a series of intricate maneuvers, a substantial roll of blueprints materialized in his grasp. Here you go. Now release Flam. Haha, very well. Lynch took over the schematics of the underworld, faithfully releasing Frankie as promised. What on earth is this bizarre glyph? Lynch lowered his gaze to examine the blueprints, and the intricate structural components left him feeling dizzy and disoriented. No wonder the world government could not construct Hades without the schematics. Even with these plans, the creation might still prove elusive, wouldn't it? Should I uncover any deception on your part, I shall return to claim the life of Flam. Lynch is not an engineer. He harbors concerns that Tom may have tampered with the blueprints. Rest assured, once I hand it over to you, I shall not resort to trickery. The creature, Tom, shook his head and resealed the safe underground. I suppose you wouldn't dare either. Lynch carefully tucked away the blueprints, vanishing into the night. Fram, awaken swiftly. After Lynch departed, Fisherman Tom hastily knelt to revive Frankie. Cough, cough. Teacher Tom, how did I end up here? Frankie murmured, spitting out a few drops of blood. Awakening in a daze as he surveyed his surroundings, he distinctly recalled being at the abandoned shipyard just moments before. How had he suddenly found himself in Tom's presence? You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have something of greater importance to discuss with you. As a responsible mentor, Tom refrained from burdening the next generation with hatred. The events of the day would remain buried alongside him. Tom moved to another corner of the room, repeating his earlier actions, and retrieved a set of schematics for the legendary ship, the Pluton. Frankie, I cannot escape this fate. Here are the blueprints for the ancient artifact, Pluton, which I have transcribed. You must safeguard it with the same fervor as you would your own life. Fisherman Tom tucked the second set of blueprints into Frankie's embrace. Hurry, leave this place and never return. Staring at the blueprints in his possession, Frankie's heart surged with disbelief and tumult. Teacher Tom, I will never abandon you. Fool. Do you wish for my demise to be in vain? Fisherman Tom glared fiercely at Frankie. With the schematics in hand, Lynch swiftly made his escape. It was sheer folly for the bumbling agents of the world government to think they could catch him. After securing the blueprints, he returned to Skypiea. There were many skilled shipwrights in Skypiea, otherwise, they could not have constructed Enel's golden flying ship. Well, is the blueprint authentic? Lynch inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed a group of gray-bearded scholars engrossed in their examination for quite some time, without progress. This blueprint is undoubtedly genuine. In my 82 years, I have never encountered such an extraordinary warship. It is a marvel of engineering. The scholars were captivated. Can you construct it? Upon hearing the blueprints were real, Lynch felt a wave of reassurance and swiftly posed the most pressing question. The elder with the white beard removed his glasses. To speak frankly, we cannot construct it. There are two primary challenges. What are those two challenges? Lynch asked. Unafraid of difficulties, he welcomed the chance to find solutions. The first issue is the materials for the ship. Legend has it that the pirate King Roger's vessel was formidable at sea due to its keel being forged from atom wood. I have studied the warship, known as Pluton, in detail. Both its weaponry and intricate design are at least a millennium ahead of the world. To create such a vessel, one must use atom wood as the core material. Only then can it be successfully built. Otherwise, before the enemy even launches an attack, should the weapons atop Pluto be unleashed, the inadequately fortified hull would likely be obliterated in the blink of an eye. What did you just say? Lynch nearly choked on his own blood. He could comprehend the necessity for a sturdy ship. After all, a weapon capable of obliterating an island would undoubtedly possess considerable recoil. However, to construct the entire vessel from the precious atom wood was rather excessive. It is worth noting that the minuscule amount Luffy initially purchased cost $200 million. Most importantly, this material is essentially priceless and scarcely available. One cannot simply procure it even if they wish to. Of course, it is not imperative to utilize solely atom wood. I was merely making a comparison. In truth, a 30% utilization of atom wood would suffice, while the remainder could be crafted from equally valuable alternative woods and metals, yielding a superior outcome compared to an entire vessel made from atom wood. Enough. Please, do cease. Lynch has come to the realization that this so-called Pluto is something that cannot be constructed by mere mortals. It is likely that even if the Navy were to exhaust its entire treasury, it would still be unable to build a single vessel. Across the globe, only the world government possesses such formidable capabilities. However, there are still ways to navigate this challenge. Lynch's mind was already occupied with two potential solutions. First, he could acquire a piece of the precious atom tree and then summon wood-style ninjas through a lottery system. By continuously nurturing and maturing with wooden shields, an endless supply of atom trees could be generated. Second, he could enlist a handful of top-tier scientists to artificially create similar items to construct Hades. This, however, presented a significant challenge, as the foremost scientists were entirely under the control of major powers. Unless Lynch could somehow extract Orochimaru, there would be little hope. Yet, Orochimaru specialized in biology, leaving uncertainty about his capabilities. As for the second point, the elder remarked, "Our technology is insufficient. Even with the materials, we cannot achieve construction. Forcing the process would only lead to complications." Lynch remarked, "This elder truly has a knack for dousing one's spirits. Must we once again await Orochimaru's emergence?" Suddenly, the old man shifted his tone, asserting that we can indeed construct a simplified version of the Underworld King battleship. By discarding the overly complex and transcendent elements, we can streamline the remaining components. I assure you, with the most ordinary materials, we can forge a warship that would surpass all others in the world. Goodness. Can this old man refrain from constantly wheezing? If you had such encouraging news, why not share it sooner? Lynch's mood shifted from overcast to radiant in an instant. According to your standards, how long would it take to construct a simplified version of the Pluto? The elder stroked his beard and replied with a smile. That depends on the number of participants involved in the construction. If I were to engage the entire population of the Sky Island, how many could be constructed in a month? The population of the Sky Island is considerable. Combining several islands, it exceeds 1 million. In that case, I am confident that I could produce 10 vessels in a month. Excellent. Lynch earnestly entrusted the task to the elder. In the days that followed, Lynch planned to reside in the Sky Island for a month, while also developing techniques akin to flame cloud. If Kaido could harness a flame cloud capable of lifting an island, and given their similar fruits, it stands to reason that he too could devise a comparable technique. Alas, plans seldom unfold as anticipated. After merely 2 days on the Sky Island, the system's marketplace presented him with an astonishing surprise. For the past few months, Lynch had been monitoring the system's marketplace daily, yet had found nothing of interest until today. Naval's 6 Styles Training Manual, price, 3,000 points. 3-Sword Style Mastery Insights for a year, price, 7,000 points. Bear Logo Leather Jacket, price, 30 points. Fruit of Longevity, increases lifespan by 1 year upon consumption, price, 10,000 points. Zoan-type Mythical Beast Fish Fruit. Poison Dragon Form, price, 255,555 points. The emphasis lies on the last item. Each time Lynch reverted to his original form or transformed into a hybrid state, his once-fitting twin blades transformed into mere toys. Not only did they become unwieldy, but he also risked losing his weapons, significantly hampering his combat effectiveness. Lynch had long contemplated how to resolve this dilemma, and he ultimately arrived at a solution: to bestow a devil fruit upon his weapon. He aspired to grant his weapon the ability to enlarge and diminish in size, a feat achievable by most Zoan and some Logia types. However, considering that his Dragon Abyss was an unparalleled greatsword, consuming a mere ordinary devil fruit would be a sheer waste of its potential. Thus, Lynch momentarily suppressed his desires. Until today, when the marketplace unveiled the poison dragon fruit. This was no ordinary fruit. It belonged to the mythical Zoan category and was on par with Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit. It was perfectly suited for his Dragon Abyss. Perhaps only Lynch could deem it an ideal match. Others, upon learning of his actions, would undoubtedly decry such extravagance. After all, bestowing it upon someone could potentially lead to them becoming one of the formidable emperors of the sea, especially with Kaido setting such a precedent. Oh, system, you must be jesting. This poison dragon fruit is exorbitantly priced, a staggering 250,000. Lynch felt a pang of regret. Throughout the year, he had tirelessly pursued pirates to accumulate the points necessary for his purchase. After finally acquiring the reward, it was as if he had returned to square one. I've bought it. Ultimately, Lynch steeled his resolve and made the purchase. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the mythical Zoan poison dragon fruit. As the points were deducted, a peculiar green fruit materialized in Lynch's hand, another devil fruit not catalogued in the compendium. This was advantageous. He would not have to worry about being recognized. With the fruit in hand, he hurried towards the naval base. The technique of feeding devil fruits to weapons was a secret known only to the world government. Thus, he sought out the admiral in charge of protecting the scientific division. Kizaru, Admiral Kizaru, may I trouble you to help me feed this devil fruit to a weapon? Bring it here. I will take you to the experimental base. Only those mad scientists would engage in such practices, Kizaru replied without hesitation. Within the Navy, it was well known that Lynch was a rising star. given time. It was conceivable that he could ascend to the rank of admiral or even the lofty position of fleet admiral. May I witness the weapon consuming the fruit? Hearing that Kizaru intended to take both Long Yuan and the poison dragon fruit, Lynch's heart sank. These two were vital to him. Losing them would be a source of deep regret. Moreover, the poison dragon fruit was extraordinary. What if the supreme blade underwent some unforeseen transformation after consuming it? What if the scientist refused to return it to him in his absence? I must seek approval from above. Kizaru, as the commander of the scientist's guard, held a significant position but typically lacked the authority to intervene in the scientist's affairs. To access the core area, notification was required. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Admiral Kizaru. With a wave of his hand, Kizaru vanished in a flash of golden light. In a matter of moments, he returned with a directive in hand. Let us proceed. At the Scientific Research Institute, they navigated through layers of stringent security, including fingerprint scans and password entries, passing through several imposing iron gates. This demonstrated the world government's regard for this facility's security. Were it not for Lynch's status as a vice admiral, entry would have necessitated violent measures, and even then, success was uncertain. The formidable strength of several admirals could arrive in an instant. Why was the world government so intent on capturing rare races across the globe? What were their true intentions? Throughout the journey, Lin Qi encountered a myriad of astonishing sights. Most captivating to him were the rare races bound and subjected to blood extraction. Giants, beastmen, dwarfs, and fishmen. He could not shake the feeling that the notorious calamity of the beast pirates, who was rumored to have escaped from a world government laboratory in his youth, was indeed a truth. I am uncertain. This matter has undoubtedly delved into the highest echelons of the world government's secrets, remarked Kizaru languidly. We have arrived. In a chamber, two scientists received the dragon abyss and the venomous dragon fruit from Lin Qi. One of them placed the dragon abyss into a black coffin, while the other first inserted the devil fruit into a juicer, subsequently placing both the juicer and the devil fruit into the coffin. The lid was then closed. Lynch discerned that the coffin was crafted from sea stone. In truth, the method of feeding objects with devil fruits is rather straightforward. Kizaru elucidated that one simply needs to place them simultaneously within a sealed sea stone box and then destroy the fruit. Despite Kizaru's seemingly casual demeanor, it is widely acknowledged that sea stone is far sturdier than steel. Only the most elite swordsman in the world could hope to cut through it, highlighting the formidable challenge of processing such material, especially in such a substantial form. Moreover, precision is of paramount importance. Should there be even the slightest gap in the stone box, the energy of the devil fruit would escape through the fissure, resulting in failure. The scientist remotely activated the juicer, pulverizing the toxic dragon fruit within, after which the juicer began to dissolve itself, devoid of its vessel. The energy from the devil fruit roamed freely in the air, desperately seeking a new host. After several attempts, it could not break free from the sea stone coffin and reluctantly turned its attention towards the dragon abyss, unwillingly burrowing inside. Upon hearing a sound emanating from the coffin, everyone realized success had been achieved. As the coffin opened, a small emerald green dragon swiftly flew towards Lynch, spiraling around him. How adorable, how obedient. Lynch gently patted Long Yuan's small head. In the next moment, the dragon coiled around Lynch's waist like a belt. Lynch, you surely haven't fed a weapon a phantom beast seed, have you? Upon witnessing this scene, Long Yuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had never encountered such a prodigal. How extravagant. Ha ha ha, General Huang Yuan. Once I ascend to the rank of marshal, I shall grant you a raise. Lynch, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly set off to experience the newly emerged Long Yuan, vanishing in a swift motion before Huang Yuan could pose any further inquiries. Training ground. Bring forth the blade. Lynch extended his arm, and the small dragon of deep green hue instinctively flew into his hand, transforming into the shape of a long blade. He reverted to his true form, his stature rapidly expanding. Simultaneously, Long Yuan grew in proportion alongside Lynch, ultimately becoming a formidable blade measuring 5 meters in length. Do you claim to possess other abilities? Grasping the hilt, Lynch and Long Yuan formed a profound connection. He twirled the blade, and a viscous emerald poison flowed down the edge. As the toxic substance dripped onto the ground, a colossal boulder, standing over 3 meters tall and weighing several tons, was completely eroded within mere seconds. Hiss! Lynch inhaled sharply, astonished by the lethal poison. At last, he had acquired a formidable weapon. Having completed his tasks, Lynch returned to the Sky Island, embarking on a new phase of research. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, while Zephyr and Tom were playing in an open area, they were suddenly startled by boisterous laughter emanating from a nearby cave. Haha, I have finally developed a technique akin to Kaido's flame clouds. Realizing that their master had emerged from seclusion, Zephyr and Tom hurriedly rushed over. Lin Qi's expression was one of exhilaration. While Kaido possessed the ability to conjure clouds, he did not share this gift, prompting him to seek an alternative approach. Through perseverance, he discovered that by harnessing the principles of electromagnetic forces, he could create a biological field composed of an electromagnetic net, thereby enabling objects to levitate. Thus, the logistical challenges of the Underworld King's warship were resolved. Lin Qi, accompanied by Tom Longyuan, headed towards the West Sea, towing 10 simplified versions of the Pluto battleships from the shipyard. Oh, Divine One, long live. The inhabitants of the aerial island at the shipyard beheld this spectacle and regarded Lin Qi as a true deity. Such immense power can only belong to the divine. With 10 battleships in tow, the use of teleportation scrolls was rendered impossible. Lin Qi lingered in the heavens for over a month before finally arriving at his kingdom. With a resounding crash, he cast 10 simplified versions of the underworld's vessels into the inner harbor of the realm. The inner harbor, in contrast to the outer one, offered significantly greater safety and secrecy. I pay my respects, my lord, greeted the apothecary, Do, who had long since the imminent arrival of his master and had awaited his presence with diligence. Upon witnessing Lin Qi's arrival, he hurried forward to bow respectfully. It appeared that Do had grown considerably sturdier over the past year. Lin Qi offered a few encouraging words, causing the pharmacist to flush with excitement. Yes, Lord Lin Qi. This is all thanks to you, she exclaimed. By the way, where are Shikamaru and Robin at this moment? After a year of companionship, one day, Robin took the initiative to reveal her true identity to Lin Qi. Lin Qi exhibited a visage of profound astonishment before fully accepting Robin. Recalling that fervent day, he caressed his cheek, lingering in nostalgia. Lord Robin must be attending to matters within the palace, while Mr. Shikamaru has recently been engaged with issues pertaining to the black market. Understood, Lin Qi nodded. These are 10 vessels of the Underworld's battleships. You were tasked with assembling elite soldiers and must become acquainted with them post-haste. Yes, my Lord Lin Qi. After more than a year of development, the kingdom has transformed significantly from its former state. Lin Qi retrieved the report entrusted to him by Robin. The residents numbered 3,950,000, with the treasury holding 9 billion belly and 20 chests of treasures. The army comprised 30,000 troops, equipped with 50,000 finely forged steel blades, 15,000 AK-47s, 950 cannons, and an ample supply of ammunition. The naval fleet consisted of 100 swift vessels, 1 large warship, 5 medium-sized ships, 25 small ships, 7 assault ships, and 10 submarines. The kingdom's special products included iron, copper, timber, and aquatic resources. In the span of merely 1 year, just over 300 days, under Lin Qi's leadership, the kingdom underwent a remarkable transformation. Robin, as secretary, played an indispensable role in this metamorphosis. Shikamaru and Kabuto toiled diligently, surpassing even the efforts of a donkey, resulting in the splendid outcomes observed today. Not long ago, the treasury resonated with emptiness, unable to produce even a single belly. Now, a year later, the treasury overflows with wealth, sufficient to purchase the heads of 3 pirate kings. This prosperity is largely attributed to the vigorous development of the mineral industries within the kingdom, which proved crucial. The resources of copper and iron in the kingdom exceeded initial expectations. Should Lin Qi choose to sell the AK-47s, the treasury would multiply its riches exponentially. However, Lin Qi was far from foolish. He merely authorized the sale of ordinary weaponry and flintlock guns from the warehouse. The AK-47s remained a military secret. Only a fool would part with them. The army expanded from its original 3,000 soldiers to an impressive 30,000, tenfold the previous size. Shikamaru frequently led these 30,000 troops in batches to engage pirates at sea for experience. Thus, these 30,000 soldiers were far from mere showpieces. They had seen battle and shed blood. In combat, they were resolutely formidable. As for weaponry, they had upgraded from mere firearms to exquisite longswords of exceptional quality. The firearms, namely the AK-47s, could unleash a volley so devastating that the enemy would be left disoriented. The only aspect that remained somewhat ordinary was the cannons, as better options were simply unavailable. A year prior, the kingdom possessed not even the most rudimentary warship. Now, However, the vast fleet could constitute a small navy. This surge in naval strength was due to the near eradication of pirates in the Western Sea over the past year. If Kingdom personnel encountered pirates, not only would they perish, but their ships would also be seized, an utterly dire fate. Consequently, the number of pirates on the high seas dwindled significantly, leading to an improvement in law and order. A remarkable feat in the notoriously chaotic Western Sea. Later, Lynch found Robin engrossed in her work within the palace. Her earnest demeanor while working rendered her even more beautiful than usual, exuding a unique allure. Lynch approached stealthily and suddenly embraced Robin from behind, lowering his voice to ask, "Guess who I am? Careful, careful. You might fall." A small hand, which had appeared on the ground unbeknownst to him, seized Lynch's groin. At that moment, Robin leisurely turned around, rolling her eyes at Lynch, her beautiful eyes sparkling with emotion. "You are a king, after all. Could you not be a bit more serious? Hey, I'm right here in front of you, am I not?" Lynch's smile gradually became audacious. "You used the devil fruit to capture me. Could it be that you yourself can feel it? No wonder your aim is so precise." "You talk too much," Robin retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. Yet the flush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. "It has been such a long time. Aren't you going to make a move?" Lynch leaned down, bringing his face closer. Without a moment's hesitation, Robin lifted her alabaster neck and pressed her lips against Lynch's cheek. Surely, this time he would be able to stay a few more days. "Yes, a few more days. This return holds significant matters for me. I shall tell you shortly. But for now, I have another task to attend to." After planting a kiss on Robin's rosy lips, Lynch eagerly slipped into the room. The faith value, amassed over more than a year, had only been interrupted once, yet it continued to grow steadily. Presently, it had reached an astounding total of over 102,000, sufficient for more than 100 draws from the Hokage lottery pool. This was a remarkable outcome from a year of personal growth. Throughout this year, he had largely remained at the naval base, and the citizens' awareness of him stemmed from word of mouth. The accumulation of faith value was slow, had he been manifesting in the kingdom daily. Not only would he have surpassed 100,000, but 1,000,000 could have been within reach. System. Let us commence with 10 consecutive draws from the Hokage lottery pool. Ding. Faith value deduction successful. The draw begins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a sealing scroll. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a random A-class ninjutsu. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Rock Lee spandex. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the character Sasuke with a single Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Uchiha Mikoto. Lynch gazed in astonishment and surprise at the contents he had extracted. He had summoned the second male lead from the world of Naruto, marking an extraordinary triumph. Although the Sasuke possessed only a single tomo, the arrival of such a rarity hinted that the kaleidoscope would not be far behind. Is this Uchiha Mikoto not Sasuke's mother? Lynch's gaze lingered upon the final prize. With a mere thought, Mikoto Uchiha materialized before him. "My lord," she said, gracefully bowing in respect. Observing the elegant woman before him, clad in a kimono, one would never suspect that she was a mother. "Madam, I have also drawn Sasuke. Would you like to meet him?" "Sasuke? Is it truly so, my lord?" Mikoto's expression was one of palpable excitement. In her memories, Sasuke was still a toddler, just beginning to walk. "However, madam, I have one condition." Lynch suddenly stepped forward, pressing Uchiha Mikoto against the wall, and spoke in a low voice. "Madam, you surely do not wish for your child to suffer. Whatever conditions you propose, I shall acquiesce." Uchiha Mikoto dared not meet Lynch's gaze. She gently bit her lower lip, her delicate fingers resting upon her collar. For the sake of her child, no matter how excessive the demands of the adult, she would resolutely comply. Even if Mikoto furtively observed Lynch, contemplating whether finding a father figure for Sasuke in this world would ease their lives considerably. "Excellent," Lynch said earnestly. "Promise me that you will educate him well, and do not allow him to flaunt his arrogance in my presence." After all, the title of Arrogance King was well known in the realm. If he were to encounter the insufferable youth of his memories, Lynch would find it intolerable. "I shall educate him well, my lord," Mikoto replied, her exquisite cheeks flushing with realization of her own misinterpretation, responding with a melodious tone. System summoned Sasuke. In a flash of light, Sasuke appeared on the scene, arms crossed. And upon seeing Lynch, he scoffed. "Is it you who has summoned me?" Lynch's lips twitched, a testament to his reputation as the master of pressure. Smack. As Sasuke's words trailed off, he received a sharp slap from Mikoto, admonishing him to show respect when speaking to adults. "Mother, is that really you, mother?" Just as Sasuke was about to unleash his frustration, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Uchiha Mikoto. He rubbed his eyes, fearing he was caught in an illusion, and cautiously called out once more, "Who else could it be, you foolish child?" In that moment, although the Sasuke before her differed from the one she remembered, Mikoto could instantly recognize that this was indeed her grown son. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of guilt, wondering how she had failed to instill proper manners in him. "Mother!" Sasuke leaped into Mikoto's embrace, all the grievances of the past years erupting in an instant. His eyes brimming with tears. "Mother, do you know? Itachi, he killed you, and father." The weight of suffering Sasuke had endured over the years struck Mikoto with a profound shock. Yet, she understood her eldest son well enough to believe that he must have had his reasons for his actions. Gently, she caressed the top of Sasuke's head, unable to fathom the extent of his hardships. "Excuse me, I will take Sasuke downstairs," Mikoto said, obtaining Lynch's permission. With her guidance, she hoped this child would become more obedient. Lynch gazed at the departing figures of the two women, shaking his head as he continued down the path of lottery draws. The last lottery proved to be an extraordinary success, and he firmly believed that the next one would not disappoint either. "System, I recall you mentioning that after a certain number of draws, a new lottery pool would be unlocked. How many draws are needed?" Ding. "It has been detected that 40 draws remain until the new prize pool is available." "All right, initiate 40 draws from the Naruto lottery pool." Ding. "Faith points successfully deducted. Rewards are being extracted." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a modular pistol." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 military rations." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 explosive tags." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the character Tsunade Senju." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the character Adult Shikamaru." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the character Adult Ino." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the character Adult Choji." After 40 draws, although he did not obtain Orochimaru, he secured Tsunade, the character he had long desired. Moreover, it was the younger version of Tsunade. If memory served correctly, during the time of the Sannin, she was only in her 20s. Tsunade's popularity in the Naruto series is undeniably immense. As for why she is so beloved, it certainly isn't merely due to her age, temper, or her penchant for gambling and drunken antics. Rather, it is attributed to her epic proportions. System, summon Tsunade. Meanwhile, in another realm, within the Naruto world, Hanzo the Salamander declared, "Give up. Unless we die, you shall not advance an inch." The rain poured heavily, amidst a sea of corpses. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru stood united, confronting the being known as the half-god, Hanzo. Surrounding them lay a battlefield littered with lifeless bodies. "Tsunade, your body is fading away." Orochimaru suddenly noticed something amiss. "Damn it. Hanzo, what have you done to Tsunade?" Jiraiya bellowed. "I." Tsunade stared at her rapidly vanishing form, wanting to voice something, yet ultimately fell silent, completely disappearing from the Naruto world. Back in Lynch's realm, he beheld the magnificent figure of Tsunade, firmly convinced of her identity. "How dare you gaze at me so lecherously? You must be Hanzo's accomplice." Tsunade's anger flared, and she launched a powerful punch. Under the influence of the system, her loyalty to Lynch was absolute. Yet her mind had yet to fully comprehend the situation. Tsunade's renowned strength was known to all. Even with the system's intervention, her attack would halt just before Lynch. But the residual force was likely to obliterate the entire palace. Lynch stepped forward, firmly grasping Tsunade's iron fist. "Calm down. You should have information about me in your mind. Think carefully." Tsunade was astonished that this unremarkable man could catch her punch. Upon hearing his words, she realized that some peculiar knowledge had surfaced in her mind. Furrowing her brow, she asked skeptically, "Did you summon me here?" "Indeed," he replied. "You can summon individuals from any timeline in our world?" "Very astute." "Wonderful. Please summon my great-grandfather, my second grandfather, and my younger brother," Tsunade said, her expression filled with anticipation. These three were the most important family members to her. The last one was an everlasting shadow she could never escape. "I'm afraid that while I can summon them, I cannot guarantee when they will arrive." "Does that mean they can be summoned in the future?" Tsunade inquired once more. Lynch nodded. "Very well, my lad." Tsunade boldly pounded her chest, causing a tumultuous wave of energy. "From now on, I shall look after you. You must summon grandfather and the others as quickly as possible. By the way, Do you have any taverns around here? She hadn't had a drink in months while on the battlefield, and the thought of it suddenly ignited a fierce craving within her. Inquire with the guards once you step outside. Lynch was quite tolerant of this formidable maternal figure, with Tsunade by his side. It felt as if he had been granted a second chance at life. To describe her medical prowess as miraculous would not be an exaggeration. After Tsunade departed, Lynch summoned Ino and Choji. As of today, he had successfully gathered the legendary trio of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. However, a complication arose when he attempted to summon Shikamaru. Ding! It has been detected that the host already possesses a Shikamaru. You are now faced with two options. 1. Designate one Shikamaru as the primary and merge with the other, significantly enhancing your strength. 2. Maintain possession of both Shikamarus simultaneously. Lynch contemplated for a moment before summoning Shikamaru, intending to inquire about his thoughts. My lord, in order to better assist you, please allow me to merge. My current strength is too feeble, leaving me utterly fatigued. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. With Shikamaru as the focal point, Lynch chose to merge. Before their eyes, Shikamaru rapidly grew in stature at a visible pace, transforming in the blink of an eye into a figure in his 20s. My lord. Shikamaru, Ino, and CHG simultaneously knelt on one knee, expressing their respect. I trust the three of you have much to discuss. Go and reminisce properly. Yes, my lord. Just as the trio prepared to depart, the doors swung open, revealing Sasuke rushing in. Sasuke, do not disturb Lord Lynch. Come back immediately. Mikoto Uchiha chased after Sasuke, but the little rascal sprinted away with astonishing speed, making it impossible for her to catch up. Lynch, please summon Itachi as well. I have matters to discuss with him. Clearly, after Mikoto's guidance, the second son had come to a realization. You are Sasuke? Ino exclaimed softly. Only then did Sasuke notice the three individuals standing nearby, their faces oddly familiar. He strained to recognize them, incredulously exclaiming, You are Shikamaru, Ino, and CHG? You've all grown so much. Haha, indeed, Sasuke. I never realized how adorable you were as a child. Ino's girlish enthusiasm bubbled over. Haha, little Sasuke is far more charming than the grown-up version, CHG remarked, pulling out a bag of chips, munching away while laughing heartily. You brat. It's just Sasuke. No need to add little. And you, Ino. You've become even more annoying than before. The trio exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. It seemed that Sasuke had maintained a consistent demeanor throughout his childhood. The older version of Sasuke was even more irksome. I will summon your brother in due time. Lynch affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. I apologize, my lord. It is entirely my fault for not keeping a closer watch on Sasuke. Mikoto Uchiha gently grasped Sasuke, bending down to express her sincere apologies. Ahem. There is no need for such formalities, my lady. Please, do rise swiftly. Lynch was momentarily blinded by the dazzling whiteness. After bidding farewell to the crowd, he found himself alone in the room when the voice of the system echoed. Ding. It has been detected that the host has participated in a sufficient number of draws. Please select from the next lottery pool. A colossal spinning wheel materialized in Lynch's mind as he clicked to initiate it. The immense wheel began to whirl at a dizzying speed, rendering it nearly impossible to discern. Each compartment on the wheel represented a distinct world. Stop. The enormous wheel gradually decelerated, ultimately halting at the segment marked Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan? Lynch recalled the terror that had engulfed him, dominated by giants on that fateful day. In the world of Attack on Titan, there existed a plethora of remarkable entities, the most renowned being the powers of the 9 Titans. Upon utilization, one could transform into an enormous titan towering at 1,080 meters. Even an ordinary individual could instantly attain a strength comparable to that of a major general. However, the drawbacks of this world were conspicuous. The ceiling of combat prowess was rather limited. The illustrious 9 Titans merely possessed the strength of a major general. To contend with a general was but a fanciful dream. Fortunately, it was effortless to procure 9 formidable individuals on par with major generals. How audacious it was to consider oneself on the same level as the world of Naruto. The cost of a single draw from the Titan World S lottery pool was a staggering 1,000 points, prompting Lynch to vehemently curse the system for its avarice. Ding. Host, please refrain from cursing. The drop rate of valuable items in the Titan world is indeed higher than that of the Naruto world, which justifies this pricing. The system explained. Upon hearing this clarification, Lynch nodded in agreement. It was somewhat reasonable. Glancing at his remaining faith points, he found he could draw 50 times. So he decided to conduct them all at once. System, Initiate 50 consecutive draws from the Titan World Lottery pool. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, apple pie. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, roasted pork chop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, steamed white potato. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, the power of the founding titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, the power of the colossal titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, the power of the armored titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, the power of the female titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, the power of the jaw titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, the power of the beast titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, the power of the warhammer titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, the power of the cart titan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, the power of the attack titan. Ding. The system has detected that you have gathered all 9 titan powers. The lottery pool for the world of Attack on Titan is now officially closed. To claim that the odds of winning were high was an understatement. Lynch could hardly contain his excitement, yearning to embrace the system and express his delight with a kiss. The exchange of 50 draws for 9 mid-ranking generals' combat prowess was remarkably advantageous. The might of mid-ranking generals is not to be underestimated, regardless of the context in which it is deployed. Alas, his faith points were depleted, leaving him in uncertainty about what the next lottery pool might hold. Lynch opened the introduction to the 9 giants' powers. The 9 giants' powers, even a mere fly, upon obtaining them, would instantly acquire the full might of a giant. Albeit this power would become eternally fixed. In light of this introduction, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. Gaining the strength of 9 vice admirals, what more could one desire? This is a level of power that countless individuals have dedicated their entire lives to achieving. If it were possible to continue growing stronger, Lynch would be tempted to use it himself. System, what would happen if one could not withstand the power of the giants? They would perish in an explosion of their own body. Lynch comprehended that to attain a power akin to that of a major general in matters of the heart, one must navigate considerable peril. Shortly thereafter, he summoned Shikamaru, who had just departed. I entrust you with a mission, to select warriors from across the nation. Apart from their unwavering loyalty, ensure that they are fully informed of the consequences of both success and failure, allowing them to voluntarily choose whether to participate. Furthermore, convey to them that upon success, they will be incorporated into a special operations unit. Although they will not possess command authority, their rank will equate to that of a rear admiral in the Navy. In addition to financial compensation and housing, the state will also generously provide spouses at no cost. Lynch commenced emulating the Navy at an early stage, establishing a military rank system akin to theirs. Naturally, he, as the king, held the highest position. Regrettably, Lynch's ambitions have always been excessively grand, compelling him to impose naval standards upon himself. Consequently, his nation has yet to produce a single vice admiral, with merely one visible rear admiral. However, fortunes have shifted. Following the recent lottery, the kingdom's strength has surged dramatically. Upon reflection, disregarding the forces below the rank of major, there are 3 individuals of rear admiral caliber, the adult Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, who possess a combined technique formidable enough to contend with a vice admiral. Additionally, there is Mikoto Uchiha. The vice admiral level forces comprise the 9 colossal titans and Tsunade. Presently, Tsunade is still relatively young. With effort, she may attain the prowess of an elite vice admiral, although there remains a considerable gap when compared to an admiral. Lynch is already content with having a formidable healer of vice admiral strength. As for admiral level strength, it is solely embodied in himself. Individuals such as Robin, Sasuke, Kabuto, and Mikoto Uchiha still have a considerable journey ahead before reaching admiral rank, but this does not significantly affect matters. Robin and Kabuto offer him greater assistance in administrative affairs, rendering combat unnecessary. I understand, my lord. Shikamaru, in his work state, is indeed trustworthy. After bowing, he commenced his actions. 3 days later, within a vast square, Shikamaru awaited with 1,000 willing citizens. Despite the large number, the atmosphere was remarkably quiet, not a single sound emanating. You are all aware of the consequences of failure, are you not? Lynch descended from the heavens, landing before the gathered crowd. We understand, Your Majesty, that we are all here of our own volition. Let us commence. Your Majesty. Very well, form groups of 9 and follow me into this chamber. to avert unnecessary panic. Lynch led those who would accept the power of the giants to another location. Prepare yourselves. I shall begin. Within the room, Lynch gestured, unleashing the immense power of the 9 giants. A cacophony of screams erupted as several individuals felt their muscles swell instantaneously, their skin tearing apart to reveal the vivid crimson tissue beneath. Their cries were heart-wrenching, as if they were enduring unimaginable agony. Boom, boom. After a few resounding blasts, none among the 9 survived. They were obliterated by the overwhelming force of the giants. Anticipating this grim outcome, Lynch waved his hand, instructing others to remove the remains for burial. Notify the next group to enter. It was not until the 126th participant that one finally succeeded. Roar. The man emitted a low, guttural growl as his body expanded dramatically, his scarlet muscles bursting through his skin. A terrifying giant, towering over 80 meters, emerged before the onlookers. Compared to the renowned giants of his kind, he appeared almost childlike. Sir, here is his background report. Shikamaru presented Lynch with a document. Name, Edel age, 29 background. Orphaned in childhood, raised by his mother, he has a younger sister. His mother passed away 2 years prior due to illness. A week ago, his sister was assaulted by a group of thugs while out at night, and the following day, she took her own life. Upon reading this report, Lynch was reminded of a poignant saying, rope tends to snap at its weakest point, and misfortune seeks out the wretched. Such a tragic tale indeed. Lynch furrowed his brows. Have those ruffians not yet been apprehended? Shikamaru shook his head, explaining that the night was dark, there were no witnesses, and Edel was uncooperative with the investigation. As a result, the perpetrator remains at large. Uncooperative? As a brother to the victim, his lack of collaboration suggests that the man harbors more sinister intentions. The crime of rape carries a sentence of no more than 10 to 20 years. It seems the man believes such punishment is too lenient, prompting him to conceal the truth and seek personal retribution. With a slight adjustment, Lynch quickly grasped the situation. The giant, evidently startled by its own transformation, regained composure and gradually began to shrink back down. Lynch tossed him a piece of clothing. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be a distinguished major general of our nation. Furthermore, you shall bid farewell to your former self. The name Edel will no longer be yours. You belong to the special forces, and from now on, you shall be known as Number 1. You shall lead this elite combat unit, inheriting the might of the most formidable progenitor giant. It is only fitting that you take on the role of captain. At your command, my king. Transformed by the power of the progenitor giant, Number 1 now possesses unwavering loyalty to Lynch, his admiration evident as he knelt on one knee to don the garment beside him. My king, before I formally join the military, may I attend to one matter? He implored earnestly. Go ahead, but do not incite panic. Lynch was acutely aware of his desires. It was only natural for a brother to seek vengeance for his sister. He also felt that the punishment meted out to that group of ruffians was far too lenient, and his nation, future rapists and traffickers should face the death penalty. Thank you, my lord. Number 1 bowed deeply before Lynch and turned to depart. He had come to understand that the essence of inheriting the powers of the 9 giants lay not merely in physical prowess, but rather in the strength of one's spirit. It was this unwavering belief in avenging his sister that had propelled Number 1 to endure. The colossal form he had assumed as a giant had been witnessed by all outside, igniting fervent anticipation for this newfound power. The selection process continued. Ultimately, after a day marked by the loss of 972 lives, the 9 giants were successfully born. As the sun dipped below the horizon, these 9 individuals knelt faithfully before Lynch, pledging their allegiance. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, and Number 9 declared their willingness to expand the kingdom, ready to face death without hesitation. Very well, Lynch replied, assisting them to their feet. Henceforth, the nation would rely upon their strength. Another fortnight slipped by, under the guidance of the pharmacist. The training of the Navy aboard the underworld warships had reached fruition. Each underworld warship could accommodate 1,000 soldiers, and with 10 ships combined, that amounted to a formidable naval force of 10,000. One underworld warship could rival several vessels of the same caliber. Such military might was unparalleled in the western seas. On this day, Lynch unprecedentedly summoned all senior officials for a meeting. After a year of recuperation, the strength we've amassed is now formidable enough. Henceforth, I require you to lead our forces to swiftly conquer neighboring nations. Remember, speed is of the essence. The world government shall not tolerate the emergence of a singular dominance in the western seas. We must strike as many kingdoms as possible before they issue a warning. The four seas serve as the backyard of the world government. Under normal circumstances, this may suffice, but should any sea exhibit a tendency towards unification, they would be unable to sleep in fear. For this campaign, Tsunade will serve as the supreme commander, while Shikamaru will act as the strategist. Growing up amidst the turmoil of war, Tsunade's grasp of military dynamics is undeniably exceptional. With the highly intelligent Shikamaru appointed as strategist, he can confidently delegate responsibilities. The forces comprising Tsunade, the 9 giants, and a contingent of 10,000 Navy personnel aboard 10 vessels named the Hades form our expeditionary army. With 10 mid-admiral level warriors at our disposal, who in the western seas could possibly stand against us? Yet, what justification shall we provide for waging war against neighboring nations? In the realm of the Hokage, it is customary to have a legitimate cause, prompting Ino to inquire. Fool, we are in the most chaotic western seas. What reason do we require? Thus, it was decided, if questioned, simply state that our soldiers have gone missing on their territory. Ino's expression faltered. Is that truly acceptable? In the ensuing days, the kingdom expanded at an astonishing pace. In naval confrontations, the armies of other kingdoms, faced with 10 Hades vessels, were utterly crushed. They either faced complete annihilation or suffered grievous losses. Once the battlefield shifted from the sea to land, they would experience the terror of the giants. The Kingdom of Columbia, one of the nearest to Lin Qi, recently suffered a devastating blow as their king and his army were decimated at sea, with scarcely a tenth of the forces remaining. The old king perished on the spot. The grief-stricken crown prince, unable to mourn, was compelled to ascend the throne to stabilize the situation. No. This is dire. Your Highness, 9 monsters are approaching the royal city. What? The crown prince seized the telescope handed to him by his subordinate and ascended the castle walls to survey the horizon. He beheld 9 skinless giants, towering dozens of meters, landing from the coastline and rapidly advancing towards them. Thud! The telescope slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground as he collapsed in despair. A month slipped away unnoticed. In this brief span, 7 kingdoms had been incorporated into the realm's dominion. Under the dominion of Lin Qi, the kingdom surged from a mere 1 to an impressive 8. On the day when his forces launched an assault on the 8th kingdom, the world government dispatched envoys to issue a warning. They cautioned him against deploying troops to any other nations for any reason. Lin Qi had anticipated this moment. He had foreseen such a day would arrive. At present, having already consumed 7 kingdoms, the limits of expansion were reached, necessitating a prolonged period for assimilation. To pursue further conquests might prove detrimental rather than beneficial. Thus, under Lin Qi's stewardship, the subsequent kingdom flourished, culminating in the acquisition of 8 formidable realms. Currently, he held dominion over 1/7 of the Western Sea. The alarming pace of his expansion instilled a sense of trepidation within the world government. Fortunately, Lin Qi had resolved to amass wealth in silence and refrain from further expansion, opting instead to consolidate and digest his recent acquisitions. The world government, witnessing Lin Qi's prudence, found solace. After all, 1/7 of the Western Sea was a tolerable concession. The former Germa 66 had once ruled the entirety of the North Sea for a fleeting 66 days, repeatedly disregarding the world government's warnings, ultimately leading to their downfall. Had the world government harbored murderous intent, that fragile power would have long since vanished. Following the annexation of 7 kingdoms, Lin Qi's realm boasted an astonishing population of 39 million. Confronted with a territory nearly 20 times larger, he found himself ensnared in a predicament of manpower shortages. Reluctantly, Lin Qi summoned Robin to select a trusted cadre to assume pivotal roles in governance. The remainder would be addressed gradually. This latest kingdom's appetite was insatiable. Indeed, it was akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. It was anticipated that this vast expanse would require considerable time for assimilation, with an overwhelming array of challenges including military transitions, civil management, and the resolution of previous governance issues. Fortuitously, Robin and Shikamaru proved capable of navigating the myriad complexities, sparing Lin Qi from unbearable vexation. Time, almost imperceptibly, drifted into the year 1511 of the sea-round calendar. During this interval, the world government's spies had meticulously scrutinized Lin Qi, the formidable war king. Had he not been an outsider to this world, they might have unearthed even his ancestors' secrets. Concurrently, a peculiar report reached the hands of Sengoku, inciting him to slam the table in frustration and rise to his feet. This wretched boy, absent for so long, has taken to being a king. Does he believe ruling a kingdom holds more promise than serving in the navy? Admiral Tsuru, upon hearing this, retrieved a lady's cigarette. igniting it, and inhaling deeply before exhaling in a refined manner. He is a king now. An entire nation must heed his commands, a status far more comfortable than yours. Esteemed Marshal. Moreover, let me correct you. He is not merely the king of one nation, but of 8. Undoubtedly a more advantageous position than that of a general. Reflecting upon the relationship between Tao Tu and Lin Qi, the current general, he appears increasingly pleased with his son-in-law. Much like a mother-in-law who grows ever more satisfied with her daughter's choice. Jean Gua, momentarily at a loss for words, felt a surge of indignation. His face flushed and his neck thickening with emotion. Lynch is undoubtedly a candidate for the next naval marshal in his heart. Yet, he has strayed from his duties to assume the role of a king. Among the middle-aged officers in the Navy, there are still figures like Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji, who are capable of bearing the banner. However, when looking at all the personnel under 30, only Lynch possesses the merit to ascend to the position of marshal in the future. The absence of successors is a reality that Sengoku must reluctantly acknowledge. This does not refer to a deficiency in mid-level combat strength, but rather the lack of a leader capable of guiding a generation. With the mythical Zoan, the conqueror's haki, and the prowess of a great swordsman, he was able to hold his ground against admirals a year ago. Such remarkable qualities are concentrated in one individual, apart from Lynch. Who among the younger generation possesses such capabilities? After considerable contemplation, it becomes clear that only he is fit for such responsibilities. Hence, Sengoku sire. Damn it. Send someone to bring him back. Upon witnessing Sengoku's fury, the aide quivered with fear and scurried off to summon him. Days later, Lynch finally returned, albeit tardily. As soon as he stepped through the door, he sensed something amiss. There is a murderous intent. Lynch glanced in the direction of the murderous intent and beheld the warring states, who was bowing his head to feed the sheep. Simultaneously, he received a subtle signal from General Crane through a meaningful glance. Lynch comprehended the situation almost instantaneously. Ha ha ha, Marshal. You seem to have grown even younger in these few days apart. Lynch placed 2 boxes of gifts on the table. These are local specialties I brought for you from the kingdom. You must accept them. Sengoku, straightening up without glancing at the gifts, replied with a stern expression. I have recently heard that you have been living quite lavishly, enough to attract the attention of the world government? No. Where did you hear such rumors? That is absolutely not the case, Lynch retorted, chuckling nervously. Though everyone was aware of the underlying truths, admitting to them would spell disaster for him. Is that truly the case? Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Absolutely, Lynch declared with utmost sincerity. Very well, since you find yourself with some idle time. I happen to have 2 tasks for you. Upon hearing this, Lynch recognized that he had fallen into Sengoku's trap. What are the 2 tasks? The first task involves the newly established organization by the world government known as the 7 Warlords of the Sea, aimed at maintaining the balance of the oceans. The essence of this initiative is to counter evil with evil, utilizing pirates to restrain other pirates. We will select the 7 most formidable pirates to fill the ranks of the 7 Warlords, offering them the opportunity for sanctioned plunder in exchange for their allegiance. After outlining the mission, Sengoku leaned forward, his gaze piercing into Lynch's. What are your thoughts on the system of the 7 Warlords? Lynch employed 3 idiomatic expressions to articulate his perspective on the Shichibukai system. Upon hearing this, Sengoku slammed the table in admiration, exclaiming, Excellent. You are indeed not a blind advocate of justice. We need individuals of your caliber in our Navy. He continued, within our ranks. A significant portion of the admirals opposes the Shichibukai system. Your understanding brings me great relief. Entrusting this mission to you is undoubtedly a wise decision. The task of inviting Gecko Moria to join the Shichibukai is now yours, and here is the positioning pointer. I understand, Lynch replied, taking the positioning pointer before bidding farewell to Sengoku and departing from the naval base. After Lynch departed, Vice Admiral Crane remarked pensively, Isn't it somewhat perilous to send Lynch to invite Moria? Crane's concern was not unfounded. At this juncture, Moria had only recently suffered defeat at the hands of Kaido. A mere year and a half had passed. He had yet to devolve into the lethargic fat Moria, who did nothing but consume without restraint. Presently, Moria still possessed an enigmatic and formidable aura, and his fruit abilities were not to be underestimated. Having once challenged the pinnacle of warriors, Kaido, and barely escaping with his life, such a dazzling record was rare across the vast seas, enough to boast about for a lifetime. Rest assured, Moria is not in danger. Lynch is quite adept, Sengoku, wearing a somewhat disgruntled expression, mused. I want Moria to understand why flowers bloom so vibrantly. It turned out that Moria was entirely disinterested in joining the Shichibukai, even going so far as to slay the pigeon that bore the message. Sengoku, harboring a grudge, would not let him off easily, a typical case of you will join, whether you like it or not, or we will force you to. Vice Admiral Crane, with a hint of disdain for his old comrade, said, "You misunderstand my meaning. I fear for Lynch's safety." Sengoku erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. "You worry too much. That lad's strength has reached a point where even I cannot fathom it." Crane's heart was profoundly shaken. As the fleet admiral of the Navy, Sengoku was a man at the pinnacle. If even he could not see through Lynch's capabilities, how terrifying must they truly be? Look, what is that? Heaven. Sea kings are soaring through the sky. A wave of astonishment rippled through the Navy base. To save time, Lynch transformed into a colossal, several dozen meters tall, mythical beast, soaring into the air. "Fool, that's Vice Admiral Lynch." An old veteran recognized the spectacle and began to educate the nearby sailors. "Vice Admiral Lynch? I feel like I've heard that name before." "Fool, if you don't even know Vice Admiral Lynch, don't associate with me any longer." A young officer, with admiration in his eyes, remarked. "He is a legendary figure who ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral in just 5 short years. Not only does he possess Conqueror's haki, but he has also consumed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. He is the future hope of the Navy." It was during this time that the system of the Shichibukai was established. In the midst of contemplation, Lynch pondered. Is it not the case that illustrious figures such as Hawkeye, Crocodile, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and Bartholomew Kuma are poised to make their grand entrance onto the historical stage? The intricate relationships they embody are certainly not to be underestimated. Behind Doflamingo stands Kaido. Hawkeye shares a camaraderie with Shanks. Kuma serves as a spy for the Revolutionary Army. Hancock has Rayleigh at her side, and Crocodile's ties with Whitebeard remain enigmatic. While Jibei is connected to Princess Otoheim and the ancient weapon, Poseidon. Upon reflection, it appears that all members of the Seven Warlords organization are, in essence, double agents. Alas, only Moria remains an honest soul. Contemplating further, one realizes that Moria eventually transformed into a reclusive figure, enduring a brutal beating from the upstart pirate, Luffy, and later being betrayed by the world government. After struggling to survive in order to rescue his comrades, he was once again stabbed in the back by a subordinate of the Black Hand. What a tragic existence this is. Lin Qi felt a profound sense of pity. Honest individuals seldom meet with favorable outcomes. Had Moria possessed even a modicum of backing, his fate might not have been so tragic. Days later, Lin Qi found himself amidst the shrouded sea. As the name suggests, this region is enveloped in dense fog, rendering visibility to a mere 10 meters. Each year, a multitude of vessels mistakenly venture into these waters, never to escape, eternally lost within. The fact that Brooke had wandered here for half a century without finding a way out speaks volumes of its terror. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Qi. Armed with a distinctive compass, he successfully descended onto Moria's fearsome 3-masted ship. The vast expanse of the ship is comparable to that of a small nation. Once on board, locating Moria became a dilemma. The atmosphere aboard the ship was thick with dread, with trees growing in grotesque forms and graves standing in abundance. Haunting moans echoed from the depths below. A withered, desiccated hand slowly pierced through the ground. 1, 2. Countless arms broke through the soft earth, as horrific. Stitched together zombies clawed their way out from the subterranean tombs. So grotesque, Lin Qi remarked. Lynch furrowed his brow, finding the situation even more dire than he had anticipated. Cackling, the voice echoed. Ah, humans, such fresh humans. I crave his arms. I desire his bones. My own bones have languished for far too long. A throng of zombies, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, slowly advanced towards Lynch. Yet, just as they were about to make contact, they halted. Do you not fear us? In the past, those who inadvertently stumbled upon the infamous ghost ship were invariably terrified, trembling in terror. Yet here was this individual, not only refusing to flee, but appearing utterly unperturbed. This was nothing short of an affront to their undead existence. It is you who ought to be afraid. Lynch unleashed a casual punch, creating a sonic boom. The graves from which the zombies had just emerged were instantly transformed, as if plowed by ancient beasts. Tombstones shattered. Coffins vanished, leaving only a deep trench in their wake. In his recollection, this group of zombies was notoriously cowardly. Witnessing the power of that punch, they collectively turned to stone. If such a blow were to strike them, would they not perish in mass? They exchanged glances, yielding to their instincts, and with a thud, they knelt before him, hands raised high. Brother, we surrender. Heh, Lead me to Moria. Yes, yes, please follow us. The zombies guided Lynch to a castle. Boss, help. We have intruders. No sooner had they entered the castle than the zombies began to wail in terror, scattering in all directions. Lynch paid no heed to the fleeing zombie, for his objective had been accomplished. Moria must be at the pinnacle of the castle. As he ascended to the second floor, Lynch abruptly extended his hand, seizing something tangible from the transparent air and forcefully slamming it to the ground. Puffed. Absalom spewed blood, emerging from his invisible state. No, it's impossible. I am the invisible man who consumed the transparent fruit. How could you possibly see me? His expression was one of horror. I cannot see you. Yet the foul stench emanating from you is detectable from quite a distance. Lynch delivered another kick, rendering the grotesque figure unconscious. Had it not been for the need to extend an invitation to Moria to join the 7 warlords, he might have considered capturing this individual to bolster his accomplishments. The aroma of caramel cake wafted through the air. On the 3rd floor of the castle, Lynch's nostrils flared as he followed a certain direction. Please, please, do not let him see me. A young girl with pink twin tails, filled with trepidation, clutched a freshly baked cake while huddling beneath the bed, trembling in fear. She had heard the zombie shouts echoing in the air. Perona had dispatched her negative spirits to launch a surprise attack, but was met with the horrifying sight of Absalom being swiftly eliminated. Terrified, she abandoned her plan and sought refuge in her room. Yet, even in her fright, she could not bear to part with her beloved dessert. With a creak, the door swung open, causing Perona to shudder. Could it be that man entering? No, surely it was just the zombie maid. Clutching the small cake, she remained curled up beneath the bed, disregarding the dirt on her clothes, not daring to make a sound. However, in the next moment, a large hand grasped her arm, followed by a languid voice that resonated in her ears. I've caught you. Ah, Perona shrieked in terror, her little feet desperately pushing against the bed frame in an attempt to resist the man's strength. Unfortunately, her feeble attempts were no match for Lynch, who effortlessly pulled her out from her hiding place. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. Hanging in the air by one arm, Perona's small face turned pale with fear, nearly bursting into tears. The cake is yours, just please don't harm me. In her desperation, she offered up her cherished cake, valuing her life above all else. Who needs your cake? Lynch's expression darkened. Did he truly resemble a person who would rob a little girl of her cake? Then what do you require of me? Perona was taken aback, cautiously replying. That is not permissible. I am not yet of age. Silence yourself, he commanded. Lynch took a deep breath, suppressing his steadily rising blood pressure. This girl, he mused, had acquired an impressive amount of knowledge at such a tender age. He had come specifically to capture Perona, not for any trivial reason, but due to the formidable nature of her devil fruit ability. The negative ghost could be deemed an extraordinary power. No matter how mighty the adversary, once struck, they would surrender their will to resist and become lambs to the slaughter. Although, given the speed of the negative ghost, it was merely a fanciful notion to think it could hit Lynch. Nonetheless, Lynch preferred to eliminate all threats entirely. He slightly raised a finger, unleashing a hint of conqueror's haki, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping Perona. Should you dare to ambush me, do not blame me for your demise. At that moment, Perona was struck by the wave of lethal intent, and her fear overwhelmed her, causing her to faint, her eyes rolling back. She collapsed limply into Lynch's grasp, and her little cake tumbled to the ground. It was astonishing how easily she could frighten herself into unconsciousness. Lynch shook his head, casting the now 14-year-old Perona onto the bed before turning to leave. Ascending to the top floor of the castle, Moria awaited him, already prepared. He, intruder, reveal your name. Moria, towering nearly 7 meters tall, exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Among the 7 warlords, he was the tallest. Muscles rippled across his frame, starkly contrasting with the later image Lynch would have of the corpulent Moria. Die. He. Without allowing Lynch a moment to respond, Moria exchanged positions with a shadow he had strategically positioned, suddenly appearing behind Lynch, his massive scissors aimed at Lynch's shadow. Should the shadow be severed, Lynch would find himself in imminent peril. A raging inferno ignited around Lynch, and in an instant, his shadow vanished without a trace. Shadows do not always exist. They can disappear in overly dark or bright places, or when one is a source of light themselves. Had Lynch been aware of Moria's shadow fruit abilities, he would have devised a countermeasure. Moria, singed by the flames, leaped back, momentarily disheveled, creating distance between himself and Lynch. This Moria was cunning. from the outset. His words had lulled one into complacency, only to swiftly attack from behind. A normal person would surely be confounded by such a series of events, leading to their downfall. Who would ever think to guard against their own shadow? If Luffy had been present to engage Moria at that moment, he would likely have met with an unrelenting defeat. Pa pa pa. Moria spat out the ashes from his mouth, finally regarding the man before him. Moria, do not kill nameless individuals. Now, would you kindly state your name? Lynch, I am here on behalf of the Navy to invite you to join the 7 warlords. I hope you do not take this lightly, Lynch replied calmly. The 7 warlords? I'm afraid I shall not join. Moria scoffed. So you are a dog of the Navy. That explains the sense of DJVU. Upon realizing Lynch was affiliated with the Navy, Moria opted for confrontation. Shadowbox. Shadow House. The shadows beneath Moria spread swiftly like ink, enveloping the entire room in a suffocating darkness, devoid of sunlight. Moria, I advise you not to court disaster. With a resounding roar, flames ignited beneath Lynch's feet, illuminating the space. What a joke. Moria can do as he pleases. Why should I concern myself? Shadow bats. Moria seemed to merge with his surroundings, a unique and piercing sound resonating from all directions. Hundreds of sinister black shadow bats surged towards Lynch. Damn it. You still lack a shadow. In a bid to thwart the plan of having the bats consume the shadows of Lynch, Moria commanded the bats to launch an assault while simultaneously switching places with the shadow bat, instantly appearing midair. What connection do you have with Kaido? Moria exclaimed. Witnessing the shadow bats crash repeatedly into Lynch without inflicting any visible harm, which evoked memories of Kaido. It occurred to Moria that throughout his voyages across the seas, only in the presence of Kaido had the shadow bats been rendered incapable of devouring flesh. The mere thought of Kaido made Moria's eyes blaze with a fierce red. What is this? Have you been cast into the shadows by Kaido? Lynch scoffed. Damn it, I will slay you. Shadow Sorcerer. Shadow Blade. An identical shadow of Moria materialized, and both Moria and his shadow conjured 10-meter-long blades simultaneously. Moria, your shadow fruit is indeed a remarkable power. Too bad you are so inept. The shadow fruit rivals even Fujitori's gravity fruit, yet you have squandered its potential. Had you developed it properly, you might not have ended up in such dire straits against Kaido. Why is the shadow fruit considered a top-tier paramecia? Not to mention the capabilities of the shadow sorcerer summoned by Moria, which possesses the trait of invincibility. Regardless of the magnitude of the attack it endures, the shadow sorcerer remains impervious to harm. Invincible, indeed. What other fruit can boast such an attribute? Coupled with Moria's ability to switch places with shadows for instantaneous movement, it becomes nearly impossible to defeat him. Even Kaido struggles to maintain his hold. In terms of self-preservation, no devil fruit could surpass this one in strength. Lynch, well-versed in the intricacies of the shadow fruit, disregarded the shadow sorcerer and launched a punch towards Moria. Ha ha ha, do you mean to kill me with your fists? Moria almost chuckled, his body enveloped in haki. Yet, in the next moment, laughter escaped him. He observed the dark, purplish haki enveloping Lynch's arm, undeniably more formidable than his own. Switch. In a moment of dire urgency, Moria exchanged places with the shadow sorcerer. Such a strange sensation enveloped him. Lynch felt as though his strikes against the Shadow Master were akin to hitting something solid, yet he also felt as if he were being struck in return. To vanquish Moria, one must catch him off guard. The ability to swap positions with a shadow made it exceedingly difficult to land a blow on Moria's true form. Upon noticing the enclosed surroundings, an idea suddenly struck Lynch. This is a predicament of your own making. Thunder Domain. A dense and intricate web of lightning emanated from Lynch, saturating every corner of the room. If Moria could evade, then he would unleash a simultaneous assault on all locations, forcing him to reveal his escape route. Damn it! What kind of devil fruit are you consuming, conjuring both fire and lightning? Moria was inundated with a torrent of curses he wished to unleash. After enduring several successive shocks from the lightning, Moria could bear it no longer. His hair stood on end, electrified into a wild frizz, accompanied by an enticing aroma of cooked flesh. Shadow Gathering. To withstand the relentless onslaught of lightning, Moria summoned a throng of shadows, enveloping himself with them. The more shadows he consumed, the greater his size, strength, and defense became. Only when the lightning strikes no longer caused him discomfort did Moria cease his actions. At that moment, he had transformed into a robust figure standing 13 meters tall, resembling a slightly portly version of the future Moria. Strike as you will. If you possess the capability, then kill me. Shadow gathering represented Moriya's most formidable technique, and as he reached his pinnacle, he momentarily forgot the earlier thrashing he had endured. Exuding arrogance to the fullest extent. Let me inform you, I once shattered an island with a single palm in this state. Your only path to survival now lies in becoming my subordinate and joining me in seeking vengeance against Kaido. Fool. Lynch cast a sidelong glance at him and slowly drew the dragon abyss from his waist. You seek your own demise, he declared. The shadow warrior, with an imposing physique, advanced swiftly, delivering a powerful strike with his palm aimed directly at Lynch. Lynch's long blade has transcended its limits. 3,000 Azura purgatory flowing Sakura dominance. Shadows of malevolent spirits materialize behind Lynch as petals of cherry blossoms drift through the air, and an indescribable wind blade clings to the surface of the dragon abyss. This strike approaches the pinnacle of Lynch's power, perhaps reaching 70% of his full potential. Utilizing demonic energy, the flowing Sakura armament, and the giant clan's ultimate technique, he has fused the three into one. He had previously employed this technique to cleave a sea king of 1,000 meters in half. No. At this moment, Moriya is overwhelmed by a sensation akin to the time he faced Kaido's devastating blow. His instincts scream that being struck head-on would mean certain death. He cannot muster a shred of courage to resist, decisively abandoning his offense and switching places with the Shadow Mage. I had anticipated you would behave in this manner. As Lynch's blade pivoted, his arm suddenly elongated, tracing several afterimages in the air. The strike that was poised to sever the arm of the Shadow Mage was redirected towards Moriya instead. Life returns. The well-versed Moriya recognized Lynch's technique and hastily exchanged positions with the Shadow Mage once more. Meanwhile, the blade that had previously altered its course to attack Moriya gradually became translucent. One of the afterimages suddenly solidified. It turned out that Lynch's target had never changed. The second dragon abyss Moriya beheld was merely the illusion of the blade. The intention was to deliberately deceive Moriya, compelling him to switch back with the Shadow Mage. Striking Moriya's true form proved challenging, making psychological warfare the most astute option. Little did you know, I anticipated your anticipation. PSHH. The long blade sliced through the air. Blood gushing forth as a gash several meters long was carved into Moriya's front, rendering his defensive armor ineffective. With his body severely wounded, the shadow Moriya had previously swallowed could no longer be contained, spilling out in a dark torrent from the gaping wound. The true strike had inflicted grave injury, exposing bone. To make matters worse, the Dragon Abyss, which harbored ill will towards Moriya, seized the opportunity to expel a mouthful of venom, causing Moriya to sweat profusely in agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The pain is unbearable. Moriya writhed on the ground in torment while attempting to stitch his wound with shadows. As he sewed, blood gushed forth like a fountain from the wound, leaving Lynch speechless. Truly, this was a person who had repeatedly survived treacherous backstabs, showcasing an impressive resilience. It was unexpected that he had not been severed to the brink of death. So this is how it is. Lynch observed that a profound fissure had inexplicably appeared on the shadowy figure of Moriya, who had never sustained any injuries. In an instant, he comprehended the entire situation. The reason Moriya was still howling was that he had transferred his own wounds onto his shadow. However, it seemed that this transfer of injuries had its limitations. Gurgling, Moriya had just managed to stitch up his wounds when the virulent poison inflicted by Long Yuan took effect. His face turned a shade greener than grass, as he continuously expelled white bubbles from his mouth. Help, help, save me. You must hold on, don't die. I've barely managed to control my strength. Kicking Moriya, whose eyes had turned green, Lynch then directed a kick at Long Yuan. Look at the mess you created. Hurry up and bring him back. With a pitiful whimper, the transformed dragon Long Yuan flew above Moriya and spat a few droplets down at him. Alas, the poison was too potent. It took quite a while for Moriya to recover even with his resilient physique after receiving the antidote. Just now, I seem to see my great-grandmother waving at me. Moriya muttered, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, feeling death loom ever closer. You need not ask. I shall join the 7 warlords. Moriya had been thoroughly subdued this time, his strength and intellect crushed under a dual onslaught. Yet, he could not perish. He still sought vengeance against Kaido for his fallen crew. Once, Moriya had been a passionate youth, a prodigy, a formidable figure. Until that fateful day, when he faced Kaido, everything changed. He had witnessed his loyal crew, who had followed him for over a decade and were like family, perish before his eyes, powerless to intervene. In the end, he could only flee like a coward. Since that day, Moria had harbored an intense hatred for Kaido and for himself, consumed by thoughts of vengeance while drowning his sorrow in excess and self-destruction. How? Do you still aspire to seek revenge against Kaido? Lynch stood with his foot planted firmly on Moria's abdomen, unleashing a cruel mockery. A gluttonous wretch who squandered his days in indulgence and sloth dared to seek vengeance against Kaido? I implore you to reconsider and retreat to slumber, for in dreams, anything is possible. You. Moria's eyes flew open in fury, glaring at Lynch. You have defeated me. If you wish to kill me, then do so, but do not question my resolve to avenge myself upon Kaido. Is that so? Look at your current self. How much have you regressed since your defeat to Kaido a year ago? While you languish in decline, Kaido continues to ascend in strength. Do you truly believe you are capable of revenge? Lynch moved a large mirror from the room and positioned it before Moria, urging him to scrutinize his reflection. Moria gazed intently at the disheveled figure staring back at him, lost in thought. Suddenly, he erupted into a long, maniacal laugh, tears of blood cascading down his cheeks. Raising his bloodied hand, he grasped Lynch's ankle and resolutely declared, "What must I do to slay Kaido? I am willing to pay any price to achieve it." Meeting Moria's unwavering gaze, Lynch, for the first time, bowed down and presented him with a permanent pointer. "Go here, seek out a man named Enel. He will assist you." Moria clutched the pointer tightly, forcing his battered body to rise once more, his trembling legs resembling those of a sieve. The wounds were reopened, and a deluge of blood transformed Moria into a figure of crimson. In stark contrast to his pale visage, his eyes shone with renewed vigor. On that day, Moria reclaimed the soul he had lost. Drink up, drink up. There is plenty of wine. At the banquet, Moria, his body wrapped in bandages, raised a toast. Present at the feast were his three primary subordinates, Absalom, who had been knocked out by Lynch, Perona, who had frightened herself into unconsciousness, and the peculiar Dr. Hogback. A throng of zombie maids swayed their stitched bodies gracefully, dancing throughout the hall. Lynch raised his goblet and took a sip. He had personally experienced the distinctive celebratory culture that was unique to pirates. It is said that a pirate's life revolves around three paramount pursuits: women, brawling, and feasting. With little else to entertain them while adrift on the vast ocean, feasting perfectly filled this void, becoming the pirates' most cherished pastime. They would host banquets for a myriad of reasons: victorious or defeated, rain or shine. Among them, the most enthusiastic reveler was undoubtedly the red-haired Shanks, who, for a time, celebrated 6.5 days out of the week, with the remaining half-day spent en route to another feast. "Thank you for sparing my life. I raise my glass to you." Absalom, his neck swathed in thick bandages, approached cautiously with his cup. "Cheers." The glasses clinked softly. Lynch took a mere token sip, while Absalom imbibed greedily as if he had received a great honor. To share a toast with a formidable figure was worth a lifetime. "Humph, villain," Perona muttered, pouting as she sipped her juice, feeling bullied by this rogue. The little cake was gone as well. She would never admit that she had been frightened to the point of embarrassment. Lynch observed the scene with amusement, certainly not inclined to sulk over a mere girl. "Gulielu. Dear Admiral, do you have a fondness for zombies? Would you like me to present you with a few zombie maids? They are quite useful, you know." Hogaback, with a sly demeanor, approached but was swiftly deterred by a mere glance from Lynch. Such a repugnant, greasy man was best kept at arm's length. Did he really strike one as a man in need of zombie figurines? After all, he was happily married. After a few rounds of drinks, Lynch recalled something. "Moria, do you happen to have the corpse of Dragon Horse?" "Well, I'll be damned," Moria exclaimed, taken aback. "No way. I just unearthed him. And you already know? Is the Navy's intelligence network truly that formidable?" Moria's eyes widened, a hint of fear creeping in. "Do not misconstrue. This is unrelated to the Navy. I possess certain unique methods." Moria exhaled in relief. "Indeed, I do have the corpse of Dragon Horse, but regrettably, I lack a shadow sufficient to match his. Otherwise, he would have made a fine subordinate. What if you were to part with his sword?" "Not a problem. We have no use for swords. Keeping it would be a waste." Moria declared boldly, "I shall send someone to retrieve it for you." "How generous. Come, let us raise a toast." It was indeed a grand gesture for Moria to offer such a prized weapon so readily. Cheers. After a night of revelry, the following day, Lynch departed the terrifying three-sail ship with the renowned sword, Autumn Water. At Navy headquarters, with a resounding thud, Moria's petition was tossed onto the marshal's desk. "Look, Moria is requesting to join the 7 warlords. Please expedite the approval." Laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, sending you was the right choice. Just recently, Moria refused to join the Seven Warlords, and now he is proactively requesting membership. There is a significant distinction between being invited to join and seeking to join. This turn of events restored the Navy's dignity. In his excitement, Sengoku repeatedly exclaimed "good" several times. Vice Admiral Lynch, you executed this task splendidly. The Navy shall remember your contributions. Sengoku stood, offering an encouraging pat on Lynch's shoulder. Continue your excellent work, Vice Admiral Lynch. I foresee that it shall not be long before I address you as Admiral Lynch. Lynch smirked. After a few days apart. When did Sengoku learn the art of grandiose promises? What expression is that on your face? Sengoku's countenance darkened. Nothing. I am grateful to the organization and the Marshal for their guidance. Lynch replied earnestly. Ah, splendid. I have high hopes for your future. Do not let me down. Returning to the matter at hand, Sengoku continued, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to report when you arrived. He patted the documents on the table with a smile. Lynch's face twitched uncontrollably. Do you truly believe the words you utter? It is evident that this has been a long-planned scheme. Today, Lynch has learned a valuable lesson. To aspire for the rank of Marshal, one must possess a thick skin. With this matter concluded, I consider my promise to you fulfilled entirely. Do not seek further opportunities to exploit me. You insolent brat, what sort of talk is that? Sengoku lamented. You are, after all, a Vice Admiral of the Navy, yet you seem to spend more time gallivanting than serving. Is it too much to ask you to assist with a couple of tasks? If I do not assign you some duties, the entire Navy might start to think you are merely a beneficiary of connections. Sengoku's words made Lynch feel somewhat embarrassed. The average sailor receives only a month of leave each year. And it does indeed seem excessive for him to vanish for half a year or even a year at a time. You are beginning to realize the extent of your own excesses, aren't you? The old man continued. I promise you, should you successfully complete this task, I shall grant you a few months of respite. Agreed, it's a deal. Lynch picked up the intelligence from the table and proceeded towards the door. After Lynch departed, Zhangguo revealed a smile reminiscent of a cunning old fox. Young people are easily manipulated. This is the wisdom of age over youth. Outside the room, Lynch opened the envelope, momentarily taken aback. The Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates were embroiled in a dispute over the sovereignty of Fishman Island, prompting King Neptune to request the Navy's intervention to safeguard the royal family. Below this, a line of small print caught his attention. The celestial dragon Muscarud had intervened, demanding that the Navy deploy at least one admiral-level force to ensure the protection of Princess Otoheim. The information contained herein was rather substantial. He was acutely aware that Otoheim had survived, thanks to his butterfly effect. As for Muscarud, he seemed to be the celestial dragon whom Otoheim had once saved, who then underwent a profound transformation. If memory served him correctly, the original narrative indicated that the Whitebeard pirates ultimately triumphed in the struggle for Fishman Island. However, Big Mom had long coveted Fishman Island, driven by an insatiable desire for its confections. After Whitebeard's demise, she had renewed her intentions towards the island. Yet, had it not been for his intervention, Otoheim would not have lived. Consequently, the Navy would likely only dispatch a vice admiral as a mere formality. The clash of two emperor-level pirate crews, with the Navy's involvement, would undoubtedly be a thankless endeavor. Should a formidable naval force become involved, it was highly probable that the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates would first unite to eliminate the naval presence. As for why the Navy did not occupy Fishman Island directly, it stemmed from their complete lack of capacity to do so. The complexities entangled with Fishman Island were so intricate that even the Navy could not afford to intervene. Closing the intelligence report, Lynch immediately rose to set off for Fishman Island, located just below the Sabaody archipelago and alarmingly close to the Navy base. Lynch scarcely took any time before arriving at the archipelago of Chambord. Ding! A new selection has been triggered. Task Option 1. Address the seemingly unremarkable old man before you. Inquiring, are you skilled in combat? Yet, what significance does skill hold if one lacks a proper background in the world of strife? Reward. An increase of 5 in Rayleigh's favorability. Task Option 2. Old man, at a glance, your appearance suggests you lack combat prowess. Come here and apply a layer for me, and I shall bestow upon you a generous reward. Reward. A risk of being struck by Rayleigh's club while traversing the night roads. Task Option 3. Old man, considering your advanced age, are you still capable? If so, assist me in applying a layer. Reward. An increase of 10 in Rayleigh's favorability. Lynch's eyes brightened with surprise. Upon arriving at the Shambadi archipelago, he unexpectedly encountered the local specialty, the Dark King Rayleigh. This was none other than the mentor of the future pirate king, Luffy, and also a master to countless travelers from different worlds. Without hesitation, he strode over. Rayleigh was lounging on the shore, basking in the sun, when he suddenly felt someone lifting the straw hat that shielded him from the sunlight. The glaring rays cascaded down, and squinting his eyes, Rayleigh beheld a remarkably handsome young man. It was not an exaggeration on Rayleigh's part. He had never seen such striking youthfulness before. "Old man, you must be the coding master. Given your age and your white beard, can you still manage it? You seem pitiful, so if you're capable, could you assist me with the coding?" Rayleigh rose, stretching lazily. "Sure, of course. However, young man, where is your ship?" "Oh, right, I don't have a ship." "Wait a moment." Lynch leaped onto the deck of a pirate ship that floated upon the sea. "Robbery," he declared. "What did you say?" Laughter erupted, as if to mock the audacity of a lone individual daring to rob a pirate vessel. "You insolent wretch, I am a pirate." The crew on deck erupted in raucous laughter, while a few menacing figures brandished steel blades and approached. Yet, in the very next moment, their mirth was extinguished. Thunder Fist. With a single punch, Lin Qi unleashed a tempest of lightning that rendered an entire ship of pirates unconscious. He effortlessly hoisted both the vessel and its occupants to Rayleigh's side. "Youth truly possesses remarkable strength," Rayleigh murmured, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. "Old man, there should be some bountied pirates aboard. I'll leave them to you so you can claim the rewards from the Navy. Isn't that akin to walking into a trap?" Rayleigh shook his head, focusing intently on applying a protective coating to the ship. After several hours, a pirate ship was successfully coated. "Brother, I am not boasting, but my expertise in the coating technique here at Zephyr Archipelago is unmatched by few." Having not engaged in physical activity for quite some time, Rayleigh, after completing his work, felt a longing for a drink. 30,000 berries, please." "Here you go. What a bargain." Typically, it would take an ordinary person 2 to 3 days to apply such a coating, yet under Rayleigh's skilled hands, it was accomplished in just half a day, economical and efficient. Just as the pirate ship was on the verge of sinking beneath the waves, Lin Qi called out, "Kuroka's asked me to send his regards." "What did you say? Are you craving barbecue tonight?" Rayleigh chuckled, watching Lin Qi descend into the ocean depths. After glancing around and confirming that no one had overheard Lin Qi's words, he turned to leave. He plunged to the depths of Fishman Island, a staggering 10,000 meters below the surface. Here, sunlight could not penetrate. Instead, it was filtered through a colossal tree known as Eve. The mermaids residing within were nothing short of enchanting, fiery, and alluring, their enticing tales evoking irresistible fascination. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, how do mermaids manage without a lower body when it comes to using the restroom or giving birth?" Lin Qi boldly stopped a mermaid to voice a question that had lingered in his mind for a lifetime. "Ah, pervert." The mermaid, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, swiftly swam away. "Why be so shy?" he thought to himself, bemused. Lin shook his head and continued his journey towards the palace. Moreover, he observed that the atmosphere on Fishman Island was rather peculiar. Most shops had their doors and windows tightly shut, and the streets were sparsely populated, save for the occasional merfolk venturing out for food. Surprisingly, there was an abundance of pirates. In the alleys and beneath the eaves, fierce-looking pirates lounged about, conserving their strength in preparation for the impending battle. Upon noticing Lynch, they merely glanced at him without any further acknowledgement. As long as he was not affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates, they would refrain from any aggression. The Big Mom had previously commanded them not to harm the innocent residents of the island, as they were to be preserved for her confectionery needs. Thus, the merfolk remained safe and unharmed. That night, within the grand palace at the heart of Fishman Island, Lynch was greeted with exuberant hospitality. Neptune, Queen Odoheim, and their 3 sons were all present at the banquet to honor their esteemed guest. As Lynch beheld the towering figure of Neptune, standing at 12 meters tall, and then glanced at Queen Odoheim, who was just over 2 meters, his mind momentarily faltered. The stark contrast in their sizes, equivalent to a man of 1.8 meters marrying a woman barely 30 centimeters tall, begged the question of how they had sired 3 sons and a daughter. Was it even feasible? "Ha ha, dear guest from afar. Please indulge in the exquisite wines unique to Fishman Island." Neptune's resonant voice echoed throughout the banquet hall as a mermaid poured a glass for Lynch. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lynch raised his glass and took a sip. To his surprise, the young Lynch exhibited remarkable prowess, truly a hero born in youth, chuckled Princess E.G., concealing her lips with her long sleeves. You overpraise me, Your Highness. I am merely an ordinary naval officer, Lynch humbly replied. Huh. He looks to be of similar age to us. What capabilities could he possibly possess? The three princes regarded Lynch with palpable disdain, clearly unconvinced of their need for protection. Preposterous. Do not show disrespect to our guests. Neptune admonished sternly. Are we not speaking the truth, Father? You are merely placating the world government. What benefit do we gain from annually surrendering treasures to them? When trouble arises, they send a mere youth to appease us. The three princes, in a fit of rage, hurled their chopsticks and stormed out of the banquet. Fools! Those wretched imbeciles drive me to despair. Neptune clutched his chest in agony, collapsing into his seat. Quickly, fetch the king his medicine. The attendants scrambled in a frenzy to administer the remedy to Neptune. Cough, cough, cough. Neptune coughed violently, but as the medicine took effect, he gradually regained his composure. My apologies for the disturbance. A considerate mermaid swam forward, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Please forgive the offense from shearing and the others, Mr. Lynch. I apologize on their behalf, Princess E.G. expressed, bowing slightly. She was acutely aware of the precarious situation facing Fishman Island and understood the necessity of maintaining good relations with the Navy. Should this young man possess a magnanimous disposition, all would be well. However, if he were of a petty nature, it would spell disaster. Your Highness, please rise. Such trivial matters need not weigh on your mind, he replied, though his furrowed brow remained unrelaxed. Lynch distinctly recalled that in the original narrative, Neptune was hailed as the Grand Knight of the Sea, a figure of remarkable vitality. Yet now, he appeared as if afflicted by a severe ailment. Your Highness, do you remember when the king first exhibited these troubling symptoms? Lady E.G. lowered her gaze in contemplation. Perhaps around 3 months ago, she mused. It was indeed peculiar. Prior to that, Neptune's health had been robust, and then, without warning, he succumbed to this condition. Have you consulted a physician? I have. The doctor claimed there was no issue, suggesting it might be due to excessive labor and the need for more rest. Your Highness, if you trust my counsel, I urge you to appoint a reliable individual to investigate the king's attendants. The sun reveals, understands the duality of yin and yang, and discerns changes. In my perception, Neptune's vitality appears dimmed. The kidneys, symbolically associated with water in the 5 elements, indicate a profound issue with the water he consumes, potentially resulting in kidney failure. The only individuals with daily access to Neptune's drinking water are his numerous guards. Are you implying? Lady E.G.'s expression shifted, as if a realization dawned upon her. Indeed, I suspect foul play involving poison. This matter must remain confidential, and I advise discreet inquiries through a trusted person to mitigate any unforeseen risks. Understood. Observing Lynch's earnest demeanor, Lady E.G. found herself persuaded. She had harbored her own suspicions regarding Neptune's inexplicable illness, yet every physician she summoned rendered the same diagnosis. I have a candidate whom I utterly trust. He once saved my life during an assassination attempt. Shortly after Lady E.G. uttered this, Lynch encountered the long-absent merman, Tiger. To his astonishment, the fellow had indeed survived. Tiger, however, did not recognize the current Lynch, only recalling the masked night hawk from their past. Noticing Lynch's unwavering gaze, Tiger nearly assumed his identity as a wanted criminal had been discovered and almost resorted to violence, but Lady E.G. intervened. I see you possess a sense of justice. I hope you will keep Tiger's situation confidential. It was upon Lynch's subtle reminder that Lady E.G. permitted Tiger to emerge without reservation. Moreover, Lady E.G. possessed a unique form of observation haki, enabling her to discern the innermost thoughts of all beings to a certain extent. For those whose observation exceeded hers, she could sense their moral compass. This ability revealed to Lady E.G. that Lynch harbored no malice, yet it seemed this man held a particular fascination for her daughter. Little White Star. I shall, Your Highness. Lynch smiled and nodded at Tiger. Have I seen this fellow somewhere before? Quietly murmuring to himself, Tiger proceeded with his task. The life of the Fishman Tiger can only be described as legendary. Born in the most chaotic slum, where daily sustenance was a struggle, he rose to become a figure esteemed even by royalty. Over the decades, he has been the leader of the slums, established a pirate crew, and traversed the seas. He has battled the Navy, fought against other pirates, faced the world government, and even set foot on myriad, becoming the first hero to rescue slaves from that place. He has encountered all manner of nefarious villains and virtuous souls, rendering his life experiences remarkably rich. Under Tyler's seasoned interrogation, the poisoner was uncovered within moments. I was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have poisoned His Majesty the King. Please forgive me. I shall never dare again. It was all Hody Jones's doing. He forced me into it. My family is in his hands. I could not defy him. I am so sorry, Your Majesty." Neptune gazed at the servant who had served him for over a decade and sighed deeply. Once again, that scoundrel Hody Jones. Tiger's face trembled with anger. They were unaware that the assassination attempt on Princess Odoheim was also orchestrated by Hody Jones. However, they recognized this individual, who harbored an extraordinary hatred for humans, having betrayed Fishman Island and become its traitor. The massive weapon occasionally embedded in the gate adorned with Shirahoshi's features was the handiwork of Hody Jones's accomplice, Vanderdecken 9. Utilizing the powers of the target fruit. Tiger, do not let anger consume you. Let him finish. Princess Odoheim gently soothed the emotions of those present. I understand that you too are a victim in this matter. As long as you speak the truth, I will plead with Neptune for leniency. Thank you, Your Highness. The merman bowed deeply several times before recounting the events with utmost sincerity. It turned out that ever since Hody Jones' last failed assassination attempt on Princess Odoheim, he had been devising a scheme to reignite the hatred of mankind within Fishman Island. During a fortuitous black market transaction, he acquired a peculiar substance akin to a poisonous drug. Unlike the aforementioned poison that temporarily enhances strength at the cost of one's lifespan, this new drug was colorless and tasteless, having no effect on other races, yet posing a lethal threat to the Fishmen. Most critically, it eluded detection by physicians. The only figures capable of inciting human animosity, apart from Princess Odoheim, were undoubtedly Neptune. Thus, Hody Jones meticulously orchestrated his plan. As Neptune neared his demise, Hody would present the antidote, simultaneously earning the trust of the royal family while casting aspersions upon humanity. With this act of saving the king, Hody's reputation would soar among the Fishmen, and even if Neptune were to face further danger, suspicion would not fall upon him. As a mere subordinate, the merman was only privy to this much. However, the subsequent actions were not difficult to surmise. Having gained their trust, he would inevitably resort to employing a band of pirates to eliminate Neptune, much like the attack on Princess Odoheim. With Hody Jones acting as an insider, this would be a simple task. At that juncture, not only would he stoke the flames of hatred against humanity on Fishman Island, but he could also ascend to the throne by marrying Shirahoshi. Throughout this scheme, Hody Jones maintained the facade of an extreme Fishman dissatisfied with humanity. In comparison to saving Neptune's life, the preceding events seemed trivial. How infuriating! This scoundrel, I shall slay him sooner or later. Tiger seethed with rage. Fortunately, we encountered this naval officer. Princess Odoheim cast a fearful glance at Lin Qi. If Hody Jones were to infiltrate the palace, it would spell disaster. Unfortunately, Hody Jones overlooked a crucial detail. Princess Odoheim possessed the ability to see into the hearts of others. Simultaneously, this incident unveiled an even graver truth. The mastermind behind the previous assassination attempt on Odoheim was, in fact, Hody Jones. The great knight of the sea, Neptune, was utterly enraged. He immediately issued a decree, placing Hody Jones on the most wanted list of Fishman Island. As for you, Neptune turned to the merman kneeling before him, hesitating. After all, this individual had served him for over a decade. Even in the face of grave mistakes, Neptune felt a pang of reluctance to enact punishment. At that moment, Princess Odoheim gently tugged at Neptune's arm, suggesting that he allow the merman to atone for his sins. We could continue our charade. And once the battle between the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates concluded, we would lure Hody Jones out and enlist Jinbei and Tiger for a covert ambush. Neptune's eyes brightened. The lady was indeed correct, and this plan was most ingenious. He leaned down to the merman on the ground, asking, "Are you willing to atone for your sins?" "I am willing. Indeed, I am willing." Neptune cast a glance, and Tiger took the individual into custody. Now that the perpetrator has been identified, all that remains is to cease the continued consumption of the poison. With careful adjustment, the toxins lingering in the body will gradually be expelled. Admiral Lynch, from this day forth, you shall be regarded as my benefactor, Neptune proclaimed, raising his goblet in a toast to Lynch. Were it not for Lynch, he would still be consuming poison daily, and who knows what fate awaited him. The thought alone is terrifying. Henceforth, should you require assistance, my wife and I shall never decline, Princess Iji added alongside her husband. You are both too kind, they responded. Lynch simultaneously raised his glass, noticing the diminished wariness in the eyes of the couple before him, replaced now by an expression of camaraderie. Gaining the trust of the inhabitants of Fishman Island proved to be no simple task. It was evident that from the very beginning, the couple had harbored a sense of caution towards Lynch, which they had only just begun to set aside. Considering the current tense relations between the Fishmen and humans, their initial apprehension was indeed understandable. This banquet concluded perfectly amidst a harmonious atmosphere, as night enveloped the surroundings. Lynch reclined upon the waterbed within the palace, lost in thought. The edict bestowed upon him during the warring states was to refrain from engaging in battle, solely tasked with safeguarding the royal family. Yet, the multitude of pirates presented themselves as tempting opportunities for accumulating bountiful points. Faced with such alluring prospects, his ability to restrain himself remained uncertain. Suddenly, the door creaked open, disrupting his reverie. Who could possibly arrive at such a late hour? Illuminated by the pristine moonlight, Lynch beheld a figure swathed in a blanket, a mermaid, no less. The mermaid lowered her head demurely, her voice scarcely above a whisper. I was sent to accompany you, my lord. How considerate, indeed, to arrange such a special service. Lynch held Nipton in high regard, deeming it worthwhile to have saved the old fellow's life. He patted the bed beside him, urging, "What are you still dawdling for? Come over." He had long been curious about how many holes adorned the mermaid's body, and it seemed today his wish could finally be fulfilled. "Yes, my lord." The mermaid replied, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she swam closer. That night, the Dragon Palace was particularly swarmed with mosquitoes. In Lynch's room, the sound of swatting mosquitoes echoed. The following day, Lynch awoke from his slumber, only to find that the mermaid had already departed from his side. Recollections of their scholarly discourse from the previous day lingered in his mind, leaving him with a sense of unfulfilled curiosity. It turned out that having but a single orifice for a mouth was indeed a norm among merfolk. "Mr. Lynch, it appears that the atmosphere outside suggests that war is imminent. Would you care to join me in witnessing it?" Came the voice of Princess Odoheim from beyond the door. The Big Mama pirates sought the sweet delicacies of Fishman Island, while Whitebeard remained an ally. Regardless of which faction prevailed, the inhabitants of Fishman Island would not be harmed. Otherwise, their conquest would be futile. Summoning a naval presence was merely a precaution. Hence, Princess Odoheim was entirely untroubled by the potential for turmoil within the palace. "I am coming." Lynch and Princess Yahim ventured out together. At the periphery of the palace, the guards stood in orderly formation. Neptune, accompanied by his 3 sons, gazed into the distance from an elevated position. Ascending the grand staircase alongside Lynch, Princess Yahim remarked, "I heard you rescued my father yesterday. Today, it would be wise to remain in the city and avoid courting danger." Although the elder prince's tone was somewhat brusque, he had already regarded Lynch as one of their own. The second prince muttered under his breath, "You may not even be as formidable as us, yet you feign expertise." He cast his gaze towards the horizon. Neptune, wholly absorbed in the distant battlefield, paid no heed to his son's words. Quite a few familiar faces. Lynch observed upon reaching the summit, spotting numerous acquaintances among the Big Mom pirates below. Among them were Charlotte Raisin, the 33rd son of the Charlotte family, and Charlotte Galette, the 18th daughter. Furthermore, several individuals, though unfamiliar to him, were instantly recognizable by their appearance. Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son, Charlotte Oven, the 3rd son, Mondor, the 19th son, and Charlotte Smoothie, the 14th daughter. The organization had dispatched 6 officers in one go, including Perispero and Smoothie, one of the suite commanders. This clearly indicated the Big Mom pirates' unwavering determination to seize Fishman Island. Galette, Smoothie. Lynch's attention was primarily focused on these 2 women. Among a group of rather unremarkable individuals, the emergence of 2 stunning beauties was simply irresistible. Smuggy's long legs were indeed striking. It was perplexing how such an unattractive lineage could produce offspring, each more unsightly than the last. Although one might attribute this to genetic issues, there were still a few remarkably handsome and beautiful individuals among them, such as Galette and Katakuri. Besides them, thousands of pirates swarmed, occupying advantageous terrain. Cannons, flintlock guns, and an array of weaponry were plentiful. "Here, take this telescope. It will enhance your view." The 3rd prince offered Lynch a telescope. "Thank you," Lynch replied, and upon receiving the telescope, his vision transformed from clear to an astonishing 1086p. The Whitebeard pirates were approaching. Perispero announced loudly. Within Big Mom's pirate crew, Perispero had always played the role of the sage, exhibiting unparalleled command capabilities in warfare. "They're coming." From above, Just as he finished speaking, a pirate ship adorned with the Whitebeard flag pierced through the outer membrane of Fishman Island, descending from the sky at an angle. With a tremendous crash, the Whitebeard pirates made their grand entrance. In the final moments before landing, the ship's special coating shattered, allowing multiple vessels to land smoothly. We have arrived. Marco was always the first to leap from the ship, followed closely by the 4th Division Commander Sachi, the 5th Division Commander Vista, the 7th Division Commander Curiel, and the 9th Division Commander Blenheim. Humph, Marco, didn't Whitebeard come himself? Perilous remarked coldly. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I alone am sufficient to deal with you. Marco surveyed his surroundings and retorted, Yet you, without katakuri, are no match for me. Then let's see how it goes. Men, attack. With a few words exchanged, the atmosphere grew tense with gunpowder. At Perilous' command, a deafening roar of cannon fire erupted as thousands of lower-tier pirates brandished their swords and charged forward. Kill! Kill! Brothers, do not bring shame to our father. Marco rallied, and the pirates from the Whitebeard crew fearlessly surged into battle. After the clash of blades, both sides suffered injuries. TSK. The Emperor's crew is indeed distinct. The strength and cohesion of their lower-tier members are incomparable to those of mere small-time pirates. On the high platform, Lynch watched with rapt attention. If pirates were to engage in such skirmishes daily, the Navy would have considerably less trouble. Pineapple Head, I've wanted to take you down for a long time. Prepare to face your doom. You are the true Pineapple Head. In a clash of warriors, Perilous was poised to confront Marco, but just as he took flight, a hand abruptly pulled him down. Smokey, what are you doing? Attend to the others. I'll handle the Pineapple Head, he commanded. Smokey, with an air of nonchalance, did not wait for Perilous' consent and engaged with the young Marco in his stead. Perilous, caught between laughter and exasperation, pondered whether every sister grew to disdain her brother. It was evident that she worried he might falter against the Pineapple Head. Yet he was far from weak. You are the real Pineapple Head. No one shall call me Pineapple Head again. The sibling exchange ignited Marco's ire, vowing to make the pair pay dearly. As he advanced, Smokey relentlessly thrust her long sword into the bodies of the pirates. In mere seconds, her 3-meter blade was adorned like a candied hawthorn, punctured by the fallen foes. The pirates, pierced through, screamed as they were swiftly drained of life, their forms transforming into desiccated corpses, while her sword emanated an eerie glow. As a user of the squeeze fruit, Smokey had the ability to extract the essence of life from her victims, thus augmenting her own strength. The more she consumed, the greater her enhancement. Although she often feigned indifference, she was no slouch when it truly mattered. Was it time to unleash that technique? On the spectator's platform, Lin Qi narrowed his eyes. Smokey, despite being jestingly labeled with a bounty of 900 million and legs worth 800 million, ranked just below Big Mom and Katakuri within the Big Mom pirates, standing out among the sweet commanders. Zinai. Smokey unleashed a colossal sword aura that spanned hundreds of meters, slicing through countless pirates as it traversed the battlefield toward Marco. Any pirate who encountered the sword light was obliterated. This madwoman even struck her own allies. Marco hesitated mid-dive, instantly transforming into his phoenix form. Struck directly by the sword light, Marco soared like a meteor, hurtling across Fishman Island and demolishing numerous structures before finally coming to a halt. Neptune felt a pang of pain in his heart. The cost of reconstruction would be astronomical. Marco, are you all right? Several officers from the Whitebeard pirates looked on with concern. In the next instant, a brilliant azure flame erupted from the ruins. Marco, half encased in the blue flames, smiled faintly. To kill me? You are 100 years too early. The Whitebeard crew surged with renewed vigor, chanting the name Immortal Bird. Your weakness has been revealed, Marco. Perilous secretly cast a strand of syrup, which solidified upon contact with Marco's ankle, yanking him downward with force. As a user of the lick fruit, the syrup he wielded was harder than steel. Well done, brother. Smokey leaped into the air, reaching for Marco, intent on squeezing the pineapple-headed figure into juice. Bang! The 100-meter-long syrup chain connecting to Marco's ankle was suddenly shattered by a formidable figure. Perilous, your opponent is me, declared Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division, as he positioned himself before Perilous. And who might you be? A candy maiden. The colossal candy giant rose like a mountain. Marco, Smokey, Perilous, and Sachi became embroiled in a fierce battle. Sachi's strength is considerable. It seems that in the future, he may fall victim to Blackbeard, with treachery likely playing a role. Lynch watched with rapt attention. The prowess of the pineapple head surpassed that of Smuggy, while Perispero outclassed Sachi. The four engaged in a fierce exchange, each blow matched with counterattacks. Alas, the phoenix fruit, despite being a mythical Zoan type, regrettably allocated its talents primarily towards defense and recovery. If the battle could be prolonged for a few days, Marco's endurance would guarantee victory, though in the short term, the outcome remained uncertain. Should Marco manage to defeat Sachi under his protection without allowing the conflict to drag on, victory would undoubtedly belong to the Smuggy siblings. When facing a stronger opponent with the Phoenix Fruit, one might find themselves in a maddening predicament, realizing that despite their superiority, they could not vanquish the foe, becoming ensnared in a relentless struggle. Conversely, they may also find it challenging to swiftly conclude battles against those who are only slightly weaker. While the four fought fiercely, the other executives were not idle. Owen faced off against the swordsman Bista. Mondor confronted the captain of the 9th Division, Brenheim. Raisin and his sister, Galette, took on the captain of the 7th Division, Cleo. Bista, I am the nemesis of all swordsmen. Are you prepared for your sword to be melted? Owen's hands glowed crimson, steam rising skyward from the intense heat. As a user of the heat fruit, Owen could melt blades of up to 21 craftsmanship. Is that so? Let us see whether your hands are swifter than my sword. The profound Busashoku haki enveloped his sword, weaving two long blades into a blur of motion. A man wielding a sword engages in combat. Yet why so much flourish? Lynch beheld a burly man, adorned with a profusion of chest hair, who, with every exertion, seemed to summon a cascade of flowers from nowhere, evoking a sense of unease within him. Father, will we be able to attain such strength in the future? Indeed. My child, Neptune replied. The three princes were experiencing a revelation today. Prior to this moment, they had never so vividly perceived the might of humanity. They gazed at Neptune with immense anticipation. Ha ha, of course, you can. Neptune affectionately ruffled their hair, adding that Jinbei and Tiger were no less formidable. Though they remained unaware of the masters in their midst, the prince's eyes sparkled with excitement. They resolved to earnestly seek the guidance of Mr. Tiger to become unparalleled masters like him. The eldest prince, Sharkstar, envisioned a future where he would return, having mastered his skills, ascending to the pinnacle of his aquatic existence. Such a level hardly qualifies as a top-tier master. It barely secures a place upon the stage of history. Hearing the conversation, Lynch shook his head and chuckled. What did you say? The second prince turned to him, chuckling softly. What a joke. He is an officer of the 4 Emperor's pirate crew, and you consider that merely satisfactory? The third prince, seething with indignation, noted how unimpressive the humans appeared. Yet they were adept at boasting. Sharkstar could not resist mocking. So, are you quite the fighter then? He had hoped to set aside his prejudices towards Lynch, given that he had saved their father, but was taken aback by Lynch's audacity. I wouldn't say I'm exceptionally skilled, but dealing with these fellows is relatively effortless. Lynch humbly replied. Arrogance. The second prince, vexed, fell silent, choosing to disregard Lynch. Sharkstar rolled his eyes in disbelief, questioning why, if he were truly so formidable, he remained there instead of vanquishing them outright. The third prince boldly declared, if you possess even half their prowess, I shall eat excrement on the spot. Ignoring the third prince's gluttonous intentions, Lynch laughed heartily. I too wish to venture out, but alas, I must protect you. TCH, boasting, the princes retorted, admonishing him for his insolence towards his benefactor. Neptune, redirecting his gaze, delivered a firm slap to one of his sons, instilling a fear that silenced the group. A sense of foreboding loomed. Lynch recalled that Fishman Island ultimately fell into the hands of the Whitebeard pirates. Could he be mistaken? He regarded the distant battlefield with suspicion. Butter Hotwave, Flame Slash. While others remained locked in a stalemate, Raisin and his sister, Garrett, united their efforts, swiftly defeating the captain of the Whitebeard crew's 7th Division. These two had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. Lynch recalled the scene of his last encounter with the two siblings by the West Sea. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Kair, it was likely that the pair would still be languishing in the underwater prison. Since their defeat at Lynch's hands, the siblings had been subjected to rigorous training under the watchful eye of their doting family member, Kair. Reflecting on it now, a shiver ran down their spines. Yet this unfortunate circumstance had ultimately led to a significant enhancement of their abilities. Once the battlefield tipped in favor of one side, the equilibrium was swiftly disrupted. Following their victory, the siblings immediately rushed to assist others, and the triumphant team expanded rapidly, akin to a snowball gathering momentum, swiftly vanquishing the remaining members of the White group. In the end, only Marco remained, desperately holding on. Is Pineapple Head finished? Perisparrow taunted gleefully. Damn it. Marco gritted his teeth in frustration. Marco, do not linger. We must retreat, Sachi urged, having already led the defeated pirates back to their ship, ready to ignite the explosives at the stern and make their escape from Fishman Island. Just wait. I will remember this grudge. Marco knew that now was not the time for a protracted fight, so he uttered a few fierce words before boarding the vessel. Smudgy and the others watched as the Whitebeard pirates departed, choosing not to pursue. Mama's mission was to seize Fishman Island, and forcibly eliminating the opposing officers would provoke an all-out war between the White group and the Big Mom pirates, an outcome they wished to avoid. Meanwhile, the Neptune family set aside their binoculars. It appeared that the Big Mom pirates had emerged victorious. Preparations should commence for the large-scale construction of desert workshops on Fishman Island. Neptune had his own way of navigating through this perilous era of piracy. Although he counted Whitebeard and Jinbei as friends and secretly hoped for the White group to prevail, exchanging some desserts for the protection of the Big Mom pirates was not out of the question. After all, a single mermaid could fetch over 100 million berries on the black market. It was better for the merfolk to endure some hardship than to be captured. Without a formidable force to deter them, slave traders would not care whether you were a member of the world government. Logically, Lynch should have felt elated upon completing the task assigned by Sengoku, yet he found himself unable to rejoice. Shouldn't the White group have triumphed? Had he misremembered? Or was there more to unfold? A frown creased Lynch's brow. At that moment, a chime echoed. New life choice activated. Task option 1. Correct history and assist the White group in claiming ownership of Fishman Island. Reward. Increase proficiency level of flowing cherry blossom haki by 1. Next occurrence of the Tom option will double luck. Task option 2. Decisively defeat the pirates present. Reward. Upgrade the original Tom to the Sharingan with double Tomo. Note. First comes Tom, then comes heaven. Splitting a great tree is akin to a deity. Task option 3. As a seasoned lecher. How could you resist the allure of those long legs worth 800 million? Kidnap Smudgy. Reward. 3 stockings production factories. Lynch's thoughts flickered between 3 options. Indeed, this world is adorned with stockings. Not only are there black stockings, but also white ones, fishnets, leopard prints, and python patterns. The third option seemingly offers 3 stocking factories. Yet in reality, it bestows a wife. However, dear system, you are truly a petty individual, seeking to undermine a gentleman's intentions. You are the one with lecherous inclinations. Lynch disdainfully bypassed this option. Is it that his Tina has lost her allure? Or is it that Sister Peach Bunny is no longer appealing? Or perhaps Robin lacks sophistication? As for the second option, in Lynch's mind, the image of a lazy creature, sporting a slight paunch and flaunting small fish snacks, surfaced. Relying on this lethargic being to engage in battle was as futile as believing that pigs could fly, unless one were to threaten it with a knife. Furthermore, with the acquisition of dual hook jewels this time, should the rewards double in fortune, who knows if next time a kaleidoscopic Tom might not emerge. Reflecting on the previous candlelight fruit, the prospect of doubling certainly promised valuable treasures. System, select option 1. Ding. Task acquisition successful. Oh, Sengoku. It is not that I wish to intervene, but the allure of this reward is simply irresistible. Silently apologizing to Sengoku in his heart, he called to a family about to descend from the high platform. Neptune, judging by your demeanor, it seems you would prefer the Whitebeard pirates to gain dominion over Fishman Island, would you not? Upon hearing Lynch's words, Neptune realized that the other party was not merely speaking at random. Could it be that the Navy was willing to intervene? Oh, do you possess a solution? Although my abilities may be lacking, I am, at the very least, a vice admiral in the military, viewing the mere 10,000 pirates below as insignificant weeds. If your majesty desires, I can assist you in dealing with the Big Mom pirates. Neptune was instantly filled with disappointment. Mr. Lynch, you must be jesting. Observing Lynch's earnest expression, Neptune found himself at a loss for words. Could this fellow truly be serious? After all, he was his savior. He could not allow the man to perish here. Just as Neptune was deep in thought, contemplating a tactful way to decline, the Shark Star brothers burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard all year. I say, young man, it's one thing to boast occasionally, but at this moment, such grand proclamations will only lead to your own downfall. Do not take offense. Were it not for your rescue of my father, we would not be concerned about your fate. Given your youth, you must have connections within the Navy. Otherwise, how could you have attained the rank of Vice Admiral? Clearly, this is your first venture at sea, and you are unaware of the might of the Big Mom pirates. Let me tell you, not only are you inexperienced, but even a few seasoned Vice Admirals would fare poorly against them. The Sharkstar brothers exchanged barbs, each taking turns to voice their thoughts. Although their words were harsh, their intentions were well-meaning. Princess Odoheim, filled with regret, interjected, "I apologize for their impudence. They mean no harm and hope you will not take offense." Princess Odoheim waited until the brothers finished speaking before offering her apology, wishing to convey the harshness of reality to Lynch in hopes of dissuading him from his reckless ambitions. Lynch chuckled and shook his head, declaring that he was not a petty individual and thus would not engage in a war of words with the three princes. He turned to the Sharkstar brothers and inquired, "If I were to truly defeat the Big Mom pirates, what would you do?" Accepting the task was one matter, but he could not overlook the substantial benefits that Fishman Island presented. Maximizing profit was essential. "Haha, if you truly succeed, I would even acknowledge you as my brother-in-law." Sharkstar responded, "If you can achieve this, henceforth, my brothers and I shall certainly address you as elder brother," the second prince added. The third prince, however, was far more straightforward. Exclaiming, "I eat shit." His two elder brothers stared at him in shock. Even if they knew victory was assured, those who dared utter such words were undeniably fierce. The three siblings spoke with such rapidity that by the time Princess Odoheim attempted to intervene, it was already too late. "Very well, this is what you have proclaimed. A man's word is his bond, unwavering and resolute." Before anyone could fully register the situation, Lynch had already dashed away. "Look at the trouble you three have caused. If Mr. Lynch meets his demise, you shall all owe me an apology," Neptune exclaimed, his fury manifesting in a resounding slap. The three brothers covered their faces. Bewilderment etched across their features. They had merely spoken in jest, confident that Lynch would not dare to act. Yet, he had indeed gone forth. Meanwhile, on the other side, after defeating the Whitebeard pirates, Smoker and his cadre gathered together, their faces aglow with smiles. "Having accomplished Mama's task, she will surely reward us upon our return," one of them stated. "Indeed, we have achieved a significant feat this time," another chimed in. "Ha ha, I say the Whitebeard pirates are nothing extraordinary. That pineapple-headed fellow is merely a first division captain. He pales in comparison to my second brother." As they reveled in their triumph, Perisparrow, ever vigilant, noticed something approaching from the sky. "Look out, that thing is coming down." His complexion shifted dramatically as he transformed syrup into springs, launching his siblings to safety. In the next instant, a thunderous crash resounded as a monstrous creature, nearly 10 meters tall, descended upon them. The ground trembled as though an earthquake had struck. Once the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the terrifying beast. Its skin, exposed to the elements, was adorned with dragon scale-like tattoos, while vital areas were shielded by scattered dragon scales. Its sinuous horns appeared ready to pierce the heavens, and the barbed joints were utterly chilling. In the distance, the three brothers, armed with binoculars, nearly soiled themselves in fear. "Is that Lynch?" one gasped. "How terrifying. So he is this powerful after all. Surely, he bears no grudge against us?" Sharkstar pondered, sensing that the aura radiating from Lynch was far more formidable than any sea king he had encountered. He feared that a single punch from Lynch could reduce him to mere pulp. Mr. Lynch is not the type to hold grudges. Princess Yuki offered solace to the three. Of course, contingent upon their adherence to promises made. She intended to seize this opportunity to instill lasting lessons in her sons, imparting the wisdom that one must not judge by appearances nor underestimate anyone. The three princes, recalling their earlier words, wore expressions more mournful than tears, particularly the third prince, who felt he might as well be consuming excrement. Yet, the thought of facing that monstrous creature loomed before him, sending a chill down his spine. Suddenly, he considered that perhaps even excrement was not entirely inedible. What a clever trick by Lin Qi, nearly deceiving even the prince himself. Neptune, his eyes gleaming with renewed hope, approached the edge of the platform. Could it be that this young man truly possessed power rivaling that of the Big Mom pirates? Cough, cough, cough. Perisparrow waved away the smoke, finally discerning the figure descending from above. Kaido. Faced with that imposing physique, Perisparrow's expression turned to one of sheer terror, retreating several steps. Upon recognizing the long-tongued beast, Kaido seemed far removed from the commanding presence of a general. Lin Qi's irritation grew every time he transformed into his hybrid form. He was mistaken for Kaido. By lineage, the azure dragon fruit was the progeny of the candlelight fruit. If anyone bore resemblance, it was Kaido who resembled him. With a resounding zhong, the 5-meter-long Long Yuan unsheathed, its unparalleled blade tearing through the earth. Damn, when had such a creature emerged upon the seas again? Perispero's face was etched with trepidation. Every formidable warrior possessed a unique aura. It was no small feat for an ordinary individual to muster the courage to challenge such titans. Before the person standing before him, Perispero felt a sensation akin to confronting his mother during a bout of eating disorder. Do you know, we are the Big Mom Pirates? He raised a hand to halt his eager siblings. Instinct whispered to Perispero that it was wise to avoid confrontation with this individual, otherwise, death would surely follow. Withdraw from Fishman Island, and I may spare you in the name of Lin Lin. Although a clash with the 4 emperors was inevitable, it was certainly not the right moment. Should Lin Qi choose to retain them all, he would face relentless pursuit from the entire emperor faction. A frenzied Big Mom Pirates posed an immeasurable threat. At that juncture, his nation, his people, and even he would find themselves hunted by both the underworld and the Big Mom Pirates. Even now, the Navy and the world government refrained from such actions, fearing a disruption of the balance at sea and the repercussions that would follow. Apologies. But Fishman Island is a command from Mother. We cannot retreat without a fight. Perispero drew his cane, bracing himself for a desperate battle. You are Lin Qi. The Navy. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized Lynch. Garrett fixed her gaze upon him, the figure before her having haunted her nightmares countless times. Were it not for his half-beast transformation, she would have recognized him instantly. Huh? Sister, are you sure it's him? Lei Zan, who had also suffered a severe beating at Lynch's hands in the East Sea, stared in astonishment at his sister. Ever since that fateful encounter, they had delved into the underworld to uncover the identity of that Navy man. At that time, Lynch was not even a rear admiral. The humiliation of being thoroughly defeated by a mere junior Navy officer was almost unbearable. Indeed, I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Garrett clenched her beautiful jaw, the memory of the shame Lynch had inflicted upon her etched in her mind. Was it you who bullied my sister? Smuggy stepped forward, her long legs striding confidently. This time, there could be no avoidance. She would not let anyone who had harmed her family go unpunished. Everyone, be cautious. Brother Katakuri has warned that this individual is formidable. Katakuri rarely bestowed such high praise upon anyone. His words likely stemmed from his foresight. The crowd grew vigilant, bracing themselves for confrontation. They numbered 6. While their opponent stood alone, surely they would prevail. Perispero signaled, and the surrounding pirates surged forth like a tide. Hold your positions. Let my subordinates test his skills first. Using underlings to exhaust the enemy's strength was Perispero's customary strategy. Even if their foe proved powerful after he had dispatched the 8,000 or 9,000 pirates present, he would surely be fatigued. At that point, it would be easy for him to step in and reap the rewards of victory. Kill them, Perispero declared, promising generous rewards for the elimination of their adversary. The bloodthirsty pirates rushed forward, eager to engage Lynch, weapons in hand. Boom, boom. In the distance, cannons roared, and hundreds of cannonballs rained down from above. Hee hee, what a gathering of talent. Lynch, with a single arm, lifted the dragon abyss and with a gentle sweep, unleashed a formidable slash that instantly obliterated hundreds of pirates before him. Even the barrage of cannonballs raining down from above was reduced to mere ashes. A system notification chimed, awarding him 278 points. Lynch narrowed his eyes, dismissing the notion of using his conqueror's haki to clear the field. Merely stunning them would not grant him points. He needed to continue the fight. The remaining pirates were already paralyzed with fear. They had never anticipated such ferocity from their opponent. With just one strike, he had dispatched hundreds of their comrades, hundreds of lives extinguished as effortlessly as a leisurely stroll. This adversary was undeniably more formidable than any they had previously encountered. Do not be afraid. He is alone. With our numbers, he is doomed. Indeed, they rallied their courage and charged at him once more. Lynch smirked coldly as Long Yuan swung his sword. Wherever the blade's light traversed, blood gushed forth, and dozens of pirates fell, shrieking in agony. Lynch showed no mercy, striking relentlessly with his blade. Lacking any finesse, he simply unleashed a series of repetitive, ferocious slashes. In the span of a mere 5 minutes, 3,000 to 4,000 pirates had already perished at his hands. The notifications of points accrued echoed incessantly in his mind. Points increased by 5. Points increased by 26. Points increased by 16,705. How formidable! Even with my armament haki, I cannot penetrate his skin. As the pirates surged forward, Their words barely left their lips before a colossal hand crushed their heads. This is dire. The strength of such an enemy cannot be compensated for by sheer numbers. Flee. After witnessing the demise of several thousand comrades, the remaining pirates finally recognized the gravity of the situation and turned to escape. Alas, it was already too late. Lynch sprinted with the swiftness of a tempest, swiftly closing the distance to several fleeing pirates. With a firm grip, he seized their shoulders and cast them aside. Their figures soared into the air, crashing violently against the wall. The sound of cracking bones and anguished wails echoed in succession. Lynch did not relent. He pursued yet another pirate, striking down with a single stroke of his sword. With a sickening sound, blood erupted in a crimson spray. The pirate's head soared into the air, transforming into a cascade of scarlet droplets. What manner of monster is this? The remaining pirates, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, were utterly horrified. This fiend is far too ruthless. How could we possibly stand against him? You scoundrels! No one is allowed to flee. Return at once. Perilous bellowed in fury. Forget him. We must escape. While there are others to serve as a distraction, let us hasten our retreat. Though fleeing may invite retribution later, it offers a chance at survival. Remaining here is tantamount to certain death. As the remaining pirates dashed forward, they cast terrified glances over their shoulders. To their utter dismay, they discovered that all the pirates behind them had been slain. Lynch lingered behind them, catching up in the blink of an eye. Like a specter, he drifted among the pirates, each shift in his position claiming the lives of many. I surrender. I implore you, spare my life. The remaining pirates, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, fell to their knees in supplication. I refuse. With an air of indifference, Lynch raised his dragon abyss and swept it horizontally, sending blood and flesh flying. The remaining pirates let out anguished cries before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. His figure flickered through the scene like a specter. With the last pirate falling beneath his blade, only 6 cadres from Big Mom's pirate crew remained alive, all of whom stared in shock at this terrifying man. Perilous had intended to use mere fodder to exhaust the enemy's stamina. However, in less than 15 minutes, he had slain 8,000 or 9,000, an exaggeration indeed. Now, it was your turn. The bloody dragon abyss was pointed at Perilous and the others by Lynch. Perilous' face darkened. He never anticipated that they had kicked a steel plate this time. The man's strength surpassed his expectations. He had believed that their numerical advantage would ensure victory, only to realize that his crew were mere cannon fodder, an assembly of incompetent fools who couldn't even wear down the man's stamina. Observing Lynch's calm demeanor, one could hardly believe he had just taken the lives of so many. In the distance, atop a high platform, Neptune, Princess Odoheim, and the Sharkstar brothers bore witness to Lynch's one-sided massacre. One man had slaughtered thousands of pirates. To what extent was this man powerful? Neptune was utterly astonished. How had he never heard of such a navy before? How remarkable! If only Fishman Island had such a formidable ally, it would not need protection from others. Sharkstar mumbled in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and trepidation. In that moment, he realized he had made a grave and foolish mistake. Had he known the opponent was so formidable, he should have knelt and pledged his allegiance upon their first meeting. Even learning a fraction of his skills would have sufficed. Reflecting on his previous demeanor, Sharkstar wished he could slap himself. The second prince's small eyes widened in astonishment. The gruesome scene before him left an indelible impact. The bodies of thousands lay scattered, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. He felt immensely grateful that Lynch had shown restraint, sparing him despite his earlier audacity. The second prince pondered deeply on how he could secure a powerful ally. The third prince trembled as he stuttered, "Let him take me as his brother-in-law. I no longer wish to strive. Enough of this nonsense. We are the pinnacle of pirate crews. We shall not fear you," Perilous declared. His hands, weaving as layers of syrup, surged forth like crashing waves. Simultaneously, he stomped his left foot onto the ground, causing a crystalline barrier to rise, ensnaring Lynch within its confines. Behold, it was Perilous' candy heat wave and candy wall. The hardness of the candy wall surpasses that of steel. Once the syrup is injected, those trapped within will suffocate within 3 minutes, explained Owen. Licking his lips, he prepared to transform it into amber candy. In the face of ordinary individuals, Perilous would merely unleash a layer of syrup. However, to contend with Lynch, he employed a syrup quantity 100-fold greater than usual. In the original work, he had utilized this technique to swiftly eliminate 2 of Luffy's companions. Harder than steel, indeed? Lynch drew Long Yuan and executed a swift slash, shattering the candy shield as if it were mere parchment. He then leaped high, evading the subsequent waves of sugary heat. What? Perilous exclaimed in astonishment. The syrup that had once ensnared the pineapple head had failed due to its insufficiency. This time, however, he had provided ample syrup. Yet it still shattered, a perplexing turn of events. How formidable must his opponent be to slice through a meter-thick layer of syrup? Brother, I'm coming. Smuggy brandished his sword, ready to launch an attack on Lynch. But Perilous intervened, cautioning him against it. Be careful not to harm yourself. Rain of obliteration. He crafted a bow from candy, conjuring several arrows from his hands, unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows aimed to impale Lynch like a porcupine. A trivial skill, Lynch remarked lightly as he waved Long Yuan, summoning a tempest that swept the arrows aside. Now it is my turn to strike. The long blade stood erect, cloaked in a shroud of dark haki. An aura of death silently enveloping Perilous. Demonic Azura, triple purgatory, blazing tiger. Roar. As the sword descended, a black tiger, engulfed in malevolent energy, burst forth from the blade, roaring as it lunged at Perilous. Lick it, Candy Virgin. Perilous raised his cane, conjuring a wall of candy shaped like a dog's head for defense. Puffed. The barrier he created shattered under the strike, akin to tofu, as he was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, his body battered and bones likely fractured. Brother. Scorching butter. Rapid fire slash. Garrett and Rezan, their eyes ablaze with fury, unleashed their most potent attacks upon Lynch. Gentlemen, it's time for a nap. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Iron elements coalesced in Lynch's hands, forming a spiked club. He swung it, knocking the two into unconsciousness as they fell from the air. Owen and Smuggy scrambled to catch their fallen comrades. Do you wish to continue fighting, my pirate companions? Lynch, from his elevated position, gazed down upon Smuggy and the others. We retreat. Smuggy, biting his lip in frustration, commanded the withdrawal. Owen wished to persist but, glancing at his unconscious siblings, realized retreat was the only option. The Whitebeard pirates were still watching from afar. Without the Whitebeard pirates present, the mere presence of this demon king ensured that Fishman Island was beyond their reach. The group assisted their unconscious brethren, escaping in disarray. Reflecting on their arrival, they had been a multitude, basking in glory, yet now they fled like lost dogs. Neptune's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed in disbelief at Lynch's direction. With a single hand, he had slaughtered nearly 10,000 pirates and forcibly repelled 6 commanders of the Big Mom pirates. Such strength could very well rival that of an admiral. At such a tender age, possessing the prowess of a general, the future undoubtedly holds boundless potential for him. Neptune resolved to show greater respect toward his life-saving benefactor and to strengthen the ties between him and Fishman Island. Having such a friend within the Navy is of paramount importance. Regrettably, since Shirahoshi is still so young, it would have been an excellent choice to betroth her to Lynch. Daughters inevitably marry, and Neptune harbors concerns about her well-being should she wed someone else. However, if her partner were Lynch, those worries would vanish. The Sharkstar brothers were utterly captivated by the prowess exhibited by Lynch. From this day forth, he shall be regarded as their elder brother, and his word shall be law. Princess Odoheim gazed at Lynch, lost in her thoughts, unaware of what occupied her mind. Pineapple Head, come here. Lynch's voice cut through the battlefield, directly reaching Marco's ears. Marco, he is calling you over. Do you know him? Know him? Not at all. Marco observed Lynch's recent battle, hesitating to approach. What if the situation turned hostile? Pineapple Head, aren't you angry he called you that? Huh, I'm not foolish. Marco replied with a wry smile. Angry? That would require being able to retaliate. Otherwise, it would simply be impotent rage. Seeing Marco linger, Lynch leaped onto their vessel. Noticing the tension etched on everyone's faces, he patted Marco's shoulder, reassuring him. Pineapple Head, tell them not to be anxious. Gazing up at Lynch's imposing figure, Marco felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing he appeared like a child in comparison. If they were anxious, he too felt the weight of nerves. Pineapple Head, the sovereignty of Fishman Island should belong to your Whitebeard pirates. Neither the Navy nor I can take over for political reasons, so it would be better to utilize it for our mission. What? What did you say? Marco questioned, doubting his own ears. After expelling the Big Mom pirates, Lynch intended to hand Fishman Island over to them. You heard correctly. Hang Whitebeard's flag over Fishman Island as soon as possible. If any mermaids are captured by slave traders, I will hold you accountable. Thank you, Marco stammered, feeling as though he were in a dream. Here he was, sitting comfortably at home, and suddenly inheriting Fishman Island? If that were the case, he would willingly offer his face for a slap, even if it meant being called Pineapple Head. The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates were equally taken aback by Lynch's words. Sachi was utterly bewildered. All right, you all expedite the takeover of Fishman Island. I have matters to attend to and shall not linger with you. Lynch departed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Your mastery of the Sakura color dominance has increased by 1 level, and the luck value for the Tom options in your next encounter will be doubled. After a fierce battle, his score had once again returned to 6 figures. Upon returning to the Fishman Palace, the 3 princes hurriedly approached him, gazing at Lynch as if he were an idol. Brother Lynch, you have returned. Yes, I have. The rapid changes in the 3 were somewhat disconcerting to Lynch. He yearned to express, I still preferred your former rebellious selves. Brother Lynch, are you tired? I can have someone come and give you a massage. Brother Lynch, are you hungry? I have delicious food. Brother Lynch, do you lack a wife? Just say the word, and I shall arrange for a few mermaid sisters to come your way. Brother Lynch, from now on, you shall be our true elder brother. Can I refuse even the most distasteful things? Having witnessed Lynch's formidable prowess, the 3 princes' attitudes underwent a complete transformation. Previously, they held him in disdain. However, after witnessing his terrifying strength, they had all become fervent admirers. The Fishman race has historically revered power and wildness. Please wait a moment. I have matters to discuss with King Neptune. Lynch traversed past several princes to stand beside King Neptune, affirming, I have fulfilled my promise to the king. Thank you. You shall forever be our esteemed friend of Fishman Island, Neptune declared, offering his utmost respect. Despite being the sovereign of a nation, Neptune humbly bowed to Lynch, his expression a tapestry of complexities. The notorious Big Mom pirates, one of the formidable Yonko crews, had indeed been vanquished by a single individual. Initially, Neptune had dismissed the young man's bravado as mere youthful folly, akin to the banter of his own sons. Who could have anticipated that such a young naval officer, comparable in age to his children, could possess such terrifying prowess? Neptune couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional talents that the ocean harbored. Why do you still stand? At that moment, Princess Otoheim approached, playfully chiding him. Previously, Lynch had slaughtered over 10,000 pirates, leaving his body splattered with blood. Indeed, my oversight, Neptune lamented, summoning his attendants. Bring forth Mr. Lynch. He is weary and needs to cleanse himself and rest. Tonight, I shall host a banquet within the palace to express our gratitude to Mr. Lynch. Inform all ministers and officials that their presence is required. Yes, Your Majesty. The guards responded, their eyes filled with reverence as they gestured for Lynch to follow. Please, rest well. You are a hero of Fishman Island. Princess Otoheim smiled warmly. In the soothing embrace of the natural hot springs, a gentle mist enveloped the air as Lynch reclined, exhaling a contented sigh. Is the pressure to your liking, my lord? Several mermaid maidens, their cheeks flushed, knelt at the edge of the pool, delicately offering him a massage with their slender fingers. Quite agreeable, he murmured, half closing his eyes in bliss. My lord, the 3 princes are requesting an audience, a merman announced after an indeterminate time. Sharkstar and the others? Lynch accepted the towel handed to him by the maid, tying it around his waist with a languid air. Let them in, he said. Yes, the Sharkstar trio. Their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, swiftly glided in. Hee. Brother Lynch, are you enjoying your soak? One of them inquired. Speak, what brings you here? Receiving the towel from the mermaid, Lynch wiped his face. There was no need to ask. The eager expressions of the 3 were a clear indication that they sought something from him. It was perplexing how 3 princes could behave like eager lapdogs. Well, since Brother Lynch has asked, we shall be direct, the 3rd prince said, rubbing his hands together. Allow me to speak, you can step aside. The eldest prince playfully swatted away the youngest with his tail and, with an endearing grin, knelt down before Lynch with a thud that stunned the nearby mermaid. Was this truly the imperious eldest prince? Brother Lynch, please teach us your skills. Teach you? But surely Tage is quite capable. Why seek my assistance? Lynch replied. Sharkstar shook his head. Though our abilities are modest, we can discern that Tage's strength pales in comparison to yours. Observing the trio before him, Lynch fell into contemplation. Despite their lack of refinement, their potential was not insignificant, given they had Queen Yuki as their mother and the Sea King Bai Xing as their sister. While the 3 brothers were not weak, they could not hold a candle to the talents of their mother and sister. They had the potential to be stronger. But their arrogance and lack of guidance from esteemed mentors like Zephyr and Rayleigh had hindered their growth. I would be willing to teach you, but on the condition that Sherry leaves Fishman Island with me. The mermaid Sherry, an 18-year-old oracle, possessed unparalleled divination skills, and her pronouncements were regarded with utmost reverence. None dared to challenge her words. Her predictions were infallible. She had accurately foretold the advent of the great pirate era at the tender age of 3. Furthermore, like Robin, she was destined to blossom into a captivating femme fatale. To possess such an extraordinary being would undoubtedly alleviate many troubles. Additionally, she was the half-sister of Arlong, yet unlike him. She harbored a fascination with humans from a young age. The Sharkstar brothers exchanged glances, caught in hesitation. Despite Sherry's youth, even their father would approach her with deference. Her status on Fishman Island had soared as she had successfully predicted significant events over the years, reaching her zenith. "We are willing to give it a try," Sharkstar declared, steeling himself. For the sake of acquiring genuine skills, they were prepared to face any challenge. "Very well, I shall await your good news." Lynch closed his eyes and reclined in the hot spring as the three princes resolutely departed. "Tigger brothers, since you have arrived, do come forth." Once the trio had left, Lynch suddenly opened his eyes. "Ha ha ha, your observation skills are truly remarkable, my lord, I cannot compare." Tigger performed a somersault, emerging from behind a screen. "You may descend first," he instructed, waving to the mermaids. "Yes, Lord Tigger," the mermaids replied, flowing out in succession. "What is it that you seek from me? You seem remarkably familiar." "Have we met before?" Tigger voiced the lingering question that had been tucked away in his heart. The Tigger brothers have quite the sharp memory. Lynch did not conceal his identity before Tiger. Firstly, because Tiger, much like Jinbei, is a man of honor, belonging to the type that would rather perish than betray a benefactor. Secondly, Tiger is currently a fugitive, hiding in Fishman Island, too fearful to venture elsewhere. The words of a fugitive would not be trusted by the world government. Thirdly, revealing his identity to Tiger would allow him to foster goodwill while remaining on Fishman Island. With such a notable Fishman consistently present, it is believed that the island's regard for him would undoubtedly soar. "Please, consume the Zoan-type devil fruit I have given you." "It is you, Nighthawk brother." Suddenly, everything clicked for Tiger. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity in his mind. He possessed a Zoan-type devil fruit. And apart from Arlong and Jinbei, only Nighthawk was aware of it. "Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, I have managed to survive." Upon encountering his savior, Tiger's excitement was palpable. Come, let us not return until we are utterly inebriated tonight. You truly have foresight." Initially, I pondered why anyone would wish to bestow a devil fruit upon a fishman, but then it became quite appealing. That night, Neptune hosted a grand banquet in the palace to honor Lynch. All civil and military ministers were present, alongside the still residing Marco. Dozens gathered around a lengthy table, while mermaid maidens continuously brought forth delectable dishes and fine wines. To the hero, Neptune raised his glass to Lynch, proclaiming, "You are a benefactor to Fishman Island. I drink to you." To the hero, the ministers simultaneously lifted their glasses, downing their drinks in unison. Marco, usually embodying a nonchalant demeanor, took on an uncharacteristically serious tone. Raising his glass, this time, "Thank you. The Whitebeard pirates owe you a favor. Just a small effort. You all are being overly polite." Lynch nodded with a smile, draining the last drop of wine from his cup. After a day and night of festivities, he was escorted to his guest room to rest. In a state of half-sleep, he seemed to glimpse several mermaid maidens, partially veiled, entering the room. Instantly awakened and intrigued, he thought, Neptune is quite generous, knowing my passion for knowledge." With a gentle grace, the half-concealed garments slid from their shoulders as the mermaids shyly approached the grand bed. Just as Lynch was engaged in a philosophical discussion with the mermaids, the three factions, through the communication snail, had already learned of the situation on Fishman Island. Their reactions varied widely. "What? You say that lad slaughtered over 10,000 pirates on Fishman Island and single-handedly defeated 6 officers of the Big Mom pirates?" Sengoku listened in disbelief to the news relayed through the snail, questioning his own hearing. "Ha ha ha, Sengoku, what on earth happened?" Even I could hear the commotion from outside. Carp chuckled, bursting through the door with a kick, swaggering into the room with senbei in hand. "That kid was sent to protect the royal family of Fishman Island. And guess what he did? He nearly wiped out the Big Mom pirates sent to assist them." Sengoku's voice involuntarily rose a notch. "I can't believe it." Carp laughed heartily. "I see no fault in that, addressing the issue at its root. Look, the royal family is now safe." Sengoku's expression darkened. This rascal Carp had already crafted justifications for that impudent lad's actions. What concerns me is whether that lunatic Lin will declare war on the Navy. The Navy has certainly provoked Big Mom rather severely. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, piracy had surged uncontrollably. Presently, the Navy was ill-equipped to engage in conflict with an emperor, fearing a ripple effect on the other emperors. When did you become so timid, Saint Goku? You were not like this in your days as a general. Rest assured, Lin is not foolish. She won't act irrationally. Fortunately, Lynch refrained from slaying her officers. Otherwise, I would have already mobilized for war. Sengoku's tone shifted abruptly. That said, obliterating over 10,000 elite pirates is a rare feat, even in large-scale battles. He has indeed achieved remarkable merit. I've just calculated the accolades this lad has amassed, despite his relative inexperience. His strength and military accomplishments are sufficient for a promotion to admiral. You intend to promote Lynch to admiral without precedent? Karp paused in his enjoyment of Senbei, furrowing his brow. Yes, with the rampant piracy in recent years and Kizaru now tasked with guarding the scientific division, we are critically short on personnel. I believe the Navy needs a fourth admiral. Will the world government agree? Kapu wrote. The positions of the 3 admirals are specifications set by the world government for the Navy. Any desire for expansion must first seek the consent of the world government. I shall attempt this. After all, numerous celestial dragons perished in recent years, which I believe would lead to their approval. The matters at Navy headquarters have reached a temporary conclusion. On Cake Island, that wretched brat, I shall have his life. Upon learning the news, Big Mom was consumed by a fury so profound that she raised her hand to extract the souls of over 100 pirates. In her bloodlust, she sought to continue her rampage, her fearsome visage sending the surrounding pirates fleeing in terror. At that moment, Sanji and Katakuri arrived, pushing a cart laden with exquisite desserts, which somewhat quelled Big Mom's wrath. Katakuri is indeed that kind of person, always appearing at the first call of family in need. Mother. That Lin Qi is a member of the Navy. Given his prowess, eliminating him would prove quite challenging. Additionally, we face other emperors. Perhaps we could devise an alternative plan. I have an idea. Katakuri, what is your plan? As Big Mom indulged in the desserts, her eyes narrowed. Despite Katakuri being her son, she would not easily forgive any slight against her. I have conducted an investigation into this individual. Apart from being a naval officer, he is also a king. Why don't we? A splendid idea. I shall infuriate those scoundrels. Hearing Katakuri's suggestion, Big Mom erupted into hearty laughter, her spirits lifting considerably. When Garrett returns, take her along on a trip. Understood, Mother. On the Moby Dick. Wahaha. Lin Qi, what an amusing little fellow. I wonder if he would consent to be my son. Whitebeard guzzled down a bottle of liquor, laughing heartily. The pirates aboard the ship grimaced. Their father still enjoyed collecting those he favored his sons. This time, however, it was truly outrageous, for the other party was a member of the Navy. Oh, and a vice admiral at that, comparable to an admiral. The scene shifts back to Fishman Island. As dawn broke, Lin Qi donned his trousers and descended from the grand bed. Scattered across the bed were the bodies of several mermaids, exhausted from the previous night's exertions, still deep in slumber. Lord Lin Qi, the king summons you. Understood. Following the attendant, he ventured into the palace's interior. Upon seeing Lin Qi, King Neptune displayed an expression understood by all men, teasingly remarking, Mr. Lin Qi, did you enjoy your night? Quite well, it was rather delightful, Lin Qi replied, his face flushing as he noticed that, besides Tiger, Jinbei was also present, awkwardly pretending not to recognize him. And who might this be? I am Jinbei. I have long admired your esteemed name, Lord Lin Qi. Thank you for your assistance to Fishman Island. Jinbei rose to extend his hand in greeting, disregarding Lin Qi's youth. Hello. As the 3 took their seats, Neptune articulated his request. Everyone was aware of the situation concerning Hody Jones and Vander Decken 9. The king expressed his desire for the 3 to take action against the 2, although eliminating them was straightforward. The challenge lay in their elusive nature. How could they be lured out? Jinbei, with a grave expression, remarked that if it were not absolutely necessary, he would prefer not to taint his hands with the blood of his comrades. Yet, the actions of those 2 had crossed all bounds. Their relentless pursuit of Shirahoshi and their efforts to incite animosity between Fishman Island and humanity had driven them to the brink of madness. As long as they remained, catastrophe was inevitable. The atmosphere grew suddenly tense and silent. The 2 were like mice, hiding in the shadows, leaving little hope of drawing them out. I do have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Lynch intends to forewarn a few individuals in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. You see, As long as we can resolve the formidable threat posed by Fishman Island, we are willing to explore any method. Neptune harbors a profound animosity towards Jones and Dakin the Ninth. As far as I know, both of these individuals are deeply infatuated with Princess Shirahoshi. By using Princess Shirahoshi as bait, I believe it would not be problematic to lure them out. Dakin the Ninth. Since the moment he encountered the Sea Kings summoned by Shirahoshi's cries when she was merely 6 years old, has been hopelessly enamored with her. He possesses an intense sense of possessiveness and jealousy, forbidding any other males from coming into contact with Shirahoshi. Lynch was aware that this fellow had not washed his right hand for a decade, simply because he had shaken hands with White Star. Having witnessed White Star's formidable power, Jones would seize any opportunity to eliminate her. What a perverse lowly enthusiast, Lynch silently remarked. No way. King Neptune rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. What a ludicrous idea. White Star was his most cherished daughter, and he would never risk her safety. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang, and the little White Star, who had been hiding behind it, rushed in, disregarding her brother's attempts to stop her. The 7-year-old mustered her courage and exclaimed in her sweet, childish voice, "Father, I can do it. Let me be the bait." How absurd. What are you doing out here? It's far too dangerous. I came out on my own. White Star said, her expression flustered. She had no intention of betraying her 3 elder brothers. They had mentioned a heroic human who had recently appeared in Fishman Island, igniting her curiosity. Thus, the innocent little White Star had been lured out of the hard-shell tower by her unscrupulous brothers. The Shark Star trio meant well, believing that their sister should not be cooped up in the hard-shell tower all day, as her demeanor had been growing increasingly timid. With Lynch present, they felt confident that their sister would be safe outside. Upon seeing the 3 brothers sneak in, Neptune instantly deduced the truth. You scoundrels, take your sister back at once. Frightened by their father's anger, Shark Star shrank back, grasping White Star to return her. Don't. White Star suddenly broke free from her brother's grip and dashed to stand before Neptune, tears streaming down her cheeks. Father, I do not wish to be a burden to everyone anymore. Neptune's heartstrings were tugged at the sight of his weeping daughter. Tigress stepped forward to assure him, I guarantee. Unless I perish, no one shall harm Princess White Star. Everyone present was deeply moved by the kind-hearted little girl. I too shall protect her, Jinbe declared. I will safeguard little White Star. Lynch gazed upward at the 4-meter-tall little White Star, a thought bubbling up within him. Is this truly a 7-year-old? He silently adjusted his height back to 6 meters. Little White Star, filled with curiosity, covertly observed Lynch. Is this the great hero that my brothers spoke of? Very well. I shall grant your request. Neptune gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lynch, you shall dictate the course of action. We shall heed your guidance. Quite simple, really. Duke Dakin the Ninth desires to wed little White Star. We shall find someone to feign marriage with her and see if he can endure it. Marriage? Little White Star's face flushed crimson as a thought crossed her mind. It is merely a pretense, Neptune reassured his daughter with a smile, finding the idea rather appealing. Now, who shall portray the groom? All eyes turned in unison towards Lynch. Hey, why are you all staring at me? You can't possibly expect me to be the groom. The old man protested. I am far too aged. Duke Dakin the Ninth certainly wouldn't believe it. I am too unsightly to match the grace of Princess White Star, Jinbe said earnestly. Ahem, I believe that whoever proposed this idea should bear the responsibility for it. Wouldn't you agree? Neptune declared. Indeed. The crowd nodded fervently. Ah, so all the attention is directed toward me, is it? Brother Lynch, you should not shirk this responsibility. You are the strongest among us, and it is only with you safeguarding my sister that I shall feel at ease. Oh, only now do I realize how remarkably handsome you are, my dear elder brother. You and my sister seem like a match made in heaven. The second prince unabashedly lavished praise upon him, disregarding little White Star's increasingly flushed cheeks. Very well, I shall do it. I shall take on the role. Lynch placed his large hand gently upon Bai Xing's head, assuring her with a warm presence, Big brother will keep you safe. Bai Xing softly responded with a delicate Her voice as faint as a whisper, Thank you, Lord Lynch. As she felt the warmth of his hand, her small face grew increasingly flushed. Wisps of vapor rising from her head, nearly succumbing to shyness. Ding. It detected that the host was capturing the heart of the 8th little girl, rewarding him with the title, Lowly Slayer. Little girls will unconsciously develop fondness upon seeing you. A question mark slowly floated above Lin Qi's head. System, come out. I promise not to harm you. Ding. A new life choice has been detected. Option 1. Completely abandoned by Xing. Reward: Tom's 3-tomo Sharingan template. Option 2. Marry by Xing and eliminate anyone who disrupts the wedding. Reward: Tom's swordsman template. Option 3. Abduct Little by Xing. A wife should be nurtured from a young age. Reward: Tom's astronaut template. Is the system still human? Upon seeing the first option, Lin Qi lost the desire to criticize his morally bankrupt system. The choices would not vanish. He could afford to wait 7 or 8 years. However, upon reflection, he reconsidered, as the latter two templates appeared quite appealing. The other two choices piqued his interest. He wondered what the scene would be like if Swordsman Tom faced off against Hawkeye. Unexpectedly, a bizarre video flickered in Lin Qi's mind. The 3 admirals of the Navy: Tom, Jerry, and Spike. I choose option 2. The following days required setting up Mermaid Island, hosting guests, and spreading the news. Though it was a facade, the process needed to mirror that of an actual wedding. Otherwise, deceiving the enemy would be impossible. To ensure thorough deception, Little by Xing spent these days with Lin Qi, becoming quite familiar with him. She adored this older brother who treated her to lollipops. When the citizens of Fishman Island learned that the little princess was to be married, their shock was immeasurable. Noble daughters typically wed early, but this was rather premature. However, upon discovering that the groom was the hero who had protected Fishman Island, they understood. Marrying someone capable of safeguarding the little princess was indeed commendable. To wed a man who possessed both beauty and strength was a dream for every mermaid. In the blink of an eye, 3 days for wedding preparations had elapsed. On this day, the grand wedding was held as scheduled. Red silk fluttered in the air, and flowers adorned the entire hall. The guests filled the seats, creating a lively atmosphere. Lynch held by Xing's delicate hand. As the ceremony unfolded in an orderly manner under the guidance of the officiant, Lynch cast a knowing glance at the serene Jinbei, who responded with an assuring gaze. Mr. Lynch, do you willingly pledge to adhere to the vows of marriage? In times of poverty or wealth, in sickness or in health, in beauty or in decline, in triumph or in despair, do you promise to love her, comfort her, respect her, and protect her? Will you remain steadfastly loyal to her throughout your lives? The officiant bore a countenance of solemnity as he conducted the grand ceremony. I do, Lynch affirmed with a nod. Princess Baixing, do you wish to take Lynch as your husband, to share in this sacred covenant? In sickness or in health, in poverty or in wealth, in beauty or in decline, in triumph or in despair, do you promise to love him, comfort him, respect him, and protect him? Will you remain ever loyal to him throughout your lives? I do. Little Baixing blushed as she grasped Lynch's hand under the officiant's guidance. Below, Princess Yuki discreetly wiped away her tears, fully aware that this was not a reality. Yet witnessing her daughter's wedding was every mother's cherished dream. The Shark Star trio exchanged mischievous glances, pondering how fortunate it would be if Lynch were truly their brother-in-law. For such a connection would ensure they learned invaluable skills. After a series of intricate rituals, the wedding ceremony drew to a close. And before all the residents of Mermaid Island, the two were officially united as husband and wife. Lynch inwardly complained about the tardiness of his companions, feeling weary of the charade they were playing. Suddenly, a frantic voice pierced the air. How dare you? Daken 9 erupted from a shadowy corner, hurling several massive javelins with reckless abandon. That fool. Hody Jones followed closely behind, tossing a handful of lethal drugs into his mouth, his muscles swelling dramatically. A mere clown. I thought you could endure in silence. The tension mounted as weapons were drawn. Lynch raised his hand to unleash the Navy's 6 style, obliterating several massive javelins, and then followed up with a strike that pierced the throat of Daken 9. A question mark slowly materialized above Lynch's head. This fellow seemed rather feeble. The synergy between Tiger and Jinbei in executing their combined technique was not merely a matter of 1 + 1 equating to 2. After enduring 2 kicks, Hody Jones was gravely injured and subsequently met his demise at the hands of 2 fishmen who relentlessly pummeled him. Thus, the farce came to an end. Neptune stepped forward to soothe the crowd and revealed the truth. It turned out to be quite a revelation. Those 2, daring enough to attempt the assassination of the esteemed princess, deserved their fate. Furthermore, to poison the king. Thankfully, these 2 malignant elements were eradicated. It was a sham marriage. As I suspected, how could the young Princess Shirahoshi possibly wed at such a tender age? With Neptune's wishes fulfilled, Lynch resolved to depart from Fishman Island. Neptune wished for him to linger a few more days, but Lynch politely declined. Until his departure, the 3 young princes were unable to persuade Shirahoshi to accompany him. However, It was Shirahoshi who took the initiative to approach him before he left. Mr. Lynch, I have seen certain visions in my prophecies and hope you might grant me 2 requests. In Lynch's presence, Shirahoshi appeared exceptionally respectful, even placing aside the cigarette she always held, as she earnestly expressed her intentions. Lynch gazed at the mermaid before him, who possessed an alluring figure. What benefits do I gain from agreeing to your request? He inquired. I can divulge the coordinates of the Golden Emperor, she replied. The Golden Emperor, a man reputed to possess 1/5 of the world's wealth, roams the vast ocean ceaselessly. To embark on the ancient vessel, the Galantaizolo, in pursuit of the Golden Emperor. There are but 3 means. First, an invitation from the Emperor himself. Second, a friend aboard who possesses a life card. And third, sheer luck. Lynch pondered for a moment, stating that he wished to first hear your terms. That is only proper, replied Sherry as she pulled aside her garment, revealing a generous expanse of her snowy bosom. Tumultuous and alluring. She reached within, retrieving a bounty notice for Aaron. My first condition is that Mr. Lynch, when he encounters my brother Aaron in the future, will show him mercy. Aaron? Your brother? Lynch picked up the bounty notice, glancing at the grotesquely unattractive merman, then at the enchanting mermaid before him, who bore no resemblance whatsoever. Ah, a half-brother. Very well, I accept your terms. What is the second condition? In Lynch's presence, Aaron was indeed the least among his siblings, even inferior to his brothers. The second condition is a request for assistance in times of trouble for Fishman Island. Noticing Lynch's apparent hesitation, Sherry hurriedly added, It will not impose any burden upon you. We only seek help within your capabilities. No problem. Lynch, upon reflection, felt compelled to agree. After all, should any mishap befall King Neptune in Fishman Island, he could not remain a mere bystander. Thank you for coming to this place at this hour. You shall meet the Golden Emperor, he was informed. Charlie was taken aback by Lynch's swift acquiescence, having feared he might decline. A small note was handed to Lynch by Charlie. The only man I cannot see through. What does your future hold? She pondered as she watched Lynch's retreating figure. Her thoughts a tempest within her. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. The Tom Swordsman template is now being issued. Issuance successful. Would you like to promote Tom? Yes. Promoting Tom now. Ding. Promotion successful. Navy Swordsman Tom. At the naval base, Tom, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly sprang up from the ground with a jolt. Alarmed by the glow of his own body, he clumsily feared he might be on fire, his eyes bulging in fright. Ah! Tom exclaimed, diving hastily into the sea. Bubbles emerged on the surface, and underwater, Tom found himself being pursued by a shark. His tail transformed into a propeller, allowing him to swim faster than the shark. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would undoubtedly be astounded. Who could outrun a shark in the water? Huh, silly fish, he thought, as he paused briefly, making faces in mockery at the frustrated predator. Enraged, the shark summoned dozens of its kin using their native language, intent on devouring this audacious creature. However, upon seeing the multitude of sharks encircling him, Tom's mirth evaporated. In a panic, he drew his flintlock pistol to fire, only to discover that these sharks were cunning enough to evade his shots. Tom was mercilessly torn to shreds by a swarm of sharks. Logically, a being so brutally dismembered should have perished. However, in the next moment, Tom transformed into a liquid, flowing from the eyes of the sharks and reassembling himself. The group of sharks, utterly bewildered, had never encountered such a peculiar form of prey. At that moment, the radiant glow surrounding Tom vanished. A rapier materialized in his hand, and he donned a striking red and black coat adorned with a cross necklace, complemented by a matching red and black top hat. 2 delicate mustaches appeared on his face, exuding an aura reminiscent of a master swordsman, strikingly similar to that of Hawkeye. As the sharks charged at him once more, Tom flashed a devilish smile. In no time, he coolly strolled up from the shoreline, arms crossed over his chest. Behind him, the ocean was stained crimson, with the lifeless bodies of dozens of sharks floating upon the surface. Upon returning home, Tom pondered for a moment before retrieving paper and a pen to leave a note for Tina. I, Tom, shall set sail to become the world's greatest swordsman, he inscribed. Having penned his message, Tom stroked his mustache, recalling tales of a fellow named Hawkeye upon the vast sea, and resolved to challenge him. After completing his preparations, Tom crafted a small boat and harnessed 2 sharks as his means of propulsion, departing with flair. When Tina returned home and discovered Tom's letter, she was taken aback. Knowing Tom was no ordinary creature, she felt compelled to inform Lynch. Ha ha ha. Tom claims he will become the world's greatest swordsman? Let him pursue that dream. Lynch chuckled as he answered Tina's call. He aspired to be the king of the West Sea, and having a pet striving to be the greatest swordsman was hardly excessive. "Young man, what brings such joy?" queried an older gentleman, adorned with 2 axes at his waist, who sensed a formidable presence from afar. This aura caught his attention. The youth's audacity was unparalleled. Even in his prime, Roger paled in comparison at this age. "Ha ha ha, it's merely my pet aspiring to become the world's greatest swordsman." "What?" Jabba questioned in disbelief. "A mere pet aspiring to achieve such a lofty title? Absurd." Surely, the young man was jesting. With that, the elder turned to leave. Lynch glided past Jabba's head. In that direction, Jabba took note of Lynch's departure, pondering slightly as he ambled towards that way. The bar, Shao-Chi's bamboo stick, was deserted as he pushed open the tavern door, save for a woman of enduring charm who was polishing a glass. "A fine drink, please," he requested. "Certainly." She replied with alacrity, swiftly retrieving several bottles of exquisite liquor from the back shelf and skillfully concocting a drink, which she presented before Lynch. "Please, enjoy." Lynch raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, savoring its delightful flavor. "How much?" he inquired. "A mere 200 berries," came the reply. "Only 200 berries? That hardly aligns with your usual standards," and Xiao tapped her finger on the table, exclaiming with resignation, "Admiral, I believe you have misunderstood the nature of this establishment. This is merely an ordinary tavern." From the moment Lynch had called her name upon entering, she sensed that his intentions were far from simple. As an intelligence chief, she swiftly recalled the details of Lynch's background. A vice admiral of the Navy, he possessed formidable strength, having recently single-handedly eliminated over 10,000 elite pirates and forcefully repelled 6 officers from the Big Mom pirates. Such prowess compelled Xiao Yao to remain vigilant. "An ordinary tavern? I find that hard to believe," Lynch remarked with a smile. "Rest assured, I am not here to cause trouble. How much longer until Rayleigh returns?" Xiao Yao paused in her task of cleaning the glass, realizing that Rayleigh only frequented her tavern when he desired a drink. "I believe you may have come to the wrong place," she replied, just as her words faded. A hearty laugh echoed from outside. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Yao, come out. I just sold myself again, and now I have money to drink." The dashing Rayleigh pushed open the tavern door. "Oh, Brother Lynch, you've returned from Fishman Island." Noticing their acquaintance, Xiao Yao silently prepared 2 drinks and stepped aside, deeming it unwise for a woman to intervene in matters between men. "Uncle Rayleigh, this is my token of appreciation for you. Let us have a spar," Lynch declared as he tossed a bag of treasure onto the table. The reason for seeking out Rayleigh was that upon arriving at Sabaody Archipelago, he had triggered a new option. Task Option 1. Learn Conqueror's haki from Rayleigh. Reward, Luffy's dinner tonight. Task Option 2. Accompany Rayleigh to the auction to cause a ruckus. Reward, Luffy's meals for 2 days, which would make all food disappear from the opponent's presence for that duration. Task Option 3. Defeat Rayleigh. Reward, Level 2 Conqueror's haki. Was there even a choice to make? Lynch directly made his choice. "Ha ha ha. No, I can't do it. I've grown old and can no longer fight." Rayleigh responded with feigned indifference. He was already retired. Did they expect him to take action? That was a mere fantasy. Should the Navy catch wind of this, his retirement life would be in jeopardy. "No, whether you like it or not, you must engage in battle today. Otherwise, I shall have to take you in. Do not forget, I am also part of the Navy." The smile vanished from Rayleigh's face, as if to say, "Well, you sharp-eyed one. It appears you are also a member of the Navy. Very well, for the sake of Crocus, I shall indulge you in a little play, but not here. Follow me." Rayleigh skillfully retrieved a fine bottle of wine from behind the table, sipping it as he walked outside. As the first mate of the Pirate King, countless challengers sought to test him. Since Crocus had vouched for him, it was evident that Lynch was at least someone trustworthy in Crocus's eyes. Rayleigh did not mind imparting some wisdom. He sensed Lynch's strength but did not believe him capable of defeating him. "Be cautious. This Lynch is formidable. Do not falter," warned Peony. Rayleigh, accustomed to a life of leisure, was unaware of Lynch's recent achievements. He was a perilous individual. "Do not worry. Prepare the wine and await my return." Using that young man's gold, Rayleigh instructed as he led Lynch to a small island not far from Sabaody. "Here will suffice. That group of Navy should not catch our scent. Let us finish swiftly and return to our drinks." Rayleigh discarded the wine bottle and drew his sword. At this moment, Rayleigh was not the 76-year-old man he would become 9 years later. He was merely 67. Despite a decline in power, he still possessed an aura of terrifying strength akin to that of the king of the underworld. "You, young rascal, must surpass my former self. Roger, do you see?" The seas remain an era brimming with heroes. Rayleigh laughed heartily in a slight stupor, declaring, "Show me your mettle." "Very well, I apologize for my offense." Lynch unsheathed the dragon abyss from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, he launched several piercing strikes, seizing the opportunity to dash forward towards Rayleigh, his blade descending at an exceptionally acute angle. "It's the Navy's 6 styles. I am quite adept at it too." Rayleigh, enveloped in haki and reinforced by iron body, remained unscathed as the piercing strikes landed upon him. In truth, Rayleigh could have defended himself solely with haki. Employing iron body was somewhat of a boastful display. The attack of the dragon abyss was similarly parried by the back of Rayleigh's blade. At that moment, the dragon abyss unexpectedly transformed into a small green dragon, sinking its teeth into Rayleigh's thigh. Seizing the chance, Lynch drew his cursed blade, Shindu, and thrust upwards towards Rayleigh's groin. "You rascal!" Rayleigh felt a chill beneath him, jolting him awake from his stupor. Though he was aging and that particular area had seen better days, he had no desire to be rendered impotent. With swift determination, he rolled backward in midair, narrowly escaping a fate he did not wish to contemplate. Upon landing, 2 distinct bite marks were visible on his trousers, which he tore away to reveal a thigh that gleamed like polished obsidian. Rayleigh, still shaken, was grateful for his foresight granted by observation haki, which had allowed him to anticipate the trajectory of the attack. A mere bite would have been disastrous. "That blade of yours must be a mythical beast's ultimate treasure." "Isn't it?" "Indeed," Lynch confirmed. Rayleigh's heart swelled with envy. Even Roger had never wielded such an extravagant weapon. Were it not for Lynch's connection with the ship's doctor, Rayleigh might have considered returning to his former profession. The small dragon abyss, having missed its target, curled up on Lynch's arm in a display of sulkiness. From their brief engagement, both men had gained a rough understanding of each other's capabilities. Remarkably strong, the haki enveloping Rayleigh was a deep shade of purple, a sight Lynch had only witnessed emanating from Carp and Kaido. It seemed the night would bring more aches to his old bones. Rayleigh shed his loose outer garment, signaling his serious intent. A terrifying aura, unique to the powerful, emanated from him, as if proclaiming that the former Dark King Rayleigh had returned. "Young man, the peonies await my return for a drink. How about we conclude this battle with a single move? Whoever falters shall be deemed the loser." Rayleigh began to loosen his shoulders, adopting a stance familiar to Lynch. "Very well," Lynch responded readily, mirroring a stance that Rayleigh recognized all too well. The 2 warriors gathered their energies, neither willing to strike first. The surrounding sea swelled tumultuously under the weight of their burgeoning pressure, transforming the tranquil waters into a surging tempest, foretelling the imminent peril. As the winds howled, Lynch and Rayleigh's long hair danced wildly. Divine evade. At last, Rayleigh made his move. Dominion. Lynch swiftly sprang into action as well. 2 brilliant beams of sword light collided in midair, unleashing an unparalleled shockwave. The sparse trees on the small island were uprooted, and the surrounding sea creatures were rendered dazed by the sheer force, floating helplessly to the surface. After the onslaught, Rayleigh and Lynch gazed down at the shattered remnants of the island, which ultimately succumbed to the depths of the sea, enveloped in silence. "Shall we find a sturdier island to endure the blows?" Lynch suggested first. "Ah, what a troublesome little brother you are. Follow me," Rayleigh replied, as if he understood that without a decisive victory, the battle could not reach its conclusion. This time, they sought a robust, substantial island, ensuring it would not be easily destroyed. Lynch and Rayleigh once again engaged in a fierce battle, clashing for an entire half of the day. Lynch absorbed Rayleigh's combat techniques like a sponge, refraining from employing the powers of his devil fruit. Rayleigh, increasingly astonished, thought to himself how astonishingly powerful the youth of this era had become. The turning point came when Rayleigh realized that this young man seemed incapable of utilizing the conqueror's haki, God's avoidance. This time, Rayleigh unleashed a distinctly different version of God's avoidance. The attack, despite being some distance away from Lynch, struck him as if transcending the realms of time and space. This miscalculation led to Lynch being sent flying. Boom. Lynch plunged into the mountains, stirring up a cloud of dust. He mused that he had never felt such exhaustion even when battling alongside Garp in his youth. Rayleigh, stretching his aching arms, exhaled deeply. Apart from those possessing the Zoan type, anyone struck by that blow should be unable to rise. Lying within the mountains, Lynch did not immediately get up. Instead, he replayed Rayleigh's recent movements and the sensation of being struck in his mind. The conqueror's haki entwined around him. Ding. The system has detected that the host has comprehended the conqueror's haki and upon defeating Rayleigh, rewards have automatically elevated him to the next level. Lynch braced himself and fell from the cliff. Teacher Rayleigh truly lives up to his reputation. I wonder who would dare to claim he misleads his students. Utilizing his fruit ability, he transformed into a 9-meter-tall hybrid form, instantly healing all his injuries, while a 5-meter-long dragon abyss materialized in his grasp. What a phantom beast! Rayleigh had just taken a sip of wine, only to spray it all out. It seems the more one fears something, the more it manifests. After 3 hours of intense combat, Rayleigh was ultimately defeated by Lynch's overwhelming strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The conqueror's haki has been elevated to level 3. I am growing old. The world now belongs to the youth. Rayleigh lay flat in the large pit, gazing at the azure sky, filled with endless reflections. The era that belonged to him and Roger has, after all, come to an end. Uncle Rayleigh is indeed formidable. Let us not underestimate ourselves. Beside him, the towering candlelight divine beast spoke in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, splendid, truly splendid. Suddenly, Jabba leaped down from the cliff, clapping his hands. Rayleigh, you are quite useless. You can't even defeat a young man now. Unembarrassed by his friend witnessing his disheveled state, Rayleigh thought to seize the opportunity and said, if you're capable, then come and avenge me. This is what true camaraderie among men entails. For instance, if you happen to bite into an exceedingly sour orange in the wild, your first reaction isn't to spit it out, but rather to feign enjoyment. Just so your companion can take a bite as well. Let me show you what it means to still possess vigor. Jabba drew 2 axes from his waist and proclaimed, Kid, the last time you told that cold joke, I found it quite amusing. Shall we have a match? If you're tired, I can wait for you to recover. Jabba, do not take advantage of the vulnerable. No need. Let us begin. For a phantom beast, the previous battle was merely a light exertion. All right, here I come. Jabba charged forward with a hearty laugh, exhilarated by the prospect of battling a strong opponent after so long, his formidable aura engulfing the surroundings. 2 hours later, Jabba, like Rayleigh, found himself lying in a pit, thoroughly beaten. Age has caught up with me, indeed. Jabba gazed at Rayleigh with a look reminiscent of a neglected spouse, as if to say, you only know how to set me up. Ha ha. Let us drink. Lynch retrieved 2 barrels of fine wine from his storage ring and placed them on the ground. Rayleigh and Jabba seized large bowls and consumed them in one gulp, exclaiming, this must be the wine brewed by Coloccus. How nostalgic. Meanwhile, in a small town along the Grand Line, nearly all the residents gathered at the central duel arena. Hey, brother, what is happening? Inquired a bewildered merchant who had just arrived in the town, stopping a passing man for answers. You haven't heard? A fellow named me is set to duel the renowned local swordsman, the Galeblade. Everyone has gone to watch. You should join them. What? Me? The merchant questioned his own consciousness, raising his arm to bite it. That hurts. This isn't a dream. Is he perhaps a human who has consumed a cat fruit? I wouldn't know, but don't hold me back. If we delay, there won't be any space left. On the arena stage, a burly man stood opposite Tom, while a sea of spectators filled the area below. Little me, it's too late to surrender now. Prepare to be turned into cat food. Suddenly challenged by a cat. Luo Shui felt deeply insulted. Tonight, the menu must include a generous portion of meat. Tom, with his hat pulled low, revealed only half of his face in the shadows. He took a puff of smoke, exhaling it to form ominous words in the air. Someone will die today. Such flamboyance. Watch closely. Luo Shui regarded Tom's peculiar behavior as indicative of a devil fruit user. One must not underestimate a devil fruit user. Before the referee could declare the start, Luo Shui lunged forward in a surprise attack. How despicable. Me was in peril. The audience, unable to bear the sight, closed their eyes, already envisioning BS blood spilling on the ground. Yet at that moment, a smile crept across Tom's lips as he raised his hand to remove and toss aside his hat, his rapier transforming into a flash of lightning. With a swift motion, the clash of swords ensued. Tom emerged unscathed, while Luo Shui's head rolled away. Tom deftly caught his falling hat, placing it back atop his head, and with a flourish of his cloak, he departed without a drop of blood staining him. A note fluttered down, landing on Luo Shui's lifeless body. The killer, swordsman Tom. Instant kill. From that day forth, the residents of the town would forever remember the name Tom. Lynch bid farewell to Rayleigh and returned to the naval base. What? Lynch stood before the marshal's office, astonished. You wish to promote me to admiral? Surely my qualifications are insufficient. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and chuckled. Almost. But with the joint endorsement of myself, Carp, and Zephyr, there should be no issue. He amiably patted Lynch on the shoulder, smiling as he produced an appointment letter. From this day forth, you shall be an admiral of the Navy. Do remember to choose a suitable code name and inform me. Tomorrow the Navy will announce this news to the world. Upon receiving the appointment letter, Lynch's first instinct was to decline. Firstly, he had no desire to protect the foolish celestial dragons, and secondly, the responsibilities of an admiral seemed overwhelming. Aside from the relatively leisurely role of Yellow Uncle, who could enjoy tea and manicure his nails in the office, Kaido was exhausted from his relentless duties outside. However, upon contemplation, it appeared that rescuing the celestial dragons might not be entirely unfavorable. Intermittently eliminating one of them could serve as a convenient means to accumulate points. Trusting in his exceptional ability to return to life, he believed he could execute this plan flawlessly, initially masquerading as a pirate to eliminate a celestial dragon, then reverting to his true self at a leisurely pace. He surmised that it would take no more than 2 such instances before the celestial dragons would no longer dare to rely on him for protection. As for work, there were plenty of tasks, with the dirty and laborious responsibilities falling to Akainu and Akiji, allowing him, as a leisurely admiral, to relax. Sengoku surely would not establish a new department solely for his sake, would he? Lynch had previously pondered the implications of a naval career. Were it not for the ease of accumulating points within the Navy and the convenience afforded by his rank of vice admiral, he might have withdrawn from the Navy to focus on developing his kingdom. Now, with the title of admiral, new ideas began to form. The Navy remained, after all, a mere pawn of the world government. Inflicting harm upon its masters seemed a Herculean task, as did extricating oneself from the world government's grasp. This remained true even if Lynch ascended to the rank of marshal. The presence of spies, traitors, and opportunists within the Navy was overwhelming. Furthermore, these individuals were untouchable. One only needed to observe Sengoku's perpetually troubled expression to understand this reality. Any sign of the Navy attempting to break free from the world government's control would swiftly result in a crackdown from the latter. One might question who among the rank-and-file Navy soldiers would stand by him in opposition to the world government, considering their families. The decaying Navy was not the Navy Lynch envisioned. He could not afford to wait years for Sengoku to retire. He desired action now. Things were different now. It was well known that admirals each commanded their own factions and subordinates. Akainu led the hawkish faction, supported by a host of vice-admirals, while Akiji represented the dovish side, and Kazara maintained a neutral stance. Surely, establishing a faction devoted to leisure would not be amiss? As an admiral, he would command a notable following. He could amass power within the Navy and, when the time was ripe, discreetly escort his loyalists away. Surely, the world government could not deny him a resignation. It is fortuitous that these individuals can join the Navy of his kingdom, thereby filling the vacancies in the upper echelons. With this thought, Lynch found himself brimming with anticipation. There is no shortage of talent within the Navy. He even contemplated the possibility of enticing Zephyr away. Moreover, it would not be unreasonable to reserve a position for the retired Sengoku. Thank you, esteemed Admiral. I shall strive diligently to shine and make my mark within the Navy. Lynch responded with enthusiasm. Excellent. I have high hopes for you, the old man replied. However, Sengoku felt somewhat taken aback by the sudden fervor of this young man. They arrived at the general's exclusive office. Lynch settled himself into the plush leather chair, and one must admit, it was quite comfortable. Indeed, the general's chamber had an unparalleled charm. General Lynch, this is your uniform. The naval officer respectfully placed the attire upon the table, sneaking glances at Lynch with the corner of her eye. She had been taken aback upon hearing from the logistics department that yet another general had emerged. But upon witnessing Lynch's presence, she was utterly captivated, her heart racing like a startled fawn. How remarkably handsome. Thank you. Lynch picked up the cloak of justice from the table and draped it over his shoulders before approaching the mirror. The aesthetic of the Navy uniform was undeniably striking. It was indeed handsome. Oh, why is your face so flushed? Turning around, he noticed the girl's cheeks were rosy. Lynch placed his hand on her forehead, finding no sign of fever. And no, it's nothing. Thank you, General Lynch. The girl swiftly brushed off his hand, covering her reddened face in shyness as she hurried away. Was that girl truly not a lowly? Little did Lin Qi know the profound impact his title as a Marine Admiral and his striking appearance had on the young women of the Navy. Generally, the titles of Marine Admirals are derived from various animals, such as Akainu, Fujitora, and Kazara. It would be exceedingly effortless for Lin Qi to assume a code name. With his possession of the candlelight fruit, it would seem illogical for him not to be called Candlelight. Turning to face the blank plaque on the wall, Lin Qi took up his pen and inscribed the words Justice of Supreme Sovereignty. Oh, Justice of Supreme Sovereignty, you say? Just as he entered, Sengoku happened to witness this scene. You are a king. Such thoughts are indeed normal. Sengoku held Lin Qi's principles of justice in high regard, finding them far superior to the lethargic notions of justice espoused by Aokiji. Commander, your timing is impeccable. Let us discuss the title. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, on Orange Island, Arlong sneered as he surrounded Belmere, Noki, and little Nami with his gang. Belmere, having sustained a brutal blow that caused her to spit blood, remained resolute in shielding the two children beneath her. Indeed, you may kill me, but you must ensure the safety of these two children. Of course, Arlong replied. You have already paid the protection fee for them. I, Arlong, am a man of principle. All you need to do is comply and perish. Help? As the towering Fishman advanced towards Belmere, little Nami screamed in terror. Damn it! Do not harm them. Mr. Aiken could no longer contain himself, drawing his flintlock to shoot, only to be swiftly subdued by one of Arlong's subordinates. Release Mr. Aiken. Do not hurt Belmere. In the distance, a cloud of dust arose as the villagers of Orange Village charged forward with farming tools. Ha ha ha, what a murderous intent! Arlong signaled to his men, do not kill them. Let them stay for the protection fee. You shall serve as the first warning. Die for your trivial love. The villagers fell, and Arlong aimed his flintlock at Belmere's forehead. Wait, I just remembered, we have money. Little Nami suddenly recalled that her elder brother Lin Qi had gifted her a ruby brooch, which she had hidden away for fear of losing it. She had kept it concealed for several years. Unfortunately, it was too late. Arlong laughed heartily, his finger resting on the trigger. Noki, Nami, I love you. In the final moments of her life, memories cascaded through Belmere's mind like a revolving lantern. Had she known, she would not have used that gold coin to aid the starving children in the village. She wished she had saved at least a little. It had only been a few days of good fortune. As her life neared its end, Belmere could not help but recall Lin Qi, who had brought her and her daughter a brief period of happiness. Suddenly, she remembered a phrase from Lin Qi and, without hesitation, shouted, The one with the surname Yi wants me to tell you. If you wish to live, behave yourself. It is over. I am doomed. Belmere closed her eyes, awaiting her demise. However, after a considerable time had passed, she still did not hear the sound of gunfire. Cautiously, she opened her eyes to behold the terror-stricken expression on Arlong's face. That surname, Yi, is it that man? Arlong recalled the time he had been petrified by a mere glance from the man, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Fellow compatriots, we must depart. From this day forth, we shall no longer demand protection fees from this household. Arlong sheathed his flintlock pistol and turned away without a moment's hesitation. The mere thought of this woman's connection to that man sent shivers down his spine. A chilling realization dawned upon him. How did that man know he would be here? Arlong began to suspect the presence of a traitor within their ranks. Oh, how wonderful for you, Belmere. You have survived. As the sinister Fishman retreated, Nami and Nojiko embraced the dazed Belmere, weeping tears of relief. What manner of person is that man? Belmere murmured to herself. As an adult, she pondered deeper questions. How could Lynch have known, years in advance, that Arlong would one day arrive here? Such a formidable Fishman, and yet he fled in fear, abandoning even the future protection fees. Gazing at her two beloved daughters, Belmere gently rested her head against them and said tenderly, You must remember, Mr. Lynch is our family's benefactor. Yes, Nami nodded vigorously even as she cried. Nightfall descended. After a tumultuous day, Tina nestled against Lynch's chest, drifting into a deep slumber. What about that fool Tom? He remained oblivious to his current predicament. Cradling Tina's delicate frame, he gazed out at the moonlit sky, reminiscing about Guion, wondering how long it would be until Sister Guion returned from her mission. Once she did, he would have her reassigned to his command, allowing her to remain by his side every day. What of that foolish Tom? Would he go hungry? Achio. On the endless expanse of the sea, Tom piloted a small boat and suddenly sneezed. He suspiciously rubbed his nose and looked up at the moon. Thoughts of his master and his old friend flooded his mind. Lowering his head, Tom's gaze grew resolute as he paddled in a specific direction. Eagle Eye. Tom has arrived. Ding. Your pet Tom has slain a pirate. Score increased by 5. Ding. Your pet Tom has slain a pirate. Score increased by 7. Ding. Your pet Tom has slain a pirate. Score increased by 1. Early in the morning, Lynch was awakened by the system's notification sounds. Quite the capable creature, Tom is. When did that girl Tina rise? Upon stepping out, he discovered Tina, clad in a vacuum apron, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Upon seeing Lin Qi emerge, her face lit up with a bright smile. "You're up. Breakfast will be ready shortly." The young lady, clad only in an apron, revealed her exquisite silhouette as she busily prepared the meal. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Lin Qi embraced Tina from behind, his frustrations from the morning dissipating in her presence. "Before we indulge in our meal, allow me to transform you into a delightful cream puff." "How rude." "Tina is in the midst of cooking," she retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson. "No need to rush. Let us savor the moment." "Very well, then." After their passionate interlude, the dishes had long grown cold, prompting Tina to reheat the food. Following their meal, she draped a coat over Lin Qi's shoulders, gazing at him with the affectionate adoration of a devoted wife as he prepared to depart. This day marked a significant milestone, for it was the day Lin Qi was officially appointed as a fleet admiral. Under the watchful eyes of numerous Navy personnel, Sengoku proclaimed Lin Qi's new title. "Long live Admiral Lin Qi." "Long live Admiral Kazan." The crowd of sailors erupted in fervent cheers, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed upon the figure standing on the platform. The exploits of General Lin Qi are known to all. Guarding the upside-down mountain, his conqueror's haki reverberates throughout the world, and in his confrontation with Kaido, he rescued countless naval lives. Recently, the events surrounding Fishman Island have also reached us, leading many to believe that General Lin Qi is more than capable of fulfilling the role of an admiral. With a single stroke, he has vanquished over 10,000 elite pirates and subdued 6 commanders of the Big Mom pirates. Who else could achieve such feats? The position of admiral is a lifelong dream for every naval officer. Long live General Lin Qi. How handsome he is. I wish to bear your child, General Lin Qi. Wait. Is there something peculiar mixed in there? The young admirers gaze fervently at Lin Qi. It is not that they intend to elevate him at the expense of others, but compared to the other admirals, General Lin Qi appears to be celestial, instantly becoming the epitome of beauty, especially when contrasted with a certain lecherous old monkey. Why do I feel that everyone's gaze toward me is rather unsettling? Kazara casually strolled away from Lin Qi, hands in pockets. Simultaneously, newspapers concerning Lin Qi were dispatched by the news bird to every corner of the globe. The flourishing navy, the 4th Admiral, the pirate Bane, Admiral Candlelight. Oh my, how splendid. This lad is alive. Kaido, upon seeing the photograph beneath the headline, was filled with excitement as he poured a barrel of liquor down his throat. Ever since he had sent Lin Qi to the depths of the sea, he had been haunted by the memory for over half a year, his appetite significantly diminished. Such a rare beast, one could find no equal across the vast ocean. For Kaido, who harbors dreams of becoming a zoo director, failing to acquire the Candlelight divine beast is more painful than death itself. Boss, he is now an admiral. Queen's tiny eyes brimmed with helplessness. If they were to bring Lin Qi here, he would have to sleep with his eyes wide open. So what if he is an admiral? I could just make him my vice captain. Isn't that better than serving the world government nonsense in the Navy? Reactions to the news varied widely. Fishman Island. Sister. Look, Lin Qi is now an admiral. Since dispatching Dakin the Ninth, Shirahoshi no longer needs to hide within the hard shell tower. The Sharkstar brothers rushed in, newspaper in hand. Shirahoshi took the paper, her face flushed as she held the handsome photograph close, exclaiming, "Lord Lin Qi, brother, let us just kidnap Shirahoshi and bring her to Lord Lin Qi." The 3 princes gathered together, brimming with mischief. They recalled Lin Qi's words. If they could bring Shirahoshi to him, he would teach them real skills. Absurd. We are royal. How could we engage in such acts? The Sharkstar admonished the 3rd brother seriously, suggesting, "I propose we use a sedative." East Blue, Orange Island. Nami, look. Big Brother is actually a naval admiral. Noki held up a newspaper. Wow, Big Brother is so handsome. I want to join the Navy. On 9 Snake Island. The stunning Hancock cast a disinterested glance at the newspaper brought by her sister. With a dismissive gesture, she tossed it aside and gazed vacantly at the sky, longing for her benefactor, wondering where he might be, and yearning for him deeply. Meanwhile, in the office of Sengoku, he scrutinized the list of potential subordinates before him, his brow twitching in irritation. The selections below the rank of Vice Admiral posed no issue. Tina and Smoker were acceptable. However, upon considering the Vice Admirals, he hesitated at the mention of Squirrel and Peach Rabbit. These 2 seemed fine, but what of Garp? Wasn't he instructed to choose freely? Garp, however, was not a viable option. And the others I have approved. Sengoku resolutely declined, stating that he would arrange for their transfers to your command, provided they consented. "That's acceptable," came the reply. The list had been meticulously curated by Lin Qi, who had saved Squirrel's life and shared a bond with him, ensuring he would likely not refuse. Wait. As Lin Qi was about to exit, Sengoku called him back. "Do you recall the LCN department? You are to be its leader from now on." The LCN department was a unit that operated without needing to report to the Navy, tasked with the freedom to engage any pirate, barring the four emperors. Its purpose was to diminish the pirate population and restore stability to the world. Future deserters, such as King Kabi and the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Tsuru, Peacock, would belong to this division. Me? Lin Qi hesitated, but Sengoku read his reluctance. "I understand you detest complications more than Kizara does. The nature of the LCN will evolve. In addition to its original duties, it will also focus on the four emperors and formidable pirates like the Golden Lion. For the next few years, we shall refrain from confronting the four emperors. You may delegate those minor matters to your subordinates and take your well-deserved rest." Hearing this, Lin Qi had no choice but to acquiesce. If memory served, there were indeed some skilled individuals within that department. He hadn't anticipated that Sengoku would rise to such heights, even contemplating action against the four emperors. As days turned into weeks, 2 months passed since Lin Qi assumed command of the LCN. During this time, he arranged for Smoker's retrieval from the East Blue, fulfilling a promise made years ago. Now, with his rank as admiral, the world government would surely oblige him. "Ha ha ha, Smoker. Welcome back. I promised that once I became an admiral, I would bring you back." As Smoker's ship docked, Lin Qi stepped forward to greet him. After a long absence, he noticed how much more mature and composed Smoker had become. It was surprising to see that in just a few short years, he had ascended to the rank of admiral. Smoker's expression was one of melancholy as he instinctively lit a cigar. After several years, returning to the naval base stirred complex emotions within him. "Oh, you rascal, what mischief have you been up to in the East Blue? And where did you procure this little loli?" Lynch observed a young girl, seemingly around 12 or 13 years old, trailing behind Smoker. She bore a striking resemblance to Kuina, her features delicately blushing. Smoker, still immersed in a nostalgic reverie, merely responded with a faint remark, referring to her as the daughter of an old acquaintance, entrusted to his care as a subordinate. In contrast, the petite girl exhibited great enthusiasm towards Lynch. "Hello, I am Dasky," she exclaimed, bounding over with a knife in her arms to bow before him. "You must be the esteemed General Lynch. I have long admired your name." "Utterly charming," Lynch remarked, extending his large hand to gently ruffle Dasky's hair. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue as her wide eyes fixated on the treasured sword at his side. "Ding. The system has detected the host attempting to entice the young girl. Please refrain from such inappropriate thoughts." The limitless system, ever eager to assert its presence, elicited a desire in Lynch to give it a swift kick. Upon entering the LCN department, Smoker was taken aback. What was he witnessing? Peach Rabbit brewing tea, Weasel perusing a newspaper, and Tina knitting a scarf. Absurd. This was a workplace where salaries were earned. One might easily mistake it for a vacation. "What are the duties of this department?" Smoker inquired. "Nothing much, really, just sipping tea, reading newspapers, and awaiting the end of the workday," came the reply. "Only when engaging with the four emperors and notorious pirates do we find ourselves busy. Minor pirates can be handled by subordinates." Those who gained entry into the LCN department were undoubtedly talents, more than capable of managing minor pirate affairs. 3 days later, with a coffee in one hand and a cigar in the other, Smoker reclined on the sofa, content to utter but one phrase: delicious. In comparison to the heavenly life he now led, his previous existence in the East Blue seemed unlivable. "On Sky Island, Lord Lynch, today is yet another splendid day," remarked a golden-haired maiden seated by the edge of the cloud sea. With ethereal white wings fluttering behind her like an angel, Cornice played the harp, her lovely visage adorned with a subtle, enigmatic smile, as enchanting melodies danced through the air. Ever since Lord Lynch's arrival on the Sky Island, the god of thunder had mellowed. The inhabitants now enjoyed a life of abundance, free from the trepidation that once plagued their days. The residents of the Sky Island expressed their gratitude for the stability Lord Lynch had bestowed upon them. Even the formerly rebellious factions had vanished. Everyone was well-fed and warmly clothed, no longer burdened by the specter of death, a life they had once deemed unimaginable. All of this was thanks to Lord Lynch. The only flaw in this idyllic existence was the occasional haunting wails that echoed through the skies, causing many to confess they experienced nightmares at night. "Ah, Enel, you've electrocuted me." A wailing akin to the slaughter of pigs drifted from the heavens. Cornice's fingers trembled upon the keys, once again disturbed by that dreadful sound. High above, on the floating island, Moria was rendered a charred husk by Enel's divine retribution, a searing electric strike that left him resembling a piece of blackened charcoal. The explosion of his trademark hair seemed to signify that this was not the first time he had endured such a fate. Ever since that fateful day when Lynch rekindled Moria's lost spirit, he had ventured to the Sky Island to engage in mutual cultivation with Enel. Your observation haki remains atrocious. You didn't even notice my ambush, Moria taunted. Following his previous thrashing at Lynch's hands, Enel seldom referred to himself as the god anymore, only indulging in such proclamations during moments of triumph. Do you really believe that anyone's observation haki could rival yours, you freak? Utilizing the shadow bats he had strategically positioned, Moria instantaneously appeared behind Enel. However, Enel, having anticipated the attack, transformed into his elemental form to evade it, countering with a thunderous strike of 30 million volts that crashed into Moria. As the lightning dissipated, Moria emerged unscathed. In terms of armament haki, you still have much to learn from me, he declared, enveloped in the armor of haki. Behold my grand and dark armament. This is the true hallmark of a man. Moria's 8-pack abs gleamed vibrantly, a stark contrast to the future image of the portly Moria that would never return. With newfound rivals, both Enel and Moria steadily honed their powers on the Sky Island. Nearby, a nearly completed arc, the Arc Maxim, loomed in the background. At the Navy base, Sengoku leisurely fed a goat while remarking, "Time off? What's there to take off for after merely 2 months as a vice admiral?" "Marriage," came the response. A rare tenderness flickered in Lynch's eyes. Tina, at the tender age of 23, and Jiyuan, no longer a child herself, had silently devoted themselves to me over the years without seeking recompense. I believe it is now time to provide them with an explanation. Very well, I shall grant it. Sengoku readily acquiesced, appreciating such a responsible and admirable man, reminiscent of his own youthful demeanor. Beneath the table, Sengoku rummaged and produced a stack of money. I may not be able to attend your wedding, but here is a generous gift of 200,000 berries. Rest assured, both Garp and Zephyr will surely be present. Thank you. Upon returning to the West Sea, Lin Qi initiated preparations for an extravagant wedding, enlisting the entire nation in the endeavor. The brides, 3 in number, Tina, Shiwan, and Robin, were to experience this singular event only once in their lives, prompting Lin Qi to ensure they received the finest of experiences. Invitations were dispatched to the nobility of the West Sea's grand palaces a month in advance, and a renowned press agency was commissioned to broadcast this unprecedented celebration throughout the realm. Even before the ceremony commenced, various newspapers began to generate buzz about the wedding, heralding it as a momentous occasion, the emperor's wedding, a national celebration. The anticipation surrounding this extraordinary event, set to unfold in a month's time, was palpable, as the populace was urged to marry only the admirable Lin Qi. Given Lin Qi's formidable status in the West Sea, the stir it created was unsurprising. Within days, the news had permeated every corner of society. Even 3-year-olds were aware of the impending nuptials of a prominent figure. The excitement reverberated across 3 other seas in the Grand Line. As a general, the pinnacle of the maritime world could hardly escape notice, especially one as formidable as Lin Qi. In no time, Lin Qi's wedding became the talk of the month, with countless women envying the brides for such a dashing, gentle, yet powerful man was a rarity, a veritable Prince Charming. How they wished to be wed to Lin Qi themselves. The esteemed general of the warring states once remarked, "Among good men, there is but one stone. Lin Qi occupies 8/10 of it." In response, old friends Admiral Crane and Captain Carp quipped that the old fellow had once again become shameless. As the day of Lin Qi's wedding arrived, the entire kingdom was adorned in festive red silk, with lanterns aglow, creating an atmosphere of jubilance. Citizens wholeheartedly congratulated the newlyweds, adorning their doorways with bright red characters of joy. The arrival of a saintly monarch prompted attendance from all who could, while those unable to attend celebrated in spirit. The West Sea was enveloped in a jubilant ambience. Even the pirates, who typically roamed the waters in search of plunder, tacitly ceased their operations for the day. Fully aware of the consequences of inciting the emperor's wrath, 10 heads would not suffice should he take offense. At the wedding venue, a city had been purposefully constructed to accommodate the royal celebration. Vivid flowers adorned the air, and a crimson carpet stretched from the city gates to the ceremony itself, embellished with dragons and phoenixes, resplendent in opulence and festivity. Rare deep-sea pearls, seldom seen by outsiders, were employed as decorative items, while the furnishings were of immeasurable worth. To remove even a single item would suffice for a commoner to live a lifetime. As guests were yet to arrive, 18-year-old maidens clad in fine garments flitted about like butterflies, arranging the scene. Some attendees, primarily the West Sea's noble class, arrived early, living perpetually in the shadow of the emperor, fearful that one day they might awaken to find the emperor's forces at their doorstep. Thus, they preferred to arrive early and endure the elements rather than keep Lin Qi waiting. Merely to earn a modicum of favor from the great emperor was sufficient for their contentment. However, amidst these nobles, one individual stood apart. Who was this person? Seemingly not of the West Sea? Unbeknownst to many, a rather unsightly figure sat alone in a corner, drawing the curious glances and whispers of the royal entourage. Today, the tea pig had arrived earlier than anyone else. Upon hearing the news of Peach Rabbit's impending marriage while at sea, he resolutely abandoned his nearly completed task and hastened day and night to the Western Sea. Alone and desolate, he sipped from his own concealed flask. His journey was not motivated by a desire to bless Lin Qi's wedding. Rather, it was a simple yearning to be near Peach Rabbit. Tea Pig had believed he had come to terms with his feelings, yet upon learning of Peach Rabbit's imminent nuptials, he realized that his previous self-deception was merely a facade. He remained hopelessly in love with her, fully aware that she now belonged to Lin Qi, and that he would never possess a chance. In truth, it seemed he had never had an opportunity. Everything had merely been his unrequited longing. Today, Tea Pig's only intention in coming here was to behold Peach Rabbit from afar one last time, which would suffice for him. Congratulations to the Emperor. May the Emperor's love endure for a lifetime, and may you and your beloved achieve everlasting harmony and happiness in your marriage. The Emperor's majestic presence commanded respect. And today's grand wedding was indeed a celebration for the entire Western Sea. With the Emperor at the helm, our waters shall surely become the mightiest realm. Laughter and gratitude filled the air as guests began to arrive. As the protagonist of the day, Lin Qi greeted them warmly. To others, Lin Qi was an unattainable figure, a presence that seemed both exalted and distant. Consequently, the turnout was particularly large, with some nobles even daring to attend uninvited. A keen observer would notice that many of the attendees were accompanied by beautiful young maidens. My dear, you insisted on attending to see Lord Lin Qi. Should you capture his attention, it would indeed be a blessing for our family, remarked a nobleman, gazing fondly at his daughter. Is this truly Lord Lin Qi? How handsome. The young girl gazed dreamily at Lin Qi from a distance, lost in her infatuation. Hello, is the signal clear? Okay, we are live. Nearby, a staff member from the Western Sea Press activated a transmission device, broadcasting the wedding festivities throughout the region. Countless residents gathered in front of large screens, witnessing the grandeur of the ceremony together. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as a large bird descended from the sky, carrying a transmission device. Greetings. I am Morgans. The bird dashed toward Lin Qi, extending a warm handshake. Mr. Lin Qi, I offer 300 million berries for the exclusive broadcasting rights to this wedding. Morgans, the president of the world's largest newspaper, is ever present where significant news unfolds, reflecting on the recent buzz surrounding the wedding at sea. Along with a whisper of insider information he has obtained, Morgans is confident that broadcasting this wedding will undoubtedly yield substantial profits. You not only assist me in the broadcast, but also offer financial compensation? A fleeting thought crossed Lynch's mind. Very well, I shall broadcast for you free of charge. But I require 60% of the profits afterward. A delightful collaboration, Morgans declared, extending his wings to shake hands with Lynch. A delightful collaboration indeed. With the rights secured, Morgan swiftly kicked the reporter from the West Sea Post away. Allow me to demonstrate what professionalism entails. He deftly retrieved several photography devices from beneath his garments, positioning them at various angles to ensure the broadcast captured the most exquisite visuals. Perfection, let the transmission commence. Morgans eagerly disseminated the images to every corner of the world. In the kingdom of Bishu, the sovereign Parker sent his heartfelt congratulations on the emperor's wedding, presenting a pair of deep-sea luminous pearls and a generous sum of 99 million belly. In the kingdom of Xinglua, the ruler will extend his best wishes, gifting a millennium-old ginseng and a potent dragon essence elixir. From the kingdom of Gxnjo, the monarch Maipa congratulated the emperor with a present of 200 million belly. The attendant responsible for reading the gifts announced loudly, his face brimming with pride. Who else in the West Sea, apart from our emperor, could command such honors? Ha ha. Lynch, I hope I am not too late. Carp boomed with laughter, striding in with a swagger that suggested he recognized no kinship. followed closely by Vice Admiral Zephyr and Granny He. The Navy's F-3 had made its entrance. Alas, without Sengoku, the F-4 was incomplete. Mr. Carp, Teacher Zephyr, Granny He. How wonderful to see you, Lynch greeted with a smile. The arrival of these figures certainly lent him considerable prestige, as evidenced by the astonished expressions of those surrounding them. Morgans chuckled mischievously. With all three in attendance, it was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Of course, I had to come to your wedding. Here. This is my gift, a compendium of my insights on educating the next generation, ensuring your descendants thrive. Lynch accepted Carp's gift with a facade of gratitude, though he resolved never to peruse its contents, pondering what sort of progeny Carp had raised, given that he had produced both a revolutionary and a pirate from his own lineage. Since you are marrying little Ji Yuan, I, of course, had to attend. You must treat her well, Granny He remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I will, Lynch replied. Zephyr observed Lynch in silence, a mixture of pride and sorrow enveloping him. The once timid lad who could not even perform a moon step had matured. Zephyr reminisced about his own son's wedding and lamented the tragedy of his untimely demise. Humph, big brother, I want to be your bride. The peacock exclaimed, her lips pursed in a pout. Ha ha ha, let us wait until you come of age, little peacock. Lynch chuckled, ruffling her hair. Truly, as the system had indicated, he was becoming quite the charmer among the young girls. 3 years is the minimum, the highest penalty. Carp teased, little Lynch's allure is indeed formidable, captivating even the little peacock. Poor old man's grandson is incessantly compared to a little monkey. One wonders if he will ever find a bride in the future. Grandpa Carp, I speak earnestly. The peacock teased playfully. Gentlemen, please take your seats. Lynch seated several individuals at the locations closest to the wedding, then stepped outside to greet others. General Lynch, this is a gift from the 5 elders, which I am to personally present to you. A member of CP9 respectfully placed an object shrouded in black fabric into Lynch's hands before swiftly departing. Lynch unveiled the dark cloth, revealing 2 devil fruits beneath. What could this signify from the 5 elders? Are they attempting to recruit me? Lynch narrowed his eyes and set aside the gift. The scheming of those 5 old men was more intricate than the thoughts of the mermaid girl, Nico. It was clear they harbored no good intentions. Most likely, they intended to use him as bait to serve the world government. He accepted the gift. But as for its true meaning, he regrettably did not comprehend. The appointed hour arrived, the bride was to make her entrance. As the host's voice echoed, 3 brides donned in exquisite wedding gowns gracefully walked down the red carpet, accompanied by their attendants, towards the elevated platform. Among them, in order to avert any unnecessary complications, Robin's appearance had been altered. How beautiful! The enchanting brides captivated the audience, leaving them spellbound, adorned in phoenix crowns and flowing robes. The trio's elegant figures were difficult to conceal. Their fair complexions resembled flawless jade, cheeks tinted with a delicate blush akin to blooming peach blossoms, and their lips curled into gentle smiles, captivating all who beheld them. Tina, Peach Rabbit, and Robin, each could be described as a rare gem in both stature and grace. Perhaps only women of such caliber were worthy of the esteemed General Lynch. Amidst a flurry of petals and the collective blessings of the gathered crowd, the 3 brides approached Lynch's side. Woohoo! The inebriated sea pig, overwhelmed by the scene, collapsed onto the table in tears. Yet, his sobs were quickly drowned out by the jubilant cheers of the onlookers. Nearby, a child picked up a red nose from the ground and asked, Uncle, is this your red nose? Good daughter, remember to visit home often after your marriage, and be sure to give me some grandchildren to play with, Tina's father said, his eyes glistening with tears, astonished that his little girl was marrying so soon. Vice Admiral Crane's eyes also shimmered with emotion. She had always regarded Ji Yuan as her younger sister. Seeing Ji Yuan wed brought her a sense of relief. After calling out the names of Tina and Ji Yuan, Lynch turned his gaze to Robin and gently asked, Do you wish to marry me? The 3 women responded in unison. One covered her mouth, eyes reddened. Another gazed at Lynch with affection. The last had her beautiful eyes misted with emotion. Yet, they all echoed, I do. Tina is willing. Kneeling on one knee, Lin Qi adorned each of the 3 brides with rings, before rising to embrace them in tender kisses. After kissing Robin, he turned to Ji Yuan, and then to Tina. At that moment, the cheers from the crowd reached a fever pitch. The sobs of the tea pig grew louder, while a nearby child, clutching a red nose, curiously asked, Uncle, why do other clowns smile, but you cry? How enviable Lin Qi was, marrying 3 stunning brides in one fell swoop. But then, Thoughts of my own fierce wife crossed my mind, and I couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. What extraordinary fortune, let alone 3 such beauties. If my wife possessed even half their allure, I would be content to close my eyes in peace. At the banquet, several men wore expressions of delight, engaging in hushed discussions that only men could understand. You truly are like a toad yearning for swan flesh. Only a hero like Lin Qi deserves such women. On the wedding stage, after the kisses concluded, Lin Qi embraced his blushing brides tightly. Just then, a thunderous laughter erupted from above. Woo lulu lulu, the candlelight demon is here. With a resounding crash, Kaido descended from the sky. Transforming from his dragon form to human, he landed with the force of a meteor, sending many staggering in disarray. As the dust settled, Kaido appeared, brandishing a spiked club at his waist and a red wine flask in his left hand. Kaido. Though they were in the 4 seas, the nobles present were well aware of the infamous name of the 4 emperors. They trembled in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. What a spectacle! Morgans was ecstatic, hastily broadcasting the scene. Viewers around the world were left in shock. Who dared to create chaos at a general's wedding? It was none other than the beast Kaido. Truly, this was Kaido attending a general's wedding, unparalleled in audacity. How could Kaido dare to attend the general's wedding? Isn't he afraid of being besieged by the Navy's justice? 666. This wedding is becoming increasingly thrilling. The one who had spoken earlier mused, did you underestimate Kaido's strength? He is the mightiest creature of land, sea, and air. On Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh leaned against a great tree, listening to the distant conversations, beginning to worry that Lin Qi's wedding might be ruined. On Amazon Lily, a large screen was broadcasting the event, observing the Empress lost in thought. Marigold couldn't help but feel curious. Sister, aren't you interested in any man? Hancock shook her head dreamily. I don't know. Seeing him marry gives me a strange feeling of heartache. Marigold and Sandersonia exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. This isn't right. Something is very off with our sister. On Goddess Heart Island, a young boy shouted, Big brother, go for it. Defeat that villain. Xiao Nami and Xiao no Kiji clenched their small fists, their hearts heavy as they gazed at the content on the screen. You 2 little girls are more anxious than if you were the ones getting married, Belmere chuckled. In anticipation of witnessing the broadcast of Lin Qi's wedding, they had made a special trip to a larger island. Not far from them, Guena stood in the square, sword in hand, murmuring, in 2 years, Lin Qi brother, you must wait for me. On Fishman Island, Shirahoshi fearfully closed her eyes, nestled in Princess Otoheim's embrace. Lord Lin Qi will be all right, won't he? What is Kaido? How could he possibly compare to our captain? Sharkstar's 3 brothers held unwavering confidence in Lin Qi. Princess Otoheim and Neptune looked on with concern at Kaido's imposing figure. In truth, with so many people present, even if Morgans did not broadcast it, the news would inevitably spread across the seas sooner or later. However, he stood to make a considerable profit by breaking the story first. Morgan's subordinates, while watching the broadcast, had already envisioned tomorrow's newspaper headline. Shocking. The 4 Emperor Kaido makes an appearance at the grand wedding. Kaido, what brings you here? Do you seek to incite war? I shall not permit anyone to disrupt the wedding of little Shizuka. Both Carp, Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Tsuru rose simultaneously from their seats, glaring at Kaido. The powerful armament haki quietly crept up Carp and Zephyr's arms. Ah, you old geezers on the brink of the grave. Can't you wait to meet your end? Rest assured, you're fortunate today. I have come to attend the wedding of my subordinate, the vice captain of the Beast's pirates, not to cause trouble. Kid, here. This is the celebratory wine I specially brought for you from Onigashima. Kaido tossed a red wine gourd to Lin Qi. The guests present felt as if they might burst their eardrums. It was over. They seemed to have heard an astonishing revelation. The mighty Emperor Lin Qi was actually Kaido's vice captain. Would they be silenced? Lynch took the wine gourd, his brow furrowed. Kaido, I don't recall agreeing to become your first mate. He still hadn't avenged the last time Kaido had thrown him into the sea, and now the man sought to recruit him again. Unaware of his own lack of tact, the young fool, I've already left you a place. Whether you accept is your business, not mine. Kaido boldly pulled out a chair and sat down, urging, let the wedding proceed. The sooner it's done, the sooner you obediently return with me to Onigashima. How dare you cause a ruckus at the wedding of the sovereign? 8 vice admirals, empowered by the strength of giants, quietly surrounded Kaido. They awaited Lynch's command to unleash a display of justice in the form of a collective beating. Sasuke, dear, go hide for now. Uchiha Makoto placed little Sasuke down from her lap, her beautiful, wife-like face adorned with the 3 tomo of her Sharingan. After all, she was A.J. Neen with such eyes, her combat prowess formidable. Tsunade removed the fireworks from her epic bosom to prevent any mishaps during the impending battle, preparing herself for combat. Kabuto had never felt so powerless. Lord Lynch was in peril, and he was unable to assist. At that moment, a seed of scientific madness began to take root in Kabuto's heart. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension and battle loomed, Marco appeared from above, bearing gifts. Lynch, congratulations on your marriage. This is a gift from our Whitebeard pirates. Marco set the present aside and turned his gaze toward Kaido, threatening, Lynch is our friend, and we will not forgive anyone who disrupts his wedding. Pineapple-headed brat. You need to understand that even that old man Whitebeard wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Kaido, a mountain of a man, stood up, casting a shadow over the sunlight, glaring at Marco as if contemplating where to deliver a thunderous blow. And what if we join in, Kaido? Another imposing figure strode through the city gates, accompanied by an exquisitely petite woman. The man was tall, with crimson short hair, a muscular build, and long legs, each cheek bearing a scar from past battles. His left arm was adorned with a skull tattoo, while wings adorned his back, and he wore a white scarf resembling a flower, covering his mouth. The woman beside him had flowing pink hair cascading like a waterfall and wore a fitted purple cheapao that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Lynch observed that her physique rivaled that of the grown-up Nami, with a waist that could be grasped delicately and a bosom that was undoubtedly at least an F cup. Her figure was almost unreal in its perfection. Dressed in a loose, flowing cloak that concealed much of her flawless form, she appeared even more alluring in her tantalizing obscurity. Furthermore, despite her youthful age, she exuded a mature, seductive allure. As soon as she made her entrance, this enchantress captivated the attention of every man in the vicinity. However, as reality set in, their gazes shifted in terror towards the man accompanying her. Katakuri, a member of the Big Mom Pirates, the formidable man-eater. Many of the noble attendees from the palace were so stricken with fear that they fainted on the spot. The prior arrival of Kaido and Marco had already stretched their nerves to the breaking point, and Katakuri's appearance shattered the last remnants of their psychological defenses. Should a conflict arise, they feared they would be reduced to mere fragments. Lynch gazed at Katakuri and Garrett, narrowing his eyes. It seemed that the Big Mom Pirates were not here to cause trouble, which was perplexing, especially since he had previously offended them so gravely. Marco also shared the same surprise. What was the situation? Could it be that Lynch and Big Mom had struck some clandestine deal? Kaido was equally bewildered. He distinctly remembered that Lynch had insulted Lin not long ago at Fishman Island. Why, then, was Lin siding with Lynch? Unable to comprehend it, Kaido dismissed the thought, deciding that anyone who dared to obstruct him would be swiftly dealt with. Such audacity from a mere brat. It would be more fitting if Lin herself uttered those words. It was evident that Kaido regarded Marco and Katakuri with disdain. Those who dared to stand in his way would be granted merely 3 seconds to vanish from his sight, or face death. Having been interrupted repeatedly, Kaido's scant patience evaporated completely, and his temper flared. If this young man could not recognize the gravity of his situation, even being Lin's son would offer no protection. He had no intention of waiting for the wedding to conclude. His plan was straightforward. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be eliminated, and then he would take Lynch away. A formidable aura coalesced around Kaido, the skies darkening as if a palpable force caused the valuable tiles beneath him to crack under pressure. Simultaneously, Kaido extended 3 robust fingers, counting down, 3, 2. As Kaido made his entrance, it seemed as though the entire world faded in comparison to this wedding. Those watching the live broadcast were utterly astonished, mouths agape, rendered speechless. My heavens! Never had I imagined that 3 emperors would converge at a single wedding. After a considerable time, someone finally regained their composure, exclaiming in awe, Admiral Lynch is truly formidable. Even the fleet admiral lacks such prestige, managing to summon 3 emperor crews at once. Who would have thought that the illustrious Kaido of the Beasts would vie to be Lord Lynch's first mate? What an honor! Is Lord Lynch also recruiting subordinates? This is astonishing. Did you not notice how the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates opposed Kaido for Lynch's sake? Such an extraordinary network. Ahem, if I recall correctly. Lynch should be a member of the Navy, right? The brother who spoke earlier, you are not mistaken. Did you not see how even Vice Admiral Garp's fists clenched in response? I am eager to witness the 4 emperors in battle. This ticket price is truly worth it. At the Navy headquarters. What a terrifying wedding, Kazara remarked, sipping his tea and reclining casually. To witness the ceremony, Sengoku had arranged for a broadcast setup, and today, by coincidence, Kizaru was on leave, enjoying the live stream. Kizaru, when will you abandon your lazy habits? Watching you makes me want to strike someone. In the midst of the escalating tensions during the Warring States period, one could observe the yellow ape remaining remarkably composed, which ignited a wave of frustration within Sengoku. It was notable that he had never faced 3 admirals simultaneously, yet this young man had found himself in such a predicament first. Sengoku was compelled to contemplate the potential repercussions should anything untoward transpire with Lin Qi and Carp in the West Sea. Despite the urgency, they could not hasten their pace. Thus, they resorted to sipping tea. The yellow ape leisurely poured a cup for Sengoku, reflecting on the meager pay he received, while noticing the worry etched upon Sengoku's graying hair. The position of fleet admiral was one that he had no desire to assume, unless the remuneration was satisfactory. On Snake Princess Island, observing Lin Qi's demeanor, the Empress clutched her racing heart. How could this be? His presence made her feel quite anxious. "Sister, are you all right?" Mary Grout inquired with concern, steadying the Empress's ivory-like arm. In the distance, the elderly Gorsei sighed deeply, lamenting, "What a calamity." On Cake Island, Big Mom lamented, "Had I known that Kaido would also attend, I would have never agreed to Katakuri's plan. Only by eliminating him can I quell my resentment." As she recalled Lin Qi's past deeds, her expression morphed into one of fury. "Mother, Lin Qi is not only an admiral but also a tyrant of the West Sea. Following Katakuri's strategy is the only way to maximize our benefits." Smoothie, with her long legs, approached, pushing a cart laden with cakes. In truth, she felt that such a notion was not one her brother Katakuri would conceive. Perhaps someone had borrowed his voice to express it. Otherwise, given her brother's disposition, he would never utter such words. There were only a few individuals capable of persuading her brother, and Smoothie felt she had identified a candidate. On an unnamed island, Tom watched the live broadcast, his fury reaching a boiling point. It was as if his very lungs were about to explode, with steam rising from his head. He turned crimson. "The beast pirates, is it? How dare they bully my master? I shall remember this." Meanwhile, on Lin Qi's side, chaos ensued. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Having exhausted his 3 chances, he was still unwilling to retreat upon encountering Katakuri, and a fearsome spiked club enveloped in ominous black light was hurled down upon him. Clang! Just as the club was about to strike, a western sword appeared and intercepted it, resulting in a resounding clash. The sound of metal meeting metal echoed through the air, sparks flying, while intense black lightning danced wildly between the 2 weapons. Rumble! The sky reverberated with thunder, causing those present to look up in terror, paralyzing them with fear. The heavens themselves seemed to split apart. Was this truly the extent of human power? The crowd was astonished to witness the once serene sky torn asunder by the clash between 2 individuals. The clouds split in twain, swirling tumultuously as they were violently displaced. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Carp, Zephyr, Katakuri, the 8 mighty vice-admirals, Colonel Crane, Marco, and Tsunade all sprang into action. Yet, only Lynch remained motionless. He understood that with this man's arrival, the outcome of the day had already been sealed. "Everyone, cease your actions. Grant me this favor," Shanks proclaimed, his formidable conqueror's haki reverberating throughout the venue, shattering tables and chairs beneath its overwhelming force. The crimson-haired warrior's haki was astoundingly potent, capable of bending reality itself. Among the assembly, only a handful remained standing and lucid, while the vast majority succumbed to the pressure, their eyes glazing over as they collapsed helplessly to the ground. Upon hearing Shank's words, Carp, Marco, and the others halted their assaults, their gazes sharpened with caution towards this unexpected guest. Shank's prowess was already acknowledged by them, and they deemed it prudent to listen to what he had to convey before resuming their hostilities. Lynch's lips curled into a faint smile. He was well aware that from an 8-year-old child to an 80-year-old elder, who could refuse to grant Shanks a modicum of respect. The fruit of face, how terrifying indeed. Red-haired brat, you are not yet one of the 4 emperors, yet you are already eager to oppose me? Kaido was somewhat taken aback that the red-haired one could withstand his strike. He recalled that this young man had once been a member of the pirate King Roger's crew and was a contender for the title of the 4th Emperor of the Sea. Beyond that, he had little impression of him. It seemed that the outcome of the struggle for the title of the 4th Emperor of the Sea would soon be revealed. Let's put an end to today's events. If anyone desires to continue fighting, I shall oblige. Shanks disregarded Kaido's words entirely, standing resolutely before the crowd with his sword in hand. The current state of the seas had finally entered a period of stability. Whether Kaido or Lynch Carp were to perish here, it would shatter the equilibrium between the Navy and the pirates. Such an outcome was something Shanks wished to avoid, which was why he had intervened. Once only 2 emperors remained, the Navy, currently boasting 4 admirals, would inevitably be tempted to act. Conversely, if Lynch, Carp, or Zephyr were to meet their end here, the situation would be no different. As his words lingered in the air, Ben Beckman silently descended from the wall, positioning himself behind Shanks. "Red-haired brat, are you threatening me?" No one has ever dared to threaten Kaido. Kaido was confident in his own strength, yet he was not foolish. Upon observing that all present stood against him, he realized that his goal of capturing the vice-captain had once again slipped away. Not only did he face a current admiral of the Navy, but also a former admiral, a naval hero, and the unpredictable red-haired one. However, with the atmosphere reaching this critical juncture, he needed a scapegoat to vent his frustrations. That unfortunate target was inevitably Shanks, for he was the one with the most audacious demeanor, seeking to compel Kaido to show him respect. "Red-haired brat, if you wish to shoulder it all alone, do not resist." Kaido transformed into a 200-meter-long azure dragon, seizing Shanks and vanishing into the sky. Lynch silently mourned for Shanks, the celestial dragon, for 5 seconds, contemplating whether he could stand against Kaido. "Farewell," Beckman said, casting a lingering glance at those present before departing to pursue the red-haired and Kaido. Just as the crowd believed everything had settled, Katakuri astoundingly declared, "Lynch, you now face 2 choices. First, marry my sister, and we shall erase any grievances between the Big Mom pirates and yourself. Second, decline to wed Charlotte, and we will ally with Kaido, launching a full-scale war against you." A flurry of question marks floated above the heads of those present upon hearing Katakuri's words. Was it truly so sudden? To wage war simply for the refusal to marry your sister? What audacity! Lynch gazed thoughtfully at the earnest Katakuri, then shifted his gaze to the enchanting Galette beside him. Her long, slender legs, exaggerated curves, voluptuous bosom, and pert, bouncy posterior captivated his attention. He was aware that the Big Mom pirates had a penchant for arranging marriages for their daughters, yet he never anticipated becoming a candidate himself. He understood that such unions were seldom straightforward. They were often motivated by desire for the individual or their possessions. However, all calculations could be addressed later. For now, their headquarters was under immediate threat from 2 Yonk factions. Particularly upon witnessing Galette's beauty, he felt he had not emerged entirely disadvantaged. The only concern lingering in his mind was whether the world government would exploit this situation to their advantage. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of reassurance, knowing he would eventually leave the Navy. The global audience had been engrossed in the events surrounding Shanks and Kaido when suddenly, an obscure pirate emerged, possessing the strength to rival Kaido and thwarting a wedding that threatened to ignite war. In an instant, Shanks' reputation soared. However, as Katakuri began to speak, the previously hushed audience fell into a frenzy once more. The Big Mom pirates were indeed seeking a union with Lynch. The stunning beauty was to be his betrothed? How fortunate Lynch was, prompting envy from many. If only they could wed such a captivating woman, they thought, it would be a life fulfilled. The voice that had just spoken, did it dare to compare? She was the beloved daughter of a Yonk. Better to retreat and dream of grandeur. On God Island, wretched woman, Nami exclaimed, her finger pointed indignantly at Galette on the screen, her foot stamping in frustration. She looked much like a little girl whose cherished toy had been snatched away. Utterly adorable. Nojiko cast a curious glance at Nami, puzzled by her ire. Wretched woman. Kuina echoed softly, her delicate fingers unconsciously pressing against the sword, Watakamanji. Among the crowd, the unintentional exchange of glances between Nami and Ka revealed a shared indignation, as if they had discovered kindred spirits. Was Nami, having grown, contemplating becoming Lynch's bride? Belmare affectionately tousled Nami's orange hair, chuckling. A man as handsome and powerful as Lynch would surely attract any girl, including Nami, whose spirited nature allowed for playful banter. Having traversed this phase of life herself, she understood the magnetic allure Lynch held for a blossoming young girl like Nami. What are you saying, Belmare? Nami blushed at the teasing remarks. On the Whitebeard pirate ship, haha. What keen eyes you have, Luffy. Whitebeard boisterously laughed. If only I had recognized a goddaughter, I would gladly accept that little rascal as a son-in-law. Jozu and Sachi could only sigh at their father's words. Why was it that he remained so fixated on Lynch? Their crew had certainly repaid him a significant favor, yet their counterpart was a Navy admiral. They certainly do not wish to become entangled with an admiral. The mere thought sends shivers down their spine. Is it Lin Qi? Blackbeard's small, shifty eyes darted about. He had heard that this individual possessed considerable prowess, and that it would be prudent to avoid him in the future. Teach was as steady as they come. Yet, he could not help but recall the fierce rivalry with the red-haired Shanks, who had now thrived in the tumultuous seas. Teach felt a twinge of impatience. When would he finally seize his moment? He awaited an opportunity, one potent enough to elevate him to the pinnacle of the world. For this, he had endured decades of restraint. Only when his gaze fell upon Whitebeard would a complex emotion flicker in the depths of Teach's eyes. Having regarded Whitebeard as a father figure and grown under his protection, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no attachment. However, when weighed against his ambition, familial bonds could be cast aside without a second thought. If he were to wait indefinitely for the opportunity he desired, perhaps that would not be so bad after all. Blackbeard mused to himself, indulging in a cherry pie. Katakuri awaited Lin Qi's decision in silence. Lynch's gaze swept gently over the three women, Peach, Rabbit, and Robin. Noticing their subtle nods in his direction, he felt a profound sense of relief. I may wed Galette, but not today. Today's ceremony shall be solely dedicated to my three beloved wives. Lynch spoke solemnly. Apart from her beauty, how could Galette possibly compare to Robin and the others? Each of them had dedicated years of silent devotion standing behind him. If he were to marry Galette, it would be a disservice to their sacrifices. To put it plainly, his relationship with Galette was merely a political alliance. Very well, Katakuri mused for a moment before acquiescing. As long as the other party agreed, his objective was achieved. Despite some obstacles along the way, the wedding proceeded smoothly. After the successful completion of the ceremony, Katakuri departed with the others, leaving only Galette behind. As night descended, with the stars and moon hanging high and a gentle breeze in the air, a sober Lynch washed his face outside. After some contemplation, he decided to entertain his bridal chamber first, as she was the one he had been closest to. Bathed in the warm glow of candlelight, he peered through the screen, and, unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination, he vaguely discerned three alluring figures seated on the bed. Tina, Cheyenne, Robin. When he lifted the curtain, it became evident that his previous thoughts were not an illusion. Three stunning beauties, akin to flowers that shy away from the moonlight, sat gracefully at the foot of the bed, patiently awaiting his arrival. After all, our husband had wed three brides at once. Hearing Lynch's words, Cheyenne, with a complexion as radiant as a peach blossom, rolled her eyes at him, her enchanting gaze filled with emotion. We figured that, regardless of which sister you visit tonight, it would leave the other two feeling neglected. So we decided to gather together instead. At that moment, Robin chimed in with a gentle laugh. You certainly know how to choose, landing right in the room where we all are. Lynch comprehended their intentions, a warmth rising beneath his nose. Was it necessary to be so provocative? Time swiftly passed, and morning arrived. The wooden bed in the room creaked and groaned, ultimately succumbing to the strain with a resounding crash as its legs collapsed. At that moment, the women finally realized that dawn had broken. Simultaneously, they inwardly berated Lynch for being such a pervert, capable of enduring an entire night without rest. Even the combined efforts of her three sisters had proven insufficient. Leaving the exhausted trio in the room, lost in slumber, Lynch emerged dressed as though nothing had transpired. Recalling what Shiwan had mentioned earlier, he sought out the still drowsy Garrett. Shiwan was right. Since he would inevitably marry this woman, it was best to lay everything bare. He certainly did not wish for an unexpected spy to infiltrate his harem. Hey, the sun is shining on your backside. Why are you still in bed? Is this how you behave in the Pirate Anti-Brigade as well? Observing the peacefully sleeping Garrett, Lynch unapologetically lifted the covers. Do you indulge in this peculiar pastime while sleeping? Lynch hurriedly covered the quilt again. He recalled what he had just seen. Fortunately, his resolve was steadfast, or he would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed by a nosebleed. Now, with his eyes closed, his mind was filled with the image of Garrett's alluringly fair figure. What was there to be surprised about? Had he not seen women before? Garrett, like a languid child, opened her beautiful eyes, extending her delicate arms akin to lotus roots, her hips arching high as she stretched languidly beneath the covers. Upon learning that her mother intended to use her as an instrument for marriage, Garrett experienced profound sadness. This was especially true when she discovered that the intended groom was Lynch, the very man who had once mercilessly toyed with her, leaving her haunted by nightmares. Each recollection of the last time Lynch had treated her as a mere plaything ignited a fierce desire within her to retaliate against him. However, Garrett understood that her mother's decisions were immutable. Unlike some of her siblings, she lacked the courage to oppose her mother and quickly resigned herself to her fate. Once she accepted her destiny, Garrett found clarity. Since her future seemed predetermined, she resolved to embrace it with a carefree attitude, determined to savor the remainder of her life. After all, her mother had only insisted on her marriage to Lin Qi, offering no further instructions or even a word of comfort. At this moment, it could be said that Garrett had descended into a state of self-abandonment and despair. Observing Garrett's languid demeanor, Lin Qi felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. How had the once aloof and frosty ice queen transformed into this? The words he had intended as warnings now lay unspoken in his mind. Efforts to alter Garrett's disheartened state with threats were futile. Only kindness could penetrate her desolate heart and elicit a response. Rest well. If you require anything, notify the servants. I typically handle documents in the study. You may find me there, he instructed before leaving the room. Who would seek you out? Garrett muttered, her gaze lingering on the direction Lin Qi had departed, before retreating back into the warmth of her bed, rolling blissfully across the large mattress. She had braced herself for threats, coercion, or even punishment, yet to her surprise, Lin Qi had shown her kindness instead, catching her off guard. This was the 7th day following their marriage. The afternoon sun bathed the room in warmth as Lin Qi reclined in a chair in the study. Robin stood behind him, her delicate hands gently massaging his shoulders, providing a sense of comfort. Meanwhile, Tina sat at the desk, her small face etched with worry as she gazed at the mountain of documents before her, lost in contemplation. Lin Qi, Robin, Tina, it's time for afternoon tea. Let us take a break, Ji Yuan announced as she pushed a card into the room. Whether it was an illusion or not, Ji Yuan seemed to have become even more alluring, exuding an intensified mature charm. Not to mention, her ample bosom, which Lin Qi had personally assessed, appeared to have grown significantly. Not only Guillaume, but also Tina and Robin have shed their youthful innocence, their mature and alluring demeanor evident in their features. The three of them standing together resemble ripe peaches, their fair skin hinting at a delicate blush, evoking an insatiable appetite merely by sight. Perhaps this delineates the distinction between a maiden and a wife. Long live Sister Guillaume, Tina exclaimed joyfully, leaping from her chair and clinging to Guillaume like a wombat. At last, she could free herself from the overwhelming burden of paperwork. Haha, Sister Tina. Perhaps I should handle the documents from now on. Robin chuckled at Tina's overworked demeanor. It was unclear who insisted on testing her capabilities earlier that morning. You are truly wonderful, Robin. Now, let us see what we have for lunch this afternoon. You two, don't get too cozy with each other. Despite being married for merely a week, Lin Qi could never tire of his 3 beautiful wives, each possessing charm, grace, and figure. This must be the honeymoon phase. Even though the 3 would leave the bed in disarray each night, pleading for reprieve, the next morning they would still choose to rise early and snuggle beside him. Observing Tina nestled in Guillaume's embrace, Lin Qi had already envisioned the evening's intimate possibilities. How to encapsulate the current scene? Perhaps it is akin to 2 pairs of resilient volleyballs colliding, much like water-filled bags, bouncing off each other endlessly. Is it truly so bouncy? Here I come, Tina exclaimed, planting a hearty kiss on Guillaume before eagerly unveiling the afternoon tea. It smells divine. Sister Guillaume, your culinary skills have truly flourished. The rich aroma of cream mingled with the savory scent of octopus, wafting up in a delightful steam. Octopus balls and lemonade. Can Tina really indulge? Gazing at the steaming takoyaki, Tina's appetite surged. Such a sweet little girl. Go ahead. It's all meant for you. Thank you, Sister Guillaume, Tina exclaimed, spearing a takoyaki with a long skewer and popping it into her mouth. With a single bite, the rich flavors exploded, the octopus bursting forth, while bonito flakes danced upon her tongue. So delicious, Tina exclaimed, her eyes squinting in bliss, transforming into crescent shapes. After savoring a few takoyakis, she took a sip of lemonade to cleanse her palate, her cheeks puffed like a little hamster. Guillaume smiled softly, amused by Tina's cuteness, as she revealed the remaining 2 delicacies. Strawberry pudding, pumpkin Mont Blanc, and marigold blueberry tea. These were for Robin. Thank you, Sister Peach Rabbit. Robin elegantly took a dessert spoon and began to savor her treat. Charcoal grilled venison, spicy burger, ice-cold cola. These are for you, my dear. Lin Qi possesses a considerable appetite, which remains unchanged even in the absence of physical activity. Consequently, his afternoon tea experience deviates significantly from that of an average individual. Lin Qi leaned down and, after kissing Ziyuan's crimson lips, familiarized himself with the knife and fork, inviting, Ziyuan, would you care to join me for a meal? No, I've already dined in the kitchen, Ziyuan replied. Her gaze was gentle as water, and she quietly sat beside him, watching Lin Qi savor each bite of the dish she had lovingly prepared. The venison was roasted to perfection, both sides glistening in golden hues, the aroma of fine charcoal lingering enticingly upon it. Lynch savored the dish, noting that Ji Yuan had added lemon juice to balance the flavor with rosemary. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He summoned a servant to prepare an afternoon tea for Garrett. "Yes, Your Majesty," the servant replied respectfully before withdrawing. "How has Garrett been faring these past few days?" Ji Yuan inquired. "Still the same, eating and drinking as usual. Not letting anything trouble her mind," Lynch shrugged. "However, I sense her spirits have improved somewhat in recent days. That is reassuring. There is no rush. As long as she does not cause us any disturbances. I share your sentiments. Let's keep her comfortable for now. I've instructed Sasuke to observe her discreetly. He is quite trustworthy." Reflecting on Garrett, Lynch could not help but recall her remarkably alluring figure. That woman has a peculiar penchant for sleeping without undergarments. A sense of longing for Tom washed over him. He wondered how much longer it would be before Tom returned. Ever since experiencing Tom's companionship, Ji Yuan found it increasingly difficult to regard other felines with the same affection. It was, after all, thanks to Tom that she and Lynch had come together. That silly creature should be back soon. In the kingdom of Alabasta, Tom, engaged in a battle with Crocodile, suddenly sneezed and glanced around suspiciously. Who was speaking ill of me? Tom was uncertain of his whereabouts and did not recognize the figure before him, Crocodile. He had merely lost his way while searching for Mihawk and found himself in this perplexing situation. As for the scarred man with slicked-back hair, Tom had no idea how he had incurred his ire. "If you refuse to join my organization, then perish." Crocodile's voice pulled Tom back to reality. The desert beneath him began to shift violently, resembling a whirlpool at sea, pulling Tom deep into its depths. Observing Tom's lack of movement, Crocodile turned away. This peculiar creature, though not particularly strong, seemed impervious to defeat, even when drained of moisture. Ultimately, the only solution was to bury it beneath the sands. The sand crocodile swore he had never encountered such an odd being. Half an hour later, Tom emerged from several kilometers deep within the desert, resembling a caterpillar. Lying flat upon the sand, a wave of loneliness washed over him. Suddenly, Tom found himself disinclined to continue searching for Mihawk. He yearned to return home, to his master. After a hearty meal, Lynch's gaze settled upon Tina and her companions, their ample bosoms stirring something within him. "We have yet to explore the study. Shall we give it a try?" he suggested. "What are you thinking? It's still daylight. What if someone sees us?" Tina retorted. "Ah, so you fear being discovered." Lynch raised his hand, and the heavy ice blocks sealed the doors and windows. "This will suffice," he declared. "Tina, that is not what I meant." As she gazed at Lynch, who approached with unwavering confidence, Tina felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. How could this possibly happen in the study? Ultimately, under Lynch's assertive insistence, Tina, along with Robin and the others, found themselves, through a blend of persuasion and coaxing, engaging in activities within the confines of the study. "Lynch, my mother wishes to invite you to the tea gathering at Cake Island." On that day, Garrett entered the study in search of Lynch. "Have you arrived?" Lynch was well aware that the aunt's arrangement of marrying her daughter to him could only spell trouble. Yet he was taken aback by the fact that the other party could not even endure for half a month. "Why should I agree to go to Cake Island? Give me a reason." Lynch sat with one leg crossed over the other, regarding Galette with a half-smile that was both teasing and enigmatic. "Because you are my husband." Galette managed to utter, her demeanor awkward as she summoned the courage to voice such a statement. At the tender age of 22, Galette was still but a young maiden. Despite her nonchalance, the utterance of such an embarrassing confession left her blushing. "Ah, let us speak of this again on the day I officially become your husband," Lynch replied with a laugh. "Now, someone, please show our guest out." Lynch dismissed Galette with a few curt words. Did he expect her to visit the lair of the four emperors? Such folly. He would never be foolish enough to venture there alone. Returning to her chamber, Galette contacted Big Mom through a communication device, only to be met with a torrent of insults. Big Mom demanded that she hastily marry Lynch and then lure him back. After hanging up, Galette collapsed onto her bed, weeping uncontrollably. When the tears finally ceased, she wiped her eyes and, with reddened lids, approached the mirror to prepare herself. The habits ingrained since childhood rendered her unable to defy any of Big Mom's commands. From her wardrobe, she selected a chi pao that accentuated her alluring figure perfectly. Galette dried her tears and resolved to seduce Lynch. Bang! Ah! The door burst open, revealing Lynch, who had been eavesdropping for some time. Amidst Galette's startled cries, he scooped her into his arms and tossed her onto the grand bed. "What are you doing? Let go of me!" Galette exclaimed. Panic etched on her face as she pounded her tiny fists against Lynch's chest, struggling with all her might. her eyes reflecting helplessness. In the midst of the commotion, the Qipao tore, revealing her beauty. Lynch halted his actions, pressing against the voluptuous form of Garrett, and spoke. Were you not intending to seduce me? Now that I have arrived uninvited, is it not fortuitous? You heard that. The voice of the encrypted communicator was faint, rendering it improbable for Lynch to hear his mother's words. However, he could hear his own, prompting Garrett to anxiously reflect on any potential slip of the tongue. At that moment, Garrett was overwhelmed with trepidation, whether it be the revelation of the communicator or the fact that she was pinned on the bed. What do you think? Lynch leaned closer. Recalling her mother's mission, Garrett turned her head away, too shy to meet Lynch's gaze, and timidly murmured, "Just be gentle. This is my first time." Garrett's ample bosom heaved violently, her breath quickening, betraying her inner turmoil. "I shall," he assured her. After the storm, Garrett lay languidly in Lynch's embrace, her voice barely a whisper as she inquired, "Can you return with me to the cake shop now? Perhaps in a few days. I am rather occupied at the moment." Leaving Garrett, who had become a mere puddle of softness, Lynch donned his trousers and prepared to depart, embodying the essence of a rogue. "By the way, this device is perilous. Should you wish to call, come to me." Before leaving, Lynch did not forget to take the communicator with him, leaving Garrett alone. Sprawled on the bed, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Weak, pitiable, and helpless. In the ensuing days, whenever Garrett inquired about their trip to the cake shop, she would receive a reprimand followed by a dismissal of "not now, perhaps in a couple of days." As time passed, Garrett found herself hesitating at the study door, too intimidated to seek out Lynch. Days turned into weeks, and before long, months slipped by unnoticed. The situation was characterized by an indecisive stance, neither rejection nor acceptance, a masterclass in procrastination. Over these months, an inexplicable familiarity developed between Garrett and Lynch, her initial discontent dissipating completely through their repeated encounters. The year was now 1513 in the maritime calendar. 2 years had elapsed since the conquest of 7 nations. Following Lynch's marriage, the sea experienced a rare period of tranquility, devoid of any sensational events, with everything proceeding steadily. Throughout this year, Lynch traversed between the kingdom and the navy, infiltrating the LCN department and molding it into his private domain. It could be said that within the LCN, one might be oblivious to the naval admiral or the world government, yet must certainly be aware of General Lynch. If Lynch's memory serves him correctly, Teacher Zephyr's hand was severed this year. He specifically dispatched several members of LCN to keep an eye on Zephyr. In the span of 2 years, 7 nations have been thoroughly assimilated, resulting in a significant enhancement of the kingdom's power. No, given its current scale, it should henceforth be referred to as an empire. Slow down, slow down. Early in the morning, peculiar sounds emanated from the imperial study. Approximately an hour later, Galette emerged from the study, her face flushed and limping while supporting herself against the wall. "This girl no longer mentions the matter of me going to Cake Island when she comes to see me." Lynch chuckled softly, shaking his head as he perused the crucial annual report laid before him. Although a year had elapsed since his marriage, he remained resolute in his decision to refrain from having children until he had fully established stability. Grasping the report, he examined the current state of the empire. Population, 49, 993, 300. Treasury, 50 billion belly, and an assortment of treasures totaling 30 large chests. Military, 300,000 personnel, comprising 200,000 in the Navy and 100,000 in the infantry reserves. Primary armaments, 400,000 finely tempered steel blades, 100,000 AK-47S, 2,000 Vulcan cannons, and a considerable stockpile of ammunition. Naval fleet, 80 large Hades-class ships, each capable of carrying 1,000 personnel, 100 medium Hades-class ships, each accommodating 550 assault Hades-class ships, each designed for 80 personnel. The remaining vessels are currently undergoing replacement. The Empire's principal resources include iron, copper, seafood, silver, sulfur, alcoholic beverages, wheat, cotton, cattle, sheep, and leather. To begin with the population, it has surged from less than 4 million to nearly 50 million. Regarding the treasury, while it may appear affluent, the reality is less than ideal. Over the past 2 years, Lynch has undertaken extensive reforms to expedite the Empire's ascent, embarking on large-scale construction projects that span from domestic improvements to military equipment optimization. As a result, expenses have escalated dramatically. Fortunately, The nation's output remains robust, with the sale of minerals, livestock, and beverages providing just enough revenue to sustain operations. What brings Lynch the greatest solace is the wheat situation. He had fortuitously drawn an exceptional variety during a casual lottery, yielding yields that are at least double those of the original wheat from the pirate world. Consequently, the empire's inhabitants no longer face starvation and have emerged as a significant grain-exporting nation. The entire Western Sea and other maritime regions now turn to him for sustenance. With the increase in wheat production, the wine and livestock industries have also flourished. Thankfully, this development has alleviated financial strains considerably. The military has expanded from a mere 30,000 to an impressive 300,000 within 2 years, a tenfold increase made possible by substantial military expenditure. The naval force comprises 200,000 personnel, while the army consists of 100,000. Given the vast expanse of the empire's land, a standing army of 100,000 is entirely warranted. Their responsibilities extend beyond mere defense. They also encompass maintaining public order, combating banditry, and conducting disaster relief operations. In summary, the Navy is tasked with external warfare, while the Army ensures internal stability. In terms of armaments, while the types remain unchanged, their quantity has significantly increased. The artillery has been upgraded to the more formidable Vulcan cannons, boasting a power approximately 35 times that of standard artillery, a brilliant invention derived from the scholarly pursuits of the erudite minds on the floating islands, who have meticulously studied the blueprints of the Hades-class warships. Although effective, these cannons are exorbitantly expensive. The endeavor to produce 2,000 Vulcan cannons nearly led to financial ruin. Lastly, and most crucially, the naval fleet is gradually being replaced with a simplified version of the Hades-class ships, devoid of the intricate technology and formidable weaponry that characterized their predecessors. Due to the ineptitude of those old scholars, no one could truly create a formidable underworld monarch. The power of their creation pales in comparison to that of the genuine monarch, falling short of even 1%. Nevertheless, this simplified version of the monarch is still capable of overpowering any warship upon the vast seas. Those discarded vessels were not wasted. They were sold to other kingdoms. Ding. It has been detected that the population under the host's dominion has reached 50 million. The host is urged to unify the Western Sea promptly, at which point the Divine Realm function will be unlocked. Note: the emergence of the Divine Realm function has the potential to influence the entire world. Until then, the host is advised to amass a substantial amount of faith value. The system's long-awaited reappearance left Lin Qi both astonished and elated. Every day, new infants are born within the empire, and according to the system, the population has just surpassed the significant milestone of 50 million. What, then, is this Divine Realm function? Alas, the system, being an inanimate entity, offered no response to Lin Qi's inquiries. Unifying the Western Sea, is it? Lynch turned his gaze towards the azure sky, a fervent ambition igniting within him. The time had come. The 7 kingdoms had been thoroughly consumed, and it was time to seek new prey. Thus far, he had only claimed 1/7 of the Western Sea. Although every beginning is fraught with difficulty, it was imperative to quicken the pace. Before embarking on further conquests, Lynch intended to bolster the empire's hard power. Over the course of 2 years, he had amassed a staggering 3 million points of faith. The system had prompted him to accumulate these points, so he did not intend to expend them all on lotteries, though utilizing a portion was certainly acceptable. One must wield good steel wisely. Expenditures must be judicious, for the empire's blade must be sharpened to facilitate the unification of the Western Sea. He opened the lottery list. Bronze lottery pool, 100 points of faith per draw. Silver lottery pool, 1,000 points of faith per draw. Gold lottery pool, 10,000 points of faith per draw. Naruto lottery pool, 1,000 points of faith per draw. Stick Hero World lottery pool, 10,000 points of faith per draw. As the number of draws increased, additional pools began to emerge. This time, Lynch was not inclined to participate in the Naruto lottery pool. While it was indeed economical and had a high ceiling, the probability of winning was absurdly low. Lynch was oblivious to the countless points he had expended in pursuit of acquiring a Tsunade. Only now did he grasp the reason behind the modest price of this prize pool. This gambling enthusiast had grown weary of the whims of fortune. The newly unveiled world of stick warriors was familiar to him, having once indulged in its animated tales, which featured an array of memorable phrases. In an instant, seize the future. What rod do you desire? A mere wig sufficed for a cosplay of Freya. This world, in all its peculiarities, boasted an array of absurdly potent items and skills, despite its overall lackluster combat prowess. It was perhaps the exorbitant cost of 10,000 faith points per attempt that justified such eccentricities. He decided to set that thought aside, as his desires for this realm's treasures were limited to just a few items, and the odds of acquiring them were akin to a lottery. Ultimately, Lynch's gaze settled upon the golden lottery pool. A single attempt cost 10,000 points, allowing for the random selection of any item from any world. The drop rates were reasonable, at least the yield matched the price. This was the one. System, let us commence with a tenfold draw to test the waters. Ding. 100,000 faith points deducted. The lottery commenced. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the item, Tsunade's model-like cover. The first item to materialize was a delightful surprise for Lynch. Upon his desk, a semi-transparent black cover materialized before him. Lynch's initial reaction was one of surprise. Does Tsunade actually wear this? It seems he had never seen her in such attire before. Yet, it is indeed impressive. As it even comes in size I. Lynch picked up Tsunade's cape, taken aback by its exaggerated size. Truly, it was an epic display. As the cape drew closer, an enticing fragrance filled the vicinity. Surely, this scent must be one that only Tsunade could have worn, so rich and heady. The aroma was delightful, far more appealing than any high-end perfume. Suddenly, Lynch found himself thinking that perhaps 1,000 points of faith didn't seem such a loss after all. Lynch, I have something to discuss with you. The door swung open abruptly, and Tsunade hurried in, prompting Lynch to swiftly hide the cape behind him. If Tsunade discovered it, given her fiery temperament, she would hardly care about his status as the leader. Lynch, you are too good, Tsunade began. But her words were cut short as she caught sight of him, a look of disdain crossing her face. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Tsunade's gaze inexplicably instilled in Lynch a sense of guilt, tinged with a hint of thrill. He had anticipated that their esteemed lord would possess such a peculiar interest. Tsunade disdainfully pointed at the space behind Lynch. It turned out that in his haste to conceal the cape, he had not fully hidden it. A strap was still visible, peeking from behind the chair. Ahem, that was unintentional, he stammered, quickly stuffing the strap back out of sight. You seem rather guilty, she remarked, a hint of familiarity creeping into her tone. The more she pondered, the more she felt that this was all too recognizable, though she couldn't quite place it. Strange. I'm wearing it today, yet it feels so loose, she mused, playfully delivering a couple of punches to Lynch's chest. The sound echoed with a bounce. A surprising display that left Lynch quite astonished. Something's off. At that moment, Tsunade finally sensed something amiss. Her brow furrowed as she disregarded Lynch's presence, reaching to pull aside her collar, revealing a deep, snowy cleavage. The sight was as captivating as the depths of the Somali Trench, drawing Lynch's gaze irresistibly. Such purity, such size, such allure. Upon realizing the contents, Tsunade's pupils constricted, and clarity dawned upon her. She finally understood why that object seemed so familiar. When did this happen? She exclaimed, raising her head, her teeth clenched, her eyes ablaze as she glared at Lynch, enunciating each word with venom. Lynch, you are seeking death. With a resounding thud, she struck him twice, leaving 2 prominent bumps on his head. Fuming, Tsunade seized the cape and, her cheeks flushed, stormed out without a backward glance. Once she departed, Lynch reflected on the unexpected encounter. No, it was more akin to a grand spectacle than a mere encounter. It seemed he had struck a veritable jackpot. The lottery continued. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the item, Cursed Green Gemstone. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the item, Ode to the Black Emperor. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the item, Ancient Zoanthrope Triceratops Fruit. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the item, Lord Emu's Underwear. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the item, Lord Emu's Black Stockings. Gazing at the inexplicably materialized panties and black stockings in his hands, Lin Qi found himself questioning the very essence of existence. Indeed, this system is remarkable. Is this the same Amsama he had in mind? The master of the 5 elders? Amsama's feet carry a surprisingly pleasant scent. The stockings are devoid of any unpleasant odor, deserving of high praise. Yet, why is there no hair on the panties? Could it be that Amsama is a white tiger? Lynch felt as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. This must be kept safe. After all, it is a personal item belonging to the ruler of the world. Surely, it should be auctioned in the Shampoo Islands with a starting price of no less than 300 billion berries. Just kidding. Lynch carefully tucked away 2 items. Not due to any peculiar inclination of his own. He was acutely aware that should him discover his vacuum, it could lead to dire consequences through some malevolent fruit. The first item, the cursed emerald, is said to bring unimaginable misfortune to its possessor, a temptation that ordinary individuals find hard to resist. However, the host remains immune. Overall, this lottery was well worth the price. Upon glimpsing the cursed emerald, Lynch devised a plan for the forthcoming unification of the West Sea. The second item, the Hymn of the Black Emperor, is a one-time artifact capable of summoning the spectral legion of the Black Emperor from the depths of hell to aid in battle. The third item, the ancient Zoan-type Triceratops fruit, significantly enhances the consumer's physical abilities and grants 3 stages of transformation, allowing them to metamorphose into a 6-ton Triceratops. Each of these items holds substantial utility, and he eagerly anticipated their performance. After calculating the remaining faith points, Lynch wasted no time. System, Golden Lottery Pool, 90 draws. Ding. 90,000 faith points deducted. The lottery is in progress. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the item, Soul of the General. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random title draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, 5-dimensional fruit. Congratulations to the host for receiving the item, Devouring Gene. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 youth-preserving pills. From the 90 draws, Lynch selected the 5 most exceptional items. To speak of their worth, the Soul of the General alone justified the 90,000 faith points spent. The Soul of the General, a lifelong legacy from the first female admiral in the world of One Piece. Upon fusion, the user will inherit her haki, swordsmanship, martial arts, combat techniques, and physical prowess. Note 1. Only females may utilize this. Note 2. Fusion requires time. During this process, the individual will fall into a deep slumber, ensuring no premature advancement. The duration of fusion is determined by the compatibility between the user and the female admiral, ranging from 1 year to 5 years, after which the user will fully absorb the admiral's abilities, integrating them into their own skill set. Exchanging 90,000 points for a master of admiral caliber is, without a doubt, an extraordinary bargain. Upon its completion, one succumbs to slumber, which may last from 1 to 5 years. Only after a thorough absorption can one awaken, casting Lynch into a state of indecision. With such a singular condition, even if he could utilize it, he would refrain. Who knows what the world will be like after 5 years of dormancy? It is conceivable that Kaido, that old rascal, might seize the opportunity to abscond with his coffin while he sleeps. The question of whom to bestow this upon also looms large. Although he tends towards Ji Yuan, he is reluctant to impose his desires upon his wife, for not everyone is willing to bid farewell to the world for several years. Ultimately, Lynch resolves to inquire about their opinions, instructing the guards to summon them forth. A successful fusion would result in a formidable general, and the chosen one must be someone close, not akin to Tsunade with her low compatibility. After all, she is not even from the pirate world, and a fusion would undoubtedly require 5 years. Moments later, Tina, Robin, and Ji Yuan are called into the room. Upon hearing Lynch's words, the 3 are astonished by the existence of such a potent force, yet they find themselves ensnared in a web of conflict and hesitation. 5 years, how many 5-year spans can one truly have in life? They must brace for the worst-case scenario. They dread the thought of awakening to find their parents aged, themselves transformed, their husband a stranger, and the world no longer familiar. For their age, these 5 years represent a golden period of youthful vigor. Unbeknownst to them, Lynch has already procured the Eternal Youth Pill. The lifespan fruit has appeared in the Life Choice Systems shop more than once, granting an additional year of life upon consumption. Most of their worries are, in fact, unwarranted. Allow me, my husband, Ji Yuan declares, summoning her courage to step forward first. I can feel that my strength has reached a bottleneck. Without a significant opportunity, I shall remain merely an elite vice admiral for a lifetime. Are you certain, Ji Yuan? Have you contemplated everything you must face? Lynch queries with insistence, for the fusion entails years of farewell to the world. I am certain. Ji Yuan's gaze hardens with resolve. For her husband, she must become ever more formidable. Very well, consume this first. Lynch retrieves a fragrant white wax pill from a small vial. Robin, Tina, you two partake as well. Without a hint of hesitation, each woman takes a pill and places it in her mouth, with Lynch following suit. From this moment forth, their appearances will remain eternally at this moment. How sweet. What delightful honey concoction have you given Tina? Tina exclaims, her little tongue playfully licking her lips, yearning for more. The eternal youth pill will ensure that our beauty remains ageless, and your skin shall forever retain this smoothness. Wow! Long live my lord, exclaimed the three women, their eyes brightening with excitement upon hearing the promise of eternal youth. They eagerly kissed Lin Qi, leaving vibrant marks of lipstick on his face. The allure of everlasting beauty holds an appeal for women that rivals the ambition of becoming the ruler of the world. What brought Lin Qi even greater satisfaction was their unwavering belief in his words. In this realm devoid of immortality, they truly accepted his assertion of agelessness. Sister Ziyuan, are you prepared? At Lin Qi's inquiry, the three women composed themselves, their excitement and smiles fading. Ziyuan responded solemnly, let us begin. Very well. Lynch retrieved a luminous white orb and drew it close to Shiyuan's form. Ding. Would you like to bestow the soul of the general upon Shiyuan? Use it. The orb gradually descended into Shiyuan's body, enveloping her in a radiant aura. My dear, we shall meet again in a year. Shiyuan smiled reassuringly, urging Lynch not to worry. Before surrendering to the encroaching drowsiness and closing her eyes, Lynch gently cradled the limp body of Ziyuan and carefully laid her upon the bed. He commanded, bring me a crystal coffin. I wish to remain by Ziyuan's side day and night. Yes, your majesty. Moments later, gazing upon Ziyuan's exquisite visage and rosy cheeks within the coffin, Lynch was suddenly overcome by an odd sensation. A fairy tale, perhaps? Sleeping Beauty? The crystal coffin was placed beside the bed. Shall the host extract the title? Extract. The second extraordinary item was a title, akin to the manifestation of rules. Possessing immense power. Similar to his own title, Lowly Slayer, which engendered an irresistible fondness in young girls. Ding. Title extraction in progress. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the title Heart unfettered by women. Women merely impede a man's swiftness with his sword. However, young girls can hasten your blade. Mature women can sharpen your sword's edge. Wealthy ladies can bestow upon you an even more formidable weapon. Embracing a sister doubles the damage. Effect. For every young girl scoring above 95, the host's sword-drawing speed increases by 1 to a maximum of 10. For each mature woman scoring above 95, the host's sword's power increases by 1 to a maximum of 10. Ding. Current effect detected. The host possesses 4 mature women, resulting in a power increase of 4. Lynch embarked on a solitary journey, encountering a system that consistently presented him with intriguing challenges. This time, however, the title he acquired was not only practical but remarkably potent. In the realm of skilled combatants, battles often hinge on the slightest of margins, a mere 0.1 second deviation in speed can dictate the outcome of a confrontation. Even a fractional difference in damage may ultimately determine life or death. With a full complement of 10 in both speed and strength titles, his prowess was undeniably elevated to a new echelon. The current enhancement of 4 in power was not to be underestimated. The third item, the dimensional fruit, comprised 5 fruits, each adorned with a distinct hue. Ding. The dimensional fruit possesses the ability to augment one's potential. The red fruit enhances strength, the green fruit boosts speed. The blue fruit increases endurance, the yellow fruit fortifies defense, and the pink fruit amplifies neural reflexes. Enhancements to one's potential are treasures in any world. The concept of potential is enigmatic, intangible, yet undeniably real. For instance, after Luffy consumed the Nika fruit, his potential soared to the level of the 4 emperors. In contrast, despite Ziyuan's relentless training, she would only ever achieve the status of a candidate for a general at best. The fact that Fujitora and Green Bull could be deployed while Ziyuan remained unpromoted underscores the considerable gap between her strength and that of a general. The taste is delightful. The 5 fruits, each no larger than a fingernail, were consumed in one bite by Lynch, their sweet and tangy flavor igniting his appetite. Upon ingestion, he sensed a subtle elevation in his own limits. The final item, the devouring gene, was rather formidable and perhaps too expansive for the confines of the room. Lynch journeyed to the seaside, transforming into a magnificent 35-meter-tall candlelight divine beast. With the head of a lion, antlers of a deer, eyes of a tiger, scales of a dragon, and a dragon's tail, he bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Qilin. Encircling him was a hollow halo of approximately 35 meters in diameter. A dark crimson ring that perpetually burned with flames, hovering gracefully behind him. It was the esteemed lord of the empire. How grand! His true form appeared even more imposing and majestic, exuding a presence far greater than that of any statue. How splendid! Fishermen by the shore gasped in awe upon witnessing Lynch's transformation. Within the Empire, the candlelight divine beast had long been revered as the national guardian, a symbol of the kingdom. Virtually every subject of the realm recognized him as the embodiment of their sovereign upon sighting the divine creature. To foes, the candlelight divine beast appeared as a terrifying monstrosity, yet to the citizens, he was their cherished protector. Elderly fishermen set aside their gear, bowing in reverence towards Lin Qi's direction. Lin Qi soared high into the sky, his spirit alight, as the system integrated and assimilated the devouring gene. Ding. Assimilation of the devouring gene in progress. Ding. Fusion successful. The devouring gene, the form after fusion, will possess the ability to consume, enabling the absorption of energy to augment its size. The larger the form, the stronger the physique, and with it, new capabilities will be acquired. I'm hungry. I feel an insatiable hunger. This hunger is overwhelming. This was Lin Qi's immediate sensation after merging with the devouring gene. As if every cell and pore of his being was transmitting the pangs of hunger to his brain. Consuming energy facilitates evolution. If one were to ponder the most abundant source of energy in this world, it would undoubtedly be the sea creatures. The larger the sea creature, the more energy is encapsulated within its flesh. A sea creature exceeding 5,000 meters in size can yield energy that is 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 times greater than that of other meats. Sea creatures, vast and rich in energy, are the quintessential choice for devouring evolution. Consuming 10,000 pigs or sheep pales in comparison to feasting upon a single sea creature. Buzz. A layer of dark light suddenly emerged from the halo behind him, enveloping Lin Qi. As the capabilities of the candlelight fruit were further developed, an increasing array of powers began to unfold. Can a devil fruit user not touch water? No matter. For one can simply isolate oneself from the sea, much like Vanderdeck and 9. Lin Qi had previously been puzzled by how he had survived after being struck into the sea by Kaido. Upon reflection, it seemed likely that his survival was due to the activation of a protective ability granted by his aura. With a thunderous splash, Lin Qi plunged into the water like a deep-sea explosive, creating towering waves that soared 100 meters high. As the progenitor of the Azure Dragon, he was inherently attuned to the aquatic realm. Once submerged, every cell in his body rejoiced, as if he had returned to his rightful home. His speed underwater was scarcely inferior to that in the sky, and breathing posed no challenge. Regardless of how deep the ocean's abyss, the pitch-black waters appeared to Lin Qi as if illuminated by night vision, allowing him to see further than he could on land. Alas, the fish of the deep were indeed quite grotesque. Descending to a depth of 6,000 meters, the creatures he encountered could not merely be described as unsightly. They were so terrifyingly hideous that they would require no makeup to feature in a horror film. While one's appearance is not a matter of choice, emerging to frighten others is decidedly inappropriate. Lin Qi gazed upon the exceedingly grotesque creature before him and consumed it in one swift motion. It was remarkably crunchy, with a flavor reminiscent of chicken. After devouring the fish, his hunger remained unabated, and he sensed a slight increase in his size, approximately 0.001 centimeter. Clearly, he needed to seek out a sea king. There it was, just the one he was looking for. The deep sea, the domain of the sea kings. In a brief moment, Lin Qi encountered a colossal sea creature measuring 300 meters in length. This entity bore a striking resemblance to a curious amalgamation of fish and fowl, adorned with feathers, evoking memories of an old acquaintance. Upon noticing Lin Qi's comparatively modest stature of 35 meters, the sea creature, possessing a notable intelligence, seemed to instinctively recognize its formidable adversary and fled in terror. As if confronted by an unconquerable nemesis. Nowhere to escape, Lin Qi declared, for the creature's speed was no match for his own. With a swift surge of electricity, the 300-meter-long beast was transformed into a delectable roasted fish. Lin Qi, standing at 35 meters, dragged the massive sea creature ashore, appearing like a child beside a giant. Where should he begin his feast? A thought struck him. Lin Qi approached the tail of the sea monarch, opening his gaping maw, within which a small black hole materialized, emanating a terrifying gravitational pull. In a swift motion, the tail of the sea creature was drawn into his mouth. What was once an enormous appendage astonishingly shrank several sizes as it neared the black hole, ultimately fitting perfectly for consumption. The size of this sea monarch was just right, as anything over 100 meters would have been impossible to devour. I shall consume it. Lin Qi did not even bother to chew. He directly consumed it through the abyss of his mouth, transforming it into sustenance. Before our eyes, as he devoured the colossal sea creature, his size expanded at a visibly astonishing rate. 35 meters, 36 meters, 37 meters, 38 meters, 39 meters, 40 meters. The massive sea creature, measuring an impressive 300 meters in length and weighing over 1,000 tons, was entirely consumed by Lin Qi in mere moments. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhao's size reached 40 meters. The hunger within him was alleviated, and every cell in his body rejoiced in response to this influx of nourishment. Lin Qi, savoring the lingering thrill within his veins, relished the exhilarating sensation of his burgeoning strength. The day was still young, and he plunged into the ocean, in search of his next prey. Thus, the fishermen witnessed an unforgettable spectacle that would linger in their memories for a lifetime. The once dominant sea kings, the rulers of the ocean, were devoured by their sovereign as if they were mere morsels, one after another. The fishermen, awestruck, gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "The emperor is truly magnificent. Long live the emperor." Among the fishermen, their greatest fear was not the pirates, but the oceanic monarchs. Who dared to provoke these formidable beings? They would keep their distance, terrified of becoming their targets. To be marked by a sea king was to embrace certain death, as they were the undisputed rulers of the deep. Moreover, the mere passage of these titans would cause nearby fish to vanish in droves, leaving the fishermen empty-handed. Yet today, these aquatic tyrants faced the reckoning of the emperor. What a sight to behold! This was a righteous act of cleansing for the populace. A commendable sovereign acting in the best interest of his people. With no natural enemies in the vast expanse of the sea, Lin Qi swiftly captured a 300-meter-long sea king. After consuming it, his stature grew to 43 meters. His previous growth had been 5 meters, but this time, it was merely 3, though still a 300-meter-long sea king. The results were nearly halved. It appeared that the increase in size became increasingly challenging with each conquest. He would need to hunt even greater leviathans. As night fell, the stars and moon illuminated the sky, and Lin Qi ensnared an 800-meter-long sea king. Upon devouring it, his height ascended to an impressive 66 meters. "Your Majesty, the night is drawing on. Please take your rest, and do not overexert yourself," urged the villagers. "Indeed, Your Majesty, we are deeply moved by your dedication to us." They presented him with homemade bread, hoping it would not be found wanting. A throng of residents gathered along the shoreline, drawn by the news of their king, who had transformed into a divine beast to personally descend into the sea and rid them of their fears. In this kingdom,